Chapter 1 The first day of military training. The high and cold school flower sent me water. School flower sister water delivery service for $0. 1. Looking at his cell phone, Ye Chen muttered in surprise. Today was the first day of freshman military training, and since the instructors hadn't arrived yet, the people were hiding in the shade, playing with their cell phones and waiting. Just now, Ye Chen had inadvertently downloaded a game called with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the richest man in the world. This game's promotional slogan, the opening game gives you trillions of dollars in subsidies, even if you only have a salary of 3,000 a month. As long as you play this game, you will be the richest man in the world. With a strong sense of curiosity, Ye Chen looked around the game, and what attracted him the most was the game's shopping mall. Because he had just started playing and had a low level, there were only 3 items in the mall right now. School girl sister water delivery service, priced at $1. Ferrari SF90, priced at $0. 2. Luxury detached villa, priced at $3. Looking at the 3 items in the mall, Ye Chen was a little confused, not quite believing that this was real. The first one is not to mention, the school flower water delivery service. As for it being decent, Ye Chen didn't know, but to be honest, he was a little moved. The second Ferrari SF90, normally sold for about $5 million, the landed price was feared to be more than $6 million, and it could be bought by spending $2 at the gamer. There was also the third one, the detached villa. Although Zhangzhou is just an ordinary second or third tier city, the selling price of such a top tier mansion is less than 40,000 to 50,000 a square foot, or even higher. A villa in Zhangzhou costs $20 to $30 million, to say the least. Gamers, however, only need $3. It is outrageous. Trillion subsidies. This subsidy is also too hard, almost considered a free gift. Now the game dealer, in order to let people charge money, really dare to blow anything. Ye Chen subconsciously was about to close and uninstall the game, when a pop-up window jumped out. Are you sure you want to leave? The opportunity to become the richest man is only once. Miss it cannot be. Seeing the tip on the pop-up window, Ye Chen froze. To not give it a try? It was only a few cents anyway. There was no loss. Ferrari, detached villas seem to be good, Ye Chen thought. Then without hesitation, he charged a dime and chose the schoolgirl water delivery service. Ahem. This wasn't Ye Chen having any thoughts about the school flower. It was simply that he felt this was the cheapest. Well, that was it. Ye Chen had just paid for a while when the instructor came. As military training began and exhaustion set in, Ye Chen forgot about it. Time flew by. 2 hours later, under the hot sun, everyone was already sweating and their mouths were dry. Feeling that it was almost time, the instructor ordered everyone to take a break. Ye Chen and some of his classmates ran to the shade at the first opportunity. Thirsty, brother? Did you bring water? Didn't bring any. I'm also a little thirsty after you said that. Hiding in the shade, the crowd chatted and were all a little thirsty. However, because it was the first day of military training, the crowd was not well prepared, and most of them did not bring water. Ye Chen, what about you? Someone asked Ye Chen. Ye Chen also shook his head. He hadn't brought any either. Hearing a few people's discussion, next to him, a tall boy walked over. None of the brothers brought water? Walking over, the taller boy asked in surprise. His name was Zhou Haoren, a classmate of Ye Chen's, but not in the same dormitory. Old Zhou, you brought it? Hearing Zhou Haoren's question, someone asked excitedly. I didn't bring it either. Zhou Haoren shook his head. Didn't bring what you said. Hearing Zhou Haoren's answer, the person who had just asked lost his temper and retorted. I didn't bring it, but I can ask my girlfriend to send it to me. Standing in front of a few people, Zhou Haoren said with great bragging rights. Just after Zhou Haoren's words, the gazes of the crowd instantly all focused on Zhou Haoren's body. Girlfriend? Their freshman year had just begun, so if they had a girlfriend, they must have found it in high school. Although whether it was a movie or online, having a girlfriend in high school was a very common thing, but in reality, there were very few who were single and had girlfriends in high school. The vast majority of those present were single dogs. Having a girlfriend was definitely something worth showing off. All the boys looked at Zhou Haoren with great envy. No way. No way. It can't be that by now. There are still people who are single and don't have girlfriends, right? Looking at the crowd, Zhou Haoren said with incomparable dejection. Hearing this, many people's faces changed, and although they were a little angry, there was nothing they could do about it. Pretending to be successful, Zhou Haoren glanced at the time very proudly. My girlfriend will be here soon. Before, he had spoken to his girlfriend. Because his girlfriend was from a nearby school, their military training was a week late. So in order to pretend and show off his beautiful girlfriend, Zhou Haoran purposely asked his girlfriend to bring him water during his military training. Now it seems that this choice of his was very correct. The feeling of pretending and fooling around was just awesome. Not long after, a girl with medium to high dress and appearance appeared at the entrance of the playground. Seeing the girl, Zhou Haoran immediately waved his hand towards the girl in triumph. The girl immediately walked towards her. Needless to say, this girl was naturally Zhou Haoran's girlfriend. Seeing this, all the boys present were envious. Even the individual ones who had girlfriends were incomparably jealous of Zhou Haoran. Although they had girlfriends, they were all out of town, so they couldn't bring them water at all. The girl came over and handed Zhou Haoran the mineral water in her hand in an incredibly thoughtful manner. Zhou Haoran walked to the front of the many students with his girlfriend and said with great bragging rights, "Let me introduce you all. This is my girlfriend, Yuan. Now the crowd was even more envious and jealous of Zhou Haoran. Having a girlfriend to bring water to oneself during one's military training, that was such a wonderful experience. Unfortunately, one didn't have one. The great ones are always the others. AI. The crowd had a lot of emotions in their hearts. Ye Chen, don't you have a girlfriend to bring you water? Suddenly, Zhou Haoran opened his mouth and asked Ye Chen. Hearing Zhou Haoran's words, the gazes of the crowd all gathered on Ye Chen for a moment. Zhou Haoran was not asking this casually. He had previously observed that of all the boys in the class, Ye Chen was the one with the highest face value. This made Zhou Haoran, who had always been proud of his face value, feel deeply threatened. In order to smoothly ascend to the class president afterwards, Zhou Haoran had always wanted to find an opportunity to press Ye Chen to elevate himself. Now was a perfect opportunity. Seeing that Ye Chen did not open his mouth, Zhou Haoran was sure that Ye Chen definitely did not have a girlfriend. Now, Zhou Haoran was even more arrogant. Zhou Haoran was ready to continue fooling around, but before he could open his mouth, Zhou Haoran was surprised to find that the crowd suddenly looked at the entrance of the playground in unison. Dumbfounded, Zhou Haoran also curiously turned his head and froze in the same way. Chapter 2. I'm here to find senior brother Ye Chen, only to see the entrance to the playground. A stunningly beautiful girl slowly walked in, with clear eyes and a white melon face. Her appearance was flawless. Her temperament was cool, as if she had walked out of a painting. The appearance of this stunningly beautiful girl instantly attracted everyone's attention, not to mention the boys present. Even the girls were sighing in their hearts. This young lady is so beautiful. Those who knew this stunningly beautiful girl were incomparably surprised. The arrival of this stunningly beautiful girl was something they never expected. The person who came was no one else. It was the school's most famous high school flower Su Ning Shuang, who had countless suitors. Su Ning Shuang's cold character was well known in the school, and she usually did not participate in many activities, so it was very difficult to see her in the school. But today, how did Su Ning Shuang appear at the military training site? Those who knew Su Ning Shuang were all confused. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Ning Shuang stood at the entrance of the playground for a while, looking around. In the end, the location was determined. After that, Su Ning Shuang took the farmer's spring and went straight to Ye Chen's class. What was schoolgirl Su doing? Taking water? Could it be that she was here to deliver water to someone? Looking at Su Ning Shuang, everyone was incredibly puzzled. Mom, I'm in love. I'll go. What a beautiful young lady. Looking at Su Ning Shuang, the boys in Ye Chen's class were excitedly talking. Miss, do you know who she is? A girl seemed to know Su Ning Shuang and retorted. Who? She's our school's famous high school flower. Our sophomore sister Su Ning Shuang. The girl looked very contemptuously at the boy who had just said he was in love and continued. I advise you guys not to dream. There are countless people chasing after her. What with the student council president, the outstanding senior who already started his own business in college, the rich second generation and whatnot, but none of them succeeded. Look at yourselves in the mirror and see if you are worthy. Hearing this, everyone in the room couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and was shocked. Is it that scary? Couldn't even the president of the student council, as well as the bigwig who started his own business, chase after this high and cold schoolgirl? At this time, the people from Ye Chen's class were surprised to find that the direction that Miss Su was walking in seemed to be towards them. Everyone was excited. It was definitely an exciting thing to see the legendary high school beauty up close. Watching Su Ning Shuang getting closer and closer, the heartbeats of everyone present couldn't help but speed up. Because of Su Ning Shuang's appearance, Zhou Haoran and his girlfriend, who were still the center of attention, were instantly ignored. If it was before, when he had managed to put on a good show and was ignored, Zhou Haoran would definitely be on fire. But now, Zhou Haoran was truly unable to get angry. Schoolgirl Su was too beautiful. Zhou Haoran was dumbfounded for a moment. Compared to schoolflower Su, his own girlfriend was weak. Whether it was her looks, or her body temperament or whatever, she was too ordinary, too ordinary. Schoolflower Su walked to the front of the crowd. Instantly, everyone's hearts were lifted, ears perked up, waiting for Schoolflower Su to speak. may I ask if schoolmate Ye Chen is here? Standing in front of the crowd, Schoolflower Su asked with a red face, somewhat coyly. Su Ning Shuang's words were instantly like thunder from the 9 heavens, splitting down in the ears of the crowd. What? Schoolflower Su was here to find Ye Chen? How could that be? Instantly, everyone present all turned their heads and looked at Ye Chen in unison. They were astonished beyond measure in their hearts. Those who knew Su Ning Shuang followed the gazes of the crowd and were equally shocked. Needless to say, this boy was definitely that Ye Chen. Schoolflower Su had actually come to look for a boy, and it was also a freshman who had just enrolled for a few days? My God, how could this be possible? Shock and doubt were written all over everyone's faces. Clang! On the other side, in Zhou Haoren's hand, the mineral water that he had just taken from his girlfriend directly fell to the ground. Zhou Haoren's entire body was dumbfounded. What was this situation? Schoolgirl Su had come to find Ye Chen. Zhou Haoren's eyes were rounded. His mouth opened extremely wide, and he had an unbelievable look on his face. Not to mention these people, even Ye Chen was incredibly puzzled and amazed. Truth be told, he really didn't recognize this Su Ning Shuang. Schoolgirl Su, what was she doing here looking for herself? As Ye Chen froze, Schoolflower Su took the initiative to already walk towards Ye Chen with the Nongfu Shanquan. Military training is tiring. You must be thirsty. Here. Arriving in front of Ye Chen, Schoolflower Su took the initiative to stretch out her jade hand and handed the non-fusion spring to Ye Chen. Seeing this, everyone present was stunned. What was this situation? On the first day of military training, the hallowed and high-cool Schoolflower took the initiative to give water to a freshman? When it was rumored, I'm afraid that not many people would believe it. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they definitely wouldn't believe it was true. This was the famous high-cool Schoolflower Su Ning Shuang. How could she be so proactive? The crowd was dumbfounded. They felt it was too unbelievable. Even the few young instructors couldn't help but feel emotional. They had also taught freshmen in military training for a few years now, and had seen girls come to give water to boys. But it was the first time that such a beautiful and temperamental girl took the initiative to come and give water to a military training boy. This boy is awesome. Chapter 3, Ye Chen and Schoolgirl Su are just friends? Who would believe that? Looking at the high and cold Schoolflower, she took the initiative to come and give Ye Chen water in such hot weather. At this moment, all the boys in the entire playground were envious and jealous of Ye Chen to the extreme. Too strong. He himself hadn't even been in love, but he already had a high-cooled schoolgirl who took the initiative to send water to him. Is this the gap? Sure enough, people are different from each other. All the boys were in tears, their hearts aching. Thanks. Ye Chen received the non-fusion spring from Su Ning Shuang. Although Ye Chen was relatively calm on the surface, his heart had long exploded. However, what Ye Chen was most shocked and excited about was not the fact that he had been offered water by the high and cold schoolgirl. Rather, it was the game that he had just downloaded. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the richest man in the world. Before his military training, he had spent 10 cents and purchased the Schoolflower water delivery service. Because he was too tired from the military training just now, he forgot about it for a while. Now it finally came to mind. This game, it came true. It really can change real life. Everything above can become reality. Since the Schoolflower water delivery service came true, then the others. A Ferrari for as little as 20 cents. A single family house for as little as 30 cents. They're all real. One could buy them all by oneself. Thinking of this, Ye Chen's heartbeat suddenly sped up, excited to the extreme. And this was only the mall of that game. There were other contents of the game. The more he thought about it, the more excited Ye Chen became. His own chance to soar to the sky seemed to have come. Ye Chen couldn't wait to take out his cell phone and take a closer look at that 3,000 a month. I'm the richest man game. In the end, Ye Chen suppressed his inner thoughts and tried to calm down. Ye Chen knew that no matter who he told about his game coming true, no one could tell. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. On the other hand, after delivering the water with a red face, Su Ning Shuang said goodbye to Ye Chen and turned to leave. Only the dumbfounded crowd was left behind at the original spot. To this day, they couldn't believe that the scene just now was real. It was too outrageous. It was only after they had watched Su Ning Shuang leave the playground and disappear from view that the crowd came to their senses a little. But instantly, their gazes were once again focused on Ye Chen. To be able to make the hallowed, high-cooled Schoolflower come and take the initiative to send water. What exactly was Ye Chen's status? What exactly was the relationship between him and Schoolflower Su? Boyfriend and girlfriend? Quasi-boyfriend and girlfriend? Or even engaged? Instantly, the students surrounded Ye Chen, asking excitedly, Ye Chen, what's the relationship between you and School Miss Su? Yeah, how come Schoolflower Su came to take the initiative to give you water? Old Ye you're too good. Letting the hallowed and high-cool Schoolflower come to take the initiative to send water. Definitely a model for my generation. I was envious of Zhou Haoren just now. Now I think, you're the really awesome big brother. Ah, the school flower sending water. What kind of treatment is this? The crowd discussed with one sentence from you and one from me. Hearing the words of the crowd, Zhou Haorun was even more ashamed. It is too humiliating. Just now, when his girlfriend came to deliver water to him, he was very dejected and arrogantly asked Ye Chen if he had a girlfriend to deliver water. As a result, Ye Chen did not speak, and directly told him with his actions. Ye Chen not only has, but also the school's high cool school flower Su Ning Shuang, whether it is face value, body, temperament, do not know how many times higher than his girlfriend. The more he thought about the way he had dejectedly flaunted just now, the more Zhou Haorun felt his face burning hot. It was so humiliating. Zhou Haorun hurriedly let his girlfriend leave. Hearing the crowd's questions, Ye Chen casually found an excuse. Schoolgirl Su and I are just ordinary friends. We don't have any special relationship. After all, the matter of one's game coming true was something that would not be revealed no matter what. As for saying that he and Su Ning Shuang were boyfriend and girlfriend, that was even more impossible. Right now, himself and Su Ning Shuang were not boyfriend and girlfriend. As for the future, that was hard to say. Ye Chen, you're not honest, not telling the truth. That's right, ordinary friends, who would believe it? The crowd shook their heads. Obviously, Ye Chen's answer was not believable. After all, to have the hallowed, high-cold school flower take the initiative to come and deliver water was just an ordinary friend. This was simply impossible. It was very difficult for you to casually ask a female friend to come and bring you water on such a hot day, under the sun. Not to mention the cool character of Su Ning Shuang, schoolgirl Su. Obviously, Ye Chen was perfunctory, not wanting to tell them about Ye Chen's own true relationship with school flower Su. Since Ye Chen didn't want to say, the crowd didn't ask any more questions. However, everyone believed that Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang's relationship was definitely not ordinary, and there was definitely a special relationship between the two. Time was still early. What was the relationship? They would find out sooner or later. On the first day of military training, school flower Su took the initiative to come and give water to a freshman, and this matter would soon spread out. This matter, I'm afraid, would cause a major earthquake in the entire school. Those suitors of Su Ning Shuang would definitely explode. The high and mighty goddess in their hearts had taken the initiative to deliver water to a freshman. Even if there wasn't too complicated a relationship between this Ye Chen and schoolgirl Su, but just the matter of delivering water would definitely cause the envy and jealousy of those Su Ning Shuang suitors. Ye Chen, I'm afraid that his life afterward would not be peaceful. It just so happened that Ye Chen was thirsty, so he unscrewed the water that Su Ning Shuang had sent and drank it. Seeing this, all the boys' eyes turned red. Ye Chen actually really opened the water sent by schoolgirl Su and drank it. Gulp, gulp. Well, the flavor was average. It was just ordinary water. Ye Chen muttered in his heart. Looking at the casual Ye Chen, the onlookers were dumbfounded. This was the water that school flower Su had personally sent. If they were the ones who got it, they definitely wouldn't want to drink it. I wonder how the water sent by the high and cold school flower would taste. Would it not be sweeter and more fragrant? If they knew that Ye Chen thought the water tasted average, I'm afraid that they would even have the heart to kill Ye Chen. You are Versailles good. Ah, how could the water sent by the school's flower taste average? It would definitely be sweet. Very sweet. Although they hadn't tasted what it tasted like, the water delivery came to an end, and the military training continued to begin. But after what happened just now, the hearts of the crowd were long gone from military training. Whether it was the boys, or the girls, they couldn't help but secretly observe Ye Chen. Especially those boys were envious of Ye Chen to the extreme. Time flew by, and at noon it was time for a break, and the morning's military training ended. As soon as the military training ended, everyone went straight to the university cafeteria. Dry rice was the most important thing, especially the cafeteria's chilled watermelon juice and so on. However, when everyone went straight to the cafeteria, there was one person whose direction was the opposite of the crowd. Ye Chen excused himself to go back to his dorm room to get something and separated from a few of his classmates. He had something more important than dry rice. That was to take a closer look at the game 3,000 a month. I'm the richest man in the world, as well as spending 30 cents to buy all the Ferraris and detached houses in the game mall. The more he thought about it, the more excited Ye Chen became. Before, he was still an ordinary college student, but immediately, he was a multi-millionaire who owned a supercar and a villa. Ferrari, detached villa. I'm coming. Chapter 4, Ferrari. Single family house in hand. Ye Chen returned to his dorm room alone. Couldn't wait to take out his cell phone and clicked on the 3,000 a month. I'm the richest man in the world game. After entering the game, Ye Chen went straight to the mall and found the two remaining products in the mall. Ferrari SF90, priced at $0. 2. One luxury detached villa, priced at $3. Ferrari, detached villa. These two items that added up to tens of millions of dollars. Here, They can be bought for only 50 cents. Hundreds of millions of times cheaper. It's too good to be true. Worthy of being $1 trillion subsidy. Awesome. Without the slightest hesitation, Ye Chen directly clicked to buy the Ferrari SF90. Game prompt: your level is not enough. You can only buy one product per day. Time until your next purchase, 11 hours and 51 minutes. Suddenly, a pop-up window appeared. Not enough level. Can only purchase one product per day? Looking at the contents on the pop-up window, Ye Chen muttered with some loss. With doubts, Ye Chen opened his game level. LV1, 0 out of 100. Seeing this, Ye Chen was relieved. That's right, he had just started playing the game. It was normal to only have a level 1, but fortunately, the restriction was only for one day, not a week, or a month. One day, Ye Chen could still afford to wait. From the next purchase, one only had to wait for one day. Although it was slightly regrettable that the Ferrari and villa could not be taken immediately by himself, Ye Chen was still very excited inside. After all, this was not a dream, but was real. It was no longer a dream for himself to become a divine hero. After calming his heart, Ye Chen began to carefully study the game. First of all, Ye Chen was concerned about the game level. After all, it was related to one's eligibility to purchase goods. Right now, Ye Chen was still LV1 and only needed 100 experience points to level up to LV2. Only when one leveled up to LV2, one could purchase 2 items a day. At LV3, it was 3 items, and so on. The higher the level, the more items one can purchase in a day. As for the game's mall, it also had levels. After understanding the player levels, Ye Chen studied the mall again. He similarly discovered that the mall also had levels. Right now, Ye Chen's mall was only the most common 1-star mall. There were only 3 items in the 1-star mall, and each item was very ordinary. Ferrari, a single house is so ordinary? Seeing this, even Ye Chen couldn't help but spit it out. It turned out that in the game, things that were millions and millions of dollars were actually low level, the most common commodities. This was also too strong. Although his mouth spat, Ye Chen was ecstatic inside. Even things with tens of millions of dollars were common. So I'm afraid that the really good, expensive things would be worth hundreds of millions, billions, or even more. With an excited heart, Ye Chen continued his research. When the mall was upgraded to 2 stars, the goods in the mall would be raised to 5. The value of the 2-star mall goods would increase tenfold. With the 3-star mall, the commodities would be raised to 8. The value of the things within the mall would also be increased by 10 times again on top of the original 2-star mall. After that, and so on. It seemed that in order to increase the desire of players to upgrade, the game put a picture of the topmost 9-star mall. Looking at this picture, Ye Chen's entire body was dumbfounded. 51% of Penguin Group's shares can be taken for only $666. 70% of the shares of the world's #1 luxury goods group Louis Vuitton Group with a market capitalization of trillions of dollars, as well as the identity of the president, for only $999? Ye Chen stared blankly at such pictures with an unbelievable look on his face. This was too terrifying. Worthy of being the topmost 9-star mall. Penguin Group, Louis Vuitton Group, such a world-class big company. 51%, 70% shares, only need a few $100s to buy. In addition to these two well-known large groups, Ye Chen also saw the identity of the world's largest independent alternative asset management organization shares in charge, the International Top Biological Research Institute and so on. Unusually horrible goods. The most expensive of these was only $666. Casually buy 2 of them, and the position of the richest man in the world would be yours. At this moment, Ye Chen finally understood why this game was called 3,000 per month. You are the richest man in the world. This was true. With only $3,000, you can buy things from the game that are worth hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars in reality. If you buy these, aren't you the richest man in the world? The more he looked, the more excited Ye Chen became. This game was too awesome. Ye Chen couldn't wait to upgrade and see what was inside the real 9-stars mall. After all, what he was looking at now was just a picture. This kind of thing that was worth hundreds of billions, or even trillions of dollars. The feeling you felt when you were able to personally purchase it. It was definitely not something that could be compared to looking at a photo right now. As for the elevation of the level of the mall, it required points. A 1-star mall, upgrading to a 2-star mall, only required 50 points. It only requires 50 points. Great. Ye Chen looked forward to it even more. The 9-star mall seemed to be getting closer and closer to him. Ye Chen studied all the contents of the game once and generally understood it. The game would release some challenges or missions based on reality. You would be able to gain different experience values and points by completing the game missions and challenges. The points and experience values could be used to raise the player level, as well as the mall level. Once you complete the game quests, in addition to experience value and points, You will also get various rewards that are worth a lot in reality. This was very strong. After studying and understanding, Ye Chen was ready to close the game and go eat. Now, Ye Chen only needed to wait for the game to release a quest or challenge, as well as wait for the next day to come. The next day, one could buy another item in the mall. Whenever you bought an item in the mall, the next day, then a new one would appear. Never ending. Ha, that's not right. Since it's a game, will there be a newbie gift pack? Thinking about it, Ye Chen hurriedly found the backpack option. Ye Chen just clicked it in, and a big gift bag looking thing popped up immediately in the game. Whether or not to open the newbie gift pack, open it. Congratulations on obtaining the 1000 times cashback card, cap of 5 million. Expiration time, 4 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Congratulations on obtaining a LV2 level 1-day experience card. Expiration time, 5 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Congratulations on obtaining a points card. Worth 10 points. Congratulations on obtaining a points card. Worth 10 points. Ye Chen tapped on the novice gift pack, and 3 different cards instantly appeared. With just a glance, Ye Chen understood. The first one, the 1000 times cashback card, was very simple to use. For example, if you spend $1, you will get 1000 times the cashback, or $1,000. The upper limit of this card was 5 million, which meant that one only needed to spend out $5,000 to get 5 million. This was too cool. As for the second, LV2 experience card is even more simple. That is temporarily manifest the ability of the second level chant. That is, in one day, you can buy 2 products in the mall. The third one is even more needless to say, the equivalent of 10 points of reward. The first 1000 times cashback card, the expiration time was still more than 4 days away, so there was no rush. But the second LV2 experience card could be in a hurry. There were still a few hours before it expired, so Ye Chen tapped use without hesitation. Instantly, Ye Chen's original LV1 level became LV2. Without waiting, Ye Chen immediately tapped into the mall. Ferrari SF90, priced at $2. One luxury detached villa, priced at $3. Because he had just become LV2, he had the ability to purchase 2 items. So Ye Chen took a breath and bought both of them. All of them. The Ferrari, the villa, only cost Ye Chen 50 cents. Congratulations, Ferrari SF90 purchased successfully, now parked in the school parking lot. Please pay attention to check. Congratulations, Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa area. No, 8 villa purchased successfully. Within 24 hours, there will be staff looking for you to sign the contract. Please keep your cell phone free. All goods purchased in the game will be delivered to you in a reasonable and legal manner. Please feel free to use them. The Ferrari and the single family house are all here. Originally, Ye Chen was prepared to come and buy these 2 items, but because the level was restricted, I didn't expect that after half a day of research in the end, the 2 things here still came to Ye Chen's hands. It's great. The Ferrari SF90, which Ye Chen was aware of, was commonly sold for around $5 million. As for the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa area, Ye Chen seemed to be a little bit familiar, but couldn't think of it for a while. With a strong curiosity, Ye Chen checked the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa area. After seeing the results, Ye Chen froze. What was this situation? Chapter 5. I heard there's a Ferrari parked outside the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa area, built around the famous Lingyun Lake, had beautiful scenery and a beautiful environment. It was the favorite place of countless rich people in Jiangzhou, precisely because of the location of the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa area. Its price was equally expensive and terrifying. Lingyun Heavenly Palace was one of the highest villa areas in Jiangzhou, with each set of villas generally selling for $30 to $40 million. As the saying goes, things are as expensive as they are rare, and since the Lingyun Lake was not big, there were not many villas within the Lingyun Heavenly Palace. There were only 26 of them. Among them, with the 1st, 6th, 8th, 11th, 18th, 5 villas with the largest area, the highest price. These 5 villas were priced at $50 million each. Knowing that Jiangzhou was just an ordinary 2nd or 3rd tier city, a $50 million villa was quite terrifying. This time, the villa that Ye Chen had purchased from the game was Villa No. 8, which was one of the most expensive villas in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace. After reading the introduction of the Lingyun Heavenly Palace's villa area, Ye Chen froze. This was something he had never expected. Ye Chen had originally thought that a villa purchased from the game would only be around $20 to $30 million. This was already considered a relatively good villa in Jiangzhou, but he never expected that the result greatly exceeded Ye Chen's expectations. This time, the villa that he spent 30 cents to buy from the game was actually one of the top mansions in Jiangzhou. The villa that sold for $50 million. This was already something Ye Chen did not dare to imagine. Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa No. 8. Ye Chen muttered, and now waited for the staff of Lingyun Heavenly Palace to come and sign the contract with himself. with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the richest man in the world. This game was too strong. One only spent 50 cents and bought something worth $55 million. This was too much to accept for a while. With these two items, Ye Chen's value instantly skyrocketed from over 1,000 to over 50 million. It had increased by more than 50,000 times in one go. One didn't seem to be very far from becoming a billionaire. It looked like one's desire to achieve a small goal was not far off. The matter of the villa waited for the staff to contact him, but that Ferrari SF90, but it was already parked on the playground, so how could Ye Chen not go and take a look at it? And now Ye Chen already had the car keys of that Ferrari SF90 in his pocket. This was still his first car? Who could imagine that the first car that an ordinary college student owned was a $5 million Ferrari? The vast majority of boys have a supercar dream in their hearts, but unfortunately, this is indeed only a dream. Can only think about. After all, in reality, millions of supercars, not many people can afford to buy. But now, what was once a dream, has become reality. Ye Chen owned his first supercar. This feeling was too good. Fortunately, during the previous summer vacation, Ye Chen got his driver's license out. Otherwise, even if there was a supercar now, Ye Chen wouldn't be able to drive it. Thinking about it, Ye Chen went straight to the playground. 10 minutes later, Ye Chen arrived at the playground. At first glance, Ye Chen saw his own Ferrari SF90. After all, in a bunch of very ordinary cars, a supercar was very eye-catching. The extreme sense of lines and power made it hard not to like it. Looking at it, Ye Chen took out the car keys, opened the door, and sat in. The first time he sat in a supercar, this feeling was indeed different from sitting in an ordinary car. From now on, he was a man who owned a supercar. After experiencing a while in the supercar, Ye Chen's excited heart had calmed down. This was his first supercar, but definitely not the only one. After all, with the game, with a monthly salary of 3,000, I'm the richest man in the world. Ye Chen had more powerful supercars waiting for him to choose from, like the kind of tens of millions of Koenigsegg, Bugatti Veyron and so on. After all, now is only the lowest level of one-star mall. After arriving at the two-star mall, that kind of top-class supercar should appear. After experiencing it for a while, Ye Chen closed the car door and left. He hadn't eaten yet? Coming to the restaurant and finishing his lunch, Ye Chen returned to his dorm room. As soon as Ye Chen walked in, he saw three of his roommates gathered together in a heated discussion. Just now, I heard old Lu say that he saw a very handsome supercar in the parking lot. What? A supercar? There's a supercar in the parking lot? In the past, I only saw from movies and TV dramas that there were rich second-generation people who drove supercars when they were in college. I didn't expect that one day it would become a reality. The three gathered around, their words filled with envy. That was a supercar, the dream of most boys. Just then, a sound of footsteps came. An unexpected person came to visit the door. It was none other than Zhou Haoran, who had previously been on the playground, showing off that he had a girlfriend. What are you guys talking about? Just now outside. Zhou Haoran had also heard the sound of several people's heated discussion. Hearing this, Ye Chen's several roommates then turned their heads and saw Ye Chen and Zhou Haoran walk in. It's nothing. It's just that we heard that on the school parking lot, a supercar was parked. One of Ye Chen's roommates explained. Hearing this, Zhou Haoran immediately brightened up. I haven't seen a supercar with my own eyes yet. I kind of want to go take a look. I've seen one on the road before, but I've never scrutinized it up close either. Why don't we go and take a look together? Ye Chen's roommate said with some excitement. There's no rush. It's too hot now. Let's wait until the evening break. Someone suggested. After the morning's military training, several people had already been sunburned enough. Let me ask first, did old Lu take a picture after seeing the supercar? A roommate said and directly sent a message to old Lu. Old Lu was his high school classmate, and both of them went to this university, but not in the same major. I wonder which big brother owns this supercar. I'm envious. I can drive a supercar in college. It's awesome. It's true that people are so much more than people. When we were still poor pens, people have already accomplished my life goal. Ye Chen's several roommates said with sighs of relief. Hearing this, before Ye Chen could say anything, Zhou Haoran next to him had a mysterious smile on his face. The expression gradually became dejected. Someone who can drive a supercar in college is too strong. I wonder who it is. That's right. If only I could recognize this big brother. Several of Ye Chen's roommates discussed that they all wanted to get to know one such big brother. Even if this supercar wasn't theirs, it would be enough to blow off steam if they could know a person who drove a supercar. Cough. Hearing this, Zhou Haoran gave a dry cough. Under the gaze of several people, Zhou Haoran took a few steps forward and came to the center of the crowd. Truth be told, that supercar is mine, and I originally wanted to keep a low profile, Zhou Haoran said with great regret. Although he said on his lips that he wanted to keep a low profile, His face was filled with complacency and braggadocio. What? Hearing this, Ye Chen's several roommates immediately froze like wooden chickens. They never thought that the big brother who drove a supercar that they had been lamenting for so long. Surprisingly, it was their classmate Zhou Haoran. Just started college and he was already driving a supercar? I'll go. The three of them were shocked and looked at Zhou Haoran with envy. Enjoying the envious and shocked gazes of several people, Zhou Haoran was smug to the extreme. Pretending was just cool, because this morning, he had flaunted his girlfriend's water delivery and was easily slapped in the face by Ye Chen. Zhou Haoran moved on to something else. He must get his face back. The girlfriend aspect was even if he found a more beautiful one, it was still not as good as Su's school flower. Zhou Haoran began to consider other aspects. Military training when he racked his brain. Finally thought, right, he bought a car and it's still a supercar. Although his family wasn't that kind of top tycoon, they had a small amount of savings. The first day he got his driver's license, his family took him to buy a car. Originally, his family was prepared to buy him a Mercedes or a BMW, but in order to pretend to fool around, Zhou Haoran softly coaxed, and finally let the family agree, and bought him a Porsche. Although it is the Porsche 718, the cheapest, basic model of the supercar, Porsche 718, generally in the big hundreds of thousands of dollars or so. Zhou Haoran's this Porsche 718 is spent nearly 800,000 to buy, although not as good as Ferrari, Lamborghini and other supercars, but how to say is also a sports car. As soon as you say out, you drive a sports car, it is quite dignified, definitely regarded as a good tool for pretending to be a bully. You see, now not let him pretend to. With the decision, in the break between military training, Zhou Haoran called and asked his family to drive his Porsche 718 outside the school. He didn't even come to dinner just now, came directly outside the school, took the car from his family and drove it to the school. Only after doing all this did Zhou Haoran go to the meal. While eating, he was still thinking about how to pretend to have the best effect. He originally wanted to show off in front of everyone in the class, but he didn't expect to encounter what just happened. In order to pretend, Zhou Haoran directly admitted it. Because they hadn't received the picture yet, Ye Chen's roommates hadn't seen the supercar. So Curious then surrounded Zhou Haoran and asked curiously, "Old Zhou, what's your supercar? Quickly tell me." Enjoying the envious gazes of the crowd, Zhou Haoran was quite satisfied. It was too good to pretend. Mine is a Porsche 718. I spent nearly $1 million before I bought it. Although it's the most basic model of supercar, the performance is still very strong. Zhou Haoran continued. Although it was bought for 800,000. But in order to pretend to be a bully, Zhou Haoran raised the price to $1 million. If you guys like it, I can take you to see it sometime so you can sit in it and experience it. Really? That's really great. Ye Chen's two roommates said excitedly, not expecting that they would have the honor of experiencing a supercar one day. Ha, that's not right. At this time, Ye Chen's other roommate, who was also that old Lu's friend, he just received a reply from old Lu. Old Zhou, is your sports car a Porsche 718? He asked Zhou Haoran in surprise. Yeah. It's a Porsche 718. Zhou Haoran nodded his head. That's not right. Old Lu said he saw a $5 million plus Ferrari SF90. Chapter 6, cousin is actually Su Ning Shuang's BFF, and wants to set up Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang, because he didn't recognize what that supercar was. So old Lu stood there and checked his phone for half a day before he found out the model of the car. Ye Chen's roommate corrected. With these words, the atmosphere in the entire dorm room changed and became awkward. Zhou Haoran's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. This time, he had lost a lot of face. The supercar they had just discussed was not his own Porsche 718, but a Ferrari SF90. Don't look at them both as sports cars, but the difference between the two was too big, not to say anything else, but it can be seen from the price. Porsche 718, 800,000. Ferrari SF90, more than $5 million. One Ferrari SF90, enough to buy 6 or 7 Porsche 718s. Ahem, your friend didn't read it wrong. Sure it's a Ferrari SF90? Zhou Haoran was a bit unwilling and asked again. Sure, he sent over the photo. You guys see. Although they didn't recognize the model of the supercar either, they could still tell the difference between the Ferrari and Porsche logos. A few people curiously came over and took a look. It was indeed a Ferrari, not a Porsche. Looking at the photo, Zhou Haoran was embarrassed to the point of embarrassment. Ferrari, that's the real supercar. More than $5 million of Ferrari SF90. Too envious. Looking at the Ferrari in the photo, Ye Chen's several roommates sighed lightly. All of a sudden, Zhou Haoran's Porsche 718 didn't smell good anymore. Porsche 718, simply cannot, and Ferrari SF90, the two are simply not a level. Those who can drive a Ferrari SF90 are definitely not ordinary people. Maybe they are teachers or professors in the school? Zhou Haoran said with a stiff upper lip in order to get back his face. Ordinary students. There is no way they can afford to drive such a supercar. At this time, hearing the discussion of several people, especially the Ferrari SF90, Ye Chen was a little curious if it was his own one, so he also walked over. It's a pity that I can't experience what it's like to sit in a Ferrari. Yeah, too bad, Ye Chen's roommate lamented. But just at this moment, an abrupt voice came. This Ferrari, it's mine. The moment these words came out, the entire dormitory was instantly plunged into a deathly silence. Instantly, the gazes of several people all focused on Ye Chen. What had they just heard? Ye Chen said that the Ferrari SF90 was his? There was no problem with their own ears, right? Ye Chen, you said that this Ferrari SF90 is yours? Zhou Haoran asked incredulously. Yeah, why? While saying that, Ye Chen casually threw the car keys in his pocket onto the bed. To be honest, it was a little uncomfortable to have car keys in his pocket for the first time. In an instant, several people's attention was all focused on Ye Chen's car keys. Looking at the Ferrari logo on the car keys, a few people were completely convinced that Ferrari SF90 was definitely Ye Chen's. Their roommate, a classmate, actually drove a 5 million plus Ferrari SF90? This was unimaginable. Old Ye, you're too good. Strong old Ye. Hands trembling as they took Ye Chen's Ferrari car keys. A few people gathered around and said with envy. Looking at Ye Chen's Ferrari car keys, Zhou Haoran's eyes rolled round. It was really too humiliating. Once again, he himself was ruthlessly crushed by Ye Chen. He had just talked tough, saying that an awesome supercar like the Ferrari SF90 couldn't possibly be a student's. In the next second, Ye Chen stood out. Zhou Haoran felt a fiery pain on his face. In the morning, because of his girlfriend's water delivery, he was ruthlessly crushed by Ye Chen. At noon, originally, in order to get back his face, he purposely got his own sports car. But just as he started to pretend to be a bully, he was easily crushed by Ye Chen again. Is there any justice in this? Ye Chen was a devil. At this moment, Zhou Haoran was about to cry, disgraced to the family, especially when he thought of his incomparable foolishness just now. Pretending to show off, Zhou Haoran was even more ashamed. So he took advantage of a few people not paying attention and slipped away. Because several roommates had never sat in a supercar, so under the strong request of several people, Ye Chen then brought them to the parking lot. I'll go. So damn handsome. Old Ye, you're too good. Seeing Ye Chen's Ferrari SF90 with their own eyes, the three of them were deeply shocked. Seeing it from a cell phone and seeing it with their own eyes, it was a completely different experience. Just on Ye Chen's side, several roommates were feeling envious because of the Ferrari SF90. This morning, the matter of Su Ning Shuang, the high and cold school flower, taking the initiative to go and send water to Ye Chen also spread. This matter has become the hottest topic of discussion in the school's posting bar, forum, the hottest topic of discussion in the circle of friends and so on. My goddess, how could she take the initiative to go and give water to a boy? My high and cold school flower, how did you change? Pissed me off. Is there a group I'm going to meet? What kind of god is this freshman called Ye Chen? How could he make our Su school flower like this? Below the post, all kinds of replies, all envious, jealous and hating Ye Chen. Ye Chen became the public enemy of these people for a while. There were a few of Su Ning Shuang's loyal suitors who couldn't hold back and wanted to personally go to meet Ye Chen for a while. On the other hand, after watching the supercar with his roommate, on the way back to his dorm room, Ye Chen inadvertently received a call from his cousin Zhao Shuxian. Zhao Shuxian was Ye Chen's aunt's daughter, also in this university, now in her second year, and is also considered Ye Chen's older sister. And Ye Chen's relationship is very good, as close as siblings. When Ye Chen chose this school, it was also because his aunt recommended it, and it was not bad. Ye Chen, how is it? How does it feel to be served water by a high cool schoolgirl? Ye Chen had just picked up the phone, when his cousin Zhao Shuxuan's curious voice immediately came from inside. For some reason, from Zhao Shuxuan's words, Ye Chen heard something else. Not bad, Ye Chen replied casually. What do you mean it's still okay? Do you know, in order to get Ning Shuang to bring you water, your old sister I went through a lot of trouble. Zhao Shuxian was instantly dissatisfied when she heard Ye Chen's answer. Hearing this, Ye Chen was a little confused. What's the situation? Ye Chen asked in surprise. Zhao Shuxian explained to Ye Chen, and after hearing this, Ye Chen almost understood. It turned out that Zhao Shuxian and Su Ning Shuang were in the same class and were also bosom friends. Because Su Ning Shuang had been single, Zhao Shuxian wanted to set them up. She felt that Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang were very suitable, although Ning Shuang was very beautiful, but her own old brother was also very handsome. After all, fat water does not flow outside. Although Su Ning Shuang is now her own BFF, Zhao Shuxian preferred that one day in the future, Su Ning Shuang could call herself her cousin. That must be cool. He. So in order to set up Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang, Zhao Shuxian and Su Ning Shuang played a small game. The one who lost was going to go on a dare. As a result, Zhao Shuxian easily won, and the dare she wanted Su Ning Shuang to go on was to go and deliver water to Ye Chen. After listening to Zhao Shuxian's explanation, Ye Chen almost understood. The schoolgirl water delivery service that he had bought from the game did not appear out of thin air. It was able to influence reality and make this service appear in a reasonable and legitimate way. After all, it was very abnormal to have Su Ning Shuang go and deliver water to herself out of thin air. But if it was a dare, it was reasonable. Zhao Shuxian was able to easily win the game and let Su Ning Shuang go and deliver water to herself. I'm afraid that it had something to do with her own 3,000 a month. You're the richest man in the world game. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Ye Chen's face. This would be even better. The game's merchandise, being able to appear in a reasonable and legal way, would not create any subsequent problems that would appear to be out of the blue. Although the school flower water delivery service was paid for by himself, Ye Chen could feel that Zhao Shuxian was doing it for his own good, so he went along with it. Then, thanks a lot, old sister. Ye Chen opened his mouth to thank. He had to say that his cousin was quite good to him, knowing that he was single. He wanted to set himself up with Su Ning Shuang. That's more like it. Hearing Ye Chen's thanks, Zhao Shuxian was in a good mood. She was ready to continue her big plan to set up Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang. She really felt that the two were very suitable. Meet up in a while, Zhao Shuxian added in the end. After making an agreement with Ye Chen, Zhao Shuxian hung up the phone. Not long after, another unfamiliar call came in. Hello, are you Mr. Ye Chen? I am a staff member of the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa area. Over here, I see that you have already bought Villa No. 8 and have already paid for it. The call was answered by the voice of a middle-aged man. I don't know when you have time. We'll go over and give you the contract. Hearing this, Ye Chen thought for a moment. So soon, his own villa was coming. It was good. There's time now. You can come directly. Ye Chen replied. Okay, we'll send it over to you right away. The middle-aged man said respectfully. After that, the staff member asked Ye Chen for a specific address before hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Ye Chen arrived at the place he had agreed with Zhao Shuxian. When Ye Chen arrived, Zhao Shuxian had already come. And she didn't come alone. She even brought Su Ning Shuang along as well. Chapter 7. Which one is Ye Chen? Mr. Yi, please? After seeing Ye Chen arrive, Zhao Shuxian hurriedly greeted him. Although you've met, I'd better introduce you to each other. As Ye Chen walked over, Zhao Shuxian opened her mouth. Su Ning Shuang, my classmate and best friend. Ning Shuang is the school flower of our school. A country that is so beautiful. A fish that falls into the wild goose, and a closed moon that shames the flower. Zhao Shuxian said a string of words. Even Su Ning Shuang was a bit embarrassed. This is my cousin, Ye Chen, lots of advantages and handsome. In order to leave a good impression on Su Ning Shuang, although she usually spat on Ye Chen a lot, this time, Zhao Shuxian still made an effort to praise Ye Chen. Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang got to know each other formally. In fact, just like Ye Chen, Su Ning Shuang was also snubbed by Zhao Shuxian. Zhao Shuxian and Su Ning Shuang said that they had eaten too much for lunch and came out for a walk. Because of her relatively cold personality, Su Ning Shuang didn't have many friends in school, so when Zhao Shuxian said so, Su Ning Shuang didn't refuse. I didn't expect to meet Ye Chen. Thinking about the matter of delivering water this morning, Su Ning Shuang's face flushed slightly. Ye Chen just enrolled in school. Let's take him around the school and introduce him, Zhao Shuxian said. Under Zhao Shuxian's leadership, the few people started walking forward. Because it was lunchtime, there weren't many people on the road. Although this time, it wasn't just Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang, but also Zhao Shuxian. However, it was also very noticeable for the hallowed and high-cool schoolgirl to walk together with a boy. As the three of them were walking, a tall and slim young man with white skin was walking towards them. Unintentionally, after seeing Su Ning Shuang and Ye Chen, he froze and stared with wide eyes. For a moment, a wave of anger surged through his heart. This young man was called Lin Xiong, a loyal suitor of Su Ning Shuang, who had previously seen a post on the forum where Su Ning Shuang had taken the initiative to give water to a freshman. Lin Xiong hadn't quite believed it, thinking that the picture was PD. He didn't believe that his own goddess, the hallowed high-cool school flower, would take the initiative to give water to a boy. But now, seeing this scene, Lin Xiong finally believed it. Although he didn't know the relationship between Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang, Lin Xiong looked at Ye Chen with hostility in his eyes. Subconsciously, Lin Xiong wanted to go forward and question Ye Chen, but reason told him that in front of Su Ning Shuang, he should never be impulsive. Lin Xiong's mind began to spin frantically, thinking about what to do. Unintentionally, he thought of a way, so he walked over with a smile on his face. Schoolgirl Su. Lin Xiong walked over and greeted her in a very gentlemanly manner. Zhao Beauty, long time no see. Su Ning Shuang and Zhao Shushan looked forward and realized that it was actually Lin Xiang. Long time no see. This one is? Pointing at Ye Chen, Lin Xiang asked. This is my cousin Ye Chen, Zhao Shushan explained. This kid was Zhao Shushuan's cousin? Hearing Zhao Shushuan's words, Lin Xiang was slightly relieved. However, he was still hostile towards Ye Chen. After all, this morning, school flower Su had personally gone to bring water to this Ye Chen. Lin Xiang casually nodded to Ye Chen. Then he stopped taking care of Ye Chen and started fawning towards Su Ning Shuang. Did you just come back from outside? Looking at the direction Lin Xiang came from, Zhao Shushan asked curiously. Yeah, just came back from outside. Lin Xiang nodded his head. It's not comfortable to live in a dorm room, so I bought a house outside. Lin Xiang replied, pretending to be relaxed. He was going to start pretending. Bought a house? Hearing this, Zhao Shushan froze a bit. Not to mention for college students, even for those white-collar workers who were working in society, buying a house was definitely considered a big deal. Lin Xiang had actually bought a house already. What kind of house? Zhao Shushan asked curiously. Nothing, it's not a big house. It's just a duplex of over 200 square meters. It's average, Lin Xiang said with feigned modesty. A duplex of more than 200 square meters? Hearing this, even Su Ning Shuang was slightly surprised. The house prices in this neighborhood weren't exactly cheap. At the very least, it was more than 20,000. A duplex with more than 200 square feet. A set would need to be more than $6 million at the very least, if not more. Lin Xiang was only a sophomore right now. Was he so rich and generous? Seeing that even Su Ning Shuang was a bit surprised, Lin Xiang's heart was incomparably pleased. He had succeeded in pretending on his own. Such a big house. How much is it? Zhao Shushan asked curiously. Not much, more than $7 million. Finely decorated. Lin Xiang continued to pretend. Right now I just bought it. I'll get the furniture and everything done by then. You're all welcome to play at my house. The size of my space is fine. Hearing this, Su Ning Shuang and Zhao Shushan politely refused. Although they were a little surprised that Lin Xiang had bought a house of more than 200 square feet, they still wouldn't go to this kind of invitation. Lin Xiang wasn't familiar with them. Don't reject it. I'll invite more people then. Lin Xiang saw Su Ning Shuang refusing, so he hurriedly explained. That's right, this little brother can also come along at that time. Lin Xiang deliberately mentioned Ye Chen. Actually, I think the house is okay. It's suitable as a wedding house. Little brother, in the future, you can also buy a set in the neighborhood. It's not too expensive either. It's only over $7 million. Lin Xiang started to belittle Ye Chen to improve himself and to act tough. Even if you can't pay the full amount like me, you can still take out installments. Big, not much of a loan for a few decades. It's nothing. He had bought a luxury house of more than 200 square feet with great difficulty. Could he not show off? He himself was the one who had already bought a house in college, and it was still fully paid for, which was considered quite capable. But this kid, not to mention during college. I'm afraid that even if you graduate from college and work for a few years, you can't even afford the down payment for the house. This is the gap between the two. In such a comparison, who is better and more capable? Su schoolgirl can tell at a glance. There is no need for her to say more. After pretending, Lin Xiang was even more arrogant, and his heart was even more smug. Kid, this is the reality. No money, you are nothing. Still want to compete with me for the school flower? Ha, you deserve it? Just when Lin Xiang was complacent, a middle-aged man in a suit suddenly walked over, coming to the side of several people. The middle-aged man in suit asked with a polite face, "May I ask which one is Ye Chen?" Mr. Yi. Hearing this, several people instantly looked at Ye Chen. I am. Ye Chen spoke. Hello Mr. Yi, I am the staff of the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa area that contacted you earlier. The middle-aged man in a suit stepped forward and introduced himself. These two contracts, please sign them. Good. Ye Chen nodded his head. Staff of the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa area? Hearing the introduction of the man in the suit, the few people beside him were a little confused. They had heard of the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa area. That was one of the top villa areas in Jiangzhou. What was this villa area's staff doing here looking for Ye Chen? For a while, several people did not think to understand. Could it be that Ye Chen had bought a set of Lingyun Heavenly Palace villas? How could this be possible? As one of the top villa areas in Jiangzhou, a villa in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace would cost $20 to $30 million at least. A freshman who just enrolled in school could afford a villa? Don't kid yourself. After signing the contract, Ye Chen kept one copy, and the man in the suit brought one back to the company. Happy cooperation. Mr. Yi, this is the key, please keep it. Saying this, the man in the suit handed Ye Chen the villa key and other things respectfully. Good. Ye Chen took it. After speaking to Ye Chen, the man in the suit left. At this time, Zhao Shushan first walked over and asked curiously, Ye Chen, what's the situation? While putting the key away, Ye Chen casually replied, "Nothing much, just bought a villa." Although this set of villa, Ye Chen had bought it from the game of 3,000 monthly salary. I'm the richest man in the world, for only 30 cents. But it was also a purchase, and there was no problem for Ye Chen to say so. Hearing Ye Chen's words, the few people present were dumbstruck. What had they heard? Chapter 8, the first challenge of the game. Su Ning Shuang and Zhao Shuxian were fine, but Lin Xian was the most shocked. As a local of Jiangzhou, and with an extremely favorable family condition, Lin Xian knew more about the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa. The price of any villa there was more than $30 million. This price discouraged many tycoons. Not to mention, there were even more expensive villas in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa area. This Ye Chen actually bought a villa in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace? My god! Lin Xian was stunned. What? Zhao Shuxian covered her mouth in disbelief. Ye Chen, are you telling the truth? Of course. To Zhao Shuxian, Ye Chen naturally wouldn't hide anything, so he directly handed her the contract he had just signed. Zhao Shuxian took the contract and opened it. Sure enough, it was the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa purchase contract. Lin Xian couldn't believe it was real, so he also came over and stretched his head to look at it. Instantly, it was as if Lin Xian had been struck by lightning. His entire being was not well. Really? Ye Chen had actually bought a set of villas in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace for real? How could it be? How could it be possible? Lin Xian was directly dumbfounded. This was one of the top mansions in Jiangzhou, something in the tens of millions of dollars. A freshman casually bought it? Originally, he thought that he had bought a 200 square feet duplex, and that he was already very powerful and wealthy. But now he saw that Ye Chen had actually bought a set of villas in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace. Lin Xian was directly shocked. Something that was $7 million, when compared to something that was tens of millions of dollars, instantly became extremely crotch-pulling. At this moment, the sense of superiority and complacency in Lin Xian's heart immediately disappeared. Lin Xian was speechless. He had just satirized Ye Chen, who had to take out a loan for decades to afford a house like his own. But now, Ye Chen told him with practical actions, not to mention a 200 square feet duplex like his own. Even if it was a tens of millions of dollars of villas in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace, he was just saying that he would buy it with ease. This is the gap? It turns out that after half a day, he is the clown? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. In an instant, a sense of frustration surged through Lin Xian's heart. He bought a villa of tens of millions of dollars at the drop of a hat. This was perhaps the real big brother, the real money spinner. Compared to Ye Chen, he was nothing at all, just a small fortune. I'm afraid that his own pretense just now was a tie performance in the eyes of others. AI. Lin Xian let out a long sigh, deeply struck. He couldn't stay here any longer and left in a state of disillusionment. The original impression of Lin Xian was very average, and now that he had taken the initiative to leave, Su Ning Shuang and Zhao Shuxian naturally wouldn't stop them. The current situation wasn't very suitable to continue walking, so Su Ning Shuang also chose to leave. However, before leaving, Su Ning Shuang and Ye Chen added each other's WeChat and contact information under Zhao Shuxian's strong suggestion. After Su Ning Shuang left, Zhao Shuxian immediately asked Ye Chen what was going on. After all, as Ye Chen's cousin, Zhao Shuxian knew Ye Chen's family situation quite well. How could Ye Chen afford something that cost tens of millions of dollars? It's nothing, sis. Do you know about virtual currencies? I got a batch of them a long time ago. I forgot about it after a long time. I only remembered it recently. Ye Chen explained. Sooner or later, he had to tell his family about his sudden wealth, and it didn't matter if he told Zhao Shuxian now. This was the reason Ye Chen had thought about all morning, and it was slightly more reasonable than winning the lottery or something. Hearing this, Zhao Shuxian then reluctantly relaxed. She was afraid that Ye Chen would do something bad. After continuing to talk to Ye Chen for a while, Zhao Shuxian left. To this day, she was still confused, not quite believing everything that had just happened. Her own old brother had now become a tycoon? This was all too fantastic. After separating from Zhao Shuxian, Ye Chen returned to his dormitory and put the contract away. Although Ye Chen also wanted to go and take a look at what his Lingyun Heavenly Palace's villa actually looked like, but there was no time for that, so he could only postpone it for a bit. After that, Ye Chen called his parents and told them that he had countless riches, bought villas and luxury cars because of the virtual currency, as a precautionary measure. In the afternoon, Ye Chen had just finished his military training when his cousin Zhao Shuxian gave Ye Chen another message. In the morning, Ning Shuang gave you water. Tonight you treat her to a meal. As an expression of gratitude, cousin still did not forget to set up Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang. Seeing this, Ye Chen froze. Just as Ye Chen was thinking, his cell phone suddenly vibrated, and there was a prompt 43000 a month. I'm the richest man in the world. Ye Chen hurriedly opened the game. As soon as he entered the game, Ye Chen saw that the game had actually released a mission. Game mission, promise Zhao Shuxian. Invite Su Ning Shuang for dinner. Mission reward, 100% ownership of the top restaurant, Smooth Ranch Residence. Become the owner of Smooth Ranch Residence. Experience value, 5 points. Points, 2 points. Rejecting the mission. Experience value -3. Points -1. Seeing this mission, Ye Chen instantly had a decision. It was needless to say, it must be to agree to Cousin Ah. The rewards of the mission were simply too generous, and Ye Chen had no reason to refuse. What's more, it would be outrageous to refuse the quest and have points and experience value deducted. The points were even if he had 10 points now, but his experience value was 0. If it was deducted again, then wouldn't it be negative? At that time, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even be able to keep one level. Then how would I buy things within the mall? Ye Chen has also heard a lot about the Smooth Ranch Residence. The Smooth Residence is a famous top restaurant in Zhangzhou. Guests are endless, per capita consumption in 400 or 500. I'm afraid that the total value would be tens of millions of dollars. This mission reward was too exciting. Thinking about it, Ye Chen agreed with his cousin. That's only right. As for Ning Shuang's side, leave it to me. Seeing Ye Chen agreeing, Zhao Shuxian was satisfied, so that her hard work was not wasted. Seeing that his cousin was so enthusiastic about himself, Ye Chen was somewhat touched. Before, he didn't have much money, so it was fine. But now, he was different. Ye Chen was prepared to give his cousin a small gift. In the rookie gift pack, there was also 1,000 times rebate. When he spent money, the rebate was 5 million. With 5 million in hand, what kind of gift to buy? Isn't it easy? As for the evening military training, Ye Chen asked his old sister before, is to get together to sing and interact? Ye Chen does not intend to go. Let the roommate to help himself to answer to. Is the evening military training as important as accompanying the school flower for dinner? Ye Chen just wanted to express his gratitude to Su's schoolgirl, thanking her for giving himself water on a hot day. It definitely wasn't because of any top restaurants with experience points. Well, that was it. On the other hand, in the girls' dormitory, Zhao Shuxian slowly came next to Su Ning Shuang. Chapter 9 Su schoolgirl sit in my car. What good car can Ye Chen drive? Zhao Shuxian sat next to Su Ning Shuang and spoke. Ning Shuang, Ye Chen, he's very tired from military training. Originally I wanted to take him out for a big meal tonight, but suddenly something came up. Can you take my place for a bit and go out for a meal with Ye Chen first? I'll come to you guys right away after I'm done with the matter. Hearing Zhao Shuxian's words, Su Ning Shuang froze and hesitated a little. Would it be just her and Ye Chen going out to eat? At this time, another girl in the dormitory, Zhang Wan, suddenly came over. Ning Shuang, Shu Xian, you guys are also going out to eat tonight? Zhang Wan asked curiously. I've made an appointment with a few classmates, and I'm also going out to eat. Why don't you join us? Su Ning Shuang still wanted to refuse, but unable to resist Zhang Wan's enthusiastic invitation, she finally agreed. Zhao Shuxian didn't object either. Indeed, it was a bit too soon to let Ning Shuang dine with Ye Chen alone now. Afterward, Zhao Shuxian contacted Ye Chen and asked for his opinion. Ye Chen did not have any problems. As long as he dined with Su Ning Shuang, a few more people would not be a big problem. After all, the most important thing right now was to take down the top restaurant, the Smooth Residence. As for eating with Su Ning Shuang alone, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. After determining the meeting place, Ye Chen hung up the phone. Ye Chen asked his roommate to answer a question for him in the evening, and returned to his dormitory, took a shower, and changed out of his military training uniform. After glancing at the time and taking the Ferrari's car keys, Ye Chen went straight to the meeting place that Zhao Shuxian had said. When Ye Chen arrived, Su Ning Shuang happened to be there as well. Not long after Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang met, Zhang Wan also arrived with a few classmates. Together with Zhang Wan, there were 2 males and 2 females. 4 of them walked towards each other. One of the boys with white skin, after seeing Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang standing together, his eyes immediately revealed a wave of hostility. This boy was called Feng Buochao, a classmate of several people, and a famous rich second generation. Originally, Feng Buochao did not have an appointment with Zhang Wan to go out for dinner together, but this afternoon, he had inadvertently heard about this matter, especially knowing that Su Ning Shuang would also be there. So Feng Buochao immediately took the initiative to add in and promised that he would pay for tonight's meal. Since someone took the initiative to pay for it, Zhang Wan naturally would not refuse. Feng Buochao was Su Ning Shuang's admirer. He had read yesterday's post and knew about Su Ning Shuang sending water to Ye Chen. Originally, he was envious and jealous of Ye Chen, and now he saw that Ye Chen even wanted to go out to eat together as well. For a moment, he became even more angry. No, in a while, he must target this kid properly, so that he would make a fool of himself in front of school flower Su. Having made up his mind, Feng Buochao's several people walked over. The originally calm Su Ning Shuang's face changed slightly when she saw that Fang Buochao was among the people coming. Obviously she had a bad impression of Fang Buochao. If she hadn't promised the others, I'm afraid Su Ning Shuang would have already left. After meeting, they first introduced each other. I know a very good top restaurant. I'm a gold member there. Let's go there to eat in a while, Fang Buochao suggested. The people are all here. Let's go. Fang Buochao just looked like a family member. Okay, let's go. The others had no opinion. You guys wait, I'll go and drive to pick you up. Ha, no. Just as he was about to leave, Fang Buochao suddenly tapped his head and said with great regret, I forgot. There is Ye Chen this time. There are a total of 6 of us. My car can't fit. It can only sit 5 people. Fang Buochao began to fume. How about this? Ye Chen, you take a taxi yourself. I'll pay for the taxi? Fang Buochao deliberately ostracized Ye Chen. Hearing this, the others did not have any opinions. Only Su Ning Shuang frowned slightly, feeling that this was not too good. Today, she came mainly to take care of Ye Chen instead of Shu Xian. How could she let Ye Chen go to take a taxi alone? Su Ning Shuang was just about to open her mouth, wanting to take a taxi with Ye Chen. But before Su Ning Shuang could open her mouth, Ye Chen had already spoken. It's okay, I have a car. No need to be so troublesome. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Zhang Wan and the others froze. Fang Buochao was a rich second generation. It was normal to have a car, but they didn't expect that Ye Chen would also have a car. It seemed like he was a freshman who had just enrolled this year. A freshman, and he already bought a car? Awesome. No matter what kind of car Ye Chen had, even if it was the cheapest car, it was still too much better than the vast majority of people. After all, let alone freshmen, even juniors and seniors, I'm afraid that not many people have a car of their own. Ye Chen had already surpassed them in his freshman year. Ye Chen's reply made Fang Buochao freeze. He really didn't expect Ye Chen to have a car as well. Originally, he had hoped that he would take the opportunity to ostracize Ye Chen. He didn't expect to fail. That's even better. You go and drive too. With a turn of his mind, Fang Buochao once again had a smile on his face. Ye Chen had a car. That was even better. In a moment, he himself drove his 1 million plus BMW 7 Series over, and Ye Chen also drove his own car over. A comparison of the two, Ye Chen would be absolutely groundless, and in this way, wouldn't it highlight his own strong strength even more? At that time, in whose car? Schoolgirl Su naturally understood. Very good, very good. After saying that, Fang Buochao left and couldn't wait to drive his own car. Ye Chen similarly left. There was more than one parking lot in the school. Ye Chen and Fang Buochao's cars were not in the same parking lot, so they went in different directions. Fang Buochao's parking location was very close to here. And not long after, Fang Buochao drove over in his BMW 7 Series. Fang Buochao parked his car next to a few people and slowly lowered the window. I'll go. BMW 7 Series. Fang Xiao is awesome. Looking at Fang Buochao's car, the boys waiting in place were incomparably surprised. Fang Buochao previously drove an Audi A4 that was more than $300,000, but he didn't expect to change his car. Fang Xiao, how much did you buy this BMW 7 Series for? The boy asked curiously. Not much, more than 1,200,000. Not expensive. Fang Buochao had an indifferent look. 1,200,000 plus? Hearing Fang Buochao's words, Zhang Wan and her companion were shocked. This was only the second year of college, but Fang Buochao was already driving a luxury car of over $1 million? It was too awesome. They were all shocked by Fang Buochao's terrifying financial power. At the scene, only Su Ning Shuang had a calm expression without a single change. Get in the car. Fang Buochao spoke. Okay. Thank you Xiao Fang. Thank you, Xiao Fang. A few very excited nods, then opened the car door and couldn't wait to sit in. Of course, they had the good sense to leave the passenger side empty. Soon, only Su Ning Shuang was left outside. Schoolgirl Su, you come up too. Seeing Su Ning Shuang standing still, Fang Buochao invited. No thanks, I'll take Ye Chen's car later. Su Ning Shuang shook her head and refused without hesitation. Being simply rejected by Su Ning Shuang, Fang Buochao's face instantly changed. But he still refused to give up. Schoolgirl Su, what's so good about that Ye Chen's car? He can't be driving any good car. It's definitely not as comfortable as sitting in this BMW 7 Series of mine. Fang Buochao suggested. Ning Shuang, Mr. Fang is right. Ye Chen's car is definitely not as good as Mr. Fang's car. One of the girls in the car also opened her mouth and advised Su Ning Shuang. Seeing that Fang Buochao was actually driving a $1 million luxury car, she naturally immediately chose to stand on Fang Buochao's side. Right, schoolgirl Su, come up. Young Fang has left the passenger side for you. Another boy similarly spoke. But unfortunately, Su Ning Shuang still shook her head. Schoolgirl Su, that Ye Chen at most drives a 100,000 to 200,000 $000 car. How can a car like that be worthy of schoolgirl Su? Fang Boqiao still wanted to persuade Su Ning Shuang. However, before he could finish his words, a Ferrari next to him slowly drove over from the distance. I go. Ferrari. Supercar? I actually saw a supercar in school? In Fang Boqiao's car. After seeing this Ferrari, a few people instantly exploded with excitement. Even Fang Boqiao was attracted to this Ferrari. So handsome. So racy. This is a supercar. This is the charm of a Ferrari. Fang Boqiao was envious for a moment. Even Fang Boqiao was like this. Not to mention the other few people in the car. Their eyes went straight as they watched. How nice it would be if I could ride in a Ferrari once. I wonder which big shot is driving the Ferrari. A few people muttered with infatuation. Under the gaze of a few people, the Ferrari stopped in front of Fang Boqiao's BMW 7 Series car. In the next second, the car door opened and a pretty boy slowly walked out. Seeing this, everyone froze like a wooden chicken. Chapter 10, $1 billion. What did they see? The one who walked out of this Ferrari was Ye Chen? My goodness, everyone was shocked. They had never expected that Ye Chen's car was a Ferrari worth millions of dollars. This was too terrifying. Gulp, gulp. A gulping sound came from the quiet BMW 7 Series. Several people were deeply shocked. Zhang Wan and the few people stared blankly at Ye Chen's Ferrari with very complicated emotions. Especially the two who had just helped Fang Boqiao speak were very ashamed. It was too humiliating. As for Fang Boqiao, he was dumbfounded and could not believe his eyes. A freshman, driving a Ferrari? There was no joke, right? Looking at Ye Chen's Ferrari and thinking of what he had just said to Su Ning Shuang, Fang Boqiao's face immediately turned red. School flower Su, what's so great about that Ye Chen's car? He can't be driving any good car. It's definitely not as comfortable as sitting in this BMW 7 Series of mine. Schoolgirl Su, that Ye Chen at most drives a $100,000 or $200,000 car. How does a car like that deserve you? What he had just said suddenly echoed in his mind. Shameful. Too shameful. He himself had just sarcastically said that Ye Chen couldn't possibly drive any good car. At most a car of $100,000 or $200,000. Surely not as good as his own BMW 7 Series? But now, Ye Chen had actually driven a Ferrari. One of Ye Chen's cars could buy several BMW 7 Series. At this moment, he had instead become that laughing stock. Su Ning Shuang got into Ye Chen's car. Looking at Su Ning Shuang getting into Ye Chen's Ferrari, Fang Boqiao's car, Zhang Wan and the few others were envious. They also wanted to ride in a Ferrari. Experience what it was like to ride in a Ferrari. Fang Boqiao, on the other hand, was so enraged that his body trembled, and he became even more jealous of Ye Chen. No, this matter could not be let go like this. He wanted to get the scene back. Without saying anything, Fang Boqiao directly started the car and took the lead to leave. More than 20 minutes later, the few people stopped in front of a luxuriously decorated top-class restaurant. Arriving at their destination, Fang Boqiao and Zhang Wan got out of the car. Ye Chen also walked out of the car with Su Ning Shuang. Let me introduce to you all. This is the most famous restaurant in Zhangzhou, Smooth Residence. Pointing at the top restaurant in front of him, Fang Boqiao introduced with great pride. He was a gold member here, spending more than 6 figures every year. Aha! This was the Smooth Runju. Ye Chen raised his eyebrows, not realizing that the top restaurant that Fang Boqiao had brought them to was actually the Smooth Runju. Right, he had now come to dine with Su Ning Shuang. Does it count as completing the game mission? Thinking about it, Ye Chen took out his cell phone and opened up monthly salary of 3,000. I am the richest man in the world. Game task completed. Congratulations on obtaining 100% ownership of Smooth Residence. Becoming the new owner of Smooth Residence. Congratulations on gaining experience. 5 points. Congratulations on gaining points. 2 points. Ye Chen just went in, and a large string of reminders popped up. His first game mission was successfully completed. From now on, he was the boss of Smooth Ranch Residence. The Smooth Ranch restaurant was one of the top restaurants in Zhangzhou, worth tens of millions of dollars. Becoming the owner of the Smooth Ranch Residence, coupled with the villa from before, Ye Chen's value instantly exceeded 100 million. From now on, Ye Chen was a billionaire, a small goal that Ye Chen accomplished in 2 days. This game was too cool. In 2 days, he had gone from a freshman with nothing to a veritable billionaire. This transformation was too fast. Ye Chen had a faint smile on his face. This feeling was really good. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the richest man in the world, forever dropping God. This time, not only did he get the Smooth Residence, but Ye Chen's experience value and points were raised. Ye Chen was looking forward more and more to the day when his player level and mall level would be upgraded. Thinking about it shouldn't be far away. The Smooth Runju usually has an endless stream of guests, and even the rich and big shots in Zhangzhou like to eat here. There are both top domestic chefs in Shangranju, and the flavor is top-notch. I'm a gold member here, with all kinds of privileges. Standing in front, Fang Buochao bragged about being a gold member here. While talking, Fang Buochao brought a few people towards the Smooth Ran residence. However, before Fang Buochao could walk in, the waiter stopped Fang Buochao. "Hello sir, our restaurant is full today. I'm really sorry. If you wish, you can wait in line," the waiter said very politely. Fang Buochao was immediately embarrassed. Just now, he had bragged for half a day that he was a gold member here and had privileges and whatnot. As a result, not to mention any privileges, now he couldn't even enter the Smooth residence. Wasn't this a slap in his own face? Zhang Wan and the others also changed their faces, having worked so hard to come here from so far away. Originally, they thought that they would be able to experience what it's like to be rich, but as a result, now they can't even enter the door? "May I ask how much longer we need to wait?" Zhang Wan couldn't help but ask. "It will take about an hour to an hour and a half," the waiter replied. "That long? Surprisingly, you have to wait for more than an hour?" Several people were helpless. "Leave it to me." Fang Buochao had calmed down. Fang Buochao confidently said to Zhang Wan and the few people, "I'm a gold member of the Smooth residence, so I can skip the queue." Fang Buochao took out his gold membership card and very dejectedly handed it to the waiter. "Sir, I'm really sorry, you still need to line up." The waiter didn't even take Fang Buochao's membership card and said directly, "Why?" Fang Buochao was furious. He was a gold member. He had the privilege of not having to queue. "Sir, I'm really sorry. The several people in front of you in the queue are all gold members," the waiter explained. Fang Buochao directly froze. "Good. Very good." Fang Buochao felt his face burning. "I know your manager Qian. Tell your manager Qian that Fang Buochao is here and ask him to come out." Fang Buochao said directly. He himself had connections. He must not line up to get in. Today, he was the one who brought a few people to the Smooth Ranch residence. If he couldn't even get in the door, then he was really disgraced. "Okay, please wait a moment." A waiter walked into Changran residence and went to ask manager Qian. Seeing this, Fang Buochao was satisfied. "Don't worry guys, I know manager Qian here. As long as I ask, manager Qian will definitely agree." Fang Buochao turned around and said confidently to Zhang Wan and the others. After saying that, Fang Buochao glanced at Ye Chen in a smug manner. Now, he was going to show off his powerful connections. So what if he drove a supercar? In this era, connections were the most important. Without them, nothing could be done. Thinking about it, a sense of superiority arose in Fang Buochao's heart. Soon, the waiter just rushed back. Seeing this, Fang Buochao was ready to bring a few people in. However, Fang Buochao had just taken a few steps when he was once again stopped. "Mr. Feng, I'm really sorry. Our manager said that it's full today and can't let you go in directly. Please be patient." The waiter spoke. The moment these words came out, Fang Buochao was directly dumbfounded. Rejected? Was he rejected once again? Manager Chen didn't even come out to see himself and just casually dismissed himself? Thinking of the way he was just now, Fang Buochao could not wait to find a hole to drill in. This time it was really a disgrace. Hearing the waiter's words, the other few people were also helpless. There was no way out. Even Fang Buochao used his connections and didn't get in, so he could only wait, or go to another place to eat. Just as several people were about to go eat elsewhere, Ye Chen slowly stood out. Chapter 11 Hotel Receptionist, "Sorry, there's only one room left. Tell your manager that Ye Chen is here. Tell him to find a place," Ye Chen said to the waiter. Having just become the new boss of the Smooth Ranch residence, Ye Chen was in a good mood. Moreover, he was hungry and really didn't want to change the restaurant, so he stepped forward. Alright, please wait a moment." The waiter hesitated for a moment, but still nodded his head in agreement, then turned around and entered the restaurant, going to find the manager once again. Oof. Seeing this, Fang Buochao sneered, mocking Ye Chen's lack of self-importance. By the looks of it, it was Ye Chen's first time coming to Smooth Ranch residence. Himself, a gold member who knew the manager of the Smooth Ranch residence, couldn't even get in. Ye Chen could make them go in for dinner immediately with a single word? What a joke. Not to mention Fang Buochao, even Zhang Wan was not optimistic about Ye Chen. On the side, Fang Buochao held his arms with a look of watching the show. He wanted to see what Ye Chen's face would look like when he was also rejected in a while. It would definitely be wonderful. After all, after his own failure, Ye Chen had taken the initiative to come forward. For him to be rejected again, he was definitely more humiliated than himself, especially in front of schoolgirl Su. Thinking of this, Fang Buochao, who was originally very stifled, became in a pleasant mood. On the other hand, in the manager's office of Shangranju, Qian Yongwen suddenly received a call from his boss. What? After receiving the call and hearing the boss's words, Qian Yongwen was a bit confused. The boss told Qian Yongwen that Changran residence had been sold by him, and from now on, he was not the owner of Changran residence. Okay, got it. After hanging up the phone, Qian Yongwen did not accept it for a moment. The business of Changran residence was exceptionally hot. How could the boss sell Changran residence? By the looks of it, it must be that the buyer had given a price that the boss couldn't refuse. Ding dong. Qian Yongwen's cell phone vibrated as he received a message from his former boss. It had some information about the current owner of Smooth Residence on it. Looking at the picture of his new boss, Qian Yongwen was dumbfounded. This new boss of his own, why was he so young? It looked like he was at most 20 years old. To be so young and already be able to easily acquire Smooth Ranch residence. His new boss's financial power was quite frightening. Ye Chen, Mr. Yi. Looking at his new boss Ye Chen's profile, Qian Yongwen muttered. Knock knock knock. A knock on the door came. Come in. Click. Opening the office door, the waiter from earlier walked in. Manager, among the people who came with Fang Buochao, there is a gentleman named Ye Chen. The waiter said very respectfully. Hearing the name Fang Buochao, Manager Qian was directly impatient. He knew Fang Buochao's father. If it was before, on the face of Fang Buochao's father, he might have agreed. But now, the Fang family had begun to decline, so he naturally didn't need to give Fang Buochao any face. Everything was done according to the rules. Didn't I tell you? There are no privileges. Let Fang Buochao queue up. Manager Qian waved his hand in annoyance. Okay, manager. The waiter nodded, turned around and prepared to leave. No, wait a moment. Unintentionally glancing at the name of the new boss on the profile, suddenly recalling the words of this waiter just now, Manager Qian hurriedly called him back. What did you just say? There is a gentleman named Ye Chen? Manager Qian asked carefully. He hadn't heard clearly just now. Yes. The waiter nodded his head. What? Seeing the waiter nodding, Manager Qian stood up violently, somewhat unable to believe his ears. Come over and take a look. That Mr. Ye Chen, does he look like this? Manager Qian waved his hand, signaling the attendant to come over and take a look at his cell phone. At this moment, on his cell phone, there was a picture of Ye Chen. Yes, it's this gentleman. The attendant took a look and said with incomparable certainty. Once again certain. Manager Qian's face completely changed. Quickly, you quickly invite Mr. Yi in. Manager Qian said hurriedly. Manager, the guests are already full. Please come in. Where do I make them sit? The waiter asked. Aren't there still empty compartments? Of course. Invite General Manager Yi and them to the compartment. Manager Qian replied. There were 3 private boxes in the Smooth residence, which were usually only open to Diamond members, or some big shots. Okay. Although he wasn't clear about Ye Chen's specific identity, the manager actually allowed himself to invite him into the box. This alone could prove that this Mr. Ye Chen's identity was not simple. Without half a hesitation, Manager Qian also immediately went out and personally greeted Ye Chen. Outside, after waiting for a while, there wasn't a single movement. Fang Buochao sneered, gloated, and was unusually arrogant. Ye Chen, can you do it? If you can't, we'll go eat at another place. Don't waste our time. You're not even the most common silver member, and you still want to cut in line to go in and eat. Don't dream. However, before Fang Buochao's words fell, several hurried footsteps suddenly came. Soon, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked out, and it was none other than Manager Qian. Boss, you're here. Please come in. Manager Qian respectfully made an inviting gesture. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What was this situation? The manager of the Hall Smooth residence had personally come out to greet him? Ye Chen had this much energy? It was too strong. Zhang Wan and a few others were shocked in their hearts. Fang Buochao, on the other hand, was dumbfounded as a whole. How could things turn out like this? He didn't want to believe it. He was a gold member of the Smooth residence, and he also knew Manager Qian. Yet he was casually dismissed by Manager Qian with a single word. But as soon as Ye Chen came out, Manager Qian even came out to greet him personally. Why? The crowd was first surprised by Manager Qian's actions, and only now did they slowly react. They realized that something was not quite right. The important thing didn't seem to be that the manager of the Smooth Ranch residence had personally come out to greet him. Rather, it was the way this Manager Qian addressed Ye Chen just now. Boss? Manager Qian addressed Ye Chen as the boss? Could it be that Ye Chen was the boss of the Smooth Ranch residence? How could that be? Ye Chen was just an ordinary college student. How could he have transformed into the big boss of a top restaurant? This was too outrageous. Ye Chen, are you the boss? Zhang Wan asked with a trembling voice. Well, I just acquired the Smooth Ranch residence. Ye Chen replied casually. Ye Chen's words seemed like a thunderbolt, ringing in the ears of several people. You just acquired the Smooth Ranch residence? Acquiring at tens of millions of dollars of a top restaurant. Why was it so easy to say from Ye Chen's mouth? As if he had bought a cabbage? Was this a true godly tycoon? Terrifying as hell. Hearing Ye Chen's affirmative reply, Fang Buochao's face instantly turned pale. At this moment, he finally understood. Why even Manager Chen came out to greet Ye Chen once he went out? It turned out that Ye Chen was the owner of Smooth Ranch Residence. It was also right. How could he compare himself, a small gold member, to someone else's boss? He had just bragged in front of Ye Chen that he was a member of the Smooth House. Is this considered playing a big sword in front of the Duke of Guan? Fang Bochao's mind completely exploded. Originally, he thought that he would be the protagonist of this dinner out, and would leave a good impression on Su Xiaohua, but after half a day, he is a clown. AI. In the end, under the lead of Manager Chen, several people came to the elegantly decorated box. A few minutes later, cousin Zhao Shuxian arrived. On the dining table, Fang Bochao silently nodded his head and ate, not daring to speak. His body even trembled a little. Zhang Wan and a few others, on the other hand, changed their previous cold attitude and desperately knelt down to lick Ye Chen. Only Su Ning Shuang was calmer, but to be honest, when she knew that Ye Chen was actually the boss of the Smooth Residence, she was also very shocked. After this time, and the last time, Su Ning Shuang had a strong curiosity about Ye Chen in her heart. As the time she had known Ye Chen increased, not only did the curiosity not decrease, but it became even stronger. What kind of person was Ye Chen? Su Ning Shuang was eager to know. Time passed little by little, and the meal was finished. Zhang Wan, several people and Fang Bochao went back. Ye Chen, Su Ning Shuang and Zhao Shuxian were shopping in the neighborhood. The three of them did not pay attention to the time, and when they did, it was already almost 10 o'clock in the evening. I was afraid that it would be 10:30 when they rushed back to the school from here. At that time, the door to the dormitory building was already closed, and they simply couldn't get in. What about this? Zhao Shuxian fell into deep thought. Going back tonight is impossible. Why don't we stay in a hotel tonight? There was no way out now. Even if they went back, they couldn't enter the dormitory. They could only stay in the hotel. Ye Chen didn't have much of a problem. The big deal was to take a vacation, and rush back to school early tomorrow. As for Su Ning Shuang, when she heard Zhao Shuxuan's words, she was slightly stunned. Originally, she was a little resistant, but on second thought, after all, there was Shuxian accompanying her. It was unlikely that anything would go wrong, so she agreed. In the end, Ye Chen found a nice hotel that was not far from here. In a few minutes, the three of them walked in. However, before entering the hotel, Zhao Shuxian suddenly opened her mouth. You guys go ahead and open a room. I want to eat fruit. Go buy some fruit. See you in a while. Saying that, handing her ID card to Su Ning Shuang, Zhao Shuxian went towards the other side. Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang walked towards the hotel together. Coming to the front desk. Hello, are there any rooms left? Ye Chen opened his mouth. Of course there are. The front desk boy was looking down at his cell phone, and when he heard someone speak, he casually said, Good then, open 2 rooms for us. No problem. While saying that, the front desk boy was looking at his computer and preparing to find a room. However, when he looked up and saw that Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang were 2 people, a man and a woman, he slightly froze and immediately changed his mouth. Sorry, we only have 1 room left. Saying this, the front desk boy quietly gave Ye Chen a look that seemed to say, Don't worry brother. I understand what you mean. I won't let you down. Chapter 12, Big Night. Cousin and Ning Shuang in the same room? For some reason, Ye Chen instantly understood the meaning of the front desk boy's eyes. For a moment, Ye Chen couldn't help but cry and laugh. Where did this receptionist's little brother think of? He and school sister Su had only just met. Because the front desk little brother said this, the atmosphere was awkward for a moment. Miss, at this point in time, the vast majority of hotels must not have any rooms. The front desk little brother continued to assist. We still have a room here. It's already very good. I'm afraid we won't have any more in a while. You little couple, stay in 1 room. It's fine. Hearing the receptionist's little brother say this, Su Ning Shuang's face instantly reddened. Beside her, Ye Chen didn't know whether he should be happy or helpless. If it was any other time, meeting such an understanding little brother would definitely be very lucky. But now, that, school sister Su and I are not a couple, and there are 3 of us tonight. Seeing Su Ning Shuang's red face, incomparably shy, and even ready to leave, Ye Chen hurriedly opened his mouth. Being said so by Ye Chen, the front desk boy froze, incomparably embarrassed. It's like this. The receptionist's little brother glanced at the computer once again. Oops, I just misread it. Sorry there are other rooms. The front desk little brother's acting skills came online. It's fine. Open 2 rooms for us. No, 3 rooms it. Ye Chen opened his mouth. Originally, he was prepared to open 2 rooms, so that his cousin and school sister Su could live together. But in the end, he decided to open 3 rooms, so that it would be easier to live together. Okay. After receiving the ID card and opening a room, Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang waited in the hotel lobby for a while. It was only a few minutes later that Zhao Shuxian came back with fruits. Just now, Zhao Shuxian actually wanted to leave, but just as she was about to leave, she came back. After all, Ning Shuang and Ye Chen had just gotten to know each other, and letting the two of them stay in the hotel and leave on their own would definitely not work. Maybe if she left, Ning Shuang also left? After all, Ning Shuang's home was in Jiangzhou, and it was very likely that she would go home. It was better to find time later and create opportunities for the two to spend time alone. As for why he didn't leave just now for his own meal, well, it was really that the food was so delicious that she ate it and somewhat forgot about it. After seeing Zhao Shuxian come back, the three of them went upstairs, one room at a time. Returning to the room, Ye Chen first called for a vacation. After all, he was not staying in the dormitory tonight. After that, Ye Chen began to play with his cell phone. After having dinner tonight, the few people turned around for a while. Ye Chen was a little thirsty. Just as Ye Chen was about to drink the hotel's mineral water, Ye Chen stopped. He couldn't help but think of this morning, when school sister Su gave herself water. School sister Su had brought herself water under the sun. Now that he was tired and a little thirsty, school sister Su might also be thirsty. Why don't you send water to school sister Su as well, as a way to express your gratitude? Of course, Ye Chen couldn't send water anymore. Thinking about it, Ye Chen opened his cell phone and ordered milk tea takeout. Girls generally liked to drink milk tea. In 20 minutes, the milk tea was delivered. Ye Chen ordered 3 cups, 1 cup for himself, 1 cup for school sister Su, and 1 cup for his cousin. Ye Chen picked up a cup of milk tea and first sent it to school sister Su. Coming to the door of school sister Su's room, Ye Chen knocked on the door. Who is it? In the room, Su Ning Shuang was preparing to take a bath, when she suddenly heard the knock on the door, and asked somewhat nervously, "School sister Su, it's me, Ye Chen." Outside the room, Ye Chen's voice came. It was schoolmate Yi? Hearing Ye Chen's voice, Su Ning Shuang froze. It was already around 11 o'clock at night. In the middle of the night, school brother Yi came to knock on her room door? What did school brother Yi want to do? Thinking of this, Su Ning Shuang's face directly reddened. Very nervous. "School sister Su, I bought a few cups of milk tea. I'll send you one." Fearing that Su Ning Shuang would misunderstand. After all, it was a bit late now. Ye Chen then explained. Hearing Ye Chen say this, Su Ning Shuang was a little embarrassed. It turned out that she had overthought things. Schoolmate Yi was here to deliver milk tea to himself. Thinking of this, Su Ning Shuang hurriedly opened the door and invited Ye Chen in. Ye Chen walked into the room and handed the milk tea to Su Ning Shuang. "Thank you." Su Ning Shuang thanked her repeatedly. She was indeed a little thirsty. Unexpectedly, school brother Yi had brought himself milk tea. It was too timely. "School brother Yi, you are so kind." Su Ning Shuang thanked. "It's fine." After sitting down, Ye Chen waved his hand. Su Ning Shuang drank a few mouthfuls of milk tea and was about to speak when suddenly another knock came. "Who is it?" Su Ning Shuang was surprised and asked. Why was someone knocking on her room door again? "Ning Shuang, it's me." Zhao Shuxian opened her mouth. So it was Shuxian. Putting down the milk tea, Su Ning Shuang opened the door to her room. "I forgot just now. I'll send you some fruit." The door to the room opened and Zhao Shuxian said as she held a few fruits. Only before she finished her words, she suddenly noticed Ye Chen in the room. Clang! In the next second, the fruits directly slipped out of Zhao Shuxian's hands. Zhao Shuxian opened her mouth wide with an incredulous expression. What had she seen? Cousin was actually in Ning Shuang's room? In the middle of the night, Cousin and Ning Shuang were in the same room? My goodness! Zhao Shuxian was shocked. Cousin and Ning Shuang were developing way too fast. The two had only met in the morning, and they were living together at night? Zhao Shuxian was completely confused. Is Cousin so powerful? This is how he chased Ning Shuang into his hands. Su Ning Shuang sensed Zhao Shuxian's shock and hurriedly explained. Shuxian, you misunderstood. Su Ning Shuang's face directly reddened to the roots of her ears. Schoolmate Yi also just came. He came to deliver milk tea to me. Is that so? Zhao Shuxian was a bit disbelieving. In the middle of the night, the two of them were in a room, saying that they came to deliver milk tea. Who would believe it? I really came to deliver milk tea to school sister Su. Look, the milk tea is still here. Ye Chen also stood out to explain. Looking along with what Ye Chen pointed to, there was indeed a cup of milk tea on the table. Could it be that she thought wrong? Zhao Shuxian was still somewhat half-hearted. Right, sis, there's still milk tea prepared for you in my room. I was originally planning to wait a while to send it over to you. Ye Chen opened his mouth. Now that you happen to be here, I'll take you to fetch it. Saying that, Ye Chen got up and said goodbye to Su Ning Shuang. Senior sister Su, I'll leave first. Saying that, Ye Chen took Zhao Shuxian and left. Phew. After the two of them left and closed the door to the room, Su Ning Shuang was still red-faced. It was really too embarrassing just now. After coming to Ye Chen's room and seeing the milk tea, Zhao Shuxian was convinced. After saying a few words to Ye Chen, Zhao Shuxian also left. Ye Chen lamented that he almost created a misunderstanding just now. He was a serious person, right? Taking a look at the time, it was already more than 11 o'clock, and the 0 hour was not far away. The mall was going to be refreshed. I wonder what good things there were this time. Ye Chen was very much looking forward to it. As soon as the time arrived, Ye Chen clicked in, and the mall really changed, and new goods appeared. Bentley Continental 1, priced at $2. Patek Philippe Chronograph Series 5074 a rose gold black disc watch 1, priced at $0. 3. Top car skills, making you an old driver in minutes, priced at $0. 9. Looking at the 3 new products that appeared in the mall, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. This time, the mall seemed a little different. The Bentley car and Patek Philippe were, needless to say, proper luxuries. The third item was different. It was actually a skill. The mall actually had skills to purchase. Great. Last time, the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa in the mall was sold for only $3. But now, this skill is as high as 9 yuan, 3 times more expensive. Although it was 3 times more expensive, it was also only 90 cents, which was quite cheap. But this was enough to prove that this skill was not bad. After that, Ye Chen checked the information of the other 2 items. The Bentley Continental, with a landing price of nearly 5 million or so, perhaps a little more expensive. Earlier, he had muttered to himself that there were no luxury cars that could seat multiple people. Now, the game just refreshed itself. A Patek Philippe Chronograph Series 5074 a rose gold and black dial watch for nearly 6 million. It was all in the millions. After thinking for a while, Ye Chen finally decided that he would first take the most expensive top-level car skill today. After all, this was the first time the skill had appeared. As for the Bentley and Patek Philippe, he certainly wouldn't give them up. It was only necessary to wait a little bit. It only took 24 hours before he could purchase them again. Soon, both the Patek Philippe and the Bentley would be his own. Thinking about it, Ye Chen directly purchased the top car skill and became an old driver. Congratulations! The purchase of top car skill was successful. You have become a qualified old driver. With the successful purchase, a huge stream of memories suddenly flooded into Ye Chen's mind. Along with this memory, there were muscle memories that caused Ye Chen's body to undergo subtle changes as well, making him a true old driver. At this moment, Ye Chen's understanding of cars had exceeded that of normal people by countless times. As for the car skills, I'm afraid that even some professional racers were far from Ye Chen's rivals. Ye Chen was quite satisfied, and he was even more looking forward to other skills appearing within the mall. After glancing at the remaining 2 items, Ye Chen exited the game. These 3 items, he didn't need to choose carefully, and directly took them all. Children only made choices. Adults wanted them all. The next day, because he still had military training to do, Ye Chen sent a message to Su Ning Shuang in Jiaoshushan, and left early. The day passed quickly. In the evening, Ye Chen was originally prepared to go to his dorm room, but suddenly thought of the villa he had just bought. He was very curious about what his villa looked like. Tonight, he was prepared to go and find out. By the way, he experienced what it was like to live in a villa. Sitting on the car and opening the navigation, Ye Chen went straight to the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa area. Half an hour later, Ye Chen arrived at his destination. Chapter 13, What They Saw. After proving his identity, Ye Chen smoothly entered the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa area. It had to be said that the environment here was really good. It was comparable to some nice scenic spots, but it was a pity that it was at night, and the view wasn't very good. After some searching, Ye Chen found Villa 8, which belonged to him. Villa 8 was one of the largest villas in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace. Built next to the famous Lingyun Lake, it had a beautiful view, and one could enjoy the beauty of Lingyun Lake from home. Stopping the car, Ye Chen walked straight to the villa door. As one of the top villa areas in Zhengzhou, even the villa door was extremely elaborate. It was a double door, majestic. It was produced by the world's top armored door manufacturer, Befar, and was equipped with the world's top security system. In addition to passwords such as numbers, fingerprints, and palm prints, you can even use your pupils to set the unlocking password, and it can also withstand 3 tons of impact, and even has the functions of explosion-proof and bulletproof. It can give you a real sense of security. When you enter the villa, it is the 7-meter-high entry foyer, which is as luxurious as possible. The sofas in the villa are all from Fendi, handmade and sold at an expensive price. In addition, the villa is equipped with a private pool, wine cellar, gym, private theater and a series of other facilities. Behind the villa, there was also a huge garden, designed by a master, very elaborate. Turning around in the villa, Ye Chen was satisfied. Was this the villa? It seemed not bad at all. After looking around, Ye Chen lay on the sofa and swiped his cell phone. Meow, meow. A few minutes later, Ye Chen suddenly heard a slight calling sound. It seemed to be right outside the villa. With curiosity, Ye Chen opened the villa door. Coincidentally, at this time, an extremely beautiful imperial lady wearing glasses was walking towards Ye Chen. Her black hair was gently pulled up, and with her exquisite and flawless face, it was perfect. It was as if she was a work of art, without any flaws, whether it was her face or her figure. Originally preparing to knock on Ye Chen's villa door, when she saw Ye Chen suddenly open his mouth, the extreme imperial sister froze. "Hello, I live next door. Just now my cat accidentally ran out. It seems to have run into your yard. Can I come in and look for it?" After a moment of stupefaction, the extreme imperial sister reacted and explained. She was also somewhat helpless. The kitten she had just raised was exceptionally lively. This was already the third time it had run away from home. Before, it had run into her own yard, which was fine. Now that it ran into someone else's yard, it was a bit awkward. "It's okay." Understanding what the extreme imperial sister meant, Ye Chen nodded his head. So it was a neighbor. "Thanks." The extremely fine imperial sister thanked Ye Chen and then hurriedly started looking. After all, they were neighbors, so Ye Chen also helped her look in passing. Meow, meow. After some searching, Ye Chen finally found it in a corner of the backyard. A small, white kitten that wasn't very big. Ye Chen gently picked it up and handed it to the extreme imperial sister. "Really thanks." After seeing the kitten, the extreme imperial sister was relieved. She was very worried that the kitten could not be found. Fearing that the kitten would escape again, the extreme imperial sister thanked Ye Chen repeatedly before carrying the kitten back. "By the way, my name is Mo Mengfei. I live in Villa 9 next door, so feel free to come over and play sometime." Before leaving, the extreme imperial sister said in order to express her gratitude. Ye Chen also returned a sentence. Things came to an end. Ye Chen returned to the villa and began to brush up his cell phone. Ye Chen was prepared to wait for the 0 hour and buy that Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 or rose gold black dial watch. A little bit of time passed, and the 0 hour finally arrived. As soon as the time arrived, Ye Chen immediately opened the 3,000 per month. "I am the richest man in the world" game. Ye Chen spent $0.03 and smoothly bought this Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 or rose gold black disc watch worth nearly $6 million. After all, this Patek Philippe was a little more expensive than the Bentley Continental, and the Bentley Continental could be bought tomorrow. Congratulations! The purchase of the Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 or rose gold black dial has been successful and is now on your desk. The game prompted that this Patek Philippe Ye Chen had gotten his hands on it. Ye Chen immediately got up and went to the study, and sure enough, he saw that on his desk, something new had appeared. A Patek Philippe watch box, as well as identification certificates, collection certificates and so on. Certificates and whatnot. Ye Chen didn't look at it. He directly opened the watch box. Instantly, a high-color Patek Philippe watch came into Ye Chen's eyes. It was made of 18K rose gold with a crocodile leather strap and a black dial, showing all the dignity. This Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 or rose gold black dial watch is equipped with Cal R27Q automatic mechanical movement with Gyromax balance and 467 parts. It has a date display, day display, month display, annual calendar display, perpetual calendar, moon phase and minute repeater. Ye Chen is very satisfied with this Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 or rose gold black plate watch and loves it. As the saying goes, poor play with cars and rich play with watches. There seems to be some truth in it, but Ye Chen liked both luxury cars and watches. Of course he also liked to collect luxury cars and collect watches. Before, this was just a dream, but now with this game that could become a reality. It was no longer just a dream. After buying something, Ye Chen continued to brush his cell phone for a while and went to sleep. It was still early when he woke up on a new day. Ye Chen washed up and walked out of the villa. It was too dark last night, and Ye Chen didn't see the surroundings clearly, as well as the scenery of Lingyun Lake. Now that he came out to take a look, it was really beautiful. Not far away, a woman with a delicate figure was trotting over. She was no one else, but the beautiful neighbor Mo Mengfei that Ye Chen had seen last night. Today, she wore sportswear and looked very capable. What a coincidence! Running a lap together? Mo Mengfei asked. Mo Mengfei liked to run a few laps around Lingyun Lake in the morning, exercising while enjoying the scenery and breathing fresh air. Good. Ye Chen nodded. He also wanted to enjoy the scenery of Lingyun Lake. Ye Chen and Mo Mengfei together ran around the Lingyun Lake. Returning to the villa, it was almost time. Ye Chen took the car keys and prepared to go back to school. After living in the villa for a night, Ye Chen felt that the villa was just like that. With such a large villa, it was a bit empty with only one person living in it. Overall, it was barely adequate. If Ye Chen's comment was known by others, I'm afraid that they would even have the heart to strangle Ye Chen. You are in Versailles alright? This is one of the top mansions in Jiangzhou, and this is still average? Driving on the Ferrari, Ye Chen went straight to the school. Half an hour later, Ye Chen arrived at the school. At the entrance of the school, Ye Chen met Su Ning Shuang, who had just returned. Su Ning Shuang wanted to go back to her dormitory, and there happened to be a parking lot nearby. So Ye Chen let Su Ning Shuang get on the car, ready to send her away. Su Ning Shuang did not refuse and got into Ye Chen's car. 7 or 8 minutes later, Ye Chen stopped the car in the parking lot. Because it was morning, there were unusually many people coming and going. Moreover, Ye Chen's car was still a Ferrari, attracting even more attention. Therefore, when they saw Ye Chen stop his car, many passers-by stopped, wanting to take a look at which big shot was driving the Ferrari. Some people even took out their cell phones and started taking pictures. The door of the Ferrari slowly opened, and a pair of young men and women walked down. After seeing the people coming down from the Ferrari, the onlookers were dumbstruck. My goodness, what did they see? Schoolgirls who actually came down from a car with a boy. And it's still morning? Did the two of them stay together last night? Chapter 14, Becoming the Public Enemy of the Whole School? Thinking about this, the crowd was no longer shocked, but appalled. This was definitely an explosive news that would surely stir up the entire school. This was the high school flower Su Ning Shuang, who had countless suitors. During her university years, she didn't know how many suitors she had rejected. Even if that suitor was even more outstanding, Su Ning Shuang had never agreed. Among them, Su Ning Shuang had never had any gossip with any of the boys. But today, schoolmistress Su unexpectedly came down from a boy's car, and it was still in the morning coming down from a Ferrari. This would be impossible to say. My God, what am I seeing? Crazy, really crazy. Many passers-by looked at this scene in fascination, their heads a little confused. Especially some of the boys present were heartbroken. Their high school flower, that high goddess who didn't show any respect to any boy. Now she already has a mistress. Too bad. Some people were sighing, while others were secretly taking pictures. On the other hand, coming down from the car and realizing that so many people were surrounding her, Su Ning Shuang was slightly stunned and very quickly regained her composure. She didn't need to explain anything to anyone. Thank you. Your military training time should be up soon. I'll go back first. After getting off the bus, Su Ning Shuang said a thank you to Ye Chen and parted ways with him. Ye Chen, on the other hand, returned to his dormitory, changed into his military training uniform, and then went straight to the playground. Luckily, when Ye Chen arrived, the military training was still a few minutes away from starting. Old Yi, where did you go last night? Yeah, why didn't you come back? After seeing Ye Chen, a few roommates gathered around and asked curiously. It was so hard for them to muddle through the bed check last night. I went home last night, Ye Chen explained. Now that the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa 8 belonged to Ye Chen, it was also considered Ye Chen's home. After that, Ye Chen was going to do a walk-in procedure. At that time, there would be no need to be afraid of any bed check. When a few people still wanted to ask, the instructor came and the military training continued. On the other hand, while Ye Chen was in military training, the photo of Su Ning Shuang coming down from Ye Chen's Ferrari. Once again, it became a hit on all the major forums, posting bars, confession walls, and so on. My goddess. Schoolgirl Su, how can you have a boyfriend? Who is this guy? Tell me. I'm going to have a friendly exchange with him. Watching Su Ning Shuang get down from Ye Chen's car, countless boys were envious and jealous. There were even some who had formed a team to go find Ye Chen for a friendly interaction. If Ye Chen knew about it, I'm afraid that he would be even more determined to handle the idea of going for a walk-in. After this incident, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stay in school. Time passed little by little. The morning's military training was halfway through, with a break in the middle. Ye Chen and his classmates came to the shade and rested. When Ye Chen was resting, a boy unintentionally noticed the Patek Philippe that Ye Chen was wearing on his hand, and immediately lit up. Ye Chen, your watch is so handsome, the boy said with great envy. Hearing this, the few people next to him also looked over curiously. Truly, they hadn't paid attention just now, but this watch of Ye Chen's was really handsome. Old Yi, how much does this watch of yours cost? Someone asked curiously. More than 500. Ye Chen wiped his sweat and casually replied. More than 500? It wasn't expensive. They could still afford it. At this time, a skinny boy from the next class happened to pass by and heard a few people's discussion, and also looked over. Originally, he thought that Ye Chen's watch was expensive, so he didn't say anything. However, when he learned that Ye Chen's watch was actually only worth more than $500, he immediately laughed. He still thought it was some kind of famous watch, but it turned out to be an ordinary watch. Handsome? What handsome? Is it as handsome as my Rolex Yacht Prestige Series M268622? Dryly coughing, this skinny boy stood out and said very dejectedly. While saying that, he shook the Rolex he was wearing on his hand. When he bought this Rolex, it was more than $80,000. It was more than 100 times more expensive than Ye Chen's piece of trash watch. Rolex? Hearing that the thin man was wearing the legendary Rolex, They all turned their heads to look over. Rolex was a luxury item for them. They had only seen it from movies and TV shows, and had never seen it in reality. Is this a Rolex? Very handsome indeed. Several people stared at the skinny man's watch for a while inside. Even if some people thought it was average, but its brand name, and the price was there, they couldn't even think of not being handsome. Brother, how much is this Rolex of yours? I think it's going to be $10,000 or $20,000 at the very least. No. I've seen a piece of Rolex with more than $10,000. It's definitely not as beautiful as this piece of his. I think it should be $30,000 at the very least. Someone guessed. 30,000? Hearing this, the thin man smiled disdainfully. Are you kidding? This piece of my watch is over 80,000. Close to 90,000. The thin man said in an unusually arrogant manner. What? Hearing this, the few people on the sidelines were instantly confused. More than 80,000? Close to 90,000? My God, it was much more expensive than their 4 years of living expenses. Is this the rich second generation? Is this the life of a rich man? Being looked at by the shocked and envious gazes of the crowd, the skinny man swelled a bit. Why do I feel that this Rolex is not as good looking as Ye Chen's watch? Someone muttered in a low voice. I think so too. Next to him, someone else chimed in. Hearing this, the thin man was instantly displeased. His own hallowed Rolex of more than $80,000 was still no match for a broken watch of more than $500? Was there something wrong with these people's aesthetics? Ye Chen, is this watch of yours a Patek Philippe? At this time, a girl asked curiously. Her father was an avid watch enthusiast, and having received her father's willingness, she had some knowledge of watches. Just now, when she heard someone here talking about famous watches, she curiously walked over. After only the first glance, she was exceptionally certain that Ye Chen's watch was definitely not some ordinary watch. The workmanship was definitely not comparable to ordinary watches. Even Rolex was far from being comparable. Unable to resist the curiosity in her heart, the girl went up and asked. She wasn't sure if Ye Chen's watch was a Patek Philippe or a Vacheron Constantin, but she couldn't be bothered to ask directly, so she chose Patek Philippe. Yes, Ye Chen nodded, not hiding anything. Looking at Ye Chen nodding, the girl was confused. This was something she had never expected. Ye Chen's watch was actually really a top-of-the-line Patek Philippe. What was even more unbelievable was that Ye Chen had actually admitted it. Patek Philippe? Ye Chen's watch was a Patek Philippe? Hearing the conversation between the girls and Ye Chen, the few beside them, especially the skinny boy, was dumbstruck. They somewhat couldn't believe what they were hearing. How could this be possible? The watch Ye Chen said was worth more than $5 million was actually a Patek Philippe? Wasn't Patek Philippe a top-of-the-line watch? How could it be worth just over $500? Wait, no, just now, Ye Chen had only said 500 or so, and there seemed to be no units behind it. It was they who subconsciously took the unit after 500 plus as yuan. Thinking of this, several people covered their mouths, unable to believe the results of their guesses. Could it be that the unit behind the 500 plus that Ye Chen said was not yuan? Ye Chen said more than 500, followed by 10,000? This watch of Ye Chen's was worth more than $5 million? Several people were shocked by their guesses, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. How could it be possible? It was just a watch. How could it be so expensive? But then again, if Ye Chen's watch was really a Patek Philippe, perhaps it was still possible. After all, it was absolutely impossible to buy a Patek Philippe for more than $500. Even if it was a high imitation of a Patek Philippe, you couldn't afford it. More than $5 million seemed to be in line with the Patek Philippe brand here. Ye Chen, this watch of yours is more than $5 million. More than $5 million? Finally, someone couldn't help it and asked with a trembling voice. Yes, what's wrong? Ye Chen asked in disbelief. Yeah, Ye Chen answered yeah. This watch of his was really worth more than $5 million? More than $5 million could buy 2 houses in the center of Zhengzhou. Where is the watch that Ye Chen is wearing on his hand? It is clearly 2 sets of houses. A few people stared blankly at Ye Chen's Patek Philippe. Their moods were complicated to the extreme. At the scene, it was the thin man who had just flaunted his Rolex that was the most embarrassed. He used a watch of more than $80,000 to fool around in front of someone else's Patek Philippe of more than $5 million. If you are not a clown, what is it? Too damn embarrassing? The skinny man's face turned red. He froze for a long time before he came to his senses. No, it's not right. This matter, from beginning to end, seemed to be Ye Chen's words. It was Ye Chen who said that his watch was a Patek Philippe and that it was worth more than $5 million? He didn't produce any evidence at all. An ordinary freshman wearing a multi-million-dollar Patek Philippe? Is that possible? Ye Chen could completely blow his mind. There was no need for any credentials. Thinking of this, the thin man released his mind. He was certain that Ye Chen was definitely blowing awesome in order to get back his face. More than $5 million. How do you prove it? The thin man sneered and asked with conviction. I'm sure that this Ye Chen's watch definitely can't be more than $5 million. However, before the thin man's words fell, someone beside him exclaimed, quickly look at the posting bar and the confession wall. Something big has happened. Look at the confession wall? Look at the posting bar? Something big has happened? What's the big deal? With curiosity, the crowd opened the confession wall or the posting bar. In the next second, looking at the photos on it, the crowd's jaws dropped. They just came in, and the first thing they saw was a picture of Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang coming down from a Ferrari, and the one coming down from the driver's seat was obviously Ye Chen. This meant that Ye Chen's car was a Ferrari. Thinking about this, several people were completely convinced. Ye Chen's Patek Philippe was definitely real. After all, how could someone who drove a Ferrari to school be poor? Looking at the posting, the picture of Ye Chen getting down from the Ferrari, the skinny man was groundless. He had guessed wrong. Ye Chen was driving a Ferrari? At this moment, he was completely desperate. Taking advantage of the opportunity for the crowd to look at the confession wall, the skinny man immediately fled in ashes. Scrolling down, they even found the video. Although in the photo, Ye Chen only had a side face, but anyone who had seen Ye Chen could be sure that it was definitely Ye Chen, especially when they thought about yesterday's military training. Schoolgirl Su had personally come to give Ye Chen water. Yesterday, Ye Chen said that he and Schoolflower Su didn't close the game, but today, he came out of a Ferrari with Schoolflower Su. By the looks of it, it was still this morning? If you say that the two of them didn't have a relationship, even a ghost wouldn't believe it. The relationship between Ye Chen and Schoolflower Su was definitely not simple. It was even possible that Ye Chen had already taken down Schoolflower Su. Otherwise, how could Schoolflower Su take the initiative to bring him water? Thinking of this, Ye Chen's classmates looked at Ye Chen with great envy. They had never thought that there was such a godly man by their side. Among them, that is, there were people who envied the different relationship between Ye Chen and schoolgirl Su, and there were also people who envied that Ye Chen actually drove a Ferrari. Old Yi, honestly, were you with schoolgirl Su last night? Not even telling the truth to us brothers. Old Yi yesterday also said that the relationship with Su Schoolflower was average. Today you came out from a car with someone else. Ha, man Several of Ye Chen's roommates gathered around, wanting to know from Ye Chen's mouth, what exactly was his relationship with Schoolflower Su. Ye Chen did not answer these, but looked at the comments below the posting, especially when he saw that there were still groups of people who wanted to come and communicate with him. Ye Chen was helpless. There was innocence between him and schoolgirl Su. Alright, at the very least, it was innocent now. We'll come to say that it is not allowed. There was nothing between him and schoolgirl Su here. It seemed like he was right to want to do a walk-in. Now that there is nothing between him and Su, he has already become the public enemy of the whole schoolboys. In case there's really something going on with Miss Su in the future, then he was afraid that he wouldn't even dare to stay in this school. Without waiting for Ye Chen to answer a few people's questions, the military training continued. At the end of the military training at noon, Ye Chen did not go to the cafeteria with a few people, but drove the car and went outside to eat by himself. Ye Chen felt that after this incident, if he appeared in the cafeteria, I'm afraid it wasn't safe. It was better for himself to eat outside in the next few days. It just so happened that he had a newbie gift pack, and 1,000 times cashback card. It was about to expire in 3 more days. It could be spent now. Ye Chen only needed to spend $5,000, and he would be able to cash back 5 million. If it wasn't for the fact that this card had an upper limit, Ye Chen was absolutely, with just this card, he could become the richest man in the world this afternoon. But unfortunately, the game didn't give Ye Chen the chance to exploit the loopholes. At noon, Ye Chen first spent the 1,000 or so fast that he had on him. After all, right now, he didn't even have $5,000 in his hand for the time being. The cashback was over $1 million. After that, Ye Chen spent another 3,000 or so for a cashback of more than 3 million. Ye Chen smoothly spent the 1,000 times cashback card. At this moment, Ye Chen's bank card had changed from the previous 4 digits to 7 digits. Ye Chen was very satisfied. In the afternoon, the military training continued. After the end of the military training, Ye Chen found the counselor, and went through the formalities. After all, a dormitory room which is not as fragrant as one's own villa. What's more, Ye Chen, who was now the public enemy of the whole school, was not even safe to live in the dormitory. That night, Ye Chen returned to the villa. At 0 hour, Ye Chen spent $0.2 to buy the Bentley Continental, which was worth $4 to $5 million. Bentley Continental, a coupe with 2 doors and 4 seats, was very luxurious. Congratulations, the purchase of Bentley Continental successful, now parked in your garage. Pay attention to check, temporarily without sleep. Ye Chen directly came to the villa's garage. At this moment, in the large garage, in addition to Ye Chen's Ferrari, there was also an additional majestic black luxury car. It was the Bentley Continental that Ye Chen had just bought. Ye Chen was very satisfied with this Bentley Continental. Although the Ferrari was nice, after all, it could only sit 2 people. If there were more people, it would be very inconvenient. But now, with this Bentley Continental, many things were convenient. The next day, since he had just gotten this Bentley Continental, so Ye Chen drove it and headed to the school. Halfway there, Ye Chen unexpectedly received a phone call. Chapter 15 Reward worth over $1 billion. Shopping with Su Ning Shuang. This call was from Ye Chen's cousin Zhao Shuxian. Cousin Zhao Shuxian calling herself at this time was something Ye Chen had somewhat not expected. What's up, sis? Ye Chen picked up the phone and asked curiously. He subconsciously thought that something had happened. Ye Chen, I'm going out shopping with Ning Shuang tonight. You come along. On the phone, Zhao Shuxian's voice came. Zhao Shuxian hadn't forgotten to set up Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang. This time, she and Ning Shuang had an appointment to go shopping, and it was only the 2 of them. Calling out to Ye Chen, there were only 3 of them. While shopping, she excused herself and walked away, leaving space for the 2 to be alone. After a long time, it will definitely have an effect. Hey, it's not easy to be a sister. In order to old brother's happiness, worry Zhao Shuxian sighed in her heart. You guys are shopping together. Isn't it not good for me to go? Ye Chen asked in a small voice. There's nothing wrong with it. The weather will get cooler after a while. You just went to college. You definitely didn't bring too many clothes. Zhao Shuxian retorted Ye Chen. This time, let's take it as buying you some fall clothes. That's the deal. Let's see you tonight. After saying that, without giving Ye Chen a chance to refuse, Zhao Shuxian directly hung up the phone. Seeing Zhao Shuxian hang up the phone, Ye Chen couldn't say anything else. It wasn't just shopping. Go for it. To be honest, he really didn't bring too many fall clothes. Once the weather got cold, there wouldn't be enough clothes. This time it was as if he went to buy clothes for himself. Cousin also helped himself a lot, and also wanted to set himself up with Su Ning Shuang. Even more than himself, he was also concerned about his lifelong affairs. Now Ye Chen is different. Worth over $100 million. This time shopping can buy her a small gift in passing. When there was time on the weekend, he would make a trip home himself. Ding dong. At this time, Ye Chen's cell phone vibrated. There was news from the 3000 a month. I'm the richest man in the world game. Because he was waiting for a red light and had time, Ye Chen opened the game. Selective challenge. Choice 1, promise to go shopping with cousin and Su Ning Shuang at night. Mission reward, 1 Xintai shopping center. Choice 2, refuse to go shopping with cousin and Su Ning Shuang. Stay at the villa by yourself at night. Reward, $5 million in cash. Looking at the selective challenges released by the game this time, Ye Chen could not help but hesitate at all. The reward for choice 1 was the Xintai shopping center. The Xintai shopping center was one of the largest shopping centers in Jiangzhou, covering an area of more than 100 acres, with a total construction area of up to 100,000 square meters. The Xintai shopping center now had the world's top brands such as Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Prada, Cartier, Armani, Tiffany, and so on. The total value is at least broken billion, and the relative second choice, the reward was only $5 million. It simply couldn't be compared to the first one. What's more, Ye Chen had already promised his cousin, so he naturally wouldn't break his promise. It looked like the Xintai shopping center was destined to be his own. I didn't expect that it had only been a few days, and another small goal was about to be realized. Ye Chen's value was also about to break through to 200 million. Hey, it was really annoying. Getting a small goal in a day or two is too easy. The green light was on. Ye Chen put down his cell phone and drove to the school. On the other hand, the matter of Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang coming down from a car yesterday had also come to an end for the time being. It wasn't that the crowd had already accepted that schoolgirl Su already had a name. Rather, someone had posted a few photos underneath the post. Those were the photos of Su Ning Shuang getting into Ye Chen's car at the school gate yesterday morning. It turned out that schoolmistress Su had gotten into Ye Chen's car at the school gate. In other words, the night before, schoolflower Su was not with Ye Chen. Thinking of this, countless boys were relieved. Yesterday morning, school beauty Su was probably tired of walking, so she took a ride. After all, the parking lot was not far from the girls' dormitory. Su's school beauty's cool character, such a catch-22 thing, she naturally would not step forward to explain, whether it was delivering water, or taking a ride. Neither could prove that Ye Chen and Su schoolflower were already boyfriend and girlfriend. Maybe they were just ordinary friends, or distant relatives or something like that. Many boys comforted themselves with this. The goddess in their hearts was still that high and cold schoolflower. Thinking like this, their hearts were much more comfortable, and they didn't clamor for a friendly discussion with Ye Chen. this matter was considered to have come to an end for the time being. Su Ning Shuang got into Ye Chen's car at the school gate, and this matter was also known to the people in Ye Chen's class. Ye Chen turned out to be telling the truth. He didn't have any special relationship with schoolgirl Su. Thinking about this, the boys in the class all breathed a sigh of relief and were not so envious and jealous of Ye Chen. Not only that, they even had a hint of gloating. On the contrary, the girls in the class, especially those who thought they had some good looks, were happy. Ye Chen was still single. They still had a chance. After all, Ye Chen's Ferrari was real, and Ye Chen's face value was still so high. A proper rich and handsome man, could he not make people's hearts flutter? Since last night, they couldn't wait to take the initiative to add Ye Chen's WeChat. Not only the girls in the class, there are even other classes, and even sophomore and junior pretty sisters. There are also people who take the initiative to add Ye Chen's WeChat. After all, before there was Su Ning Shuang here, they thought they couldn't compete with Su Ning Shuang, but now it was different. When Ye Chen came to the playground, a lot of pretty girls took the initiative to gather around, competing to be the first to give Ye Chen water, milk tea and whatnot. Seeing this, the boys who were originally a bit gloating were once again envious. Right, so what if he didn't have anything to do with the school flower? He was still a top-notch rich man, driving a Ferrari and wearing a Patek Philippe. Thinking of this, they were once again sad, being surrounded by so many girls all of a sudden. Ye Chen was all confused for a while. Ye Chen struggled out of the flowers with great difficulty and came to the side of a few roommates. Old Yi, even though there's no more school flower Su, it's still cool to be actively courted by so many girls. Yeah, old Yi, you have to be strong. Even without school flower Su, there are still so many pretty school sisters and pretty girls. The three people advised Ye Chen. The words of the three people made Ye Chen listen to them in a daze. Without waiting for Ye Chen to open his mouth to ask, the instructor came and the military training started again. A little bit of time passed, and the military training ended in the afternoon. Ye Chen drove his car and returned to his villa first, took a shower and changed his clothes. Only then did he drive the Bentley and head to the school to pick up Su Ning Shuang and Zhao Shuxian. Over here, Zhao Shuxian and Su Ning Shuang also came down from the dormitory building and walked towards the school entrance together. Zhao Shuxian and Ye Chen had an appointment to meet at the school entrance. Before, Zhao Shuxian had already told Su Ning Shuang that Ye Chen would come. After all, both of them couldn't drive and didn't have a car. Ye Chen came, just so he could be a free driver. Su Ning Shuang not only did not refuse, but in her heart there was instead a hint of anticipation for Ye Chen to come. Chapter 16. So soon, Ye Chen had already taken schoolgirl Su in his arms? Su Ning Shuang couldn't say what kind of feeling this was. Perhaps because of the previous times, Su Ning Shuang was curious about Ye Chen. The two of them came to the school entrance and waited for a while before Ye Chen drove up. Looking at Ye Chen's Bentley Continental, Zhao Shuxian was a little dumbfounded. This time, it was the three of them, and Zhao Shuxian had specially instructed Ye Chen not to drive a Ferrari. After all, three people couldn't sit in it, and it was too high profile. Ye Chen said that he just got a low-profile car. 3 people can sit down. However, he never expected that the car that Ye Chen said was a low-profile car was actually a Bentley. Where was this low-key? Zhao Shuxian spat in her heart. However, compared to a Ferrari, a Bentley was still considered a little bit low-key. On the contrary, Su Ning Shuang was calm when she saw Ye Chen's Bentley. If one observed carefully, one would find that Su Ning Shuang was equally calm when she saw Ye Chen's Ferrari before. The only thing that Su Ning Shuang was a little surprised about was when she learned that Ye Chen was the boss of Changran residence. However, she was only slightly surprised, and was not too surprised. Su Ning Shuang's family background seemed to be not simple. After the two of them got into the car, Ye Chen went straight to the Xintai shopping center. After all, the Xintai shopping center immediately belonged to himself, and he went there this time as an inspection of the enterprise, taking care of his own business. After half an hour had passed, Ye Chen slowly stopped the car. The three of them got out of the car and walked into the large Xintai shopping center. Ye Chen was average at shopping and strolling. Zhao Shuxian was excited, and Su Ning Shuang was still very cool, and in turn was somewhat similar to Ye Chen. Under Zhao Shuxian's leadership, the three of them began to stroll in the Xintai shopping center. After strolling for a while, Ye Chen's cell phone vibrated. Ye Chen found a corner and took out his phone, and sure enough, it was a message alert from the 3,000 per month. I'm the richest man in the world game. When Ye Chen tapped into the game, several reminders popped up. Promise to go shopping with cousin and Su Ning Shuang at night challenge completed. Congratulations on gaining ownership of the Xintai shopping center. Becoming the new owner of the Xintai shopping center. Congratulations on gaining 8 experience points. Congratulations on gaining 3 points. Congratulations on gaining 3 points. Ye Chen looked at his player level, which was now LV1, 13 out of 100. Mall level, 1-star mall, 15/50ths. The leveling up wasn't too slow, and it was thought that it wouldn't be long before he was an honored LV2 user. the mall would also be upgraded to 2 stars. Not bad, not bad. At the same time, the managers of the Xintai shopping center received a message. The former boss told them that the Xintai shopping center had been acquired by someone else. They got a new boss. After that, the few people strolled around for another 30 to 40 minutes before Zhao Shuxian excused herself to go to the restroom and left first. Before leaving, Zhao Shuxian didn't forget to give Ye Chen a wink. Zhao Shuxian left temporarily, and both Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang were a little tired, so the two of them discussed it and found a place to rest. However, both of them did not notice that not far behind them, there were 3 girls looking this way. Isn't that schoolgirl Su? She's actually shopping with a boy? Seeing Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang, the 3 were dumbfounded. They were from the same school as Ye Chen Su Ning Shuang, and came to shop today, but unintentionally, they found Su Ning Shuang, the famously high and cold school flower, was now shopping with a boy? This is too unbelievable. Who is that boy beside her? A slightly chubby girl asked curiously. It seems like that freshman. What's his name, Ye Chen? It's him. I've seen the photos of School Flower Su bringing him water and School Flower Su coming out of his car before, a girl said with incomparable certainty. Originally, she thought that School Flower Su and this Ye Chen didn't have any relationship, but now she saw that the two were actually shopping together. Things couldn't be too normal. Let's go over and take a look. Out of curiosity, the 3 of them walked quickly towards Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang. When Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang passed through a turn, Su Ning Shuang accidentally broke her foot and then fell to the side. Luckily, Ye Chen was quick, and quickly reached out and hugged Su Ning Shuang, which prevented Su Ning Shuang from falling. On the other side, the 3 girls happened to be walking over. Because they were turning the corner, the 2 of them did not see the scene of Su Ning Shuang breaking her foot. As soon as they came over, they saw Ye Chen holding Su Ning Shuang in his arms. Seeing this scene, the 3 girls' jaws dropped. They couldn't believe that this was real. My goodness, what did they see? Schoolgirl Su was actually being held in someone's arms, and she didn't even refuse? I'll go. This was a heavenly matter. Before, whether it was delivering water or the 2 of them coming out of the car together, it didn't mean anything. But now, Ye Chen had even held schoolgirl Su in his arms, and schoolmistress Su didn't refuse. This was enough to explain everything. Oh my god, it was unbelievable. A freshman, who had just enrolled in school not long ago, had taken down the hallowed and high-cool school flower. This was too strong. One of the girls, with quick eyes, directly filmed this scene, not wanting to be discovered by Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang. After taking the picture, the 3 girls hurriedly turned around and headed in the opposite direction of Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang. On the other side, Zhao Shuxian also came out of the toilet. Originally, she wanted to leave, but suddenly thought, Ye Chen and Ning Shuang had just met not long ago after all. Without herself there, even if there was a space for the 2 to be alone, I'm afraid that they wouldn't stay for long. After thinking for half a day, Zhao Shuxian returned. She was prepared to go to the restroom a few more times in a while to create more opportunities for the 2 to be alone together. This way, they wouldn't be able to leave and would only be able to chat together. Wouldn't they become familiar with each other after so much time? While thinking about this, Zhao Shuxian walked towards here. When Zhao Shuxian was not far from Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang, Zhao Shuxian froze. She stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what she saw. Ye Chen had actually held Ning Shuang in his arms? I'll go. This is too fast. Even she, who had been trying to set up Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang, did not accept it for a moment. Had the 2 developed to this point now? It was too fast, right? Ye Chen's ability to tease girls was so strong? It seemed that she had been overly concerned. I'm afraid that without herself, Ye Chen could easily catch up with Ning Shuang. Now at this time, she could never be a light bulb and go over to disturb the 2. Thinking about it, Zhao Shuxian took advantage of Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang's lack of attention and hurriedly ran into the store next to her. On the other hand, Ye Chen squatted down and looked at Su Ning Shuang's ankle. At this moment, Su Ning Shuang's ankle was already slightly red and swollen. Ye Chen did not delay and directly carried Su Ning Shuang towards the outside. He was prepared to take Su Ning Shuang to the hospital to prevent accidents, broken bones or whatever. On the other hand, being held by Ye Chen's domineering hug, Su Ning Shuang's face became red all of a sudden. Her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up as well. This was the first time she was hugged by a boy, and it was very uncomfortable. But she knew that Ye Chen was doing it for her own good and was taking her to the hospital for a checkup. She couldn't walk by herself, so she couldn't refuse Ye Chen, so she could only be an ostrich, letting Ye Chen hold herself and walk towards the outside. Chapter 17, Su Ning Shuang's heart moved. The first time she was held by a boy, Su Ning Shuang did not dare to look at the gazes of the people around her, and subconsciously closed her eyes. With her head lowered, Su Ning Shuang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Her face burned, and her face reddened to the roots of her ears. For the first time ever being held by a boy like this, Su Ning Shuang was really uncomfortable. she could only silently expect in her mind, "Get to the car faster, get to the car faster." However, it was as if the heavens were against her. The road that normally only took a few minutes, today for Su Ning Shuang, it was exceptionally long, as if she had walked for a century. Even if she had a relatively cool personality, and was even addressed as the high cool school flower, she was like a little girl at this moment. It was really too shy. Because of her shyness, Su Ning Shuang ignored the pain coming from her ankle for a while. On the other hand, looking at Ye Chen holding Su Ning Shuang and leaving, Zhao Shushuan's entire body looked dumbfounded. What exactly was this situation? Zhao Shushuan couldn't believe her eyes. What she had just seen, was it really happening? Or was she hallucinating? Previously, Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang's relationship had always been nonchalant. But today, this was only how long ago? The two of them had already developed to such an extent that they could completely be considered a real couple. Could it be that the nonchalance that Ye Chen and Ning Shuang had shown in front of themselves before was deliberate and feigned? In reality, Ye Chen had long since started chasing after Ning Shuang, and had even chased Ning Shuang into his hands? For a while, all sorts of bold speculations surged into Zhao Shushuan's mind. Unexpectedly, this cousin of hers still had a way of chasing girls. Even an iceberg beauty like Ning Shuang had easily caught up with him. TSK. Man, no matter what, she had an indelible credit for Ning Shuang and Ye Chen being together. It didn't matter if Ye Chen was really developed or not. She had to ruthlessly slaughter Ye Chen was a must. She had been salivating for a seafood meal for a long time, especially king crab, big lobster. You helped him chase the titular high school girl to his hand? It wouldn't be too much to ask him to hemorrhage money and treat himself to a big meal. Zhao Shushuan stood still and didn't chase after him. On the other side, looking at Ye Chen holding Su Ning Shuang and walking towards the outside, many passers-by couldn't help but stop. Whether they were boys, girls, or even couples, they couldn't help but look a few more times. The boys were incomparably envious of Ye Chen, having such a beautiful girlfriend. The girls, on the other hand, were envious of Su Ning Shuang. They thought Su Ning Shuang was tired from shopping and her boyfriend took the initiative to hug her. They also wanted such a handsome and attentive boyfriend who could be called a warm man. As for the couples who saw this scene, the women also envied Su Ning Shuang and asked their boyfriends to hug them as well. At this moment, the male side of Ye Chen, who had been envious just a moment ago, was in agony, especially a boy with a skinny figure. After hearing that the chubby, close to 200 pounds girlfriend next to him also wanted to hold her herself, it was even more so that his eyes went black and he almost fainted. On the other side, finally after a long wait, Ye Chen finally carried Su Ning Shuang to the car. Phew! Su Ning Shuang exhaled a long breath and relaxed slightly. She felt that at this moment, her face was hotter than a high fever. Ye Chen closed the door of the car, and from the other side, he himself came to the driver's seat and directly started the car, heading straight to the nearest hospital. Ye Chen drove meticulously, using his old driver's skills, as well as the powerful performance of the Bentley Continental, and sped along the highway. Next to him, he looked at Ye Chen's serious side face. At this moment, Su Ning Shuang's heart, which had been silent all this time, suddenly jumped. The serious Ye Chen at this moment was so handsome. Was this the feeling of having a boyfriend who cared? This feeling was warm, and her ankle wasn't so painful anymore. If one day Ye Chen could own his own male. Thinking of this, Su Ning Shuang was all confused herself. Just now what did she think about Su Ning Shuang herself didn't dare to recall. Could it be that the marvelous feeling just now is the legendary heartbeat? Su Ning Shuang herself was not sure. After all, she had never been in love before, and had never liked any boy before, so she wasn't sure what was meant by heartbeat. Just now, Su Ning Shuang was certain that a feeling that she had never felt before arose within her heart. This feeling was marvelous and indescribable. It seemed that at that moment, with Ye Chen there, nothing was a problem anymore. Su Ning Shuang had never thought about what it was like to have a boyfriend. But if there was a boyfriend who cared for himself when he was sick, listened to him and comforted him when he was sad, to stand up for himself when things go wrong, it seemed not bad at all. At this moment, Su Ning Shuang's heart changed in some subtle ways. This slight change was not even noticed by Su Ning Shuang. Because of Ye Chen's driving skills, the original 20-minute road to the hospital only took Ye Chen 12 or 13 minutes to get there. If he hadn't driven a Bentley today, but a Ferrari instead, it might have been even faster. Arriving at the hospital, Ye Chen picked Su Ning Shuang up again and walked towards the hospital. This time, although Su Ning Shuang was also shy, she was not so resistant. Being held by Ye Chen, after a series of processes, the two of them arrived in front of the doctor. The doctor asked about the situation and began to check. After checking, he said to Su Ning Shuang, "Little girl, the boyfriend you found is good. If he didn't bring you to the hospital in time, I'm afraid things would have been a little bad." Boyfriend? Hearing the doctor's name, the Su Ning Shuang face that had just calmed down once again brushed red. "We are not boyfriend and girlfriend," Su Ning Shuang replied in a small voice. No, then you have to thank him even more. A young man who treats you so well and is responsible is not rare nowadays, the doctor said casually and started talking about the condition of Su Ning Shuang's ankle. Because it came in time, the problem wasn't too big. The doctor prescribed some medicine and said that a 3 or 4 days of rest and recuperation would be about right. Okay, thank you doctor. Thank you doctor. The two of them thanked the doctor. And Ye Chen carried Su Ning Shuang outside. Ye Chen carried Su Ning Shuang to a seat not far away, while he himself went to pay the bill and get the medicine. Because she had to recuperate, it was inconvenient to go back to school, so Su Ning Shuang called her mother and asked her to come and pick herself up to go home and rest for a few days. After what happened just now, being too shy, Su Ning Shuang was not too willing to let Ye Chen send herself home. Moreover, if she let Ye Chen send herself home, her father would definitely ask questions, which was troublesome. Having an idea, Su Ning Shuang called her mother. 20 minutes later, Su Ning Shuang's mother hurriedly came. When she arrived, Ye Chen was still in line to get his medicine, and although it was already nighttime, there were not many people in the hospital. Ning Shuang, how are you? When Su Ning Shuang's mother saw Su Ning Shuang, she immediately asked anxiously, her tone filled with worry. Mom, I'm fine, just a broken foot, Su Ning Shuang explained. Then she told her mother the cause and effect of the incident. It's like this, where is that boy? After hearing this, Su Ning Shuang's mother looked around. Su Ning Shuang was the only one here, there was no shadow of the boy. Ye Chen went to fetch the medicine. Su Ning Shuang explained. Let's wait for a while. Well, wait for a while, and thank people properly. Su Ning Shuang's mother also nodded her head. Without this boy, her daughter would have been in danger today. After 4 or 5 minutes had passed, Ye Chen walked over with the medicine. From afar, Ye Chen saw an additional middle-aged woman who looked very gentle next to Su Ning Shuang. Needless to say, this was definitely Su Ning Shuang's mother. At this time, Su Ning Shuang's mother also looked over carefully. Being looked at by Su Ning Shuang's mother, Ye Chen, who originally did not have anything, was a little nervous. He didn't know why, but he always felt that Su Ning Shuang's mother was looking at herself with the feeling of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Chapter 18, Going to Su Ning Shuang's house as a guest? When Su Ning Shuang saw Ye Chen coming over, she turned her head and said to her mother, Mom, Ye Chen is here. After hearing Su Ning Shuang's description just now, Su Ning Shuang's mother already had a general impression of Ye Chen. As a mother, she herself knew her daughter's character very well. Su Ning Shuang's mother had already judged from the tone of her daughter's speech just now that there seemed to be so much of an oddity between her daughter and this Ye Chen. And just now, her daughter deliberately did not say, after she broke her foot, how she came out of the shopping center, how she came to the hospital. The daughter broke her foot. Naturally it is impossible for her to walk out of the shopping center by herself. Then the conclusion could only be that she was being supported by Ye Chen, or held, but either way, the daughter did not object. That means normal, and is very abnormal. Su Ning Shuang's mother was a very good understanding of her daughter. If her daughter accidentally broke her foot, even if a boy wanted to take the initiative to help her, with her daughter's character, she would never agree, unless the daughter did not hate that boy, or even had a hint of fondness for him. After all, her daughter was already older, so Su Ning Shuang's mother did not point this out. Therefore when she heard her daughter say that Ye Chen had returned, her gaze at Ye Chen was a little off. There was a hint of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Ye Chen felt right. If her daughter wanted to fall in love, she was not against it. But when her daughter is looking for a boyfriend, she must carefully check. As long as there was a little unqualified, she would not want to be with her daughter. Being watched by Su Ning Shuang's mother, Ye Chen had an indescribable feeling. Ye Chen walked over and greeted her very politely. Good day auntie. Hello. Su Ning Shuang's mother nodded her head. Her first impression of Ye Chen was okay. This young man was polite and good-looking. Sister Su, this is the medicine taken. This kind of. Ye Chen handed the medicine to Su Ning Shuang, and then one by one, he introduced the way of taking several kinds of medicine. Beside her, Su Ning Shuang's mother watched, and was more satisfied with Ye Chen. This young man was quite good to his daughter, very caring and responsible. Looking at Ye Chen, Su Ning Shuang's mother nodded. Ye Chen was considered initially qualified, but to be her future son-in-law, further observation tests were needed. I'll take note, Ye Chen only said it once, and Su Ning Shuang wrote it down. In school, Su Ning Shuang was not only the famously cold school flower, she was also a famous school bully, with exceptionally excellent academic performance. It was the kind of award that was soft. Moreover, Ye Chen had heard that although Su Ning Shuang was a school bully, she wasn't the kind of nerd who could only read and nothing else. Su Ning Shuang was multi-talented, and it was rumored that she was very strong in singing, piano, and classical dance, etc. After taking the medicine, there was no need to stay at the school. After taking the medicine, there was no need to stay in the hospital. So Su Ning Shuang's mother joined Ye Chen, one on each side, and helped Su Ning Shuang walk towards the outside. Although Ye Chen didn't mind taking Su Ning Shuang out in the same way he came just now. Of course, Ye Chen didn't have any other intentions. He just felt that it would be easier to go out this way and save time. Well, that was it. Ye Chen, he was a decent person. Although Ye Chen didn't have any other opinions, Su Ning Shuang's mother was afraid that she wouldn't agree. Therefore Ye Chen could only take one side with Su Ning Shuang's mother and carefully help Su Ning Shuang out. 10 minutes later, Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang's mother helped Su Ning Shuang out of the hospital. Su Ning Shuang's mother's car was parked outside the hospital. Ye Chen glanced at it from a distance, and it seemed to be a 1 million plus black standard Mercedes-Benz. On the contrary, the license plate was good. The back was SJ888. Coming to the side of the car, Ye Chen helped Su Ning Shuang get on the car. Little Chen has worked hard today. Why don't you join us, and go to our home to have a seat? After Su Ning Shuang got on the car, Su Ning Shuang's mother warmly invited Ye Chen to be a guest at home. Not today. It's a bit late. Ye Chen shook his head. He was a little unable to stand this look that Su Ning Shuang's mother was giving her son-in-law. Next time, I will definitely make time to visit Auntie's house. Ye Chen coped. Well then, it's settled. Let Ning Shuang and you have a more detailed chat afterward. However, Ye Chen's words of coping were taken seriously by Su Ning Shuang's mother. Okay, since people had said so, Ye Chen had no choice but to nod his head. Little Chen, goodbye then. Su Ning Shuang's mother said goodbye to Ye Chen and got into the car. Su Ning Shuang also said goodbye to Ye Chen. Watching the Mercedes slowly leave, Ye Chen suddenly thought of something and looked again. SJ888. SJ888. Isn't this the Su family 888? Ye Chen thought in surprise. Looking at the license plate of the Mercedes that was slowly moving away, Ye Chen came to a sudden realization. At first, he thought that the SJ in front of the license plate did not have any special meaning. However, just now, he unintentionally thought of Su Ning Shuang's surname, and then it dawned on him. In that case, this license plate was very unusual. If it was only 3/8, although it was good, it wasn't too special. But now, Ye Chen realized that the meaning of this license plate of Su Ning Shuang's family was actually Su family 888, and that was very unusual. It seemed that Su Ning Shuang's family background was far more unusual than he had imagined. Originally, Ye Chen thought that Su Ning Shuang should be a rich white beauty with superior family conditions, but now after seeing this license plate, Ye Chen felt that Su Ning Shuang's family background was much more powerful than he had imagined. I am afraid that it is very difficult to get such a license plate. To know, although 88,888, such a continuous license plate is very windy, very branded, but many tycoons, big shots will not choose. After all, too high profile, identity background. The more uncomplicated people, the more they like to keep a low profile. Therefore, the license plate with special meaning letters, followed by a few nice numbers, became the first choice of these big shots in tycoons. Just for example, this license plate of Su Ning Shuang's family was Su family 888. To get a license plate like this, I'm afraid that one would need very uncomplicated connections. After staring blankly for a little while, Ye Chen left, found his Bentley, and drove away. When he returned home, Ye Chen sent a message to his cousin Zhao Shuxian, telling her what had happened earlier. After hearing this, Zhao Shuxian had some regrets, but it only made sense with this explanation. After all, how could Ye Chen have caught up with Ning Shuang in such a short period of time? But this was not bad. After this incident, Ye Chen and Ning Shuang's relationship had definitely warmed up further. Zhao Shuxian was still satisfied. The only thing she was heartbroken about was the seafood feast she was watching fly away. No, sooner or later, she would have to eat this seafood meal one day. After chatting with Zhao Shuxian, Ye Chen swiped his cell phone on the sofa, waiting for the 0 hour, the refresh of the game mall. Just at this moment, Ye Chen suddenly received a WeChat. Surprisingly, it was sent by Su Ning Shuang on her own initiative. Chapter 19 Mall Updates. Heavyweight items appear. Thanks. Su Ning Shuang expressed her gratitude to Ye Chen, who had helped her out this evening. Without Ye Chen, things would have been troublesome. You're welcome. Ye Chen returned. Good night, love. Su Ning Shuang returned a good night to Ye Chen, and after thinking about it, she added a love heart pattern behind it. After sending it, Su Ning Shuang immediately closed her cell phone, and a wisp of scarlet appeared on her face once again. This was the first time she had said good night to a boy and sent a love heart pattern. For her, it was already considered a big breakthrough. Creak, the door to the room was gently pushed open, and Su Ning Shuang's mother slowly walked in. Ning Shuang, you're not feeling well. Take an early rest. The mother advised Su Ning Shuang to rest early and not to play with her cell phone too late. Okay, good night mom. Su Ning Shuang opened her mouth. Just as her mother turned to leave, Su Ning Shuang suddenly asked, right, mom, is my dad still not back? Not yet. There's a social gathering tonight. Because of the company's business, he has to meet a few big clients. so he'll be back later tonight. Su Ning Shuang's mother explained. Because of company matters, Su Ning Shuang's father would often come home very late. After so many years, Su Ning Shuang and her mother had adapted. Right, Mom, today about Ye Chen's matter. Can you not tell my father for now? After hesitating for a moment, Su Ning Shuang weakly asked. Father was a very serious and meticulous person. If he knew about today's matter about Ye Chen, he would definitely ask questions and would even send people to investigate Ye Chen's background. It was very annoying. Well, alright. Su Ning Shuang's mother thought for a moment and nodded her head in agreement. She naturally knew her husband's temper. It was so hard for her daughter to have the slightest feeling for a boy. If she let her husband ruin it, that would not be good. Thanks, Mom. Seeing her mother agree, Su Ning Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. On the other hand, in Ye Chen's villa, after returning a good night to Su Ning Shuang, Ye Chen exited WeChat and did not continue chatting. Su Ning Shuang was not feeling well today, so she definitely needed to rest early. Ye Chen did his own thing again. Time passed like running water. Finally, Ye Chen waited until 0 o'clock. Ye Chen opened the 3,000 per month. I am the richest man in the world game. As soon as he came in, Ye Chen went straight to the mall. Sure enough, the mall was updated normally. Master piano playing level, priced at $0. 8. Tenfold rebate card, cap of 30 million, priced at 1.5 yuan. Centurion black card, priced at $2. 5. This time, it was 3 brand new items. The first master piano level, naturally, goes without saying. That was having the same level of piano playing as a top master. A good skill. Right now, Ye Chen was interested in skills. Previously, Ye Chen was satisfied with the top car skill that Ye Chen had gotten. In many times, the top car skill played an important role. Far from it, let's just say that today, he sent Su Ning Shuang to the hospital. If there was no top car skill, Ye Chen had just taken out his driver's license, and for a 20-minute journey, Ye Chen was afraid that he would have to drive for half an hour. But with top-notch car skills, this time, even if he drove a Bentley, Ye Chen only used 13 or 14 minutes to get there. If he had driven a sports car, he might have arrived in 10 minutes. This was enough to highlight the importance of skill. The level of master piano playing was also good, and could be used in many places, to play an important role. The second one, the 10 times rebate card. Although it seemed that this card wasn't as good as the 1000 times rebate card that Ye Chen had previously obtained from the newbie gift pack. After all, one was only 10 times, but one was 1000 times. But you notice, behind this 10 times rebate card, it had a cap of 30 million. In other words, Ye Chen only needed to spend $3 million to get his hands on $30 million. Calculating it out like this, Ye Chen would be able to make a full $27 million, whereas the last 1000 times rebate card, the cap was only 5 million. Ye Chen had only earned just over $4,900,000. There was a difference of $20 million between the two. This $20 million was an astronomical figure that an ordinary person wouldn't even dare to think about for the rest of their life. Ordinary people, not to mention working for a lifetime, even if they worked for 10 lifetimes, they wouldn't necessarily be able to save $20 million. This tenfold rebate card, it was very good. Ye Chen only had to take it, and the millions on his bank card would soon turn into tens of millions. As for the third, the Centurion black card, this was also the most heavyweight thing in this mall. When it came to black cards, many people only knew that it was very powerful, but exactly how it was, they didn't know. Internationally, the most famous black card was the Centurion black card. Centurion black card, the full name of the Express Centurion black gold card, is internationally recognized as the king of cards. If you want to have such a card, your total assets should be at least 9 figures, and the card opening fee is as high as tens of thousands of dollars, and you have to pay $1 or $2 million of annual fee every year. The product positioning of the Centurion black card is the high-end crowd, including all kinds of dignitaries, billionaires, social celebrities, etc., are the important holders of the Centurion black card. With this kind of Centurion black card, you can enjoy a variety of top services. For example, VIP seats at various global events and privileged access to top private clubs in major cities around the world, as well as worldwide travel, activities, entertainment and other aspects. There are all kinds of top treatment. You can also enjoy F1 racing experience, airport travel services, 24-hour private banking, one night's free stay at top 5-star hotels such as Hilton, Banyan Tree, Intercontinental and so on. Simply put, it is a symbol of identity, status, and connections. In addition to that, there was another most important point, and that was the conditions for obtaining the Centurion black card. Unlike other types of bank cards, the Centurion black card cannot be obtained by individual application. You want to obtain it, you can only be invited by other cardholders, as well as the bank to apply for it. This condition is very harsh. It turns away many billionaires and dignitaries. You can't even find a dozen, or even dozens of billionaires at random, without necessarily finding someone who has the Centurion Black card. To obtain it, you had to have exceptionally strong connections. Now, it was such a Centurion Black card that had been coveted by countless billionaires and dignitaries for a long time. Surprisingly, it appeared in the game's one-star mall, and the selling price was only $250. If this matter was known by those billionaires, I'm afraid they would envy Ye Chen to death. They had gone through a lot of trouble and used all kinds of connections, but they were unable to get the Centurion Black card. Ye Chen only needed $2.50 to get his hands on it. This was the gap. After thinking for a while, Ye Chen had already made a decision. The first thing he was going to buy was naturally the Centurion Black card. It was the most heavyweight thing in this one-star mall. Tomorrow, he would then buy the tenfold rebate card, and finally the master piano level. After making the decision, Ye Chen spent $2.05 without hesitation and bought this Centurion Black card. Congratulations! The purchase of the Centurion Black card was successful. It is now on your desk. Please pay attention to check. The game prompted that Ye Chen's purchase was successful. Ye Chen turned his head to look, and sure enough, on the table at this moment, there was already a black bank card. In addition to this, there was Ye Chen's card opening certificate and other formalities. The game was very thoughtful for Ye Chen. Ye Chen picked up his first black card and looked at it for a while, nodding his head in satisfaction before putting it away in his wallet. Satisfied, Ye Chen prepared to go and rest. He still had military training tomorrow. While Ye Chen was preparing to rest, the school's various posting bars, forums, confession walls, and various groups were unusually boisterous. They had already been discussing for a few hours, from 8 or 9 p.m., until now at 0 o'clock. Even after a few hours had passed, they were still bickering feverishly, without the slightest intention of stopping. Chapter 20. What's in Ye Chen's wallet? Why were these people so excited? It was simple. Because of a picture. A picture of Ye Chen holding Su Ning Shuang's back that those girls had secretly taken earlier in the mall. Because of this picture, all the places blew up. Previously, whether it was delivering water, or Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang coming down from a car, this was nothing. But now, Ye Chen had actually hugged Su Ning Shuang. Things were suddenly not simple. Ye Chen had actually held schoolgirl Su in his arms, and schoolgirl Su hadn't refused or struggled. This was very wrong. Could it be that the rumors were once true? The two were already boyfriend and girlfriend? How could this be possible? One was a freshman who had just enrolled in school not long ago, and the other was the famously high-cool school flower in the school. In a few days' time, this Ye Chen had managed to catch up with schoolgirl Su? This was outrageous. Looking at this photo, everyone was incomparably shocked. Before this, most of them still believed that Ye Chen and schoolflower Su didn't have any relationship. After all, before, someone had disproved the rumor that schoolflower Su had gotten into Ye Chen's Ferrari at the entrance of the school, and that the two were not together for a night. At that time, Su Chuqing's suitors were still relieved and even gloated about Ye Chen, thinking that Ye Chen was not worthy of their high and cold goddess. But now, looking at the photo of Ye Chen holding Su Ning Shuang, those who had gloated over Ye Chen were on the verge of tears. What is this situation? Were Ye Chen and schoolgirl Su really together? All the boys were incomparably envious of Ye Chen. Of course, more people were very impressed with Ye Chen. Not long after enrolling in school, he managed to take down the school beauty, an idol. But even so, there were still people who didn't believe it. After all, this was only a back photo. Neither Ye Chen nor Su Ning Shuang's faces were fully revealed. Those who didn't believe that this photo was real suspected. The couple in this photo only had a back shadow like Ye Chen and schoolgirl Su. Or it was a picture that someone had deliberately PD in order to discredit schoolgirl Su. Because the argument was so fierce, even the girls who took the photo didn't dare to come forward and say that the photo was real. At this moment, they were still a bit scared and very much regretted sending out the photos. But now, everything was too late. Because of the authenticity of such photos, countless people argued. But whether it was people who believed that the photos were real, or people who felt that the photos had been PD, they all envied Ye Chen. To be able to have a scandal with schoolgirl Su, this was definitely a matter of 3 lifetimes of good fortune. If it was them, I'm afraid that they would wake up laughing in their dreams. They were too envious of Ye Chen. In the end, there were already several groups of people who were going to pay a friendly visit to Ye Chen's dormitory tomorrow night. The next morning, Ye Chen woke up, and once again, he met his extreme imperial neighbor Mo Mengfei, who was a morning jogger outside. The two of them ran around Lingyun Lake together and chatted for a while before Ye Chen returned to the villa. After packing up a bit and driving his Bentley Continental, Ye Chen went straight to the school. When Ye Chen came to the playground again, everyone looked over at the first moment. This time, Ye Chen's arrival attracted more attention than the previous times. Before, delivering water and whatnot was nothing? Holding the high and cold school flower in his arms, this was the most powerful. Whether it was real or fake, it was awesome. Even if it was fake, it must be great to be pictured like this and be envied by everyone. Ye Chen walked to where the class was, and this time, because of the photo, the girls who had surrounded Ye Chen yesterday stayed quiet. They were still watching, unsure of Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang's relationship. Instead, the boys were looking at Ye Chen with incomparable admiration. Yesterday, they were still gloating, but today, they really admired Ye Chen. This was what a big brother was. While they were still worrying about finding a girlfriend, he had already chased the school flower into his hands. Old Yi, we were wrong yesterday. What pretty girl. Is there one prettier than school flower Su? Old Yi, you really do things unexpectedly. Too strong. Holding schoolgirl Su in your arms. Too envious. The three roommates surrounded Ye Chen. Whom? Ye Chen asked before realizing what was going on. Ye Chen randomly opened a posting bar, and sure enough, the hottest of them all was that photo of himself accidentally hugging Su Ning Shuang. Seeing this, Ye Chen had a headache. Yesterday, he thought that his identity as the public enemy of the whole school would finally disappear for a while. He didn't expect that today. He had become the public enemy of the whole school again, and it was even more vicious. He just wanted to play the game quietly and become the richest man in the world earlier. Why did he become the scandalous boyfriend of a high school schoolgirl? Hey, just very annoying. A little bit of time passed, and in the afternoon, Ye Chen received a message from his fatty. Fatty's real name is Zhao Guan, is Ye Chen's high school classmate, is also Ye Chen's good friend. He also got into a university in Zhangzhou, not too far from Ye Chen here. Fatty invited Ye Chen to go out together tonight. It had been a while since he had seen Fatty, so Ye Chen agreed. After the military training ended in the afternoon, Ye Chen returned to his villa. At around 8 in the evening, Ye Chen brought his wallet with his black card, drove his Ferrari, and went straight to a bar that he had arranged with Fatty. When Ye Chen arrived, Fatty was already waiting there. On the scene, besides Fatty, there were several of his classmates, both male and female. Finding that Ye Chen had arrived, Fatty hurriedly walked over and gave Ye Chen a big hug. Looking at Ye Chen, the boys were expressionless, while a few of the girls lit up. What a high-value little brother. Ah! Fatty pulled Ye Chen over and briefly introduced each other. They were all young people, and there weren't too many rules, so they sat down and played. A game down. Ye Chen and another boy in Gucci clothes unfortunately, both lost. The winner was a very pretty girl. Since they were playing a game, naturally there had to be a punishment, which they had agreed on before. The punishment was that the winner could designate the loser to do one thing. After glancing at Ye Chen and the boy in the Gucci clothes, the pretty girl began to think of a punishment. Well, how about this? Take out your wallets and let us see what's inside? Since they had just met, the pretty girl casually said a punishment that wasn't the hard kind. No problem, the boy in Gucci clothes said indifferently. In the next second, he took out a wallet with the LV logo and put it on the table, looking like he was casually letting the others inspect it. Ye Chen didn't say anything and similarly took out his wallet. This wallet, which Ye Chen bought in high school, cost 1 or 200 at that time, and Ye Chen had been using it. The two wallets were placed together, and the contrast was very obvious. After seeing the two wallets, most people directly ignored Ye Chen's wallet and put all their attention on the other boy's wallet. Chapter 21. What is this? The boy wearing Gucci clothes was named Zhang Anning, and his family was said to be quite wealthy. The LV's wallet that Zhang Anning took out immediately attracted everyone's attention. If they were not mistaken, this was a limited edition LV wallet that seemed to cost tens of thousands of dollars. A wallet was worth tens of thousands of dollars, equivalent to once again most people's living expenses for a few years. These people were very envious. As for the wallet that Ye Chen had just taken out, it looked like a very ordinary wallet that was sold in stores outside. What was there to see about it? On the scene, the only one who was interested in Ye Chen's wallet was the pretty girl who had just won the game. This pretty girl's face value was very high, a few notches higher than a few other girls present. This time, the reason why she asked the loser to take out his wallet was, more than anything, because she was curious as to what was contained in Ye Chen's wallet. What was in the wallet could sometimes reflect a person's various situations from the side. In fact, it was better to look at the cell phone. There were more secrets on WeChat, but after all, it was the first time they met. It wasn't good to check the cell phone, so after thinking for a while, the pretty girl chose to look at the wallet. As for the fat man, he was very familiar with Ye Chen and didn't know how many times he had seen Ye Chen's wallet, so he wasn't interested. Zhang Anning moved first. He opened his wallet. Instantly, it attracted the attention of several people. The first thing Zhang Anning took out was a bunch of money, which looked like a small few thousand. These were expected by the crowd and no one was surprised, but immediately afterward, what Zhang Anning took out made the gazes of the few people present freeze, only to see Zhang Anning take out a large pile of cards from his wallet. Among them were both high-level bank cards and some not-so-low-grade membership cards. These cards immediately attracted the attention of several people. Wow! How many cards is this? Worthy of being Zhang Xiao. Too powerful. A few people sighed with emotion and made a rough estimate. In these cards that Zhang Anning took out, there were 4 or 5 bank cards and 5 or 6 membership cards. Marriott Hotel Group Platinum Card. North Star Golf Club Gold Card. Several people began to check what these cards were one by one, and the first thing they looked at were those membership cards. These were the membership cards of some high-class places. Each membership card was not of a low grade. Wanting to obtain such a card, the annual spending was not low, and some of them were feared to require 6 figures a year. It's awesome. North Star Golf Club's Gold Card. A few people were incomparably emotional. The most powerful of these membership cards was this North Star Golf Club's Gold Card. North Star Golf Club was the top golf club in Jiangzhou. There was no one. Those who came and went there were all billionaires and dignitaries. To become a member there, the requirements were very harsh. I didn't expect Zhang Anning to have a gold card there. Awesome. After looking at these membership cards, a few people looked at those bank cards. These bank cards weren't ordinary either. Most of them were gold cards, platinum cards and the like. What kind of bank card is this CCB one? Why haven't I seen it before? A boy asked curiously as he pointed to an unfamiliar card among the bank cards. Following the boy's pointing, a few other people also frowned up. What kind of card was this? They hadn't seen it before either. This card, it's a diamond card from CCB. Taking a look, Zhang Anning casually replied. CCB's diamond card? Did CCB even have a diamond card? They had only heard that there were gold cards, platinum cards, but they didn't realize that there were diamond cards. The crowd was astonished. This was something they hadn't come across before. Young Zhang, are there any requirements for getting this kind of CCB diamond card? The boy from earlier continued to ask. Requirements? Zhang Anning thought for a moment and replied calmly. I seem to remember that it's not that difficult. It only requires personal assets of 10 million or more and annual spending of no less than $300,000. Personal assets above $10 million? The moment Zhang Anning said this, the few people present were not calm anymore. My goodness, to want to have a CCB platinum card like this, you actually need assets of 10 million or more? The crowd was stunned. For Zhang Anning to possess a diamond card like this, wouldn't that mean that his personal assets had exceeded $10 million? Thinking about this, several people were even more shocked, especially when they thought that just now, Zhang Anning had said that obtaining this kind of diamond card wasn't considered difficult. By implication, didn't it mean that having $10 million in assets wasn't difficult? Was this the legendary magnificent? Gulp, gulp, admirable, admirable, worthy of being Zhang Xiao. Even such an awesome CCB diamond card, Zhang Xiao is mighty. After freezing for a while, both the boys and the girls began to kneel down and lick Zhang Anning. Enjoying the boasting of a few people, Zhang Anning floated up. Truth be told, this diamond card was not his, but his father's, and there wasn't much money left in the card. Zhang Anning had secretly brought this diamond card from his father in order to act tough. He had already relied on this CCB diamond card to pretend to be a bully several times, and every time he was exceptionally successful. Other than money, and these bank cards, and membership cards, Zhang Anning had nothing else in his wallet. As for Ye Chen, he was pretty much ignored by a few people. What was the use of being handsome? Could it be used as food? By the way, Ye student, are you displaying it as well? The girl who was the prettiest suddenly spoke to Ye Chen when everyone was trying to curry favor with Zhang Anning. She was the only one who was still interested in Ye Chen's wallet after seeing Zhang Anning's wallet. I think it was only when they heard the pretty girl open her mouth that a few others looked over somewhat reluctantly. Good. Ye Chen nodded and opened his wallet. The contents of Ye Chen's wallet were even less. Other than his ID card, it was 2 bank cards. One bank card was the most ordinary kind. The other was a black bank card. Several people saw this black bank card and were a little curious in their hearts. They hadn't seen it before, but because of this bank card, it was with another ordinary bank card. Several people didn't ask in detail, thinking that it was a new bank card. A few people guessed in their hearts. After looking at Ye Chen's wallet, these few men and women started to brag about Zhang Anning again. Just then, a young man dressed as a dude passed by. After seeing this young man, Zhang Anning immediately brightened up. Huang Xiao. Zhang Anning hurriedly got up and shouted very respectfully. Hearing someone call out to him, the young man turned his head in surprise. Little Zhang, it's you? After discovering Zhang Anning, the young man nodded slightly, looking extremely arrogant. Little Zhang? Huang Xiao? Hearing Zhang Anning and this young man address each other, everyone was confused. The very powerful Zhang Anning, Zhang Xiao, in their eyes. In front of this young man, Huang Xiao, he became Little Zhang? Then what was the identity of this Huang Xiao? A few people didn't dare to imagine. Introducing everyone, this is Huang Hai. Huang Xiao. Zheng Yanning introduced the young man to everyone. Good day, Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao. Several people hurriedly greeted Huang Xiao, wanting to make a familiar face in front of him. Huang Hai gave a very coping him and turned around, ready to leave, not ready to say a single more word. These people were not worthy. However, just as Huang Hai was about to turn around, he suddenly noticed the black card in front of Ye Chen and was instantly startled. This, Chapter 22 Zhengzhou Big Young Man, Brother Chen. You call me small yellow will be fine. Huang Hai looked at the black card in front of Ye Chen's eyes in fascination. His eyes were extremely wide. Looking at the eccentricity of young Huang's expression, several people were confused. What was this situation? What was wrong with Huang Xiao? Young Huang, what are you doing? After hesitating for a moment, Zheng Yanning walked next to Huang Hai and asked respectfully, as if he did not hear Zheng Yanning's words. Huang Hai took a step forward, his right hand trembling as he picked up the black card in front of Ye Chen and looked at it carefully. This action of Huang Hai made the few people present even more puzzled. What was young Huang doing looking at Ye Chen's bank card? Several people understood exactly what was going on. After looking at it carefully, Huang Hai swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great envy. Then he looked at Ye Chen very politely. May I ask if this Centurion black card is yours? Centurion black card? Huang Hai's name for this black bank card immediately frightened everyone present. Although they had never seen it, they had heard of the Centurion black card's great name. It was said to be the most powerful bank card. Those who could own that kind of Centurion black card were all billionaires. Could it be that? Could it be that Ye Chen's bank card was the legendary Centurion black card? How could this be possible? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe their guesses. After all, in their impression, Ye Chen was just like them, just an ordinary college student, and at most, he was just a little bit higher in face value than them. But no matter how they looked at it, Ye Chen didn't look like a tycoon. In their impression, a tycoon was someone like Zheng Yanning, all covered in luxury goods. Even his wallet, which he usually didn't use much, was an LV. Just now, although they were surprised why Ye Chen's bank card was black, but no one guessed Ye Chen's black bank card towards the black card side. But now, several people were shocked. It's mine. Ye Chen nodded his head. Seeing Ye Chen nod his head, at this moment, the crowd was completely convinced. This bank card of Ye Chen's was really the legendary Centurion black card? Ye Chen was actually a person with a black card? This was too terrifying. Huang Hai respectfully returned the Centurion black card to Ye Chen. Big brother, may I ask what your name is? Huang Xiao was very excited and asked curiously. Ye Chen. Hello brother Chen, I am Huang Hai. You can just call me Little Huang. Huang Xiao said with incomparable politeness. Little Huang? A few people froze like a wooden chicken, unable to believe what they were hearing. The big young man in their eyes. Huang Xiao, at this moment even let Ye Chen address himself as Little Yellow. Didn't this mean that Ye Chen was much more powerful than him? Brother Chen, can I sit for a while? Huang Hai asked tentatively. Aha. Ye Chen nodded his head. Seeing this, Huang Hai hurriedly sat next to Ye Chen and began to tout Ye Chen in various ways. On the other hand, Zheng Yanning's few people stood in place, as if they were wooden statues. Present, the one who was most shocked was Zheng Yanning. He was aware of Huang Xiao's power. Huang Xiao's family had a great background, a real big young man, the kind that walked horizontally in Zhangzhou. Compared to Huang Xiao, he was nothing at all. But now, it was such a big young man in Zhangzhou, even as if a little brother in general. In Ye Chen next to the non-stop pleasing, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if it killed him. It turned out that this very low-profile Ye Chen was actually a hidden big brother. Brother Chen, I honor you. No, 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 I'll toast you. Zheng Yanning's reaction speed was extremely fast, immediately picking up a cup of wine, incomparably respectfully toasting to Ye Chen. I drove here. I don't drink. Ye Chen waved his hand and refused. This way Zheng Yanning thought for a moment and immediately changed the wine in her hand into juice, then once again toasted Ye Chen. Soon, Zheng Yanning also joined the ranks of pleasing Ye Chen. As for the few people who had just ignored Ye Chen, they changed their previous cold attitude and began to go to great lengths to kneel down Ye Chen. The pretty girl looked at Ye Chen with a strange light in her eyes. Her vision was really right. This little brother was not simple at first glance, and now it just happened to be verified. After playing for a while, Ye Chen felt that there was nothing interesting, so he got up and prepared to leave. By the way, where do you live, Brother Chen? I'll come to play with you sometime? Seeing that Ye Chen was about to leave, Huang Hai hurriedly spoke. I've just moved into the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa No. 8. Ye Chen replied casually. Moving into Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa No. 8? I'm going? Ye Chen's words once again shocked everyone. Even Huang Hai was no exception. Lingyun Heavenly Palace that was one of the top villa areas in Zhangzhou. Where did Ye Chen even live? This was the real divine tycoon. right? A few people were incomparably sighing. Such a powerful character, yet so low-key. Zhang Anning similarly sighed. He decided that in the future, he would learn from Brother Chen, and also keep a low profile, and stop getting so many luxuries. Huang Hai was even more unable to be calm in his heart because he knew more than the others. He knew that Villa 8 in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace villa area was one of the largest villas in Lingyun Heavenly Palace. Of course, that villa was likewise one of the top mansions in Jiangzhou. I didn't expect Brother Chen to live there. The security of this kind of top villa area was quite strict. Even if he wanted to visit Brother Chen, he couldn't even get in. Brother Chen, why don't you add a WeChat? Huang Hai did not want to give up the opportunity to get to know Ye Chen and said again. In the end, under Huang Hai's strong plea, Ye Chen agreed. Next to him, that pretty girl also came over and added Ye Chen's WeChat. As for the others, thinking that they had just ignored Ye Chen, they naturally did not dare to add Ye Chen's WeChat. Fatty also wanted to leave, so Ye Chen sent him back to school on the way. Ye Chen walked out of the bar, and when they saw that Ye Chen's car was actually a $5 million Ferrari, several people became even more envious. Huang Hai personally helped Ye Chen open the car door, then watched Ye Chen and Fatty leave, waiting until Ye Chen was far away. Huang Hai once again resumed her high-flying and arrogant appearance from the beginning and also left. Only Zhang Anning and the others froze in place, not knowing what they were thinking. In the car, Fatty was half slowed down. He still hadn't come to terms with the fact that he was once an old classmate, an old friend. How did he change into a rich second generation, or a rich generation, driving a Ferrari, living in a villa, and the legendary black card? Is this his own hallucination? Fatty touched the Ferrari before believing that it was all true. Old Yi, developed. Old Yi, how long has it been since I've seen you? Why have you changed so much? Fatty couldn't help but ask. Did you kid win the lottery? No, even if you won the lottery, you don't have this much money? Fatty, stop pretending. I'll show my cards. I'm actually being looked at by a rich woman. Ye Chen spoke nonsense in a serious manner. Fancy by a rich woman. Just you. Well, it seems really possible. Chapter 23, honey? A reward worth 300 million. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Fatty blurted out. Only when his words were just in the middle of his sentence. After seeing Ye Chen's handsome face, he suddenly felt that it didn't seem impossible for Ye Chen to be taken by a rich woman. You were really taken in by a rich woman? The fat man was still a bit unconvinced. What rich woman? That's called darling. Ye Chen still wanted to tease the fatty, so he corrected. Well, Fatty fell into deep thought, but when he noticed the hint of a smile at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth, he instantly understood. You big shot. Forget it if you don't say it. Fatty spat out a sentence and didn't want to continue asking. Ye Chen sent the fatty to the side of his school and returned to his villa. Time passed little by little, and a few days later, the military training ended successfully. At night, in order to welcome Ye Chen and these new students, the school held a new student welcome party. Su Ning Shuang also came with some of her classmates. Yesterday Su Ning Shuang went back to school. Her body was already almost well. There were many programs in today's party, but these new students' favorite was undoubtedly the dances of those pretty schoolmates. The party went on as normal. Behind the scenes, the head of the propaganda department, Su Ran, was discussing with a few members of the propaganda department. Tonight, there was an important program. In order to increase the interaction and liven up the entire freshman party, they added a special program after the leader's approval. That was to randomly select a lucky audience member and have him/her perform a program on his/her own ad hoc. Singing, dancing, magic, comedy, whatever. In a moment, our lucky audience will pick him. Su Ran took out his cell phone, found out a photo, and said to his few companions, the lucky audience person was internalized? With curiosity, the few people looked over, only to see that on Su Ran's cell phone, there was a photo of Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang. It was exactly the photo that Su Ning Shuang had taken earlier when she had been secretly photographed on the first day of Ye Chen's military training, when she had brought water to Ye Chen. At the moment, the person Su Ran was referring to was Ye Chen. With just a glance at the photo, these few people understood why Su Ran did this. Su Ran was definitely not doing this for the good of this Ye Chen. Having also stayed in the propaganda department for a long time, they all knew that Minister Su Ran was Su Ning Shuang's suitor. He had even confessed to schoolgirl Su, only to be rejected by schoolgirl Su without hesitation. Now, Su Ran let a moment to choose Ye Chen as the lucky audience. It was definitely an attempt to make Ye Chen lose face. What's wrong? What's the problem? Su Ran asked. Understood. I'll immediately go find this Ye Chen's location. Su Ran opened his mouth, and the others naturally did not have any opinions. He, Ye Chen, you wait. A cold smile surfaced on Su Ran's face. Originally, this time, picking the lucky concern was indeed to increase interaction and improve the atmosphere. But when Su Ran saw the picture of Ye Chen holding Su Ning Shuang in his arms, Su Ran instantly exploded. His goddess, how could she be hugged by a guy? This was absolutely not allowed. So Su Ran came up with this. As long as he and a few of his companions didn't say anything, who could know that the lucky audience this time was fixed? A moment later when Ye Chen was chosen, the good show would come. Previously, he had secretly inquired, and Ye Chen didn't seem to have any talent. Therefore, he would be chosen in a moment. There was a high chance that Ye Chen would refuse. Refusing in front of so many people, Ye Chen would definitely lose face. And just now, he noticed that schoolgirl Su had also come. In that case, Ye Chen would be disgraced in front of schoolflower Su. That must have been very exciting. Of course, apart from refusing, there was still a possibility that Ye Chen would agree. After all, being watched by so many people, or in front of schoolflower Su, there was a possibility that Ye Chen would stiffly agree. This was even better. Ye Chen didn't have any talent, so even if he went on stage, he would definitely be ugly. It was equally very exciting. No matter which one Ye Chen chose, the result would not be good. This was what Su Ran wanted to see. He didn't care if that photo of Ye Chen hugging schoolgirl Su was real or not, even if it was fake. Daring to rumor with schoolflower Su, this Ye Chen must pay the price. This was the first time schoolflower Su had been rumored. The comedy show on stage ended, and the selection of the lucky audience began. Under the stage, some people were excited and wanted to be chosen. They wanted to show themselves in front of the whole school. Others were praying that they wouldn't be chosen. They don't know anything. If they were chosen, it would be a great shame. Soon, all the lights in the scene went out, leaving only a white light. The white light began to rotate in the scene. In the end, the white light shone on Ye Chen's body without any suspense. Su Ran's conspiracy had officially begun. Okay, the lucky audience has been chosen. It's this student. On stage, the host said excitedly. Instantly, everyone on stage looked at Ye Chen in unison. Especially those who knew Ye Chen or had heard of him were very surprised at this moment. It was not expected that the final lucky audience would be him. Ye Chen was also a little surprised. Was it such a coincidence? Ding dong. Suddenly, Ye Chen's cell phone rang. It was because Ye Chen was looking at his cell phone just now. Ye Chen saw the new message, and surprisingly, it was from the 3,000 per month. I'm the richest man in the world game. He immediately opened it. Challenge released. No longer low-key. Go on stage and show your talent. Let everyone know your strength. Challenge reward. Become the president of Yilin Brokerage Company. Obtain 30% ownership of Yilin Brokerage Company, worth $300 million. Seeing this, Ye Chen froze. He did not expect the reward for this challenge to be so generous. Not only did it allow him to become the president of the Yilin Brokerage Company, there was also a 30% ownership of the Yilin Brokerage Company worth $300 million. This challenge, it had to be completed. This was the biggest reward Ye Chen had ever encountered. Ye Chen put away his cell phone and already had a choice. Soon, a staff member came over and invited Ye Chen to the stage. Another staff member handed Ye Chen a microphone. What is this student's name? The host asked politely. Ye Chen. Student Yi. I don't know what talent student Yi has? The host asked. If so, could you show everyone? If not, it's okay to decline. I can play the piano. Ye Chen thought for a moment and replied. Previously, Ye Chen had just purchased the master-grade piano playing level from the game mall. I didn't expect that this was just a few days ago, and it just so happened to come in handy. Hearing Ye Chen's reply, the host froze. This wasn't the same as what Su Ran had just told him. Didn't this Ye Chen know nothing? How could he play the piano? Behind the scenes, Su Ran was also surprised. This was different from what he had investigated. When did Ye Chen know how to play the piano? Seeing how relaxed student Yi is, he must play the piano very well. The host was also considered to be battle-hardened, having hosted many large-scale parties, so he immediately reacted. Average. Ye Chen replied casually. He thought that his current piano level was still very average, and was still a little bit worse than those top international masters. Average, right? Hearing this, the host nodded, which was fine. Behind the curtain, Su Ran also breathed a sigh of relief, a gust of cold laughter surfacing on his face. Since the playing was average, it was very good. Chapter 24, How did the welcome party become a dog food scene? Suddenly, Su Ran's mind flashed with a better idea. Don't you Ye Chen know how to play the piano? Very, very, very good. Su Ran hurriedly told the host secretly through his earpiece. After hearing this, the host nodded. Understanding. Student Yi, we've already heard the ordinary piano playing just now. The host opened his mouth. Just now, there was already a program that played piano music. I wonder if you know that kind of four-handed piano piece? Four-handed playing was simply two people sitting together and playing together on a piano. The difficulty was great. Playing with four hands? Hearing this word, the audience, who had no interest at all, were all energized at this moment. They had only seen this kind of powerful performance on TV, and they were all shocked. Today, they didn't know if they would have the chance to see it with their own eyes. It's also possible. Ye Chen nodded his head. That's really great. The host opened his mouth. How about this? I'll find another audience member from the scene to play a four-handed game with you. Saying that, the host stepped forward and said to the audience on stage, I don't know which student knows how to play the piano, so please sign up enthusiastically. Hearing this, the audience, who had originally come in the spirit, stopped talking. Originally, the number of people who can play the piano is small, not to mention the more difficult four-handed play. The scene was silent, and not a single person raised their hand. On the other side, Su Ning also quietly walked out from the backstage and came to the audience. He had suddenly thought of this plan. Unluckily, Su Ning had been playing the piano since he was a child, and his strength was not bad. He had even deliberately learned to play four-handed for a year at that time in order to flirt with his sister and to pretend to be a bully. Therefore when Ye Chen said that he could play the piano, Su Ning had a new idea. The one who could play the piano and also play four-handedly. Su Ning thought that in the entire scene, he was the only one. He also wanted to go on stage. Today, schoolgirl Su could come. In a moment, he took the initiative to raise his hand and play with Ye Chen. At that time, with Ye Chen, a person with an average piano level, as a comparison, it would highlight his awesome piano level even more. The excellent side of himself could just be displayed. Schoolgirl Su understood at a glance. Having just walked to the audience, Su Ning did not raise his hand in a hurry, but looked around. In the entire scene, not a single person raised their hand. Oh, it was really the same as what he had imagined. The opportunity to pretend to be a bully, step on Ye Chen, and win the heart of schoolgirl Su was coming soon. Thinking about it, Su Ning already had a victor smile on his face. I'm willing to perform with Ye Chen. However, just when Su Ning was complacent, an abrupt voice came from behind. Brush, brush, brush. In an instant, everyone all looked back. When all the spectators saw the person who stood out, they all froze like wooden chickens, unable to believe what they were seeing. How was this possible? This voice also pulled Su Ning out of his fantasies. Su Ning also turned his head and looked at the person who stood out. Su Ning was equally dumbfounded. Su School Flower? Why did schoolgirl Su stand out? That's right, the one who took the initiative to stand up and perform with Ye Chen was none other than Su Ning Shuang. Looking at Su Ning Shuang, Su Ning was completely dumbfounded. The development of things had greatly exceeded his expectations. He really didn't expect that schoolgirl Su would actually come forward. At this moment, Su Ning's mind was dumbfounded. With that said, Su Ning Shuang took the initiative to walk out. Truth be told, Su Ning Shuang did know how to play the piano, and she played it well, but playing with four hands, she hadn't tried much. Originally, with her character, she wouldn't come forward, but seeing the scene, no one was willing to stand out and play with Ye Chen. Ye Chen looked embarrassed. In order to thank herself for breaking her foot before and Ye Chen helping her, Su Ning Shuang thought about it for a while and stood out. On the stage, the host looked at Su Ning Shuang who stood out and was also dumbfounded. How did things turn out like this? The one who should have stepped forward, wasn't it Su Ning? Just as the host froze, Su Ning Shuang had already walked onto the stage. When the host reacted, it was all too late. There was nothing the host could do to help Su Ning. The host had to announce that Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang were performing together. A few staff members brought the piano up. Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang discussed it and then sat together in front of the piano. Seeing this, all the boys were envious. They also wanted to sit so close to schoolgirl Su. Next, please welcome Ye Chen and Schoolflower Su as they perform the famous piano piece Liang Zhu together. The host announced loudly. Liang Zhu, a very famous four-handed piano piece. Humph, I'll see what you'll do when you drag Schoolflower Su behind you in a while. Looking viciously at Ye Chen, Su Ning muttered. At this moment, he was incomparably jealous of Ye Chen, being able to play the piano with Schoolflower Su. He should have raised his hand first just now. If he had raised his hand just now, Ye Chen wouldn't have been able to play with Schoolmistress Su. Things had already happened. It was too late for anything. At this moment, Su Ning could only envy Ye Chen while cursing Ye Chen for making mistakes and dragging Schoolflower Su down. Just now, Ye Chen had said that his playing was average. Soon, Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang played. The delicate music came, and in an instant, all the audience was attracted by the sound of the piano. At this moment, everyone had an illusion. It was as if Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang, who were sitting on the stage, had become a pair of lovers like Liang Zhu. Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang were really a perfect match. The two of them played very well together, and it was not an exaggeration to call it a heart-to-heart. After enjoying for a while, looking at Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang on the stage, everyone realized that something was not quite right. Wasn't this the welcome party for new students? Why did they feel that it had suddenly turned into a dog food scene? Especially those who were single felt very unfriendly. They only came to see the program, not to eat dog food. They felt like they had received a 10,000 point blitz. As for Su Ran, his entire body was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his ears. Was this what Ye Chen had said? That the playing was average? It was still average? This was already comparable to those master pianists in China. He didn't know how many times he had surpassed himself. Su Ran spat madly in his heart. At this moment, Su Ran regretted to the extreme. He originally wanted to make a fool out of Ye Chen. How had it turned into helping Ye Chen, showing off Ye Chen's strength, and helping Ye Chen chase after the school flower? If Su Ran knew, it was because of his idea of 4 hands that Su Ning Shuang decided to come forward. That's why Su Ning Shuang decided to come forward. I'm afraid Su Ran would vomit blood. He wanted Ye Chen to be humiliated in front of everyone, as well as Su Ning Shuang, but it turned out to be helping Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang boost their relationship. Su Ran's entire being was bad. On the other side, as the music slowly faded away, Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang finished playing. Instantly, sky-shattering applause came from the stage. Chapter 25, Su Ning Shuang's Change. Although all the viewers felt that they had eaten a hard meal of dog food, their hearts were a little less than happy. But truth be told, the two played really well, especially Ye Chen. All the audience applauded from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, even though Su Ning Shuang's admirers couldn't help but applaud Ye Chen. Although they were love rivals, they thought so themselves. They had to say that Ye Chen did play very well. Looking at Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang sitting together, everyone felt that the two were so well matched. On the scene, the only one who didn't applaud was Su Ran. Su Ran sat there, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. He really couldn't believe that that was Ye Chen playing just now. This was already at the level of a master? This was what Ye Chen described as average? Su Ran had the feeling of lifting a stone and hitting his own foot. This time when he picked Ye Chen as the lucky audience, he did it to fix Ye Chen. Unexpectedly, he ended up helping Ye Chen, making Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang understand each other more deeply. The more he thought about it, the more angry Su Ran became. Snap. In the end, he couldn't help but slap himself. The few people next to Su Ran were dumbfounded as they watched Su Ran smack himself for no reason. After freezing for a while, these people walked away far away. I didn't realize that there were still psychopaths in the university. Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang finished playing, and the two of them slowly got up. The playing is really great. Everyone give a round of applause to Mr. Ye Chen and schoolgirl Su together. The host walked onto the stage and said with great emotion. Another burst of warm applause came. Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang separated after they got off the stage. Watching towards Ye Chen walking towards his class, Su Ning Shuang became even more curious about Ye Chen in her heart. She took the initiative to play with Ye Chen this time in order to ease Ye Chen's embarrassment. Playing with 4 hands required great strength. Originally, she thought that Ye Chen's piano level was similar to her own. But just now, during the process of playing, Su Ning Shuang was truly shocked. Ye Chen's level was unexpectedly so strong. It could be called master level. Just now, she almost made a mistake several times, but fortunately Ye Chen helped her. Ye Chen was surprisingly a treasure boy. In Su Ning Shuang's heart, Ye Chen's image gradually changed. These changes were so subtle that for a while, even Su Ning Shuang herself did not notice. Old Yi, I didn't expect you to be so versatile. Okay, old Yi, you shocked all 4 seats with this hand, playing the zither with schoolgirl Su. Old Yi, you are really lucky. Ye Chen returned to the location of his class. Some of the students who were familiar with Ye Chen hurriedly came over and said with great emotion, average, average. Ye Chen replied in a low-key manner. Then he found a corner with fewer people and sat down. After making sure that no one was paying attention, Ye Chen couldn't wait to take out his cell phone. The reward for this challenge was what Ye Chen valued the most. It was something worth $300 million. Could it not make one excited? Once he got these rewards, Ye Chen's value would also break through to 500 million. Ye Chen excitedly opened the 3,000 per month. I'm the richest man in the world game. Challenge completed. Congratulations on obtaining 30% ownership of Ye Chen Brokerage and becoming the president of Ye Chen Brokerage. The acquisition contract has been placed on the desk in your villa. Please check. Gained 7 experience points. Gained 3 points. Just after opening his cell phone, a pop-up window immediately popped up. The challenge was successfully completed. Ye Chen not only gained ownership of the Ye Chen Brokerage Company worth $300 million, becoming the president of Ye Chen Brokerage Company, he also received 7 points of experience value, as well as 3 points. This was considered an unexpected joy. Ye Chen checked his level in passing. Player level, LV1, 20 out of 100. Mall level, 1-star mall, 18/50ths. At this moment, Ye Chen already had 20 experience points and 18 points. It was already getting closer to leveling up. Ye Chen was satisfied. Yilin Brokerage Company specific information. Is it viewed? Suddenly, another prompt came. The game had thought of everything for Ye Chen. Even the information of the Yilin Brokerage Company had already been prepared for Ye Chen. View. Ye Chen happened to not understand the Yilin Brokerage Company. Now that he had the information, could he not look at it? After all, now that he was the president of the Yilin Brokerage Company, a part of the company was Ye Chen's. Soon, the information of Yilin Brokerage Company appeared on the game. Ye Chen looked at it roughly once, and had a number in mind. Yilin Brokerage Company was founded 3 years ago by a few bosses. The main business was to cultivate net stars and anchors, and the main development platforms were Jitterbug, Shark Live, and so on. Until now, the total value of the Yilin Brokerage Company had been as high as $1 billion. The company has also cultivated several millions of attention of the net red. In the Shark Live, also cultivated a number of potential anchor. With the current short video, as well as the explosion of the live broadcast industry, the Yilin Brokerage Company could be said to be flourishing. This also meant that although Ye Chen now owned 30% of the ownership, which was worth $300 million, but a year later, it was likely to be more than $300 million. More importantly, the location of Yilin Brokerage Company was in Jiangzhou. After looking at it, Ye Chen was very satisfied. He was ready to go for a spin. After all, when you became the president, it was important to inspect a bit. Together with the 30% ownership of Yilin Brokerage Company, Ye Chen's worth smoothly exceeded $500 million. Ye Chen was very emotional in his heart. This game was worthy of being called, with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the richest man in the world. Before and after, he had only recharged a few dollars, and now his value had skyrocketed countless times, becoming a billionaire. Who could imagine that some time ago, Ye Chen was still an ordinary student who had just stepped into the university. Now he was the owner of a top-notch restaurant, a shopping center, and a large economic company, with a monthly salary of 3,000. I'm the richest man in the world. Game. Forever dropping God. Military training was over, and tomorrow happened to be a Saturday to rest. Ye Chen looked up the address of the Yilin Brokerage Company and decided to go and take a look tomorrow. At the same time that Ye Chen became the boss of the Yilin Brokerage Company, in the conference room of the Yilin Brokerage Company, a group of Yilin Brokerage Company executives were summoned. The president of the Art Forest Brokerage Company announced to everyone, there was a mysterious tycoon who had acquired the ownership of the company in his hands. From now on, the president of the company was changed. After hearing this, all the company executives were in an uproar. This was too sudden. But in this industry, this was considered normal. I don't know much about your future new boss. I only know that his name is Ye Chen. The former president said a few words and left. Only a group of company executives were left in intense discussion. I wonder what kind of person this Mr. Yi is? As the saying goes, once a son, always a son. Now that the boss has changed, we have to work harder and more seriously in the future. Everyone had their own little plans in their hearts. These executives were all thinking in their minds how to please Ye Chen, the new boss now. Cough. Everyone be quiet. At this time, a man in his 30s or 40s stood out. He was Yang Xuemin, the general manager of Yilin Brokerage Company, and was considered to be second only to the president in the company. Now that the president has changed to General Manager Yi, I think we should contact General Manager Yi at the first opportunity, Yang Xuemin suggested. The former president had already left Ye Chen's contact information behind just now. I agree. It's okay. The others also nodded their heads. Picking up his cell phone, Yang Xuemin somewhat nervously dialed Ye Chen's number. Soon, the call was connected. May I ask if it's Mr. Yi? I'm Yang Xuemin, the general manager of Yilin Brokerage Company. Manager Yang. On the phone, Ye Chen's voice was heard. We just learned that Mr. Yi has acquired the company. I wonder if you have any orders? I'm going to visit the company tomorrow morning. Not much else. Ye Chen replied. Okay, tomorrow I will make sure to get everything ready and wait for your arrival, Yang Xuemin said curtly. Hanging up the phone, Yang Xuemin told the others present about Ye Chen coming to the company tomorrow morning. Instantly, everyone tensed up. It was time to meet the new boss. Could one not be nervous? Everyone must be in high spirits tomorrow, and absolutely must leave a good impression on Mr. Yi. Yang Xuemin emphasized again. After all, first impressions are important. A little bit of time passed, a new day. It was not easy for the military training to end, and Ye Chen took a lazy nap. In the morning, Ye Chen drove his Ferrari and went straight to Yilin Agency. Chapter 26. You'll be fired from the company immediately. At the Yilin Brokerage Company, all the executives had already begun to wait anxiously, following the navigation. Half an hour later, Ye Chen arrived in front of the Yilin Brokerage Company. Parking his car, Ye Chen slowly came down and looked around with some curiosity. The Yilin Brokerage Company rented a small office building. Part of this office building was the office space for the various departments of the Yilin Brokerage Company. The remaining part of it was decorated into various independent live rooms for the company's anchors to work in. The environment around Yilin Brokerage Company was still good. Just as Ye Chen was about to walk towards the door of the Yilin Brokerage Company, not far away, there was a roaring sound. Only a rare pink Lamborghini was seen traveling over. Eventually, this pink Lamborghini stopped directly in front of the Yilin agency. Immediately afterward, a tall woman with sunglasses slowly walked down. This sunglasses woman's face value was high, and at a glance, it was the standard internet red face. After getting off, the sunglasses woman looked around very arrogantly. Eventually, her gaze was placed on Ye Chen. Are you also from the Yilin agency? The sunglasses woman asked Ye Chen condescendingly. Sort of. I just joined the company yesterday. Ye Chen thought for a moment and nodded his head. Seeing Ye Chen nodding, the sunglasses woman directly threw the Lamborghini's car keys to Ye Chen. Help me find a place to park the car, the sunglasses woman said to Ye Chen commandingly. She seemed to treat Ye Chen as a parking junior. Looking at the sunglasses woman, Ye Chen was confused. What was the situation? Wasn't he here to inspect the company? How did he become a parking junior? Go by yourself. Ye Chen directly threw the Lamborghini's car keys to the sunglasses woman. Although the sunglasses woman was somewhat pretty, and at first glance, she was the type that owned many licking dogs, but Ye Chen didn't spoil her. Not to mention Ye Chen's current status. Even if Ye Chen wasn't the owner of the Yilin Brokerage Company or a rich man, he wouldn't spoil her. Receiving the Lamborghini car keys that Ye Chen threw over, the sunglasses woman was confused. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Normally, no matter where one went, it was so much of an honor to be able to help herself go park her car that she didn't know how many men would rush to do it. But now, she was actually rejected by a man, and it was also a new employee who had just joined the Yilin agency? The sunglasses woman was a little disbelieving. You, a newcomer who just joined the company, are sure you want to reject me? The sunglasses woman asked back. Do you know my identity? I'm Ling Ziel. The sunglasses woman took out her identity to scare Ye Chen. Who is Ling Ziel? Don't recognize her. Ye Chen shook his head. He indeed had never heard of Ling Ziel. Looking at Ye Chen, the sunglasses woman was incomparably angry. She was one of the pillars of the Yilin Brokerage Company, a big netizen of Jiayin with millions of followers. Ling Ziel threatened Ye Chen. Believe it or not, if I just say one word, you will be fired from the company immediately. Really? Ye Chen was amused. Right now, in the entire Yilin Brokerage Company, I'm afraid that there was no one else other than Ye Chen himself. Is that so? Hearing Ye Chen doubt his words, Ling Ziel exploded with anger. You wait. While saying that, Ling Ziel took out her cell phone and prepared to make a call. Sister Sheer, don't be angry. Suddenly, a long-legged girl wearing a white t-shirt walked over and hurriedly persuaded Ling Xier, who was originally quite pretty, immediately looked very average when compared to this long-legged girl. This long-legged girl's face value was quite high, belonging to the school flower level. He's just a new employee who just came to the company, just graduated from university. He doesn't know anything. The long-legged girl took the initiative to speak for Ye Chen. The long-legged girl subconsciously treated Ye Chen as a newcomer who had just graduated and stepped into society. Just now, the long-legged girl, Bai Han Yen, came out from the company and happened to hear Ye Chen and Ling Ziel's argument. Somehow, looking at Ye Chen, she thought of last year when she had just graduated. At that time, she had just graduated and didn't know anything, causing a lot of trouble. At that time, if someone had helped themselves out and spoken for them, they wouldn't have been fired from their last company. Now looking at Ye Chen, Bai Han Yen took the initiative to stand out, wanting to relieve Ye Chen. Humph, just graduated, don't know anything? Ling Ziel sneered. Sister Sheer, Bai Han Yen spoke up again. Shut up. Ling Xier was completely impatient. Bai Han Yen was a little aggravated, but she didn't give up. Since she had decided to help this boy, she naturally wouldn't give up. Bai Han Yen was still ready to explain for Ye Chen, but she was stopped by Ye Chen. Thank you for your kindness, Ye Chen said to Bai Han Yen. He thanked Bai Han Yen for her kindness, but there was no need to please this Ling Ziel for his sake. You just graduated. You'll suffer a lot of losses this way, Bai Han Yen explained. She was also like Ye Chen at that time, and the result was that she was fired, worked for nothing for a few months, and didn't even get a penny of her salary. You wait. Ling Ziel confidently dialed a phone number. Uncle Lu, I was scolded in front of the company by a new employee of our company. When the phone was connected, Ling Xier directly reversed black and white. This Uncle Lu of Ling Xier's was a supervisor of the Yilin Brokerage Company, one of the top brass. He was on good terms with her father, and was also Ling Ziel's backer. The reason why she dared to be lawless in the art forest agency, besides being on fire herself, was because of this Uncle Lu. Alright, wait, I'll come over and take a look. In the conference room, Supervisor Lu hung up the phone. Old Lu, what's wrong? Seeing Supervisor Lu's face change, Yang Xuemin asked in surprise. At this moment, Yang Xuemin and a bunch of other company executives were waiting for Mr. Ye's arrival in the conference room. It's nothing, it's just that Ling Xier went out for a little thing at the company, Supervisor Lu explained. Hearing this, Yang Xuemin's face changed. He was aware of Ling Xier's domineering personality, but because Ling Xier was considered one of the pillars of the Yilan agency, and because of Supervisor Lu, Yang Xuemin just turned a blind eye. Now that Mr. Yi was coming soon, this Ling Xiel was making a scene in front of the company. What if it lets Mr. Yi see it and causes Mr. Ye's dissatisfaction? This responsibility, can Ling Xiel afford it? Let's go and take a look together, so that this Ling Xiel can calm down a bit. Looking at the time, General Manager Yi will be arriving soon. We can just go and greet him. Yang Xuemin thought for a moment and decided. The others in the conference room couldn't sit still either, so they agreed to go together to the company's entrance and greet General Manager Yi. Soon, under Yang Xuemin's leadership, a group of senior executives headed towards the company's entrance with great vigor. Just wait, in a moment, it's time for you to cry, Ling Xiel said to Ye Chen triumphantly. Sister Xier. Bai Han Yan naturally knew the weight of Ling Xiel's words in the company. As long as Ling Xiel did so, 9 times out of 10, the boy would be fired. It was too hard to find a job nowadays, and comparatively speaking, the treatment at Yilan Brokerage was considered very good. It was very difficult for a freshly graduated college student to enter such a company. Just then, a rush of footsteps came. A group of company executives walked out, seeing Supervisor Lu in the crowd. Ling Xiel's bottom line was even stronger. Chapter 27. You, what's your name? After coming out, the first thing the group of executives from the Yilan Brokerage Company saw was Ling Xiel, Ye Chen, and Bai Han Yan. But unfortunately, they only recognized Ling Xiel, Bai Han Yan, and not Ye Chen. In the information that the former president had given them on Ye Chen, there was only a phone number, not a picture of Ye Chen. A group of executives from Yilan Brokerage stood at the entrance of the company, ready to greet General Manager Yi, who would be coming in a while. Manager Yang, I'll take care of it first. Supervisor Lu glanced at Ling Xiel and said to Yang Xuemin, go ahead. Right, let Ling Xier be more disciplined in the future. Yang Xuemin nodded his head and purposely added a sentence. Understood. Supervisor Lu nodded and walked towards the three of them. Ling Xier Ye Chen. Looking at Supervisor Lu walking towards her, Ling Xier became even more complacent. Prepare to be fired from the company. Ling Xier clasped her arms in front of her chest, towing the line. What's wrong? Supervisor Lu walked over and said with some impatience. Mr. Yi will be here soon. You guys are causing trouble in front of the company. Aren't you causing trouble for the company? Supervisor Lu, they scolded me. Ling Xier was the first to complain, pointing at Ye Chen and Bai Han Yan and said, I worked hard for the company. Ling Xier pretended to be innocent. Now even people from my own company are ostracizing me. Supervisor Lu, you must do it for me. After hearing Ling Xiel's words, Supervisor Lu nodded. He largely understood, and although Ling Xiel said so, he knew Ling Xiel's character well. Supervisor Lu also knew that what happened just now should be different from what Ling Xiel said. But right now, what exactly happened? He didn't care. At the moment, the most important thing was to set this matter right, so that Ling Xiel would stop fooling around and honestly welcome Mr. Ye's arrival. The reason why Ling Xiel came to the company today was that Supervisor Lu had specifically instructed him to do so. He called out to Ling Xier to come, just to let Ling Xier show her face in front of General Manager Yi. He was trying to get Ling Xier to mix her face in front of General Manager Yi and leave a good impression. Supervisor Lu, that's not how it happened. Bai Han Yan hurriedly explained for Ye Chen after hearing Ling Xiel's words. It was Ling Xiel who came up to make things difficult for him, and he spoke for me, Ling Xiel. However, without waiting for Bai Han Yan to finish, Supervisor Lu suddenly spoke up. You don't need to say. What exactly happened? Can I not know? Supervisor Lu reprimanded. Having Supervisor Lu say this, Bai Han Yan was furious. It was clearly Ling Xiel who was arrogant, and now Supervisor Lu not only didn't blame Ling Xiel, but instead reprimanded her. Seeing Supervisor Lu reprimanding Bai Han Yan, Ling Xier had a bright smile on her face. Supervisor Lu, people like that can't stay in the company. Fire them together. Ling Xiel spoke again. I'll consider this matter. If things are really like you say, they won't continue to stay in the Yilan agency. Supervisor Lu opened his mouth, with an air of impartiality. Hearing Supervisor Lu say this, even the little cutie could all hear it. He was already on Ling Xiel's side and was ready to fire Ye Chen and Bai Han Yan together. Thank you Supervisor Lu. Ling Xier spoke in a hurry. You are the company's most caring employee and the most fair and just leader. Ling Xier curried favor with Supervisor Lu while sneering at Ye Chen and Bai Hanyan. At this moment, Ling Xier was close to writing the word arrogant and complacent on her face. Looking at Supervisor Lu, who was in cahoots with Ling Ziel, Bai Hanyan was so angry that her body trembled. This kind of person who was clearly protective of her shortcomings, but pretended to be fair and impartial, was the most detestable. With a leader like you at Yilin Brokerage, sooner or later, something is going to happen. A company like this, it's better not to stay. Bai Hanyan was disappointed. Although she was willing to plead with Ling Ziel for Ye Chen's sake before, but she also had a bottom line in what she did, and in a situation like the one she was in now, she would definitely not bow her head and beg for mercy. The big deal was that she would not do it. Being rebuked by Bai Hanyan to her face, Supervisor Lu was incomparably angry. Without even needing Supervisor Lu to continue, Bai Hanyan was ready to turn around and pack up her own things to leave. Before Bai Hanyan could turn around, she was suddenly stopped by Ye Chen. Today, this matter, Ye Chen will manage. Bai Hanyan, he guaranteed it. With a leader like you, I'm blushing for the Yilin Brokerage Company. After stopping Bai Hanyan, Ye Chen Zhengming greeted Supervisor Lu and said indifferently, before, when the Yilin Brokerage Company had such employees and leaders, he could care less. But now, after he became the president of the Yilin Brokerage Company, he was going to manage this matter to the end. Looking at Ye Chen, who suddenly stood out, once again a few people were a little surprised. What kind of leader are you of the Yilin Brokerage Company? Ye Chen asked. I am the head of the personnel department of Yilin. Supervisor Lu replied in a cold voice. Originally, I wanted to investigate the matter clearly before dealing with it. But now, seeing that you guys are so rude to the leader, then there's no need to say anything more. Pack up your things and get lost. You guys are fired. Supervisor Lu was angry and directly fired Ye Chen and Bai Hanyan. I think the one who should get the hell out of Yilin is you. Ye Chen stood there blandly and spoke in a shocking manner. When Ye Chen said this, several people around him were confused. What did they hear just now? This young man said that the person who should get out of the art forest was Supervisor Lu? One wasn't hallucinating, right? Bai Hanyan was a little confused, not expecting Ye Chen to be so rigid. Even Ling Ziel had surprise written all over her face, unable to believe that Ye Chen would say that. Supervisor Lu, on the other hand, was completely enraged. Good, very good, very good. Supervisor Lu loudly chided Ye Chen. Not far away, Yang Xuemin and the others, who were still waiting for Mr. Yi to arrive, were surprised when they heard Supervisor Lu's loud chiding voice. What had happened there? Yang Xuemin's face became a little ugly. Let Supervisor Lu quickly finish the matter. How come the more he handles it, the bigger the matter becomes? Thinking about it, Yang Xuemin moved and walked towards Supervisor Lu. Seeing Yang Xuemin move, the other company executives also followed closely. Bai Hanyan, and you. Supervisor Lu pointed at Ye Chen and Bai Hanyan and reprimanded loudly. Only after he finished Bai Hanyan's name, he was ready to call out Ye Chen's name again. At this time, Supervisor Lu realized that he didn't know Ye Chen and didn't know his name. Kid, what's your name? Supervisor Lu questioned Ye Chen. Ye Chen. Ye Chen, very good. From now on, you Ye Chen and Bai Han. Hearing Ye Chen's reply, Supervisor Lu continued to speak. Only halfway through his words, he suddenly froze. What was this kid's name? His name was Ye Chen? Why was this name so familiar? Supervisor Lu couldn't believe what his ears were hearing, so he asked with a trembling voice. What's your name? Chapter 28, I'm the Ye Chen, the new president of Yilin Brokerage Company. Ye Chen, Yi of leaves, Chen of hours, do you hear me? Ye Chen calmly returned. Ye Chen? Rumble. The two simple words fell in Supervisor Lu's ears, but they were like thunder from the 9 heavens. Supervisor Lu opened his mouth wide with a stunned look. On the other side, Yang Xuemin also walked over with a group of company executives and happened to hear Ye Chen's words. In an instant, Yang Xuemin and a group of company executives were dumbfounded as if they were wooden chickens. What? This young man was called Ye Chen? Looking at Ye Chen, Yang Xuemin and the crowd of company executives were all confused. Looking at the shocked expressions of Supervisor Lu, Yang Xuemin and the company executives, Ling Ziel and Bai Hanyan were equally confused. They didn't know what had happened. Bai Hanyan was an ordinary employee of the company, so naturally, she didn't know the name of their new boss. As for Ling Ziel, when Supervisor Lu contacted her, he only told her that the company had changed bosses, and that the new boss was Mr. Yi, and didn't tell Ling Ziel Mr. Ye's name. As a result, Ling Ziel didn't know what Mr. Ye's name was either. Looking at Supervisor Lu, whose face was white and whose body kept trembling, Ling Xier was puzzled. What's wrong with Uncle Lu? Wasn't he fine just now? How did he become like this now? Ling Xier thought about it carefully. It seems that after knowing that this kid who bumped into her was called Ye Chen, Uncle Lu became like this? Ye Chen? So what? Isn't it just an ordinary name? There's nothing special about it? Ling Ziel couldn't figure it out and couldn't help but ask Supervisor Lu, Uncle Lu, what's wrong with him being called Ye Chen? However, Supervisor Lu didn't seem to hear Ling Ziel's words and didn't answer her. Seeing that Uncle Lu did not answer, Ling Xier took a few steps forward and shook Supervisor Lu's arm. It was only after such a shake that Supervisor Lu came to his senses. Uncle Lu, what happened to his name Ye Chen? Ling Ziel asked again. Gulp, gulp. Supervisor Lu swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva hard, his voice trembling as he replied. The new president of our Yilan brokerage company is also called Ye Chen. What? Hearing Supervisor Lu's reply, Ling Ziel was shocked and couldn't believe what she heard. The new president, Mr. Yi, is also called Ye Chen? Ling Ziel turned her head violently and looked at Ye Chen, her eyes filled with shock. Next to her, Bai Han Yan was also confused. What? She had heard about the company changing to a new president yesterday, but what was the new president's name? She didn't know? Could it be that this boy, who she subconsciously thought was a recent graduate, was the company's new president? Mr. Yi? No way. Such a coincidence? May I ask? You are? Supervisor Lu's face turned pale as he carefully asked Ye Chen. That's right, I'm the Ye Chen, the new president of Yilan brokerage. Ye Chen replied calmly, receiving Ye Chen's affirmative answer. Supervisor Lu almost had a heart attack. Really? He really was the new president? He was the same President Yi that he was preparing to greet? Supervisor Lu's entire being was dumbfounded. As for Ling Xier, she was even blacking out, on the verge of being stunned into unconsciousness. This kid was actually his new boss, the new president of the company, Mr. Yi. Ling Ziel was stunned. She had actually taken her boss at the very beginning as a parking minion, and had even spoken out loud in front of her boss. The more she thought about it, the more scared Ling Xier became, and her legs kept trembling. Finished, really finished. She is dead. After she made such a mess just now, even a good-tempered person wouldn't let her off easily. Next to her, Yang Xuemin and a group of company executives rushed over after ascertaining Ye Chen's identity. Hello, General Manager Yi. Welcome, General Manager Yi. Good day, Mr. Yi. Walking over, Yang Xuemin and a group of executives hurriedly greeted Ye Chen. At this moment, they were in a similar mood as Supervisor Lu. Their hearts were about to jump out. After half a day, General Manager Yi, whom they had waited for so long, had actually come. Just now, they had watched the show, and they had actually seen it on their own president. Although it was not quite clear what exactly happened here just now, but it wasn't hard to imagine that Supervisor Lu, who was Ling Xier's elder, must have rushed General Manager Yi because of what happened to Ling Xier. Thinking about this, even they were in a state of fear. In order to please General Yi, they had prepared so much, but it turned out to be a waste. They originally wanted to leave a good first impression on General Yi. Now it seemed that they had botched it. Looking at Ye Chen, Yang Xuemin and a group of company executives could not calm down for a long time. They were still somewhat unable to accept it until now. This young man was the new president of his own family? How could General Manager Yi be so young? They knew that Mr. Yi was very young, and they had guessed in their hearts that Mr. Yi might be 26 or 27 years old. But now after seeing Chief Yi with their own eyes, they were all dumbfounded. It looked like Chief Yi was only 18 or 19, 20 at most, 20 years old, and he became the president of the company. Their boss? It was too unbelievable. Mr. Yi, I am the general manager of the company. Yang Xuemin, I have contacted you before. Taking a deep breath, Yang Xuemin stood out. Such a thing, as the general manager couldn't escape. We'll talk about your matters later. I'll deal with them first. Ye Chen returned Yang Xuemin's sentence, then looked at Supervisor Lu and Ling Ziel. General Manager Yi, I was wrong. Supervisor Lu repeatedly apologized to Ye Chen, his heart incomparably fearful. Snap, snap. In the end, Supervisor Lu even slapped himself. Ye Chen, I'm wrong. It's me who has eyes to recognize and tie. It's me who is blind. Supervisor Lu repeatedly apologized to Ye Chen, hoping that Ye Chen would forgive. This matter was too big. General Manager Yi, I'm also wrong. You must not be general with me. On the other side, Ling Ziel also acted and hugged Ye Chen's arm as she begged for forgiveness. I don't want to say anything more. I'll give you 5 minutes. Pack up your things and get the hell out of Yilan. Ye Chen said without question. I'll give you what you guys said just now. The Yilan agency doesn't need employees like you. Now, no matter how much Supervisor Lu and Ling Ziel begged for forgiveness, it was useless. General Manager Yi, I was wrong. Mr. Yi, you forgive me. Supervisor Lu and Ling Xier begged repeatedly, not wanting to leave. Manager Yang, where are the company's security guards? Ye Chen turned his head and asked. Understood, understood. Yang Xuemin nodded his head in a hurry, then immediately sent someone to get security guards to come. Soon, a few security guards ran over and directly picked up Supervisor Lu and Ling Xiel and threw them towards the distance. Chapter 29. What a feeling. After Supervisor Lu and Ling Xiel left, the scene was much quieter. Ye Chen said goodbye to Bai Hanyan. After that, Ye Chen and Yang Xuemin, along with a group of company executives, headed towards the Yilin Brokerage Company. In the original spot, only the frozen Bai Hanyan was left behind. Looking at Ye Chen who was walking away, Bai Hanyan was still a little confused. Ye Chen, the new president of the company? Bai Hanyan was unable to calm her heart. She had just treated the company's new president as a graduated college student who had joined the company not long ago. So humiliating. And she even went to plead with Ling Xiel for the president. Now that she thought about it, if she didn't have herself, Ye Chen would have been able to deal with it very easily, and even so many things wouldn't have happened behind her. Why was she so dull? On the other side, in the conference room of the Yilin Brokerage Company, Ye Chen sat on the front seat, his face cold as he looked at the crowd. The company's group of executives, on the other hand, kept their heads down and didn't speak, and the atmosphere was very strange. The hearts of these executives were hanging in their throats, very nervous. Mr. Yi had come, but the process was very different from what they had planned. Things often developed beyond expectation. I didn't expect them to recognize General Manager Yi in the way they did just now. It was so embarrassing. Cough. Sitting in front, Ye Chen gave a dry cough. Below, a group of company executives raised their heads apprehensively. I don't want what happened today to continue to appear in our Yilin company in the future, Ye Chen said coldly. Now as the president of a company, Ye Chen naturally couldn't face them with the posture of a former student. And just now, Ye Chen was indeed very dissatisfied, so he had a cold face. At this moment, Ye Chen had already adapted to the identity of the president. Mr. Yi, I assure you that such a thing will never happen in the future. Yang Xuemin hurriedly opened his mouth and assured Ye Chen. I didn't care before, but now that I've taken over the company, I don't want a leader like Supervisor Lu. Ye Chen scanned the circle and continued. If there are people like that amongst you, I hope that you'll either tighten up in the future or resign on your own. If you let me find out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing Ye Chen's words, the group of executives nodded their heads in succession. The company conducts a detailed examination, and anyone who has an uncomplicated relationship with Supervisor Lu, all of them will be dismissed. Ye Chen added, I'll immediately order it down in a moment. I'll make sure to check it carefully. Yang Xuemin took the lead and replied. Ye Chen continued to say something and left the conference room. Afterward, Ye Chen was led by Yang Xuemin to the president's office. The president's office of the Yilin Brokerage Company was naturally the largest, best located, and most luxuriously decorated place in the entire company. Ye Chen sat on the office and listened to Yang Xuemin report some work. After the report, Yang Xuemin left to deal with the things that Ye Chen had just ordered in the conference room. In the large office, only Ye Chen was left alone. Ye Chen slowly got up and walked around the office, and finally Ye Chen stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out at the distant prosperity. At this moment, Ye Chen could not help but feel an inexplicable feeling rise in his heart. This was perhaps the feeling that power brought. Once you experienced it, it was hard to forget, as if you were mesmerized. Right now, under his feet was a billion-dollar brokerage company. He hoped that in a few years, the company under his feet would turn into $100 billion, or even trillion-dollar company. Right now, Ye Chen's worth was only 500 million. However, Ye Chen believed that with the I'm the richest man in the world with a monthly salary of 3,000 game, along with his own efforts, it wasn't impossible for his own value to break $1 billion, to break 10 billion, to become the richest man in Zhengzhou, the richest man in the country, or even the richest man in the world. If one day, he could become the richest man in the world, standing in the president's office of the world's #1 ranked big conglomerate, what kind of feeling would that be? Was invincibility that lonely? Ye Chen couldn't imagine it. Since he couldn't imagine it, then Ye Chen decided to experience it himself. Time passed very quickly, and it was noon in no time. Ye Chen called up by Han Yan and went straight to the Smooth Ranch residence. Ye Chen treated himself to a meal as a slight expression of gratitude. Smooth Residence is its own restaurant. Ye Chen dinner, naturally preferred there, and Smooth Residence food flavor is indeed good. 20 minutes later, Ye Chen and Bai Han Yan came to the Smooth Residence. Chapter 30. A different challenge. Ye Chen just casually came to have a meal, and did not go to the manager of the Smooth Ranch restaurant, but instead, he and Bai Han Yan came to sit next to a window seat. The waitress naturally recognized Ye Chen. The boss. She also knew that the boss didn't like to be disturbed, so she didn't overly curry favor and just treated Ye Chen as an ordinary guest. After ordering, Ye Chen and Bai Hanyan chatted while waiting. Like to sing and want to become a singer? During the chat, Ye Chen inadvertently learned about Bai Hanyan's hobbies and ideals. Before Ye Chen could say anything, Ye Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. There was a message from the 3000 per month. I'm the richest man in the world game. Ye Chen curiously opened the game. As soon as he opened it, the game immediately appeared with a pop-up window. Long-term challenge released. Cultivation challenge. Cultivate Bai Hanyan into a top singer. Challenge time, 1 year. Mission reward, 51% of the shares of Holy See Entertainment Group, one of the top 10 entertainment companies in China. Note, Shanghai Entertainment Group has a market capitalization of nearly $30 billion. Task reward, 1500 experience value. Mission reward, 800 points. Failure of challenge. Penalty, $3,000. Looking at this challenge, Ye Chen was confused. This was too outrageous. The reward for this challenge was truly terrifying. 51% of the shares of Holy See Entertainment Group, one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the country. Once he owned this 51% of the shares, Ye Chen had absolute control of the Holy See Entertainment Group. From now on, the person in control of Holy See Entertainment Group would be Ye Chen. The most important thing was that the market capitalization of Holy See Entertainment Group was as high as $30 billion. A market capitalization of $30 billion. 51% of the shares, a rough estimate. That's $15 billion and $33 billion. A reward of over $15 billion. Truly terrifying. With all this money, Ye Chen was a 10 billionaire, and was considered to have successfully joined the ranks of the great tycoons. In addition to the money, this challenge also had a considerable amount of experience value and point rewards. 1,500 experience points, 800 points. With these, I'm afraid that Ye Chen's player level and arcade level in the game could be raised by 2 or 3 levels at once. At that time, one would be able to purchase several items in the mall at once, and at that time, I'm afraid that the value of the goods in the mall would be dozens of times more than it is now. It was all very pleasurable to think about. For a while, Ye Chen was caught up in his imagination. Long-term challenge mission. Do you accept? Accept. Rejected. At this time, another pop-up window appeared in the game. There was no need to choose at all. Ye Chen definitely chose to accept. Once the challenge is successful, Ye Chen's earnings will be very horrible. And even if he failed, the penalty was only $3,000. For Ye Chen's $500 million, $3,000 is nothing at all. Almost negligible. Just now Ye Chen's mind was already thinking. With the current Yilin brokerage company as a foundation, it wasn't impossible to cultivate Bai Hanyan into a singing star. Of course, directly allowing Bai Hanyan to break into the entertainment industry was definitely not realistic. The waters of the entertainment industry were very deep, and it was incredibly difficult for a newcomer to become a singer. In the huge entertainment circle, the Yilin brokerage company with a total value of $1 billion was nothing at all, just a drop in the ocean. Therefore, Ye Chen decided to take a different approach. Previously, there had been female anchors with huge numbers of fans, or female netizens, who had entered the entertainment industry. It seemed like the results were average, but it was better than going straight into the entertainment industry. Now, with the Yilin brokerage company as a backer, Bai Hanyan could completely start with singing anchors and do it little by little. After accumulating a huge amount of fans, she would then enter the entertainment district. In that case, it was definitely better than going straight to the entertainment industry with a head iron. He had just fired Ling Ziel himself, and the resources in the company that once belonged to Ling Ziel were now coincidentally vacant. As long as Ye Chen gave a word, the Yilin brokerage company could give these resources to Bai Hanyan. With these resources, with the full support of the Yilin brokerage company, Bai Hanyan becoming a big anchor was not a problem. Ye Chen already had a general plan in his mind. You really like singing and want to be a singer? Ye Chen asked Bai Hanyan seriously. Well, right. Although she knew that it was a bit not so good to say that she liked another job in front of her boss. But Bai Hanyan was not willing to lie. Nor would she lie. Then, I'm willing to give you a chance to let the company train you to the fullest. Let you be a singing anchor first and have a fan base before entering the entertainment industry. Are you willing to do that? Ye Chen asked Bai Hanyan's opinion. Facing Ye Chen's sudden question, Bai Hanyan was a little confused. After agonizing for a while, Bai Hanyan nodded her head and expressed her willingness. She was willing to fight a little for her dream. There weren't many opportunities in life, and if she missed them, she might regret it for the rest of her life. Now that there was finally a chance to realize her dream, Bai Hanyan was naturally unwilling to miss it. Good. After receiving Bai Hanyan's affirmation, Ye Chen immediately tapped the accept option in the game. Long-term training challenge begins. Train Bai Hanyan to become a top singer. Challenge time, 1 year. Ye Chen smoothly opened the challenge. You go to work normally first, and when you're not doing anything, practice your songs more. I'll discuss it carefully with the people in the company and make a detailed plan. Ye Chen gave Bai Hanyan advice. Although the challenge time was only 1 year, things couldn't be rushed. One must make a plan first, and with preparation, then start. Thank you. Bai Hanyan thanked Ye Chen from the bottom of her heart. This was an opportunity that Ye Chen had given her, and Bai Hanyan was grateful in her heart. Soon, the dishes came up, and the two began to eat. When the two were halfway through eating, a strange man person passed by the two and suddenly stopped. Bai Hanyan? The strange man shouted with some surprise. Hearing someone call herself, Bai Hanyan looked up. Ha! Bai Hanyan felt that this man looked familiar, but couldn't recall his name for a moment. The strange man seemed to have noticed Bai Hanyan's embarrassment and was somewhat helpless in his heart. It's me, college friend Wei Ruiyuan. The man introduced himself. After a year had passed, unfamiliar classmates, Bai Hanyan naturally had no way to instantly remember what their names were. When she was in college, Bai Hanyan was not familiar with Wei Ruiyuan, and although she was in the same class, she hardly ever said a few words. On the contrary, Bai Hanyan was considered a school flower level. Others naturally remembered it well. Oh, it's Mr. Wei. Hearing Wei Ruiyuan's self-introduction, Bai Hanyan suddenly realized and remembered. After introducing himself, Wei Ruiyuan made a picture of himself and moved a seat from the side, sitting between Ye Chen and Bai Hanyan. This is your boyfriend? Wei Ruiyuan looked at Ye Chen and asked curiously. Not a boyfriend, it's my. Bai Hanyan was ready to open her mouth and introduce Ye Chen, but Ye Chen spoke first. Friend. Ye Chen replied briefly. He was still thinking about how to quickly train Bai Hanyan to become a singer. Friends. Knowing the relationship between Ye Chen and Bai Hanyan, Wei Ruiyuan was slightly relieved. It was good that it wasn't a boyfriend. Chapter 31. I'm friends with the owner of the Xintai shopping center. Renting a store is a piece of cake. Wei Ruiyuan has some other ideas. When he went to college, he was very ordinary, but half a year ago, he was different. A few sets of old houses at home were demolished. His family got a large sum of money. At the moment he is also regarded as the demolition of the second generation. Now see the university flower. Wei Ruiyuan produced a little other ideas. The money, naturally have the bottom of the air. After knowing the identity of Ye Chen and Bai Hanyan, Wei Ruiyuan directly ignored Ye Chen and started to take the initiative to chat with Bai Hanyan. Classmate Bai, what kind of work are you doing now? I work in a brokerage company. Bai Hanyan replied politely, a sense of distance evident in her voice. Although Wei Ruiyuan heard it, he pretended not to understand and continued to chat in a close manner. Working in a brokerage company, it's not bad. Wei Ruiyuan nodded. What about you? Bai Hanyan asked politely. I opened a store. Business is good. Barely 200,000 to 300,000 a month. Hearing Bai Hanyan's question, Wei Ruiyuan instantly came to his senses and pretended to answer very indifferently. Just now, he asked Bai Hanyan what kind of work she did, just because he wanted Bai Hanyan to ask that. This way, he would have the opportunity to pretend and show his financial power. $200,000 or $300,000, so much? Bai Hanyan was a bit surprised. This was more than her 1 year's salary. Was it so profitable to open a store now? Not much, a little bit, sometimes a little better can get to $500,000. Since it was pretending, Wei Ruiyuan naturally said it in a big way. He did take his family's money and opened a store, but the pure profit every month is just over 10,000. But in order to pretend in front of Bai Hanyan, show their own strength, Wei Ruiyuan exaggerated. It didn't matter how much he said anyway. It wasn't like others could poke holes in his lies. My store is in the city center. It's okay. Seeing Bai Hanyan's surprised look, Wei Ruiyuan was smug and continued to blow awesome. Hey, because the stores in the city center are limited. I recently looked at the Xintai shopping center. Wei Ruiyuan spoke eloquently. As one of the most trafficked shopping centers in Zhengzhou, Xintai shopping center is very good and has a strong potential for development. I'm going to rent 8 or 9 stores there and get some other business to try. The business of his previous store was average, so Wei Ruiyuan was ready to open another one, and he did have his eye on the Xintai shopping center, but it's not like what he said. Ready to rent 8 or 9 stores. Renting one is already good. Xintai shopping center traffic. Store rent is naturally very expensive. A store, I'm afraid that a month will need tens of thousands of dollars. 8 or 9 stores is hundreds of thousands of dollars. A year is a few million. Wei Ruiyuan cannot have that financial strength. Although his family demolished, but only a few tens of millions of dollars. He can't afford such expensive rent. Xintai shopping center? Ye Chen, who was originally thinking about it, came to his senses after hearing about the Xintai shopping center. This was his shopping center. It was the one that he had gotten from doing the mission before. Until now, Ye Chen had only been there once. you want to rent 8 or 9 stores in the Xintai shopping center? Bai Han Yan was incomparably surprised. She naturally knew about the Xintai shopping center, and she often went there with her girlfriends to shop and buy things. The rent of the stores in Xintai shopping center is very expensive, and it's not good to rent them. If you don't know the insiders, even if you have the money, you won't necessarily be able to successfully rent them. There are too many people who are eyeing the stores there. Bai Han Yan sighed. One of my girlfriends, her family's condition is very good. She wanted to rent a store in Xintai shopping center to sell clothes before, and the money is ready. But up to now, she didn't even succeed in renting it. Bai Han Yan said with great regret. It was so difficult to rent one store. Not to mention Wei Ruiyuan had to rent 8 or 9, which was simply much more difficult. Hearing Bai Han Yan finish, Wei Ruiyuan continued to blow awesome. It's fine. It's hard for others, but for me, it's simple. Wei Ruiyuan felt that no one could uncover the possibility of him blowing awesome anyway, so he blew up even more recklessly. To tell you the truth, I know the owner of the Xintai shopping center and I'm friends. I want to rent a store. A phone call. Simple. Sprinkle la. Really? Bai Han Yan was surprised. Of course. Wei Ruiyuan patted his chest and said confidently, I have to say, the feeling of pretending is indeed very good. He was friends with the boss of the Xintai shopping center? Hearing Wei Ruiyuan's words, Ye Chen raised his eyebrows, puzzled. When did he have such a friend? How did he not know it himself? Can you talk to your friend, that is, the boss of the Xintai shopping center, and rent a store to my bestie as well? We can pay more rent. Bai Han Yan asked Wei Ruiyuan. Her best friend had been worried about this matter for 2 months, and was even a bit mentally emaciated. Bai Han Yan felt very sorry for her best friend. Now that she finally had a chance, she wanted to help her bestie. Being said so by Bai Han Yan, Wei Ruiyuan was confused. He was pretending and bragging. He did have the phone number of the owner of the Xintai shopping center, but it was for him to contact for renting the Xintai shopping center store afterwards. He hadn't contacted the owner of the Xintai shopping center for the time being. He said that the two were friends, but it was completely a blow. In order to fool around in front of Bai Han Yan, who was he? The big boss of the Xintai shopping center. A rich man. A big shot. He himself was just a small second-generation demolition. How could he have a connection and become a friend? What? Is it troublesome? Or forget it? Bai Han Yan said with great regret. Don't. Wei Ruiyuan said through clenched teeth. If he refused, then before he had all kinds of padding, blowing powerful not all wasted? He still wanted to leave a good impression in Bai Han Yan's mind and prepare to chase after her? Let's do it this way. In the end, in order to pretend, in order to chase Bai Han Yan, Wei Ruiyuan said with a heart. Although it may not be successful, I can try to give the boss of the Xintai shopping center a call and ask. Hearing this, Bai Han Yan said excitedly. Really, I thank you for my girlfriend. It's fine. A piece of cake. A piece of cake. Wei Ruiyuan continued to pretend. While talking, Wei Ruiyuan took out his phone very nervously and found the phone number of the boss of the Xintai shopping center. Phew. Exhaling a long breath, for the sake of pretending, for the sake of chasing Bai Han Yan, he gave up. Not just a phone call? He didn't believe it. He increased the price to twice as much, and the boss of Xintai shopping center would reject himself. Who would have a problem with money? In order to chase Bai Han smoke, hemorrhage, Wei Ruiyuan admitted. In the end, Wei Ruiyuan dialed the phone number of the boss of Xintai shopping center. At the same time, Ye Chen's cell phone on the table rang. Chapter 32, Conspiracy. Hearing Ye Chen's cell phone ringing, Wei Ruiyuan looked over at the first opportunity. Can't you see that I'm calling a big shot? Hang up or go to the side to answer the phone. Wei Ruiyuan said to Ye Chen without any good humor. At this moment, Wei Ruiyuan was nervous, his heart beating extremely fast. This was the first time he had ever called the boss of the Xintai shopping center, so he hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. Wei Ruiyuan prayed in his heart. Ye Chen, on the other hand, didn't pay attention to Wei Ruiyuan and just put the phone through. Seeing this, Wei Ruiyuan instantly became angry and wanted to berate Ye Chen. Hello. At the same time, Ye Chen opened his mouth. Hello? Suddenly, from Wei Ruiyuan's phone, a hello also came out. Hearing this, Wei Ruiming was confused. What was the situation? Why was there a hello sound coming from his own cell phone as well? Could it be that he and this Ye Chen were too close and misheard? The hello just now did not come from the cell phone. Wei Ruiyuan guessed in his heart. Xintai shopping center boss's phone was connected. He did not want to argue with such a small person like Ye Chen. In case the boss of the Xintai shopping center, the big man, got angry, it would be bad. He was going to discuss things with the big man. Wei Ruiyuan took the initiative to stand up and walk towards the distance. A quiet place. Wei Ruiyuan? At this time, another voice came from Wei Ruiyuan's phone. This time, Wei Ruiyuan was very sure that the voice was indeed coming from the phone, and the voice seemed somewhat familiar. Could it be? Could it be? A bold guess appeared in Wei Ruiyuan's mind. Could it be that Ye Chen was the big shot in his own mouth, the boss of Xintai Shopping Center? How could it be? Wei Ruiyuan's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He turned his head, incomparably nervous, to look at Ye Chen, who was not far away, only to see Ye Chen hang up the phone. At the same time, Wei Ruiyuan was also hung up by the boss of the Xintai Shopping Center. Really? His guess was actually true? Wei Ruiyuan couldn't believe it. But even if he didn't believe it anymore, the facts were already here. With his body trembling, he returned to the seat he had just taken. Wei Ruiyuan asked with incomparable nervousness, "Ye Chen, are you the boss of the Xintai Shopping Center?" He was still undeterred. If Ye Chen did not say it himself, he was unwilling to accept his guess, unwilling to accept this cruel fact. Right. Ye Chen nodded his head. Seeing this, Wei Ruiyuan couldn't sit still. Really, it was true. The boss of the Xintai Shopping Center was actually this unusually young boy in front of him? It was too unbelievable. Wei Ruiyuan's face blanched, especially when he thought of his own bragging earlier, saying that the boss of Xintai Shopping Center was his friend. As a result, the boss of the Xintai Shopping Center was sitting right next to himself, but he didn't recognize him. Wasn't he raising his hand and slapping his own face? Wei Ruiyuan's entire body was about to collapse. It was too humiliating. Next to him, Bai Hanyan was also incredibly surprised. She really didn't expect that Ye Chen was the legendary boss of Xintai Shopping Center. Bai Hanyan froze for a while and accepted it. After all, Ye Chen was the president of his own company. As the president of a billion-dollar company that also owned a large shopping center, what was wrong with that? It was normal. Bai Hanyan suddenly thought of what Wei Ruiyuan had said earlier, and she also understood. It turned out that after half a day, Wei Ruiyuan was completely blowing his load. He and the boss of the Xintai Shopping Center are not friends at all, and they don't even know each other. If they were friends, how did Wei Ruiyuan not recognize Ye Chen at first? "You want to rent 8 or 9 stores in the Xintai Shopping Center?" Ye Chen asked. No more renting, no more renting. Wei Ruiyuan shook his head violently, as if it was a rattle drum, and refused repeatedly. How could he dare to rent a store in the Xintai Shopping Center now? What's more, to rent 8 or 9 of them in one breath, renting them for a year would take several million. He simply didn't have that much money in his hands. Most of the demolition money are in his parents. Seeing Wei Ruiyuan shaking his head repeatedly, Ye Chen also did not continue to ask, but looked at Bai Hanyan. "Your best friend wants to rent a store?" "Yes." Bai Hanyan nodded with incomparable certainty. "That's simple. I'll contact you in a while. You let your BFF go directly to Xintai Shopping Center to find the staff to sign the contract. There's no need to pay more money, just normal rent." Ye Chen opened his mouth. "Thank you so much," Bai Hanyan said with incomparable gratitude. She didn't expect that the boss had not only helped her, but also helped her best friend. For a moment, she didn't even know how to express her gratitude. "It's fine." Ye Chen waved his hand. Almost done eating, Ye Chen and Bai Hanyan got up and prepared to leave. "Goodbye." Wei Ruiyuan, who had already been scared silly, also got up violently and froze before taking the lead and slipping away. After that, Ye Chen sent Bai Hanyan back to the company. Ye Chen and Yang Xuemin gave an explanation and left. After all, Ye Chen couldn't stay here all the time, and most of the things were left to Yang Xuemin to handle. If there were any problems, Yang Xuemin could contact himself. Of course, Ye Chen also told Yang Xuemin about his preparations to cultivate Bai Hanyan and give Bai Hanyan the resources that previously belonged to Ling Ziel. Yang Xuemin hurriedly assured that he would go and deal with it right away. He would have a meeting in a while to discuss a specific plan to cultivate Bai Hanyan, and then hand it over to Ye Chen. He tried his best to complete all the plans within a day and then handed them over to Ye Chen. Ye Chen was more than satisfied that one day was okay. Ye Chen had already added Bai Hanyan's contact information, WeChat. Once he had a plan, he would contact Bai Hanyan again. After that, Ye Chen returned to his villa. The next night, in the box of an upscale restaurant, Ling Ziel and Supervisor Lu were waiting anxiously. 10 minutes later, a fat woman with a pearl necklace walked in. "General Manager Yen." "Good day, Mr. Yen." Upon seeing the fat woman, Ling Ziel and Supervisor Lu immediately got up and greeted her very politely. "The two of you are polite. Both have a seat." The fat woman, General Manager Yen, nodded, then sat directly on the main seat. "The specific things, my secretary has already told you guys, right?" After sitting down, General Manager Yen went straight to the point. "General Manager Yen, Yen Bai Mei, the owner of Far Yen Brokerage." The Far Yen Brokerage Company was also in Jiangzhou, and was also engaged in the cultivation of online celebrities and anchors. It was the arch-rival of Yilin Brokerage Company. The competition between the two companies was fierce, but unfortunately, Yilan Brokerage had always pushed Far Yen Brokerage head and shoulders above them. This made Yen Bai Mei very unhappy, and she had always wanted to find a chance to strike back and bring down Yilan Brokerage. Last night, she heard that the new boss of the Yilan Brokerage had actually fired Ling Ziel along with Supervisor Lu. She realized that this was an opportunity. A perfect opportunity to turn Far Yen Agency around and trample Yilan underfoot. Chapter 33 Misunderstanding. After having made a decision, Yen Bai Mei immediately sent her secretary to get in touch with Ling Ziel and Supervisor Lu to express her intention to cooperate. Secretary Li has already told us all of Mr. Yan's intentions. Secretary Li made it very clear. Yen Bai Mei nodded in satisfaction and added, as long as you guys are willing to come to Yuan Yen, I'm willing to pay 1.3 times the price to sign you. Ling Xier was previously considered a big netizen of Shake Shack, with millions of followers, and had signed a $10 million contract with the Yilan agency. Now, Yen Bai Mei offered 1.3 times the price, directly adding 3 million to Ling Ziel. As for Supervisor Lu, it was also 1.3 times the price. What do you guys think? Yen Bai Mei had offered a big price in order to screw over Yilan agency. Yes. Supervisor Lu nodded repeatedly. I'm also willing. Thank you, Mr. Yen. Ling Ziel was also overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. Originally, she thought that Yen Bai Mei signing her up might be about the same price as the Yilan Brokerage, but she didn't expect Yen Bai Mei to directly give her $3 million on top of the original. There is more money to take. Little cutie, it's only that she doesn't agree? Mr. Yen, when can we sign the contract? Ling Ziel asked impatiently. There's no rush to sign the contract. You guys have to promise me a few conditions first. Yen Bai Mei said meaningfully. First of all, Ling Sierra, you have to help us shoot a few videos. As a former employee of the Yilan agency, exposing the new president of the Yilan agency for all sorts of evil deeds, such as forcing you to accompany them and so on. Do you understand? Hearing this, both Ling Ziel and Supervisor Lu were stunned. Forcing Ling Xier to accompany alcohol? How did they not know about this matter? Mr. Yen, I don't know, Ling Sierra asked in disbelief. It doesn't matter if you don't know. As long as you show up, you don't have to care about the rest. Leave it to us, Yen Bai Mei continued to say with deep meaning. Hearing this, Ling Ziel and Supervisor Lu came to a realization, both understanding Yen Bai Mei's true meaning. Wasn't it just pouring dirty water on the Yilan Brokerage Company, as well as Yilan's new president, Ye Chen, and creating something out of nothing? With Ling Ziel's previous fan base, if she spoke out, she would definitely have some influence. Mr. Yen, but won't this cause any trouble? Ling Ziel was still a little worried. After all, this was rumor mongering. In case something happened, and the effect is not necessarily big, it doesn't matter. Yen Bai Mei, however, said indifferently, I've recently met a Jiangzhou big shot, the kind who was worth billions. When the time comes, I will ask for his help and use that big brother's connections to expand the influence of this matter in Jiangzhou, Yen Bai Mei explained. As long as there are no surprises, there won't be any problems driving Yilan out of Jiangzhou. Although Yen Bai Mei hoped to bring down the Yilan Brokerage in one fell swoop, it was unrealistic. After all, the current Yilan had a total of $1 billion in assets. If they really wanted to bring down the Yilan Brokerage in one breath, Far Yen Brokerage would also have to pay a heavy price. Not only that, but it would also require strong connections. With Yen Bai Mei's identity, it definitely couldn't be done. And even if it was the big brother she knew who was worth billions, it wouldn't necessarily work. Unless that kind of big brother who was worth tens of billions, or even tens of billions of dollars opened his mouth, he would be able to completely bring down the Yilan Brokerage Company. Unfortunately, she didn't have that qualification to know such a tens of billions big shot. Although the goal of this operation was to bring down the Yilan Brokerage Company, it would also be a huge victory if she could drive the Yilan Brokerage Company out of Jiangzhou. Second, Yen Bai Mei set a few more conditions, all targeting Yilan Brokerage and the new president Ye Chen. Ling Ziel and Supervisor Lu agreed. In the end, the three of them reached an agreement to cooperate. Right, Ling Xier, since you can't use your jitterbug number, you should go ahead and break into Sharklive, Yen Bai Mei ordered. Previously, Ling Xier's number belonged to the Yilan agency, but now that she had been fired, she naturally couldn't continue using it. Tomorrow, you'll go live. Jitterbug has too much competition right now. It's a bit hard to cultivate a new number, so you'll go to Shark Live and try it out first, and then go back to Jitterbug if it doesn't work, Yen Bai Mei explained. Okay, General Manager Yen. In the face of her new boss Yen Bai Mei's order, Ling Xier naturally didn't dare to have any doubts. On the other hand, while Ling Ziel and Yen Bai Mei were plotting to scheme against Ye Chen was in his own villa agonizing over what to eat tonight. What to eat? This was a choice that everyone could not avoid. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, Ye Chen's villa door rang. and someone knocked. With curiosity, Ye Chen opened the villa door. Reflecting in Ye Chen's eyes was none other than Ye Chen's extreme imperial neighbor, Mo Mengfei. Mo Mengfei invited Ye Chen to her home for dinner. It turned out that because of the last kitten thing, Mo Mengfei had always wanted to thank Ye Chen and return the favor, but recently, the company was just too busy, and she couldn't get away for a while. Finally, this afternoon, Mo Mengfei finished most of the things and was a little free. Mo Mengfei had been remembering to thank Ye Chen, and after some thought, Mo Mengfei decided to invite Ye Chen to her home for dinner. This would seem a bit more sincere than going to a restaurant for dinner. That's fine. Ye Chen nodded his head. It just so happened that he was worried about what to eat tonight, and now that someone had invited him, or was a neighbor, Ye Chen was not in a position to refuse. Going back to the villa and grabbing his cell phone, Ye Chen came to her house with Mo Mengfei. Before coming to invite Ye Chen, Mo Mengfei had already prepared the ingredients and everything. It was just a matter of cooking. Mo Mengfei told Ye Chen to rest in the living room for a while first, while she went to the kitchen. Ye Chen was bored in the living room, so he teased Mo Mengfei's kitten. Because of what happened last time, Mo Mengfei's kitten also knew Ye Chen and didn't hate playing with him. Half an hour later, Mo Mengfei, who had her hair pulled back and tied her apron, carried the dishes and walked out. After all, only Ye Chen and Mo Mengfei were eating, and Mo Mengfei didn't do too many dishes. Normal 4 dishes and 1 soup. Ye Chen also helped, serving out the dishes. Mo Mengfei, on the other hand, opened a bottle of red wine to entertain Ye Chen as a guest. Previously, Ye Chen and Mo Mengfei had taken a few morning runs together around the outside Lingyu Lake, and the two were considered familiar with each other. The two of them chatted while eating. Mo Mengfei helped Ye Chen to serve the soup, and Ye Chen also got up to receive the soup. As a result, Mo Mengfei accidentally spilled the soup on her body. Luckily, the soup wasn't hot anymore, and Ye Chen only got his clothes wet. Sorry. Mo Mengfei hurriedly apologized, then picked up a napkin and helped Ye Chen wipe his clothes. Ka-ching! Just at this moment, the door of Mo Mengfei's villa was suddenly opened from outside. Immediately afterward, Mo Mengfei's parents walked in. After coming in, Mo Mengfei's parents happened to see Mo Mengfei rubbing Ye Chen's clothes. The atmosphere was subtle for a moment. Chapter 34, Zhengzhou's billionaires and whatnot. I still know a lot of them. Mo Mengfei's parents, staring at Ye Chen with wide eyes, were full of surprise. Mom and Dad, why are you guys here? Looking at her parents who suddenly came in, Mo Mengfei was incredibly surprised. He is? Mo Mengfei's mother looked at Ye Chen and asked curiously. This is Ye Chen, my neighbor. Mo Mengfei hurriedly explained to her parents. We were eating just now, and I accidentally spilled soup on Ye Chen's body, so I helped him wipe it off. Listening to Mo Mengfei's explanation, Mo Mengfei's parents didn't say anything more. They would be skeptical. Could things be that simple? Good day, uncle, auntie. Ye Chen also opened his mouth to greet them. Hello. Mo Mengfei's mother nodded and didn't continue to inquire. Little Yi, hello. Compared to Mo Mengfei's mother's coldness, Mo Mengfei's father appeared a little more enthusiastic. Mengfei, come up and chat with me. Speaking to her daughter, Mo Mengfei's mother took the lead and headed upstairs. Today, she had come specifically to find her daughter to discuss important matters. Good. Mo Mengfei followed her mother upstairs. In the living room, only Ye Chen and Mo Mengfei's father remained. Little Yi, sit. Don't be too formal. Mo Mengfei's father warmly invited Ye Chen to sit down. Ye Chen also felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward, but Mo Mengfei's father had opened his mouth, so Ye Chen could not refuse. Smoking? Seeing Ye Chen sitting down, Mo Mengfei's father took out a cigarette and asked, don't smoke. Ye Chen politely refused. Mo Mengfei's father lit a cigarette himself and started chatting with Ye Chen. What kind of work do you do, little Yi? Mo Mengfei's father asked curiously. Still in college, Ye Chen replied. Oh. Mo Mengfei's father nodded his head. His guess was about right. After all, Ye Chen looked very young. Little Yi, you really live here? I live in the No. 8 villa next to it. Ye Chen replied. Villa No. 8? Hearing Ye Chen's reply, Mo Mengfei's father froze. The No. 8 villa next to it. That was one of the biggest villas in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace villa area, and it was very expensive, and there were quite a few people who were staring at it, so if they wanted to buy it, they were afraid that they would need powerful connections. I didn't expect Ye Chen to live in Villa 8, Mo Mengfei's father explained. You don't mind Mengfei's mother's attitude. She's just a strong woman, in charge of a company, and sometimes a bit overbearing in doing things. In Mo Mengfei's house, it was Mo Mengfei's mother who was in charge. But don't you worry, Mengfei isn't like that. In the end, Mo Mengfei's father purposely added. Ye Chen and Mo Mengfei's father chatted, and when he realized that Ye Chen had already started his own business when he was in college, and was the president of a billion-dollar company, he was very emotional. This young man can young and promising. Mo Mengfei's father liked Ye Chen as a young man, so he specifically said, if there is anything in the future, little Yi you can contact me. I don't dare to say anything else. I still know quite a lot of some 10 billionaires and whatnot in Jiangzhou. Ye Chen had just started his business and would probably encounter all sorts of problems. Although he wasn't in charge at home, he could still easily help Ye Chen with the matters of a small $1 billion company. He believed Ye Chen's words that Ye Chen was indeed his daughter's neighbor. Uncle Mo was polite. After chatting with Mo Mengfei's father for a little while, Ye Chen excused himself and left. Ye Chen returned to his villa. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Ye Chen received a message from Yang Xuemin, the deputy general manager of the Yilin brokerage company. The plan about cultivating Bai Hanyan had already been made. Ye Chen opened the file and looked at it. It was worthy of being a company that specialized in cultivating internet stars and anchors. The design was really well thought out. Good. Let Bai Hanyan start a live broadcast on the Shark platform tomorrow. Try it out first tomorrow. After reading it, Ye Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. In recent times, Yilin brokerage company's focus was on Shark live streaming, and there was too much competition from Jitterbug. If Bai Hanyan opened a live broadcast on the Shark platform, she could better enjoy the various resources of the Yilin brokerage company. Okay, I'll have Bai Hanyan go live on the Shark platform tomorrow. Yang Xuemi nodded his head. Time flew by. The next day, under Yan Baimei's orders, Ling Xier made several videos, all of which accused Ye Chen and threw dirty water on him. In Ling Ziel's mouth, Ye Chen became an asshole boss who forced his female employees to accompany him to drink, deducted their wages, and did whatever he wanted in the company, being arrogant and domineering. Although she knew that this was false, Ling Ziel did not feel the slightest bit guilty. The more she said, Ling Ziel instead became more agitated and arrogantly smug. Ye Chen, just wait, didn't you fire me? Humph, as long as these few videos are made, along with Yan Baimei Yan's connections, you and your Yilin agency won't be able to stay in Jiangzhou. Ye Chen, just prepare to get out of Jiangzhou. For a while, Ling Ziel was immersed in the pain of getting revenge on Ye Chen and denigrating him. In the evening, Ling Ziel began to broadcast live on the Shark platform. Because of the previous fan base, coupled with Yan Baimei's publicity, just opened the broadcast, Ling Xier's live room began to bustle. User Baseday sent an airplane to Ling Xier's live room. User I'm sorry, that's me sent a super rocket in Ling Ziel's live room. User I'm not the future opened the Duke in Ling Ziel's live room. All kinds of gifts are floating on the screen. Less than 10 minutes, Ling Xier's live broadcast popularity exceeded 500,000. Coupled with the resources of Far Yen brokerage company, a few recommended positions, the popularity of Ling Xier's live broadcast directly exceeded 1 million. In addition to the old fans, there were also some new fans who came. Ling Xier's live room became incredibly lively. On the other hand, Bai Hanyan also started a live broadcast on the Shark platform. Because she was a newcomer, she had just started broadcasting not long ago, and the popularity of Bai Hanyan's live room was very low, only 1 or 2,000. And this time, Bai Hanyan's first live broadcast, in order to not let Bai Hanyan too nervous, have too much psychological pressure, the Art Forest Agency did not arrange too many resources. Only a few small recommendations were arranged. In the end, Bai Hanyan's popularity was fixed at 1 or 2 million. Bai Hanyan also adapted and sang seriously. Ling Xier was signaled by the supervisor of the Far Yen brokerage company, and Ling Xier started piking. 3 or 4 PKs in a row. Ling Xier easily crushed her opponent. The fans in Ling Xier's live broadcast were also proud. At the end of the 4th PK, Ling Xier clicked the random PK option again to start the 5th PK. On the other hand, because it was her first time live streaming, Bai Hanyan was also making various attempts. PK was naturally one of them. Out of curiosity, Bai Hanyan also clicked on the random PK option. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 6 or 7 seconds later, the random PK started. However, when the PK started, Bai Hanyan looked at the opposite anchor and froze. Coincidentally, the object of Bai Hanyan's random PK this time was Ling Ziel. Chapter 35, Godly Hero, please accept my knees. Not only did Bai Hanyan freeze, on the opposite side, Ling Xier was also astonished. How is it possible? Such a coincidence? Bai Hanyan smoke? A random PK? To have encountered this? In Ling Ziel's heart, she had long hated Bai Hanyan and Ye Chen together. Last time, if it wasn't for this Bai Hanyan, she wouldn't have been that arrogant. Ling Xier blamed all the reasons for her arrogance on Bai Hanyan. She herself had no responsibility whatsoever. Families, that female anchor on the opposite side isn't a good thing. Beat her up for me. Before Bai Hanyan could react, Ling Ziel had already begun to agitate the audience, as much as she wanted to just bust out and yell at Bai Hanyan. But after all, this was her first time coming live on the Shark platform, and if she exposed her arrogant character, her persona would collapse. Thus, Ling Xier could only subtly satirize Ling Xier like this. What? This female anchor on the opposite side isn't a good person? Since Sierra said so, there must be a reason. Brothers, score points. User I just love Maserati's Trident sent an airplane to Ling Ziel's live broadcast. User my tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are gone sent a rocket to Ling Ziel's live broadcast. User la 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 sent a super rocket in Ling Ziel's live broadcast. Instantly, Ling Ziel's side began to frantically brush gifts. The airplane was worth $100, the rocket was worth $500, and the super rocket was worth $2,000. Ling Ziel and Bai Hanyan's PK scores were also instantly pulled apart. 26,000:0. The PK score value was 10 times the value of the gift. Ling Xier had obtained a gift of $2,600, which was 26,000 points. On Bai Hanyan's side, there were only 0 points. Ling Ziel was still selling her misery, angrily criticizing Bai Hanyan. The fans in Ling Xier's live room immediately felt sorry for Ling Xier and started to frantically brush their gifts. In a short while, the PK score became 102,866:0. Ling Xier's popularity also broke through to 1.5 million. On Bai Hanyan's side, there were only 20,000 popularity, and because of Ling Ziel's crying, Ling Ziel's viewers had already treated Bai Hanyan as a green tea whore. Some people even came to Bai Hanyan's live room and started to bring the rhythm and sneer. TSK, TSK, the green tea whores nowadays. Ah, they're just too disgusting. Someone like you still has the face to go live on the Shark platform? Get out of Shark Live. Originally, the first time she went live, Bai Hanyan was a little nervous, and now that she was being brought up to speed and falsely accused, she felt even more aggrieved. Selling misery for a period of time. Looking at the rising score value, a hint of complacency surfaced on Ling Ziel's face. What the hell? Ling Xier spat in her mind. Her side already had almost 200,000 points, but Bai Hanyan still had 0 points. This Bai Hanyan was nothing. Looking at her live room's popularity still steadily increasing, Ling Ziel was happy. It looked like her first live broadcast on the Shark platform was a success, not counting just now. In the 2 to 3 minutes she had spent piking with Bai Hanyan now, she had received over $20,000 worth of gifts. Today, she was going to step on Bai Hanyan and gain a foothold in the Shark platform, becoming one of the big anchors of the Shark platform. On the other side, in Bai Hanyan's live room, originally, a few of Bai Hanyan's fans were still defending Bai Hanyan, but because there were too many viewers on Ling Xier's side, these few viewers simply couldn't speak to the people on Ling Xier's side. All kinds of rhythms were flying around in Bai Hanyan's live room for a while. 0 points. What kind of K are you still P? That's right. What are you? Dare to be rude to our Xier. There's not even a single gift-giving audience in the live room. Oops. 257639, 0 points. Ha ha ha. You'd better get out of the Shark platform while you can. Looking at the score values of the two PKs, the fans on Ling Ziel's side were extraordinarily energized and madly mocked Bai Hanyan. Right at this moment, Bai Hanyan's PK value suddenly changed dramatically. User I'm really not interested in money sent a super rocket in Bai Hanyan's live room. User I'm really not interested in money sent a super rocket X2 in Bai Hanyan's live room. User I'm really not interested in money sent a super rocket X3 on Bai Hanyan's livestream. In the end, the data stopped at 100 super rockets. The total value of the gifts was $200,000, and the PK score value also changed dramatically. 2678999:2,000,000. More than 200,000, then 2 million. Seeing the sudden change in the score value, everyone was confused, especially Ling Ziel, and Ling Ziel's fans were dumbfounded. Originally, those fans of Ling Xier's live room were still mocking Bai Hanyan's live room in all kinds of ways that no one had sent gifts, and that it was 0 points. Now, in the blink of an eye, PK's score value has changed drastically. The opposite side had 2 million points, easily crushing their side. Ling Ziel was equally dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. 2 million points, that's 200,000 ah. How did Bai Hanyan receive a gift worth $200,000 all of a sudden? The feeling of superiority that was originally in Ling Ziel's heart was suddenly gone, because the sending of the super rocket was a floating screen across the Shark platform. Soon, some of the Shark Live viewers came by name. Wow, Miss Sister is so beautiful. Is this the face value that should be on Earth? This should be a heavenly fairy coming down to Earth. Such a beautiful young lady. Followed. When these viewers clicked into Bai Hanyan's live room, many of them were shocked by Bai Hanyan's face value and sent out pop-ups to express their feelings. Of course, there was also a large portion of viewers who came in to worship Godly Hero. There's another Godly Hero on Shark Live. I'm really not interested in money. This name is too awesome. Divine Hero, please accept my knees. As soon as these viewers came in, they started all kinds of kneeling. I'm really not interested in money. As for who this mysterious godly hero was there any need to say? Naturally, it was Ye Chen. After seeing Bai Han Yan and Ling Ziel PK encounter, monthly salary of 3,000. I am the world's richest, game. There is a new challenge. Help your own employee Bai Han Yan win this PK and defeat Ling Ziel's arrogance. Challenge reward, 1 Koenigsegg Agera, the world's top supercar. Whether to accept the challenge. Koenigsegg Agera, the world's top supercar, valued at over $26 million. After seeing this challenge, Ye Chen naturally accepted it without hesitation. This is a top-of-the-line supercar Koenigsegg A. Normally, even if you had money, you wouldn't necessarily be able to directly buy a Koenigsegg in stock. With a world-class supercar like this, you need to book it in advance, and sometimes it takes a few months, half a year, or even longer. What's more, even without this challenge, Ye Chen wouldn't watch. After all, Bai Han Yan was his own employee. Ye Chen still remembered the long-term challenge mission released by the game. As long as Bai Han Yan was trained to become a singer, there were rewards worth more than $15 billion. Moreover, Ye Chen still had a big kill. Previously, Ye Chen had exchanged a 10-fold rebate card from the game mall. This card had a cap of $30 million. In other words, Ye Chen only needed to spend out $3 million to get a $30 million reward. This card was going to expire soon, and it just so happened that he was using it now. Bai Han Yan's live broadcast room began to soar in popularity because of these 100 rounds of super rockets, and soon broke through to 1.5 million as well, and it was still rising rapidly. After waiting for a while, they saw Bai Han Yan's PK score value not moving. Ling Ziel and her audience breathed a sigh of relief. A gift worth $200,000. As long as one worked hard, there was still hope to surpass it. Families, charge. We must win. Ling Ziel once again feigned pity and begged for gifts. However, before she could finish her words, PK score value, once again, changed drastically. 278690:100000000. More than 200,000 to 10 million. Chapter 36 What is called crushing. Looking at the sudden change in the score value, Ling Ziel and everyone in her live room were confused. 10 million points? That was a gift worth $1 million? Just now, the opposite side was still at 2 million points. How did it suddenly change to 10 million? This was another 800,000 gifts at once. While Ling Xier and the audience in his live room were shocked, Bai Han Yan's live room was abuzz with excitement. User I'm really not interested in money sent a Super Rocket X100 in Bai Han Yan's live room. User I'm really not interested in money sent a Super Rocket X200 in Bai Han Yan's live room. Eventually, it stopped at 400 super rockets. Awesome. I'm really not interested in money. Big Brother is awesome. Godly hero. I've finally met a real godly hero. Big Brother awesome exploded. The countless viewers in Bai Han Yan's live room were shocked by the I'm really not interested in money bravado. Normally, this kind of gift worth $2,000 was given one by one. Today, they were getting a long view. I'm really not interested in money. Big Brother was given 100. 100. That's awesome. Because of these 400 super rockets, countless Shark platform viewers madly flocked to Bai Han Yan's live room. They came to pay homage to the godly hero. In Shark Live, the influence of the top divine heroes didn't lose out to those big anchors at all. The anchor on the opposite side is the green tea whore. Only 200,000 points or so, and you're still sarcastic about our anchor. Look at it. We already have 10 million points. I know that Ling Ziel from the opposite side. Isn't she that netizen from Shake Shack who was once exposed as a scandal? The viewers who had flooded into Bai Han Yan's live room were the first to take Bai Han Yan's side and began to fight back. The situation began to reverse. The original rampant fans of Ling Xier were rendered speechless with dislike. Some viewers even recognized Ling Ziel. Once upon a time, when she was at the Yilan agency, Ling Ziel had been exposed as having a bad character. But at that time, the Yilan agency stepped in and suppressed the news. But there were still many people who knew about it. And now there were people who recognized Ling Ziel. Supervisor, I'm in trouble here. Can I apply to have the company swish some money to prop up the scene? On the other side, being mercilessly crushed by Bai Han Yan, Ling Ziel finally couldn't hold out any longer. So she started to ask for help from her boss, a supervisor from Far Yen Brokerage. Okay, I'll arrange for someone right away. The supervisor of the Far Yen Brokerage Company opened Ling Xier's live broadcast, saw the situation clearly, and immediately contacted someone. This supervisor was prepared to use the company's money to give Ling Xier gifts to support her. This was also considered a common means of cultivating anchors. Not long after, Ling Ziel live room also began to various gifts floating screen. User Far Strict World Invincible sent a Super Rocket X100 in Ling Xier's live room. User Far Yen World Invincible sent a Super Rocket X200 in Ling Ziel's live room. The user Far Yen, the world is invincible sends Super Rocket times 300 in Ling Ziel's live streaming room. Soon after, the Far Yen Brokerage Company's company number started to give gifts to Ling Ziel. The Far Yen brokerage company had a few specialized high-level accounts that were dedicated to giving gifts to the anchors under their company to build up momentum and support the show. Soon, Ling Xier's side also received $1 million worth of gifts from the company. 10298797, 10 million. Ling Ziel's PK score also reached over 10 million points, overtaking Bai Han Yen. Far Yen World Unrivaled is awesome. Brothers, we're back on our feet again. Ling Ziel is the best. Seeing the PK score value revert back, the viewers in Ling Xier's live room got excited. A smile also reappeared on Ling Ziel's face. Her face was saved. Because of this gift worth $1 million, many viewers also flocked to Ling Ziel's live room. The popularity of Ling Xier's live room also broke through to 4 million. Bai Han Yan's side was about the same. After being overtaken by Ling Xier, Bai Han Yan's side of the audience looked a bit lost. After overtaking Bai Han Yan's side, Ling Xier's side didn't stop, but instead pursued her victory. In the end, Ling Ziel's side swiped another 500,000 gifts. Ling Xier's PK score also broke through to over 15 million. Only after swiping 1.5 million gifts did the Far Yen brokerage company's people stop. They felt that 1.5 million was about right. Originally, they didn't have much liquidity, and to be able to come up with 1.5 million in one breath in such a short period of time was already pretty good. Although they weren't exactly a small company anymore, their liquidity was limited. What's more, under the banner of Far Yen brokerage, there were also some big anchors who also needed financial support. It was impossible to give all the money to Ling Ziel in one breath. $1.5 million was pretty much the limit. Seeing that the company had swiped another 500,000 for herself, Ling Ziel was arrogant to the extreme. The anchors and viewers on the opposite side. What are they? Are the viewers all poor? Ling Xier mocked to her heart's content. With this $1.5 million gift, Ling Xier's bottom line was full of energy. Being so sarcastic by Ling Ziel, the audience on Bai Han Yan's side were furious, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't get that much money. They could only silently endure Ling Ziel's sarcasm. Opposite. Just as Ling Ziel was about to continue her sarcasm, the PK score value changed once again. 152987666:200000000. Ling Ziel was once again crushed. User I'm really not interested in money, send Super Rocket X100 in by Han Yan live. User I'm really not interested in money, send a Super Rocket X300 on by Han Yan's livestream. User I'm really not interested in money, send a Super Rocket X500 on by Han Yan's livestream. Bai Han Yan's live broadcast received another $1 million worth of gifts from Ye Chen. On Bai Han Yan's side, with a gift of $2 million, she crushed the $1.5 million on Ling Ziel's side. I'm really not interested in money, Big Brother is awesome. I'm really not interested in money, Big Brother. The world is invincible. Big Brother is mighty. Countless viewers knelt down on Ye Chen like crazy. They felt that they had really met a godly man. The PK score value was once again overtaken, and Ling Ziel was completely confused. It was now only 2 to 3 minutes until the end of PK. Is she really going to be crushed by Bai Han Yan? That no? She has to win. She has to win. Ling Xier contacted her supervisor again. Supervisor Zhao, believe me, 2 million is definitely the opposite side's upper limit. As long as we take out another 500,000, we can definitely win this PK. This PK isn't just about me and Bai Han Yan that. It's also about the face of our Far Yen agency and the opposite side's Yilan agency. As long as we win this PK, publicizing it to the outside world will definitely have a strong effect. Ling Ziel analyzed to her boss. The Yilan brokerage was in a similar situation as them. $2 million was definitely the bottom line for the opposite side. There was no way they could exceed 2 million. Being told this by Ling Ziel, Supervisor Zhao was also on top for a moment. Right, this wasn't just a PK between Ling Ziel and Bai Han Yan. It was also a PK between their Far Yen agency and Yilan agency. It was about the company's face. It had to be won. In the end, Supervisor Zhao searched for all sorts of things, and eventually secretly put together $500,000 for Ling Xier. He was already going against the company's request. As long as he won this PK, everything would be fine, but if he lost, both he and Ling Ziel would be implicated. Are you sure? The opposite side's bottom line is just $2 million? Finally, Supervisor Zhao asked uneasily. I'm sure. Ling Ziel had already been swept away by jealousy and hatred. As long as she could win against Bai Han Yan, the rest was whatever. Thus, she answered Supervisor Zhao without even thinking about it. Good. With a clench of his teeth, Supervisor Zhao swished the last $500,000 back to Ling Xier. 200299998, 20 million. Ling Ziel countered again. Chapter 37, delighted with the world's top supercar. The smile on Ling Ziel's face reappeared. The viewers in her live broadcast room also straightened their backs. However, before they could be happy, the score value changed again. 200299998, 30 million. User I'm really not interested in money opened in Noble Super Emperor in by Han Yan's live room. User I'm really not interested in money renewed his Super Emperor subscription for 1 month in by Hanyan's livestream. User I'm really not interested in money renewed Super Emperor for 2 months in by Hanyan live. Super Emperor is the highest noble on the Shark platform, and it takes $180,000 to open it. After that, the renewal fee is $120,000 a month. Ye Chen felt that brushing gifts was too troublesome, and directly opened the Super Emperor Aristocrat. After renewing for a few months, Ye Chen swiped a little bit of other gifts, and eventually used up the amount of the 10 times cashback card. The PK score value on by Hanyan's side also broke through to 30 million. 200299998, 30 million. Looking at the PK score value change again, Ling Ziel was completely confused. How could this be? How did Bai Hanyan's side swipe another million gifts? She was completely crushed. Finished, really finished. Ling Xier's face was like ashes and she completely gave up. PK ends. Congratulations to Anchor Bai Hanyan for winning this PK. At this point, the PK ended. Bai Hanyan won over Ling Ziel by a huge margin of $10 million. Not only Ling Xier, the audience on Ling Xier's side was disappointed to the core. It was too humiliating. So these viewers left Ling Xier's live room in droves. The original several million popularity of Ling Xier's live room instantly plummeted to 5 or 600,000. Ling Xier, looking at the PK results on his phone, Supervisor Zhao roared. He took the risk and swiped another $500,000 for Ling Xier. The result was still crushed by the opposite side. Didn't Ling Ziel say that 2 million was the opposite side's limit? How did the opposite side swipe another million? This time, it's a big loss. Not only did Ling Ziel lose, but so did the Far East Brokerage Company. Far Yen Agency had also lost face. With such a loss, he would definitely be severely punished by the company. Ling Ziel was no better. After PK lost, Ling Ziel received a call from Supervisor Zhao. As soon as he came up, Supervisor Zhao gave Ling Ziel a scolding. After being scolded by Supervisor Zhao, Ling Xier also slowed down from her upper state. At this moment, she was also scared. It was over. She had fooled Supervisor Zhao into swiping another $500,000 for her. She would definitely be penalized. Sure enough, not long after, Ling Ziel received a call from the company's senior management. Ling Xier immediately closed the live broadcast. For the first time, Ling Xier declared failure on the Shark platform. And disgraced big time. Even the face of the Far Yen Brokerage Company was lost. While watching Ling Xier immediately close the live broadcast, the audience on Bai Hanyan's side was completely boiled with excitement. Emperor Qian is awesome. A PK, swiping 3 million, too awesome. Emperor Qian is the real godly hero. Emperor Qian, do you still lack leg pendants? Emperor Qian, was the name they called Ye Chen with respect. Just now, Ye Chen had opened the noble Super Emperor. So naturally, he was the emperor. From then on, Ye Chen was called Money Emperor. Countless viewers knelt down and licked the Money Emperor. At this moment, the popularity of Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room also broke through to 10 million. At this time, Shark Live's popularity is number 1. Taking advantage of the popularity, Bai Hanyan began to sing. For a while, many viewers were attracted by Bai Hanyan's singing voice, and have clicked on the attention. Within 10 minutes, Bai Hanyan, who originally had 0 followers, saw her fans skyrocket to hundreds of thousands. Of course, some of these followers were because of Bai Hanyan, and some of them were for the Money Emperor Super God Hero. While Bai Hanyan was singing, Ye Chen started to check his harvest. Your bank account, $30, 000, 000 in the account. Balance $33, 877, 000, 000. Ye Chen had just received a text message from his bank that his bank card had arrived at 30, 000, 000, 000. Subtracting the 3 million swiped today, Ye Chen's side had earned 27 million. Ye Chen opened the monthly salary of 3,000. I'm the richest man in the world game. Challenge completed. Congratulations on obtaining one of the world's top supercars, Koenigsegg Agera, now parked in your villa's garage. Pay attention to check. The challenge was successfully completed. Ye Chen checked. Koenigsegg Agera. The domestic price of 26.5 million. This is not to mention the various options and so on. Really want to buy such a car? All kinds of things add up. A Koenigsegg Agera landing. I'm afraid to need more than 30 million. More than $30 million for a supercar. $27 million. Ye Chen conservatively estimated that he had made $60 million this time. This time, Ye Chen only spent $3 million, but made $60 million. A huge profit of 20 times. It was really too good to be true. Ye Chen didn't mind this happening a few more times. It was best to do it once a day. And in a few months, he would be a 10 billionaire. The game said that his own Koenigsegg Agera was already parked in the garage, so Ye Chen naturally had to go and take a look. This is still Ye Chen's first top-of-the-line supercar. Koenigsegg, recognized as the world's top supercar. Sports cars like Ferrari and Lamborghini were rare, but if you went to those busiest places, you could still see them. But the world's top supercars like Koenigsegg and Bugatti, many people can't see it once in a lifetime, let alone owning one. Now, Ye Chen, who had just started his freshman year, owned a Koenigsegg, this kind of supercar that could easily cost tens of millions of dollars. Even if it was a lot of rich people, they couldn't afford to play. If those tycoons invested tens of millions of dollars, it might be easy for them, but spending tens of millions of dollars on a car, they were afraid that they wouldn't do so. After all, supercars can only be considered a pastime, something to play with. Ordinary tycoons would not dare to casually take tens of millions of dollars to play, unless that kind of value was extremely strong. Soon, Ye Chen arrived at his garage. As soon as he came in, Ye Chen saw his brand new Koenigsegg Agera. Ye Chen's Koenigsegg Agera was black, extremely linear and powerful. It was so handsome that it exploded. Compared to it, the Ferrari he had once owned looked ordinary. It was worthy of being the world's top supercar. Something that cost $20 to $30 million naturally couldn't be ordinary. Ye Chen was extremely satisfied with this Koenigsegg Agera of his. After looking at the car, Ye Chen returned to the villa. And at this moment, the Bai Hanyan live broadcasting room had quieted down. It wasn't that the audience had left, but they were quietly listening to Bai Hanyan sing. It had to be said that Bai Hanyan's singing skills were still very strong. She did have the ability to become a singer. The popularity of Bai Hanyan's live streaming room stabilized at 3 to 4 million. After all, there was no large amount of gifts swiping the screen, and with all this heat, it was already pretty good. Although it was her first live broadcast, Bai Hanyan's ability was still evident. After this, Bai Hanyan is considered to have successfully become one of the big anchors of the Shark platform. Bai Hanyan's first live broadcast on the Shark platform was quite successful. This was something that even the executives of the Yuan brokerage company didn't expect. Sometimes, even if they smashed all sorts of resources, they wouldn't necessarily be able to reach this level. It was still the strong influence of the Divine Master. Without Ye Chen, it was impossible to be so successful. Originally, today, the intention of the Yuan brokerage company was to let Bai Hanyan get used to it first. Having thousands of followers and tens of thousands of popularity would be good. Let Bai Hanyan adapt for a few days, and then give Bai Hanyan all kinds of resources. I didn't expect it to turn into this situation. After a brief discussion, the executives of the Yuan brokerage company unanimously decided to give Bai Hanyan all kinds of recommended resources tomorrow. They began to desperately cultivate Bai Hanyan. Let's see if we can cultivate Bai Hanyan into one of Shark Live's top anchors. The people of the Yuan brokerage company held a meeting late at night and discussed. Ye Chen was also satisfied watching Bai Hanyan broadcast live. Today's effect was also beyond his imagination. If afterward, it went as smoothly as this, I'm afraid that in less than a year, Bai Hanyan would become a first-tier singer. Ye Chen seemed to have seen that $15 billion had already beckoned towards him. Very well, very well. Ye Chen listened to the song for a while, and then exited Bai Hanyan's live broadcasting room. Just then, Ye Chen suddenly received an unexpected call. Chapter 38. I heard that you know a big shot called what's his name Brother Tatsu? May I ask if it's Brother Chen? Ye Chen picked up the phone and a young man's voice came from the opposite side. I'm Ye Chen. Brother Chen. I'm Xiao Huang. Huang Hai. I met him at the bar back then. The young man introduced himself. After Ye Chen heard the introduction, he also remembered this Huang Hai. A few days ago, Fatty had invited Ye Chen to go out together, and at that time, in the bar, because of Ye Chen's black card, Huang Hai was incomparably shocked. Ye Chen thus recognized Huang Hai as this Jiangzhou big young man. What's going on? It's like this, Brother Chen, there's a party tomorrow night, and I want to invite Brother Chen to come and play together. Huang Hai made his intentions clear. Tomorrow night? Ye Chen thought for a moment. It seemed like he didn't have anything going on tomorrow night. Brother Chen, you must not refuse. I told a few of my friends about you, and they are eager to meet Brother Chen. Huang Hai implored Ye Chen. All right, Ye Chen agreed. There was nothing to do tomorrow night anyway, so he could go and have some fun. Thank you Brother Chen. Huang Hai breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Ye Chen repeatedly. He was afraid that Ye Chen would refuse. After making an appointment with Ye Chen about the time and place, Huang Hai continued. Brother Chen, I won't bother you anymore. Let's meet tomorrow night. After hanging up the phone, Ye Chen went to wash up and prepared to rest. The next night, Ye Chen drove his own Koenigsegg Agera and went straight to the place he had arranged with Huang Hai. On the other hand, a private manor on the outskirts of Jiangzhou had gathered many of Jiangzhou's gentry, as well as rich girls. Inside the manor, Huang Hai was chatting with a few friends. Old Huang, is that Brother Chen you mentioned sure he will come tonight? After you said that, I'm really curious about this Brother Chen. Of course, I've already contacted Brother Chen just now. and Brother Chen has already set off. Huang Hai replied with certainty. Are you sure that Brother Chen is very powerful? I've been in Jiangzhou for so long and I've never heard of it? Huang Hai's other friend asked curiously. Of course, Brother Chen is living in Villa 8 of the Lingyun Heavenly Palace. Do you think it's awesome? Huang Hai said proudly. Knowing a big shot like Brother Chen, he could brag for quite a while. What? This Brother Chen lives in Villa 8 of the Lingyun Heavenly Palace? I'll go. Hearing Huang Hai say this, a few of his friends were stunned. As Jiangzhou's sons and daughters, they naturally understood those top mansions in Jiangzhou. Villa 8 in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa area was one of them. Villa 8, and Villas 1, 6, 11, and 18 of the Lingyun Heavenly Palace, were all famous mansions in Jiangzhou. Among them, the owner of Villa 6, Villa 18 they all knew. It was a famous big brother in Jiangzhou. Now, Brother Chen, the one old Huang was talking about, was actually living in Villa 8 of the Lingyun Heavenly Palace. That was definitely a big brother level character as well. Brother Huang, when you see that Brother Chen in a while, can you help me introduce him? That's right, Brother Huang. Let us also have the chance to get to know a big shot. Huang Hai's several friends begged. Yes, small things, Brother Chen is very nice. Huang Hai nodded his head. Just as several people were chatting within the manor, a roar unique to supercars came from the area. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of the crowd, a white supercar sped over. Eventually, the white supercar slowly stopped in front of Huang Hai's few people. I'll go, Lamborghini Aventador? This is the legendary Big Bull. Looking at this white supercar, a few gentrymen said with incomparable surprise. The one parked in front of them was not an ordinary supercar, but a Lamborghini Aventador, which was also known as the Big Bull. Lamborghini Aventador. The price is very expensive. The selling price of ordinary in 7 or 8 million, or even 9 million. Lamborghini Aventador is the dream in the hearts of many boys. Even these few gentlemen were no exception. They looked at this Lamborghini Aventador with great envy. At this moment, they were all curious to the extreme in their hearts. I wonder who the owner of this Lamborghini Aventador is. Under the envious gazes of the crowd of gentry, the doors of the Lamborghini Aventador slowly opened, and a thinly built youth slowly walked out. Zheng Yuanliang? Zheng Xiao? Looking at this skinny youth, a group of eunuchs were incomparably surprised. They all recognized the identity of this youth. The youth's name was Zheng Yuanliang, and he was similarly a Jiangzhou young man, the kind whose family had billions of dollars. However, Zheng Yuanliang and Huang Hai were notoriously at odds. To put it bluntly, it's almost as bad as calling them rivals. Looking at Zheng Yuanliang out of the Lamborghini Aventador, Huang Hai was the most shocked. When did this kid buy a Lamborghini Aventador? Huang Hai was incredibly puzzled. Previously, Huang Hai and Zheng Yuanliang's cars were similar. Both were a $4 to $5 million supercar. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yuanliang had bought a multi-million-dollar Lamborghini Aventador. With such a comparison, Huang Hai was instantly outclassed. How about this big bull of mine? After getting out of the car and holding onto his Lamborghini Aventador, Zheng Yuanliang said with a smile on his face, handsome, Brother Liang is awesome. Worthy of being a legendary bull? It's so racy. The crowd of onlookers said with great envy. Hearing these voices of admiration, the smile on Zheng Yuanliang's face grew even wider. This car he bought was worth it. Why buy a supercar? Besides liking it, naturally, it was to be pretentious and to be envied by others. Now that his own Lamborghini Aventador had caused a sensation, it naturally deserved the price. Brother Liang, how much does this big bull of yours cost? Not much, just over $9 million. Zheng Yuanliang said with a relaxed face. More than 9 million. More than 9 million for this Lamborghini Aventador of Zheng Yuanliang's. It's too strong. The crowd of onlookers were once again shocked. Brother Liang is mighty. Brother Liang, in the future, have time to bring your little brother along. Some of the eunuchs began to spare no effort to ingratiate themselves with Zheng Yuanliang. As for the few onlookers from the rich families, looking at Zheng Yuanliang, light also rose in their eyes. Being multi-golden was a huge advantage. Old Huang, what do you think of this car of mine? Looking at his Lamborghini Aventador, Zheng Yuanliang asked Huang Hai with incomparable dejection. Not bad, Huang Hai said stiffly. Oh, just okay? If I remember well, your car seems to be a 4 million plus sports car. Zheng Yuanliang said as if he had a point. Hearing this, Huang Hai's face suddenly turned red. Those few friends of Huang Hai also lowered their heads. Oh yeah, I still remember. You brag these days that you knew some big shot called Brother Chen, right? Suddenly thinking of something, Zheng Yuanliang said again. Chapter 39, if you have the guts to get that Tatsu of yours to come in a more powerful supercar. Right, what's wrong? Huang Hai retorted. If I remember correctly, that Brother Chen you're talking about is only driving a $5 million Ferrari, right? Zheng Yuanliang said in a conspiratorial manner. A person who drives a $5 million Ferrari. You can call out brother. Then I drive a $9 million Lamborghini Aventador. Then what do you call out? Call out to dad. Or grandpa? Zheng Yuanliang was sarcastic with a smile on his face. Huang Hai was instantly infuriated. Surname Zhang. Watch your words. Huang Hai said seriously to Zheng Yuanliang. Zheng Yuanliang said that he was nothing. He admitted it. After all, his car was no match for Zheng Yuanliang's. But brother Chen was his idol. So he naturally couldn't let Zheng Yuanliang look down on brother Chen. Zheng Yuanliang, however, didn't take it seriously and just sneered, treating someone who drives a $5 million Ferrari as some kind of big shot. Is it that you're simple? Or just brainless? Zheng Yuanliang looked down on both Huang Hai, and even more so, he looked down on that what's-his-name brother Chen in Huang Hai's mouth. A person who drove a Ferrari of more than $5 million. What was that? Even he was not as good as him. How could he become a big shot? Still brother Chen. Is a joke. Huang Hai was so angry that his whole body trembled. A few of Huang Hai's friends also lowered their heads. Although they were angry, there was no way to refute Zheng Yuanliang. They didn't know that brother Chen for the time being. Brother Liang is right. The person who drives a $5 million Ferrari is just like us. Not even a tenth of brother Liang. Call what brother Chen? He doesn't deserve it. It's better to call little Chen. A few surrounding onlookers, in order to curry favor with Zheng Yuanliang, purposely said, what's wrong with them being sarcastic when that what's-his-name brother Chen wasn't there anyway? As long as they could please Zheng Yuanliang, even if they were asked to curse their own ancestors, they were willing. Huang Hai, your vision is really not good. Zheng Yuanliang spoke again, commenting on Huang Hai. It's better for me to bring you to know what it means to be a big shot. Zheng Yuanliang said mysteriously. Recently, he had also just befriended a big shot, Fang Xiao. In front of Fang Xiao, that Chen brother of Huang Hai was a mole. Hearing Zheng Yuanliang's words, the crowd was confused for a moment, somewhat unsure. Just then, there was another roaring sound. In the distance, a yellow supercar was coming towards the manor. My God, what is that? There was a male gentleman who first recognized the supercar and immediately let out a gasp of astonishment. The crowd looked in the direction this eunuch was pointing, and they all spotted this yellow supercar. What kind of car is this? It looks so racy? Yeah, this car looks so handsome. I want to buy one too. I also want to drive it on the road. It will definitely catch everyone's attention. Someone lamented. You buy one. What are you thinking? Do you know what kind of car this is? Can you afford it? The cockney at the beginning sneered. What kind of car? What kind of car is that? The crowd asked in disbelief. That's a McLaren P1, priced at $13 million. I'm afraid it'll land at $15 million. What? Hearing this, the crowd swallowed hard. Although many people had never heard of a McLaren P1, the price of $15 million really scared them. A $15 million supercar? My goodness. Today, they finally saw the legendary $10 million supercar. Under the gaze of the crowd, this McLaren P1 of more than $10 million slowly stopped next to the Lamborghini. After seeing the McLaren P1 stop, Zheng Yuanliang immediately ran over. The door of the McLaren P1 opened and an arrogant young man slowly walked out. Young Fong, you're here. Seeing the unruly man come out, Zheng Yuanliang immediately said fawningly, introducing everyone, this is the crown prince of the Fong group, Fong Hongxiu, Young Fong. Zheng Yuanliang introduced the identity of the unruly man to everyone. The crown prince of the Fong group? After knowing the identity of the unruly man, everyone was nonchalant. Fong's group that was one of the big enterprises in Zhengzhou, with a market capitalization of over $10 billion. Unexpectedly, this unruly man was the son of the chairman of Fong's group, the future heir of Fong's group. This is the big shot I want to introduce to you, Zheng Yuanliang said with a proud face. Hearing this, the crowd burst with emotion. This was the real big shot. Huang Hai, as well as a few of his friends, were also dumbfounded. They really didn't expect that the big shot Zheng Yuanliang was talking about was actually the crown prince of the Fong group. This was indeed a big shot that they needed to look up to. Hello, Young Fong. Young Fong is so handsome. The onlookers, the rich daughters and daughters of the rich families gathered around and kept fawning over Fong Hongxiu. Zheng Yuanliang, on the other hand, walked to Huang Hai with a proud face. Old Huang see, this is the real big shot. Zheng Yuanliang educated Huang Hai in a conspiratorial manner. Fang Xiao is driving a McLaren P1 of more than $10 million. I don't know how many times more powerful than that what's-his-name brother Chen of yours. In the future, don't recognize any random brother. With Fang Xiao here to back him up, Zheng Yuanliang was emboldened and satirized Huang Hai to his heart's content. Being mocked by Zheng Yuanliang like this, Huang Hai's few friends were extraordinarily angry, but they didn't dare to snap. After all, the crown prince of the Fong group was here? Zheng Yuanliang, don't be too arrogant. Brother Chen is also very strong. Huang Hai took a deep breath and retorted. Oh, what? That what Brother Chen is strong? Facing Huang Hai's words, Zheng Yuanliang was not at all impressed. Well then, other than that, since that what's his name Brother Chen of yours is strong, then you let him drive a car that's more powerful than Fang Xiao's McLaren P1. Ah, Zheng Yuanliang retorted confidently. As long as your what's his name Brother Chen can drive a car that's more powerful than Fang Xiao's McLaren P1 to come, I'll kneel down and call him my brother. I'm also giving him this 9 million plus Lamborghini Big Bull that I just bought, because he knew that the Chin brother that Huang Hai said couldn't do it at all. Zheng Yuanliang was directly emboldened to make a flag. Being so provoked by Zheng Yuanliang, Huang Hai was even more infuriated that his body trembled. Although he wanted to speak for Brother Chen, there was nothing he could do. Although Brother Chen was very strong, Brother Chen was too low-key and drove just a several $million Ferrari. There was no way to compete with this Fang Xiao's 10 million plus McLaren P1A. What's the matter? Not talking? Ha ha ha. Zheng Yuanliang became even more rampant. Just as Zheng Yuanliang was laughing indulgently, an extremely cool black supercar slowly drove into the manor. Chapter 40, The Shocked Crowd. I'll go. I'm not hallucinating, am I? A male gentleman was the first to spot the black supercar and instantly let out a shocked voice. Hearing this, the others curiously turned their heads to look. After this glance, all of them were dumbfounded. Is this the legendary Koenigsegg? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Right, this is the legendary Koenigsegg, and it seems to be a Koenigsegg Agera that is more than $20 million. Nearly $30 million. A male who knew supercars very well replied affirmatively. Koenigsegg Agera? More than $20 million. Nearly $30 million? At this moment, everyone's hearts were no longer shocked, but appalled. Originally, they felt that a supercar of more than $10 million was already very impressive. They didn't expect that a $20 to $30 million supercar would appear now. $20 to $30 million. This could buy a very good villa in Zhangzhou. Everyone was deeply shocked by the price of this Koenigsegg Agera. Looking at this sudden arrival of the Koenigsegg Agera, Zheng Yuanliang and Huang Hai also froze. It had to be said that this Koenigsegg Agera was too handsome. Even Fang Xiao's stunning McLaren P1 just now was a little bit worse than this Koenigsegg Agera. Other than that, it can be seen from the price alone. A Koenigsegg Agera can almost buy 2 McLaren P1s. This is the gap. Ah, Gollum. Looking at this Koenigsegg Agera with fascination, Zheng Yuanliang's eyes rolled round with incomparable envy. This supercar was too handsome, like a black ghost, pulling the wind to the extreme. Not to mention Zheng Yuanliang, even Fang Hongxiu, who was arrogant and didn't put everyone in his eyes, looked at this Koenigsegg Agera, and his eyes showed an envy that was hard to hide. Which big brother does this Koenigsegg Agera belong to? I don't know, but it's definitely a super big brother. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to drive the legendary Koenigsegg Agera. Everyone present was incredibly curious as to who the owner of this Koenigsegg Agera actually was. Eventually, this black Koenigsegg Agera slowly stopped next to the McLaren P1. The door of the Koenigsegg slowly rose. Under the gaze of all the people who could not take their eyes off the road, a handsome to the explosion of handsome boy slowly walked out. After seeing the owner of this Koenigsegg Agera, the gentlemen present, the rich girls were all surprised. None of them knew this big shot who drove a Koenigsegg. Ha! After seeing the pretty boy who walked out, Huang Hai covered his mouth with a look of disbelief. Isn't this Brother Chen? Brother Chen actually drove a Koenigsegg Agera this time? My goodness. After freezing for a while, Huang Hai hurriedly jogged over. Brother Chen, you're here, Huang Hai said very respectfully. Hearing Huang Hai address this Koenigsegg master, everyone was startled. Brother Tatsu? This master of the Koenigsegg was the Brother Chen that Huang Hai had been talking about? Most of the people present had heard Huang Hai talk about this Brother Chen, but most of them didn't believe that the so-called Brother Tatsu that Huang Hai had been talking about was some kind of big shot. But now, they realized that they were wrong. Very wrong. How could someone who drove a $20 to $30 million Koenigsegg Agera not be a big shot? They finally believed Huang Hai's words. As for the original lowered heads, those few of Huang Hai's friends, at this moment, their faces showed joy. It turned out that the Brother Chen in old Huang's words was really a big shot. They were just as proud as Huang Hai. They had just suffered from Zheng Yuanliang's mockery, and now that Brother Chen had come in his Koenigsegg, the time had come for them to raise their eyebrows. At the scene, Zheng Yuanliang was the most shocked. Zheng Yuanliang killed also did not expect. Huang Hai mouthed that what Chen brother even drove a tens of millions of Koenigsegg to come. Zheng Yuanliang's face green for a while, white for a while, obviously was scared not light, especially when he thought about the fact that he had just made a flag. Zheng Yuanliang was even more scared. As long as that what's his name Chen of yours can drive a car more powerful than Fang Xiao's McLaren P1 to come, I'll kneel down and call him my brother. I'll give him this 9 million plus Lamborghini big bull that I just bought as well. Kneeling down and calling his brother is nothing, but if he gave his Lamborghini big bull to this brother Chen, I'm afraid he would be heartbroken for the rest of his life. The more Zhang Yuanliang thought about it, the more worried he became. Thinking about it, Zhang Yuanliang continuously retreated backwards, wanting to leave this place. However, Zhang Yuanliang had just retreated a few steps when Huang Hai spotted him. Come, old Zhang what did you just say? Saying that if brother Chen comes with a car that is more powerful than the McLaren P1, what are you going to do about it? Huang Hai asked Zhang Yuanliang. Brother Huang, I was wrong. Zhang Yuanliang apologized to Huang Hai repeatedly. He really couldn't part with his big Lamborghini bull. Looking at Zhang Yuanliang's humble appearance, Huang Hai sneered. This is the price. Let you be so arrogant and rampant just now. How about it? Retribution has come. Let's put it this way. The Lamborghini is out of the way. How about your other vow to fulfill it? Giving this 9 million plus car to brother Chen was definitely unrealistic. Even if Zhang Yuanliang agreed, Zhang Yuanliang's family would definitely say something. At that time, it wouldn't be good if it led to any trouble. But the other promise, Zhang Yuanliang was a must. Brother Huang, can I? Zhang Yuanliang still wanted to make conditions, but Huang Hai's face sank. Alright, unable to do anything, Zhang Yuanliang could only agree. Disgraceful is disgraceful. It's better than losing the car as well. In the end, Zhang Yuanliang hardened his heart and came next to Ye Chen. Thud. As soon as Zhang Yuanliang knelt down in front of Ye Chen, he opened his mouth. Good day brother Chen. Everyone was shocked by this action of Zhang Yuanliang. Ye Chen was also stunned. You're paying me a New Year's greeting now. I didn't bring a red envelope. Ye Chen shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. It's fine, brother Chen, I brought it. Huang Hai suddenly opened his mouth and walked over. He didn't know where to find $1 and directly stuffed it to Zhang Yuanliang. Little Liangzi here. No need to look for it. Huang Hai said very generously. Zhang Yuanliang could only take the money helplessly. Good day brother Chen. Brother Chen, this Koenigsegg of yours is so handsome it explodes. The people who had just surrounded Feng Hongxiu now directly abandoned Feng Hongxiu and came over to constantly kneel Ye Chen. In the next second, a thing that made the crowd unexpected happened. Only to see the crown prince of the Feng group. Feng Hongxiu walked straight towards Ye Chen. Walking to a place only 2 or 3 meters away from Ye Chen, Feng Hongxiu stood very unconvincingly and stood against Ye Chen. For a time, the smell of gunpowder was overwhelming. I'm going to challenge you. Feng Hongxiu suddenly gave Ye Chen a letter of war. Chapter 41 Mental Problems? When Feng Hongxiu said this, he immediately shocked the surrounding crowd. Challenging Ye Chen? Challenging what? I admit, this Koenigsegg Agera of yours is more powerful than that McLaren P1 of mine, but that doesn't mean my car skills are inferior to yours. Feng Hongxiu slowly said, the two of us, pick 2 cars that don't have a lot of cars and compare. As long as you win me, I will recognize you. From now on I take you as my honor. You are my big brother. As long as you open your mouth, no matter what things I go to do. Feng Hongxiu said very unwillingly. His car, indeed, was no match for this Ye Chen's, but for his own car skills, Feng Hongxiu was quite confident. If it wasn't for his family's reasons, he was afraid that he would have already gone to become a professional racer. After hearing Feng Hongxiu's words, the crowd was also a little excited. They were also looking forward to a match between Ye Chen and Feng Hongxiu to see whose car skills were better. Needless to say, Ye Chen had already won. But what about car skills? It wasn't easy to say. They had heard some rumors that the crown prince of the Feng group was very obsessed with racing, and his car skills were quite impressive. Zhang Yuanliang, who had just stood up, froze, then became excited. Young Feng was the big shot he had invited. If Feng Xiao could win against this Chen, he himself could be considered to have evened the odds. Ye Chen, you must say yes. Zhang Yuanliang prayed in his heart. Next to Ye Chen, Huang Hai heard Feng Hongxiu's challenge and instantly became nervous. Brother Chen, Feng Hongxiu's strength is very strong, and within the Jiangzhou Duke, his car skills are definitely considered to be a small group of the top. Huang Hai whispered in Ye Chen's ear. Originally, Ye Chen was not interested in comparing car skills with Feng Hongxiu, but now that he heard Huang Hai say this, he felt that it was a bit interesting. Previously, Ye Chen had gotten the top-level car skills from the game, but he had never really tested what level he would be when he exerted his full power. Now, with this Feng Hongxiu, who was at the top of Jiangzhou's car skill strength, as a comparison, it was just right that he could test it out. It can be compared. Ye Chen nodded his head and agreed. Seeing Ye Chen take on the battle, the scene instantly boiled over. Brother Chen is mighty. Match. The crowd cheered. Zhang Yuanliang also had a smile on his face. He knew Feng Xiao's car skills very well. Before, He had seen Fang Xiao crush a professional racer. Now, using Fang Xiao's best ability, he was competing with Ye Chen. Would Fang Xiao lose? He himself was finally going to get back in the game. As long as Fang Xiao won, he wouldn't have to be afraid of meeting Huang Hai afterward. Otherwise, I was afraid that I wouldn't even have the face to raise my head the next time I met Huang Hai. As a male son of Zhengzhou, racing was a regular thing. They had specialized racing locations. On the scene, there were also a lot of male children, rich girls, who came in supercars. Ye Chen and Fang Hongxiu each chose a car. Ye Chen chose a Ferrari, while Fang Hongxiu chose a Lamborghini. The prices of these two cars were about the same, and the configurations were about the same. It was fair for the two to compare with these two cars. Half an hour later, the crowd arrived at a highway that was off the beaten path and had rugged roads. This was the place where these gentlemen often raced their cars. In order to keep an eye on this race, they had prepared several drones in advance to shoot from high altitude. Every detail of this racing could be captured very well. Ye Chen drove a Ferrari and Fang Hongxiu drove a Lamborghini to the starting point. Soon, the race started. The Ferrari and Lamborghini sped forward together as if they were sharp arrows. You guys, who will win this time? Watching the two rush out. In place, the eunuchs and rich girls discussed curiously. I think it's Fang Xiao. I think young Yi Xiao is very powerful and owns a Koenigsegg. But what kind of car skills are there? We don't know. I think it might be Fang Xiao who is better. Most of the people present felt that Fang Hongxiu could win this time. After all, it was a recognized thing that Fang Hongxiu had great car skills. They didn't understand Ye Chen. There were only a very small number of people who felt that Ye Chen would win, and among them, there was naturally Huang Hai. Old Huang, what do you think? Zheng Yuanliang walked next to Huang Hai and asked with a smile. Brother Chen will win. Huang Hai said firmly. I don't think so. Zheng Yuanliang shook his head. What? You doubt Brother Chen's strength? Huang Hai asked rhetorically. Zheng Yuanliang hurriedly shook his head and explained. No. Brother Chen's strength is very strong. Everyone can see it for themselves. Although Zheng Yuanliang wanted to regain face in front of Huang Hai, he didn't dare to show a hint of disrespect to Ye Chen. Ye Chen drove a Koenigsegg. His identity background was definitely very powerful, not something he could mess with. Brother Chen's financial strength is indeed very strong, but it's hard to say about his car skills. Fang Xiao is a renowned expert. Zheng Yuanliang said as if he had a point. Brother Chen will definitely win. Huang Hai replied with a firm face. Let's wait and see. Zheng Yuanliang said with the same confidence, believing in Fang Xiao's car skills. At this time, the drone screen also showed Ye Chen and Fang Hongxiu racing. In the first section of the gentle highway, the gap between the two was not that big, but when the two passed through a turn, the gap appeared. Fang Hongxiu's strength was indeed very strong, and when he turned the corner, the drift was close to perfect, making all these gentlemen envious. But the original almost perfect drift, compared to Ye Chen's, looked very average. If Fang Hongxiu was near perfect, Ye Chen's was truly perfect. All the gentlemen looked dumbfounded. Because of this turn, Ye Chen directly left Fang Hongxiu behind. How? Zheng Yuanliang couldn't believe what he saw and had a shocked expression on his face. Those other people who thought Fang Hongxiu would win were also incredibly surprised. The small group of people who thought Ye Chen would win were relieved and had smiles on their faces. Brother Chen was awesome. After this turn, Ye Chen had left Fang Hongxiu behind. Fang Hongxiu was naturally unwilling to do so, and tried several times in a row to catch up with Ye Chen, but none of them were successful. When the two passed the next turn, the distance between the two cars became larger. Fang Hongxiu was left far behind. The distance of the race was not far. When Ye Chen rushed to the finish line, after 20 to 30 seconds, Fang Hongxiu arrived at the finish line. After seeing both of them arrive at the finish line, some of the gentlemen who didn't go to the start in the beginning, but directly waited at the finish line hurriedly surrounded them. Seeing Ye Chen get off the bus, these gentrymen hurriedly opened their mouths. Brother Chen is mighty. Brother Chen is too strong. On the other side, Fang Hongxiu also got out of the car. Originally, they thought that Fang Hongxiu would be extremely disappointed or storm out, but Fang Hongxiu's performance greatly exceeded their expectations. After getting out of the car, Fang Hongxiu was not only not disappointed or angry, but instead had a happy and excited face. What's wrong with Mr. Fang? Could it be that he has been stimulated and has mental problems? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Chapter 42, entering Su Ning Shuang's boudoir. When the crowd was puzzled, they only saw Fang Hongxiu come next to Ye Chen with an excited face. Brother Chen, you are my idol. That drift was simply too perfect. Fang Hongxiu pulled Ye Chen's arm with the look of a little fanboy. Indeed, at the very beginning when he was overtaken by Ye Chen, Fang Hongxiu was angry and furious. On the road, he kept trying, wanting to catch up with Ye Chen and even surpass him. But in the end, Fang Hongxiu completely gave up. He realized that his car skills, and Ye Chen's, were not even on the same level. Fang Hongxiu was completely convinced, especially when he thought of Ye Chen's perfect drift. Fang Hongxiu worshipped Ye Chen and idolized him. Thus, this scene happened. Seeing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. It was best if Fang Xiao's spirit didn't go wrong. In case something happened, they couldn't afford it. Earlier, they had discussed what they would do if Fang Xiao lost his temper. The competition is just entertainment, just for fun, but if it goes to the top, it's not good to end up in a conflict. Their greatest fear was that Fang Xiao would lose his temper. Now this result, naturally, was the best. Brother Chen, from now on you're my big brother. If there's anything, you can just command. Fang Hongxiu said to Ye Chen with an adoring face. As long as you instruct me on my car skills when you have time. The racing ended and everyone returned to the manor and started eating dinner. Because they all drove here, there was no drinking. At the dinner table, Fang Hongxiu used tea instead of wine, and continuously pleasing Ye Chen. In the end, Fang Hongxiu finally added Ye Chen's contact information as he wished. After eating and staying in the manor for a while, Ye Chen said goodbye. Fang Hongxiu took the lead in sending Ye Chen away. On a new day, Ye Chen drove to school. Because today at noon, Ye Chen only had one class. After class ended at 10, Ye Chen was ready to return to the villa. Just then, Ye Chen suddenly received a WeChat call from his cousin Zhao Shuxian. Ye Chen, are you at school? Zhao Shuxian asked with some urgency. I'm in. What happened? Ye Chen asked. It's like this. Ning Shuang's USB flash drive can't be found. Zhao Shuxian explained. There was an essay she wrote on the flash drive, and in an hour, it was to be submitted to the school to compete. As a result, the flash drive can't be found now, and after looking around the dormitory, I didn't see it. Jelsamite thinks it might have gone home earlier and forgotten it at home, and wants to go home and look for it. If you have time, send Ning Shuang home to look for it. Zhao Shuxian told Ye Chen what happened. Originally, Su Ning Shuang wanted to take a taxi back, but was stopped by Zhao Shuxian. Ye Chen had a car, so why go to so much trouble to take a taxi? What's more, now that there was an emergency, taking a taxi would definitely be a waste of time. Ye Chen's car was a Ferrari. It was fast and could save a lot of time, and it could also increase Ye Chen and Ning Shuang's relationship a bit. Thinking of this, Zhao Shuxian hurriedly called Ye Chen. Yes, I'll drive the car to the girls' dormitory right away. Ye Chen understood the urgency of the matter and immediately agreed. Ye Chen left the classroom, drove his Koenigsegg, and came directly to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. At this moment, Su Ning Shuang was already waiting there. Seeing an unfamiliar sports car parked beside her, Su Ning Shuang subconsciously thought that someone was going to accost her, so she took a few steps back. School sister Su, get in the car. Ye Chen lowered the car window and shouted to Su Ning Shuang. Ye Chen? Looking at the fact that it was actually Ye Chen who was driving the car, Su Ning Shuang froze. Ye Chen had changed cars again? Just how many cars did he have? Although she was curious in her heart, Su Ning Shuang didn't ask too many questions and sat in Ye Chen's car. Thank you, school brother Yi. Su Ning Shuang said gratefully. She was a little embarrassed for having to work hard for Ye Chen once again. We are friends, what's the point of being polite? Ye Chen said casually, then went straight to the school entrance. With Su Ning Shuang leading the way, Ye Chen did not need to navigate. Under Su Ning Shuang's leadership, Ye Chen arrived at another famous villa area in Jiangzhou, Century Mountain River Villa area. The prices of the villas here were not the least bit weaker than the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa area that Ye Chen was in. Ye Chen parked his car in front of Villa 3. Today, Su Ning Shuang's mother seemed to be absent. Su Ning Shuang opened the door of the villa and brought Ye Chen inside. Senior Yi, you take a rest first. I'll go back to my room to look for it. Ye Chen stayed in the living room, while Su Ning Shuang quickly headed to her boudoir. It was already 10:50 now. The turn-in time was 11 o'clock, and Su Ning Shuang still had 10 minutes left. She had to find the USB flash drive within these 10 minutes and open the computer to send the article in the USB flash drive to the leaders of the school. The time was urgent. Su Ning Shuang had to race against the clock. If she was late, her previous months of effort would be wasted. Ye Chen sat on the sofa and looked around. At this time, a voice came. Academic brother Yi, you can come in as well. Su Ning Shuang let Ye Chen enter her boudoir. Chen froze. This wasn't too good. He didn't have any problems, but that was Su Ning Shuang's boudoir after all. Wouldn't it be too much of that for a boy of his own to go in? Senior Yi, come in and help find it. It's urgent. Su Ning Shuang shouted again. Su Ning Shuang searched the room for a while and did not find it. It was now only 4 or 5 minutes from 11 o'clock. If it couldn't be found within these minutes, it would be troublesome. Her own strength alone was limited, so she invited Ye Chen to come in and look for it together. After a few things before, Su Ning Shuang felt that Ye Chen was a decent person, so that's why she opened her mouth. If it wasn't Ye Chen in the living room right now, it was another boy. Even if she couldn't find it herself, It was impossible for Su Ning Shuang to invite the other person to come in and look for it together. But now, after all, it was Ye Chen outside. Su Ning Shuang believed in Ye Chen. Since Su Ning Shuang said so, Ye Chen naturally could not refuse. Ye Chen also quickly stepped upstairs and walked into Su Ning Shuang's room. Good powder ah. As soon as he came in, Ye Chen's first impression was this. Whether it was the curtains, bed sheets, or anything else, it was all pink and full of young girls. A person's bedroom can best reflect a person's heart. It looked like school sister Su was high and cold on the surface, but still had a young girl's heart. Frozen for a moment, Ye Chen also began to help Su Ning Shuang look around the room. After looking around the desk, there was nothing. Ye Chen opened Su Ning Shuang's closet. While saying indecent exposure, Ye Chen carefully searched. In the end, Ye Chen found the flash drive in one of Su Ning Shuang's clothes. Is it it? Ye Chen held the USB flash drive and inquired. It's it. It's it. Su Ning Shuang nodded her head in a hurry. Great. Thank you. Su Ning Shuang was very excited, and subconsciously hugged Ye Chen. Being hugged by Su Ning Shuang, Ye Chen froze. Su Ning Shuang also instantly reacted, and her face brushed red. She was so happy that she forgot that the one who entered her room was Ye Chen, not her own best friend. Before, only her own best friend had entered her room. Ye Chen was the first boy to enter her room. Once she was happy, Su Ning Shuang forgot about this matter. Su Ning Shuang hurriedly let go of Ye Chen. Her face flushed scarlet and her head dizzy. Chapter 43, It's not good. Schoolmate Yi, my mom is back. School sister Su, it's almost time. Ye Chen glanced at the time. It was almost 10:59. Su Ning Shuang also reacted and hurriedly inserted the USB flash drive into the computer. Fortunately, as soon as she entered the room just now, she turned on the computer first. Su Ning Shuang scrambled for time, and finally managed to send the file to the school's leaders at 10:59 minutes and 50 seconds. Phew! Su Ning Shuang let out a sigh of relief. Just this close, her previous months of effort had all gone to waste. Luckily, there was Ye Chen. If there was no help from him to find it, even if she found it herself, she was afraid that the time would already be too late. Sit down and take a rest first. Su Ning Shuang wiped the crystal beads of sweat on her forehead while saying to Ye Chen. Just now, Su Ning Shuang was sweating in a hurry. Ye Chen sat down on the chair next to him. I'm really too thankful to you today, school brother Yi. Su Ning Shuang said from the bottom of her heart. For a moment, she didn't know how to repay Ye Chen. School sister Su is polite. Ye Chen felt that he hadn't helped too much. He had only helped find it. It was nothing. Suddenly, Su Ning Shuang noticed the open closet, and Su Ning Shuang, who had slightly eased up, blushed once again. All her clothes were in there. It was too embarrassing. Su Ning Shuang hurriedly got up and quietly closed the closet. Just as Su Ning Shuang was about to say something, there came the sound of the villa door being opened. Su Ning Shuang froze, then sneaked out of the door and took a look. It turned out to be Su Ning Shuang's mother who had returned. Su Ning Shuang immediately returned to the room and said to Ye Chen very nervously, It's not good school brother Yi. My mother has returned. Su Ning Shuang hurriedly urged Ye Chen. School brother Yi, you first sit in my room for a while. Don't ever go out. I'll go out to take a look first. Good. Ye Chen nodded. Su Ning Shuang's heartbeat accelerated rapidly. Su Ning Shuang took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down before opening the door. After walking out, Su Ning Shuang hurriedly closed the room door. Seeing the room door close, Ye Chen came to a realization. Not right This was very wrong He was only here to help find something. He and school sister Su were innocent and hadn't done anything Why did he have to secretly hide in Su's boudoir as if he had done something wrong? Originally there was nothing wrong. So hide. It seems wrong. It was as if he and Su had a weak heart. If just now, he himself had walked out and said hello to Su Ning Shuang's mother, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. But now that he was hiding like this, if he himself was discovered by Su Ning Shuang's mother in Su Ning Shuang's boudoir, then things would be big, and there would be no way to explain. Ye Chen had a big head for a moment. On the other hand, Su Ning Shuang also reacted. If she did this, wouldn't she become a thief? The first time she let a boy go to her room, she was too nervous, too shy, and her head was not enough for a while. Just now, I should have let Ye Chen come out together. Hey, everything is too late. Su Ning Shuang regretted that she could only go and greet her mom with a stiff upper lip now. Mom! Su Ning Shuang walked downstairs and greeted her mother. Ning Shuang, you're back. What's wrong with you? Looking at the beads of sweat on Su Ning Shuang's forehead, Su Ning Shuang's mother asked curiously. Nothing. Su Ning Shuang hastily wiped her sweat and explained to her mother. Oh. Su Ning Shuang's mother nodded her head in disbelief and did not continue to ask. Right, Mom. I just saw that one of the koi in the backyard seems to be sick. Go and take a look. Su Ning Shuang opened her mouth. She wanted to sidetrack her mother and then ask Ye Chen to quickly come out of the bedroom and leave. If Ye Chen didn't leave immediately now, then there would be no chance today, and she would have to wait until tomorrow when her mother went out again. In that case, wouldn't Ye Chen have to stay in his bedroom all night? That would definitely be inappropriate. Hearing her daughter's words, Su Ning Shuang's mother immediately became nervous. Su Ning Shuang's mother had raised a small group of koi carp in the garden of the backyard, which she liked very much. Now, hearing her daughter say this, Su Ning Shuang's mother immediately got up and headed to the backyard. Su Ning Shuang, on the other hand, rushed back to the bedroom and asked Ye Chen to come out. Academic brother Yi, my mother has gone to the backyard, so hurry up and come out and go back first. It's really hard on you today, Su Ning Shuang said to Ye Chen very nervously. Ye Chen had done herself a favor. She definitely needed to thank Ye Chen properly, but it wasn't quite appropriate today, so Su Ning Shuang wanted Ye Chen to leave first, and she would think of a way to thank Ye Chen afterward. Okay, Ye Chen understood what Su Ning Shuang meant, and didn't want Su Ning Shuang's mother to misunderstand, so Ye Chen followed Su Ning Shuang, and the two of them carefully walked towards the first floor as if they were thieves. Looking at his and Su Ning Shuang's careful appearance, Ye Chen cried and laughed. Things were really the more they were covered up, the more unclear they were. Soon, Su Ning Shuang led Ye Chen down the stairs, and then carefully headed towards the villa door. Seeing that Ye Chen was about to leave the villa door, Su Ning Shuang just let out a sigh of relief. Squeak! At this time, in the villa, the door leading to the backyard was opened. Ye Chen instantly reacted, turned around, and turned his back to Su Ning Shuang's family's villa door. Ning Shuang, I took a look. There's no problem with that group of koi. While saying this, Su Ning Shuang's mother walked in from the backyard. Upon seeing her mother, Su Ning Shuang's heart instantly rose to her throat, with the appearance of a thief. Su Ning Shuang's mother had just walked into the villa when she saw Ye Chen and said with incomparable surprise, "Isn't this Mr. Xiao Chen? Why are you here?" Hearing her mother's question, Su Ning Shuang became even more nervous. Oh no, he was so careful. It was still discovered by her mother. Su Ning Shuang was just about to explain when Ye Chen had already spoken. "Auntie, I have some things that I purposely came to look for school sister Su. I just knocked on the door, and school sister Su came to open the door for me." Now Ye Chen had his back to the villa door, exactly as if he had just come in. That's right, Su Ning Shuang's mother didn't seem to have the slightest suspicion, and hurriedly and warmly invited Ye Chen to sit down. "Quickly sit down. Thank you, auntie." Ye Chen opened his mouth. Phew! Su Ning Shuang let out a sigh of relief and looked at Ye Chen with a grateful face. At this moment, Su Ning Shuang greatly admired Ye Chen's reflexes. Her reaction ability was really inferior to Ye Chen. Just now, if it wasn't for Ye Chen's quick reaction, things would have been exposed. Su Ning Shuang cast a thankful gaze at Ye Chen. Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang sat down together. Su Ning Shuang's mother handed Ye Chen fruits to eat. "Thank you, auntie." Ye Chen took the banana and ate it calmly. "If there's anything, you guys chat first." Su Ning Shuang's mother did not disturb the two, took the fish food and went to the backyard to feed the koi. In the living room, only Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang remained. Chapter 44, Su Ning Shuang's mother discovers the truth. Seeing her mother leave, Su Ning Shuang sat paralyzed on the sofa. "Senior Yi, if it wasn't for your quick reaction, it would have been troublesome," Su Ning Shuang said with great emotion. "It's nothing." Ye Chen continued to sit for a while, and after eating the banana, Ye Chen got up and said goodbye to Su Ning Shuang. Su Ning Shuang did not stay Ye Chen either. It was indeed inappropriate today. In the future, if there was a chance, then invite Ye Chen to come to the house as a guest. Ye Chen got up and was ready to leave when Su Ning Shuang's mother came back again. Little Chen student is leaving?" Su Ning Shuang's mother said in surprise. "Why don't you wait for a while? It's almost noon. Stay and have a meal." Su Ning Shuang's mother warmly invited Ye Chen to eat. "No, next time." Ye Chen shook his head. "Next time there is a chance, I will specially come to visit auntie." Seeing Ye Chen's refusal, Su Ning Shuang's mother didn't hold back much. "Ning Shuang, why don't you send off Mr. Xiao Chen?" "Good." Su Ning Shuang sent Ye Chen out of the villa. After seeing her daughter and Ye Chen leave, Su Ning Shuang's mother glanced at Su Ning Shuang's room with ulterior motives. These two little guys. A hint of a smile appeared on Su Ning Shuang's mother's face. Did she really think that she was easy to fool? In fact, from the very beginning, Mother Su Ning Shuang had seen it. The first time she saw her daughter's behavior was abnormal. As a mother, she naturally noticed it. Of course, this was not the proof. The reason Su Ning Shuang's mother was truly certain was because of the supercar parked in front of the villa. It was obvious that the villa had guests. Her daughter also encouraged herself to go to the backyard, so Su Ning Shuang's mother became suspicious. So she deliberately cooperated with her daughter in a play and headed to the backyard. When she felt it was about time, she came back from the backyard. It just so happened that she saw Ye Chen. At this moment, as a person who had been there before, Su Ning Shuang's mother understood everything. However, She did not break down her daughter's lies. It was not good for her to tear down such a thing. After all, her daughter had already grown up. However, wasn't the development of the two a little too fast? The young people nowadays Su Ning Shuang's mother had a bit of a headache. Isn't it time to find time to have a good talk with her daughter? Even if her daughter and Ye Chen were together. At the very least, Ye Chen, in his capacity as a boyfriend, personally came to the door to see himself and his husband. Su Ning Shuang's mother was caught up in thought. On the other hand, Ye Chen bid farewell to Su Ning Shuang and drove away towards his home. On Ye Chen's way back to the villa, several videos began to circulate. Although the content of the videos were different, the theme was the same. That was Ling Xier accusing the Yuan brokerage company, as well as the company's new president, Ye Chen, with the idea of stinking up the Yuan brokerage company and driving it out of Jiangzhou. Faryan brokerage deliberately spread these videos in the Jiangzhou circle. Seeing these videos, the Jiangzhou circle immediately experienced a huge earthquake. One must know that Yuan brokerage was considered to be one of the biggest brokers in Jiangzhou. It was rumored that it had only changed to a new president not long ago. Now, it was exposed that this new president, Ye Chen, wasn't a good person, forcing female employees to accompany alcohol or something. For a while, in the circle, Yuan brokerage company, as well as Ye Chen's reputation began to turn bad. Although there were people from Yuan brokerage company who came out to help Ye Chen and the company to prove it. However, because Faryan brokerage company was behind it, bringing up the tempo, these people from Yuan brokerage company were treated as trustees who were washing for their own company. No one believed the people from the Yuan brokerage company, and because Faryan's old boss, Yan Baimei, went to beg the multi-billion-dollar Jiangzhou bigwig she knew to step in. For a while, all kinds of gossip about Yuan brokerage company spread like crazy. Yuan brokerage company became an existence that everyone shouted at. In the face of so many rumors, the top management of Yuan brokerage company turned into ants on a hot pan. They began to think of ways to solve this matter. Some company executives suggested that Vice General Manager Yang Xuemin tell General Manager Yi about the matter and let him handle it. However, it was vetoed by Yang Xuemin for the time being. They couldn't trouble General Manager Yi with everything and let him handle it. It would look like they were incompetent. They continued to think of ways to see if they could solve it on their own, and if there was really no way to do so, then they would go back to begging General Manager Yi to take action. The next day, Ye Chen received a call from Yang Xuemin, who told Ye Chen, there was a dinner party today, and the presidents of many companies in Jiangzhou, the rich and powerful would attend, and as the president of Yuan brokerage, Ye Chen was among the invitees. Since he didn't know Ye Chen, the invitation was sent directly to Yuan brokerage company. Ye Chen agreed. Later that evening, Ye Chen drove to the Art Forest brokerage company and picked up the invitation. Since Yang Xuemin was also invited, Ye Chen and Yang Xuemin traveled to that dinner scene together. Halfway there, Yang Xuemin told Ye Chen about the rumors that had been spread about Art Forest Agency and Ye Chen by Ling Ziel. Yang Xuemin and a group of Yi Lin's executives tried all sorts of ways, but to no avail. With no other choice, Yang Xuemin could only turn to Ye Chen for help. This way, Ye Chen was caught up in thought. Ling Ziel signed with Faryan brokerage. This matter, it's very likely that Faryan brokerage is behind this. Yang Xuemin said to Ye Chen with great certainty. Faryan brokerage company. Ye Chen muttered, writing this matter down. He was prepared to deal with it when this dinner party was over. More than 20 minutes later, Ye Chen and Yang Xuemin arrived at the villa where the dinner party was held. When Ye Chen and Yang Xuemin arrived, they immediately attracted attention. After all, the matter about Ye Chen and the Yuan brokerage company was now making a lot of noise in the Jiangzhou circle. Therefore, upon seeing Ye Chen and Yang Xuemin arrive, not many people came to welcome them. Everyone was cold. As for why they were like this, it wasn't because they believed the rumors were true. To them, the truth or falsehood of these rumors did not matter at all. Even if the rumors were all true, it didn't matter. To them, benefits were the most important. They also knew that this matter was actually a game between the Yuan brokerage company and the Faryan brokerage company. Whichever side had the upper hand, they would side with. Behind Faryan agency, there seemed to be a big brother helping them, and they were steadily gaining the upper hand. Yuan agency couldn't stand it at all, and in time, they might not even be able to stay in Jiangzhou, a company that was about to be finished. They naturally had to stay away from it. At the scene, the only person who took the initiative to walk over and greet the two was a middle-aged man who saw Ye Chen and Yang Xuemin. This is Mr. Yi, isn't it? Young and promising. The middle-aged man took the initiative to shake hands with Ye Chen. Mr. Yi, this is Mr. Li, who has been working with our Yuan agency for a long time. Yang Xuemin introduced the identity of the middle-aged man. Because of the long-term cooperation, this general manager Li had a good relationship with Yuan brokerage company. Moreover, if something happened to the Yuan brokerage company, Mr. Li's interests would also be implicated. It was at this critical time that he came to the side of the Yilin brokerage. Hello. Just as Ye Chen was shaking hands with this general manager Li to get acquainted, two unexpected figures walked into the banquet site. Upon seeing these two people, the guests, who were originally very cold, walked over very enthusiastically, and these two people were no one else. They were none other than the boss of the Far Yen Brokerage Company, Yan Bai Mei, and Ling Ziel. Chapter 45, Shocking Words. Hello, Mr. Yen. Haven't seen you for a while. Mr. Yen is beautiful again. Congratulations on getting rich, General Manager Yen. These guests greeted Yan Bai Mei very enthusiastically, with a hint of ingratiation in their voices. After all, they had all heard that Yan Bai Mei had befriended a big shot. In order to express their position, it was natural for them to be like this. For a time, the bustle here at Yan Bai Mei's place was in stark contrast to the coldness on Ye Chen's side. Originally, for today's dinner, Yan Bai Mei was prepared to come by herself. However, she had accidentally learned a piece of news. It was rumored that tonight, there was a male son of a Jiangzhou bigwig who would also be attending. In order to befriend that male son, Yan Bai Mei's first thought was Ling Ziel. Yan Bai Mei said the matter to Ling Ziel like this, and Ling Ziel naturally agreed. She also wanted to get to know some big shots. After exchanging pleasantries with the many guests for a while, Yan Bai Mei happened to see Ye Chen and Yang Xuemi not far away. A sneer flashed across Yan Bai Mei's face. The rumors about Yilin Brokerage Company, as well as the new president Ye Chen, were flying all over the place right now. Yan Bai Mei was quite pleased in her heart. Yan Bai Mei took the initiative to pull Ling Ziel towards Ye Chen. Those guests saw this behavior of Yan Bai Mei and did not follow, but stood still. They were prepared to watch the show. It was definitely going to be a powder keg in a while. Yo, isn't this Vice President Yang? Walking over, Yan Bai Mei said with a smile on her face, General Manager Yan. Although in his heart, he was disgusted with Yan Bai Mei, and even hated her, but in public, Yang Xuemin had to respond to Yan Bai Mei with a very polite sentence. Who is this? Yan Bai Mei pretended not to recognize Ye Chen. This is our new president, Mr. Yi. Yang Xuemin introduced. Oh, so this is General Manager Yi. Yan Bai Mei continued to act, pretending to be suddenly enlightened. General Manager Yi, I really have to thank you for giving me such an excellent employee like Sheer. If it wasn't for you, our Far Yen Brokerage Company wouldn't have today. Yan Bai Mei said with incomparable gratitude. She said this from the bottom of her heart. If it wasn't for this Ye Chen firing Ling Ziel, she wouldn't have been able to find this wonderful opportunity to suppress Yilin Agency. I'm really too thankful to Mr. Yi. Ha ha ha. Come on, Sheer. Why don't you thank General Manager Yi? Yan Bai Mei finished speaking, then said to Ling Xier in a conspiratorial manner. Thank you General Manager Yi. Ling Xier also spoke very proudly. At this moment, she was very pained in her heart. Let you fire me. Now you regret it. You and the Yilin brokerage. Sooner or later, you'll be finished. Ha ha ha. Yan Bai Mei laughed a few times before taking Ling Ziel away to chat with the other guests. Mr. Li thought of a solution and wanted to say it to Ye Chen. People were so polite, so Ye Chen couldn't refuse. So Ye Chen and Mr. Li found a place to sit down. Suddenly, a Jiangzhou big brother appeared, immediately causing a stir. After seeing this Jiangzhou big brother, Yan Bai Mei and Ling Ziel hurriedly went over and greeted him in a very flattering manner. This Jiangzhou big brother was named Ma Jiangwen. It was the same big brother worth billions that Yan Bai Mei had known before. This time, Far Yen Brokerage was able to easily suppress Yilin Brokerage thanks to Ma Jiangwen's help from it. Yan Bai Mei and Ling Ziel expressed their gratitude to Ma Jiangwen. This matter is unimportant. How are you preparing for that thing I told you about? Ma Jiangwen asked. In Ma Jiangwen's mind, Yilin Brokerage was just a small company. As for Ye Chen, the president of Yilin Brokerage, he was even more of an insignificant little person, not worthy of his attention at all. Don't worry, Mr. Ma. I called Sheer here just to let Sheer go and make friends with that male. Yan Bai Mei explained. Ma Jiangwen took a closer look at Ling Xier and nodded in satisfaction. The status of that male gentleman who came tonight was not ordinary, so he must find a way to make friends. Mr. Ma, who exactly is that eunuch? Yan Bai Mei asked curiously. Ma Jiangwen was just about to answer when a sound of footsteps suddenly came, only to see a bratty young man walk in. After seeing this young, Ma Jiangwen immediately gave Yan Bai Mei a wink. Ma Jiangwen took the lead towards the young man, followed closely by Yan Bai Mei and Ling Ziel. Young Fong. Ma Jiangwen walked over and greeted him very politely. Oh, so it's Mr. Ma. Fong Xiao responded to Ma Jiangwen. Come, let me introduce you. This is Fong Xiao. Ma Jiangwen introduced Yan Bai Mei and Ling Ziel. Fong Xiao. Good day, young Fong. Yan Bai Mei and Ling Ziel greeted with trepidation. After saying a few words to Fong Xiao, Ma Jiangwen and Yan Bai Mei took the initiative to leave and walk to the side, leaving the space for Fong Xiao and Ling Ziel. they were both young people, so they definitely had a lot in common. Not to mention, Ling Ziel was also very pretty. Mr. Ma, this Fang Xiao wouldn't be Fang Hong's son, right? Coming to one side, Yan Baimei suddenly asked very nervously. Precisely. Ma Jiangwen nodded his head. What? Yan Baimei was incomparably surprised, not expecting that she had actually guessed correctly. This Fang Xiao was actually Fang Hong's son. Fang Hongye was the chairman of the Fang clan group, a big shot worth more than $10 billion, close to $20 billion. This young Fang is actually the son of Fang Hongye. At this moment, Yan Baimei also understood why a male son came, and Mr. Ma was so attached to it. Let's hope that Sheer can satisfy young Fang. Yan Baimei prayed. Although they were standing at a distance, Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen were always keeping an eye on Fang Xiao and Ling Ziel. Young Fang, what do you like? Ling Ziel tried to please Fang Xiao. Racing. Fang Xiao answered with a very coping look of absent-mindedness. Racing, that's great. People like racing too. Sometime, can Fang Xiao take me along? Ling Ziel asked. However, after waiting for a while, she didn't see Fang Xiao answer. Ling Xier was incredibly disappointed. This Fang Xiao was so cold, she couldn't even find a common topic if she wanted to. Ha! Just as Ling Ziel was fretting, Fang Xiao suddenly brightened up with joy on his face. Noticing the sudden change in Fang Xiao's expression, Ling Ziel was confused. What was wrong with Fang Xiao? In the next second, Fang Xiao directly tossed the well-dressed Ling Xier aside and walked forward quickly by himself. What was Fang Xiao going to do this time? Young Fang, wait for me. Ling Xier hurriedly chased after him. Not far away, Ma Jiangwen and Yan Baimei also hurriedly followed, not knowing what was wrong with Fang Xiao. Soon, Fang Xiao stopped in front of Ye Chen. Ha! What is Fang Xiao looking for Ye Chen for? Following behind Fang Xiao, Ling Ziel was puzzled. Could it be because Fang Xiao also saw the news about Ye Chen and hated him so much that he came to scold him? Ling Xier guessed. But in the next second, Fang Xiao spoke out of turn. Brother Chen, I didn't expect you to be there. Chapter 46, Big Man's Phone Call. Coming next to Ye Chen, Fang Xiao greeted Ye Chen with incomparable enthusiasm as if he was a junior. Seeing this, the words Fang Xiao had just said echoed in his mind. Ling Xier, as well as Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen who walked over were dumbstruck. What? What had they heard? Brother Chen, I didn't expect you to be there? What did Fang Xiao call this Ye Chen just now? Brother Chen? They didn't hear it wrong. Ling Ziel's eyes were rounded with an unbelievable expression. Just now, Ling Ziel was still speculating if it was possible that young Fang had also seen those few videos of her falsely accusing Yilan agency, as well as Ye Chen. Fang Xiao was furious, so he came over to teach Ye Chen a hard lesson. But now, things had come to a 180-degree reversal. Not only was Fang Xiao not here to teach Ye Chen a lesson, but instead, he was incomparably fawning and came over to greet Ye Chen. My God, is this world so crazy? Who was Fang Xiao? That was a young master that even Mr. Ma, who was worth billions of dollars, valued immensely. It was definitely a big shot that she, as well as countless others, needed to look up to, but it was such a powerful big shot. But at this moment, it was as if he was a little brother, incomparably pleasing to stand next to Ye Chen. At this moment, Ling Ziel felt that her worldview was about to collapse. It was too unbelievable. Not to mention Ling Xier, an ordinary female netizen, even Yan Baimei, a veteran like Ma Jiangwen who controlled a company, were dumbfounded. Ling Ziel didn't know the specific identity of Fang Xiao, but they knew. Fang Xiao was a Jiangzhou big shot, Fang Hong's son, the crown prince of the Fang group. His status was very special. Even Ma Jiangwen are very pleasing. But now, Fang Xiao even called this Ye Chen called Brother Chen. Why is this happening? Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Standing next to Ye Chen, Fang Xiao was very excited. He didn't expect that he would meet Brother Chen again so soon. What a coincidence. This Fang Xiao, naturally, was Fang Hongxiu who had idolized Ye Chen because of his car skills. Although he parted ways with Ye Chen that night, he wanted to contact Ye Chen and call him to come out and play together. Let his friends see what is called God of Car. By the way, to see if you can let Brother Chen teach himself a couple of hands. But Fang Hongxiu still held back. After all, just know Chen not long. Go to bother Chen. Not good. When he saw it today, he must seize this opportunity to mix up in front of Brother Chen. So it's Fang Xiao. What a coincidence. Originally talking about things with Mr. Li, suddenly someone called out to him. Ye Chen subconsciously turned his head to look. He happened to see Fang Hongxiu. What Fang Xiao? Brother Chen can just call me Xiao Xiao. Fang Hongxiu didn't dare to let Ye Chen call himself Fang Xiao, so he said with fear and trepidation, just call me Xiao Xiao? Fang Hongxiu's words reached the ears of Ling Xier and Yan Baimei, but it was like thunder from a clear sky. It startled the three of them. Now, they were no longer shocked, but horrified. although they did not know why Fang Hongxiu called Ye Chen brother Chen. But to be able to make the son of a bigwig of Jiangzhou address himself in such a way, Ye Chen was afraid that he was not simple to take a step back, even if Ye Chen was just a small brokerage company owner. But he actually knew Fang Hongxiu and had a good relationship. This was also quite frightening. Fang Hongxiu himself was nothing but Fang Hongxiu's father. Fang Hongye was a big shot that even Ma Jiangwen was not willing to mess with. Ye Chen's connections were too wide. Thinking of this, Yan Baimei sucked in a breath of cool air. She was scared. She was really starting to regret it. She shouldn't have taken advantage of Ye Chen's firing of Ling Ziel to capitalize on the hype and suppress Ye Chen and the Yilan agency. At that time, she should have investigated Ye Chen first. If she knew that Ye Chen's connections were so terrifying, she wouldn't have dared to do so even if she borrowed 100 guts. It's over. Really finished. Yan Baimei completely panicked. At this moment, she felt that she had become an ant on a hot pan. Next to her, Ma Jiangwen was no better. Originally, in Ma Jiangwen's eyes, Ye Chen was just the boss of a small company, an ant that he didn't even care about. But now, the facts told him that he was too arrogant. People actually had an uncomplicated relationship with the crown prince of the Fang group. In that case, it was definitely a wrong decision for him to use his connections to help Yan Baimei and suppress the Yilan brokerage company. And it was a big mistake. What to do? What to do? Ma Jiangwen's mind began to spin frantically, thinking of countermeasures. As for Ling Ziel, looking at young Fang, who even Mr. Ma had to curry favor with, was now fawning over Ye Chen, whom she had just mocked. Ling Ziel's eyes went black and she was almost fainted with fear, especially when she thought of the videos that she had recorded earlier. Because of Yan Baimei's request and her own thoughts of revenge, that had falsely accused Ye Chen and the Yilan agency, Ling Ziel was even more scared to death. Before, with Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen protecting her, Ling Xier didn't feel anything. But now, I'm afraid that Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen themselves are all like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. It's hard for them to protect themselves. They can't even take care of themselves. They still care about her. Not surprisingly, she would definitely be abandoned. The more she thought about it, the more Ling Xier turned pale and shivered. Yan Baimei didn't know what to do anymore, so she could only cast a look at Ma Jiangwen for help. Compared to Yan Baimei, who was worthy of being a billionaire sitting on billions of dollars, Ma Jiangwen had already thought of a way. He only froze for a moment just now and quickly calmed down. Ma Jiangwen pulled Yan Baimei to the side and began to make arrangements. This way, you immediately send someone and delete those videos. Then quickly set it up and stop the suppression of the Yilan agency. Ma Jiangwen told Yan Baimei to stop the matter, and he instructed his men to stop targeting the Yilan brokerage in a moment as well. You find some time and go apologize to that Ye Chen. In that case, it's almost done. Ma Jiangwen felt that Ye Chen might just know Fang Hongxiu and have a good relationship. Even if Ye Chen asked Fang Hongxiu for help, Fang Hongxiu was just a male son, and he didn't have the ability to fight back on his own. Fang Hongxiu went to beg his father, Fang Hongye. It was also impossible for Fang Hongye to personally come down and target himself and Yan Baimei over a small matter. After all, his status was there. He would at most send someone to remind himself. Therefore, the best way to deal with this matter was to trivialize the matter. Let Yan Baimei go and admit her mistake to Ye Chen, and give up a small portion of her benefits as an apology. As for himself, even though he was familiar with Fang Xiao, that Ye Chen was after all just the owner of a small company, and wasn't worth apologizing for at all, it would be fine for Yan Baimei to go. Ma Jiangwen told Yan Baimei his analysis. Okay. Yan Baimei let out a long sigh of relief. After such an analysis by Ma, Yan Baimei wasn't that scared. Just now, she thought that she had offended a big shot, not to mention the company. She was afraid that she would be implicated due to rumors. Now, Mr. Ma said this. She should be fine if she goes and admits her mistake. Just as Ma Jiangwen was about to instruct Yan Baimei, his cell phone suddenly rang. Ma Jiangwen picked up his cell phone, and when he saw the caller ID, Ma Jiangwen's face directly changed. It was a big shot worth $10 billion calling. Ma Jiangwen didn't dare to have a moment's slowness and hurriedly picked up the phone. Halfway through the call, Ma Jiangwen's face directly changed drastically. Looking at Ye Chen, his body couldn't even help but tremble. Chapter 47, Mysterious Man. Seeing Ma Jiangwen's strange behavior, Yan Baimei was confused. What's wrong with Mr. Ma? After hanging up the phone, Ma Jiangwen hastily took several big breaths to calm down. Mr. Ma, what's wrong? Yan Baimei asked in surprise. I received a call from General Manager Zhang. Because of my targeting of Yilan agency, General Manager Zhang scolded me and told me to personally go apologize to Ye Chen. Ma Jiangwen said with a trembling voice. Yan Baimei, who had just relaxed a little, immediately tensed up. Mr. Zhang? That was a famous 10 billionaire in Jiangzhou. Why did he personally call Mr. Ma to question the matter against Yilan agency? Yan Baimei couldn't figure it out. Compared to Yan Baimei, Ma Jiangwen really realized the seriousness of this matter at this moment. He was wrong in his estimation just now. Ye Chen was afraid that he really had a terrifying identity, more than simply knowing Feng Hongxiu. Mr. Zhang and Ma Jiangwen had a good relationship. It wasn't even too far off to say that he was his backer. After knowing Chief Zhang for so many years, he had never seen Chief Zhang get so angry. Ma Jiangwen knew that he was in big trouble. Mr. Zhang's phone just hung up soon. Ma Jiangwen's cell phone rang again. Ma Jiangwen took a look and his face stiffened again. On the caller ID, it was from Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang was also a 10 billionaire from Jiangzhou, but he only knew Mr. Wang and had contact information. The two had never taken the initiative to contact each other. What was wrong today? General Manager Wang was looking for something for himself? Ma Jiangwen didn't dare to slack off and immediately picked up the phone. Mr. Wang, what is your business? Picking up the phone, Ma Jiangwen asked very politely. In the next second, upon hearing Mr. Wang's words, Ma Jiangwen was once again dumbfounded. It was surprising that General Manager Wang had also come to find himself because of Ye Chen's matter. On the other end of the phone, although Mr. Wang did not speak like Mr. Zhang, he did not curse at himself, but the tone of his voice carried a strong threat and a warning. After hanging up the phone, Ma Jiangwen's face turned pale. He was really scared. Because of the general relationship, Mr. Wang is not like Mr. Zhang, although he scolded himself, but still for his own sake, let himself quickly go to the door to apologize. Mr. Wang was a real threat. If he did not give him a satisfactory answer, he would have to pay a heavy price. What kind of status did Ye Chen have? To have 10 billionaires personally chastise him in a row? While Ma Jiangwen was surprised, his cell phone rang again. This time, it was an unfamiliar number. It can't still be because of Ye Chen's matter. There's no such coincidence. Ma Jiangwen muttered, then picked up the phone. Hello, may I ask who you are? Ma Jiangwen asked very politely. It's Xiao Ma, isn't it? I'm Tang Yu. On the phone, a pale voice came from the phone. Tang Yu? Hearing this name, the cell phone in Ma Jiangwen's hand almost slipped to the ground. Oh my god, it's Tang Lao? Surprisingly, it was Tang Lao who had called him. Ma Jiangwen was stunned. Tang Lao's identity was extremely special. I'm afraid that even Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wang just now combined could not compare to Tang Lao. Hello Tang Lao, Ma Jiangwen replied with a trembling voice. Tang Lao only said a few simple words to Ma Jiangwen before hanging up the phone. But it was these few words that scared Ma Jiangwen to the point where his face was covered in cold sweat and his clothes were wet. Tang Lao had also come over to question himself because of Ye Chen's matter. This time, just how big of a hornet's nest had he stirred up? Not only was it Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang, but now even Tang Lao had come to call and question himself. You have to know that before, he didn't even have Tang Lao's phone number. Ye Chen really is a super big brother. Because of him, even Tang Lao had stepped in. Mr. Ma, what's wrong again? Seeing that Ma Jiangwen had connected 2 calls in one go, and was now even more covered in cold sweat, Yan Baimei was puzzled. Ma Jiangwen told Yan Baimei briefly about the contents of the 2 calls just now. Knowing about Mr. Wang's call, Yan Baimei was shocked but okay. But knowing the last call, it was actually from Tang Lao. Yan Baimei's legs directly weakened and she couldn't stand up. Fortunately, she was finally held up by Ma Jiangwen. Otherwise, Yan Baimei was afraid that she would be directly paralyzed with fear on the ground. What to do? Yan Baimei asked with a trembling voice. What to do? What else can I do? Quickly go and beg Mr. Yi for forgiveness. Ma Jiangwen cursed profusely. At this moment, he hated Yan Baimei. If it wasn't for this twat, it would be impossible for himself to target any Yilan brokerage company and target any Ye Chen. The surrounding guests, who suddenly heard Ma Jiangwen's yelling, looked over curiously. What was going on here? Everyone was incomparably puzzled. At this moment, even though he was being stared at by everyone, Ma Jiangwen didn't dare to have a moment's slackness anymore. Ma Jiangwen brought Yan Baimei directly to Ye Chen's face. Gulp! In the next second, Yan Baimei directly knelt in front of Ye Chen. Ma Jiangwen also hurriedly bowed to Ye Chen. Mr. Yi, we were wrong. The two of them apologized towards Ye Chen together. This scene directly stunned all the guests present. General Manager Ma and Yan Baimei, why were they like this? One bowed and apologized, and the other knelt down and apologized? What exactly was happening? Looking at Ma Jiangwen and Yan Baimei who suddenly came over to apologize, Yang Xuemin, as well as Mr. Li were all confused. Yan Baimei was fine, but Ma Jiangwen was a big man in their eyes. Now, such a big brother was incredibly humble to bow and apologize to General Manager Yi. General Manager Yi, it's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize MT. Tai, it's me who intentionally defamed you. Please forgive me. Yan Baimei hurriedly apologized towards Ye Chen. After saying that, Yan Baimei fiercely slapped herself. In a short while, Yan Bai Mei's face was directly red and swollen. Beside her, seeing this scene, Ling Ziel naturally did not dare to stand, so she followed Yan Bai Mei's example and also knelt down, apologizing while ruthlessly slapping herself. Is apologizing useful? Ye Chen asked rhetorically. I will send someone to prosecute you for falsely accusing someone else, so wait for the summons from the court. Facing people like Yan Bai Mei and Ling Ziel, Ye Chen naturally would not let go. Hearing this, Yan Bai Mei and Ling Ziel froze. Yan Bai Mei directly sat paralyzed on the ground, as if she had lost her soul. If one was taken to court and falsely accused another person, in the most serious cases, one would be imprisoned. Her kind was definitely considered serious. It's too late. It's really too late. As for Ling Xier, she was even more frightened and fainted. Snap! Hearing what Ye Chen said, Ma Jiangwen next to him clenched his teeth and also ruthlessly gave himself a few slaps as an expression of apology. General Yi, I know that for something like this, it definitely can't be as simple as just apologizing. Please rest assured, I will definitely personally come to the door to make amends and apologize, and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer, Ma Jiangwen said with incomparable humility. Ma Jiangwen was also incomparably fearful. My lawyer will talk to you. Ye Chen was too lazy to continue tangling with these people as he got up and took the lead to leave the dinner venue. After going out, Ye Chen took out his cell phone. Why would Yan Bai Mei, Ma Jiangwen apologize to himself in such a humble manner? There must have been a mysterious person who had helped himself, asking the big shot that Ma Jiangwen, Yan Bai Mei feared to step forward. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this. As for who was this mysterious person who had helped himself, Ye Chen already had an answer. Chapter 48, Su Ning Shuang, Yi Shuabi, you forgot your jacket in my bedroom yesterday. After making the call, Yi Chen drove away. On the other hand, at the banquet site, there was a change. In the beginning, when Ye Chen and Yang Xuemin came, except for Mr. Li, all of the guests were respectful and quite repulsed by Ye Chen and Yang Xuemin. But after the incident just now, the attitude of these guests came to a big change. Because Ye Chen had left, they had to surround Yang Xuemin and kept pleasing him. They hoped that Yang Xuemin could convey their goodwill to Ye Chen for them. Originally, they thought that in this game between the Yilan Brokerage Company and the Far Yen Brokerage Company, because of Ma Jiangwen, the Yilan Brokerage Company was bound to lose. However, they did not expect that in the end, Yan Bai Mei, and even Ma Jiangwen apologized to Ye Chen in a very humble manner, so they immediately abandoned Yan Bai Mei and Ma Jiangwen. In the face of these wallflowers, Yang Xuemin sneered in his heart and did not take their words to heart at all, just casually dealing with a few sentences. On the other hand, Ye Chen returned to the villa and immediately called Yang Xuemin. He thought about it all the way and felt that this was an opportunity. The current Far Yen Brokerage Company was in trouble, so they took this opportunity to take the original Far Yen Brokerage Company's market and seize it. From there, Yilan Brokerage would further develop and grow, and it would not be impossible for it to become the largest brokerage in Jiangzhou in the future. I understand, Mr. Yi. Yang Xuemin nodded his head. This matter, he had also thought of it. Originally, Yan Bai Mei wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to screw over their Yilan. As a result, she ended up lifting a stone and smashing her own foot, instead cheapening their Yilan. Thanks to Mr. Ye's greatness, Yang Xuemin was very emotional in his heart. If it wasn't for Mr. Yi, I'm afraid that they would be finished. At 0 o'clock in the evening, Ye Chen stared at the game on time. When the time came, Ye Chen opened the mall. Of the 3 items in the mall, 2 were relatively ordinary. However, there was a new item that caught Ye Chen's attention. Skill blind box, priced at $9. Note, there are 99 different skills in the blind box, and with a blind box, 1 or 2 skills can be extracted, and it all depends on luck as to what is extracted and how many are extracted. This skill blind box aroused Ye Chen's interest. A blind box that could draw up to 2 different skills? This was too good to be true. Ye Chen purchased it without hesitation. Congratulations, spent $0. 9. Purchased advanced skill blind box successfully. Soon, a pop-up window of successful purchase popped up in the game. Whether or not to unwrap the blind box. Yes. No. Ye Chen immediately clicked yes. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining advanced archery ability. From now on, hitting 100 shots is not a dream. Congratulations on acquiring advanced fishing ability. The blind boxes were opened. One was advanced archery and one was advanced fishing ability. All in all, pretty good. After all, a blind box had opened 2 skills by itself. Ye Chen was satisfied. Skills were something that couldn't be bought with money. As a new day arrived, Ye Chen drove his Koenigsegg and headed straight to school. When Ye Chen arrived at the classroom, most of the students had already arrived. After all, freshman year had just started, and not many people dared to be late or miss class yet, because there was still a bit of time before class started. Ye Chen was chatting with a few of his classmates. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. The crowd looked up, and what met their eyes was a face that was pouring out. The person who came was no one else. It was none other than the high school flower Su Ning Shuang. Looking at the sudden arrival of Su Ning Shuang, everyone was astonished. Good day, school sister Su, school flower Su. Some people in the class took the initiative to greet Su Ning Shuang, while more people were muttering in whispers. Su Ning Shuang nodded in response to the people who greeted her, then looked around the class and eventually found Ye Chen. Senior Yi, is it okay for you to come out for a moment? Su Ning Shuang said to Ye Chen, who was not far away. After saying that, Su Ning Shuang walked outside the classroom and waited for Ye Chen to come out. Instantly, the crowd turned their heads and looked at Ye Chen. As expected, it was not out of their expectation that schoolflower Su really came to find Ye Chen. For a moment, all the boys in the class were extraordinarily envious of Ye Chen. This was the gap. He didn't even have a girlfriend yet, but he was already able to make the high school flower take the initiative to look for him. Especially when they thought that Ye Chen also had a Ferrari. They cried even more. People and people. Really different. Old Yi, what are you still standing there for? Schoolgirl Su is calling you. Go quickly. Old Yi, go ah. Schoolflower Su is waiting for you to whisper. Several of Ye Chen's friends hurriedly urged Ye Chen. Ye Chen got up and walked towards the outside. As Ye Chen walked outside the classroom, the originally crowded classroom suddenly quieted down and a pin could be heard. Everyone held their breath and perked up their ears, wanting to hear what schoolflower Su had come to find Ye Chen for and what she was going to whisper to him. Schoolmate Yi, you forgot your jacket in my bedroom yesterday. I purposely came to return it to you. Outside the classroom, Su Ning Shuang returned Ye Chen's jacket to Ye Chen. Yesterday, because it was a bit hot to find something, Ye Chen took off his jacket and put it in Su Ning Shuang's boudoir by hand. But Su Ning Shuang's mother suddenly came back and disrupted everything. Originally, the two of them didn't do anything, but Su Ning Shuang got nervous and complicated things. For a while, Ye Chen forgot about this jacket. Last night, Ye Chen went to the banquet again, and the matter of the jacket, he didn't remember either. If it wasn't for Su Ning Shuang coming to deliver it to him, he was afraid that he would have really forgotten about it. Senior Yi, you forgot the jacket in my bedroom yesterday. I purposely came to return it to you. In the classroom, these two words from Su Ning Shuang were clearly heard by everyone. Instantly, the entire classroom exploded. Everyone boiled over. My God, yesterday Ye Chen went into schoolgirl Su's bedroom and even forgot his jacket there? My goddess, so quickly arched by a pig. Whoa woo, the two are developing too fast. Various voices came out. As for why Ye Chen entered schoolgirl Su's boudoir and even took off his jacket, then there was no need to ask. In the beginning, they felt that Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang didn't have anything, and were probably just friends with a better relationship. But that picture of Ye Chen hugging schoolflower Su came out, and they felt that the two might be in love. Now, after hearing schoolflower Su herself say those words just now, they were completely convinced. Not only were the two in love, but they were also in a passionate relationship. At this moment, all the boys in the class were incomparably jealous of Ye Chen, and even had the heart to beat Ye Chen up. You guys can fall in love if you want, but don't show your love like this. They couldn't stand it. Those who were present, not to mention those who didn't have girlfriends, even the individual boys who had girlfriends were incredibly envious of Ye Chen. After all, Ye Chen's girlfriend was the school flower, and it was also a schoolmate. This was even more exciting. Chapter 49, did Ning Shuang really like that Ye Chen? Even a few of Ye Chen's friends had the idea of surrounding Ye Chen, letting you show love and spread dog food with schoolgirl Su in front of a group of single dogs like them. You should pay the price. Because of the noisy sounds in the class, everyone did not hear Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang's next words. Thank you, school sister. Receiving the clothes from Su Ning Shuang, Ye Chen thanked. Right, school brother Yi, do you have time tomorrow? After hesitating for a moment, Su Ning Shuang suddenly asked. Tomorrow was Saturday, and there were no classes. At this moment, although Su Ning Shuang looked very calm on the surface, however, her heartbeat was rapidly accelerating and she was quite nervous. There is time. What's wrong with school sister Su? Ye Chen thought about it for a moment. He didn't have any arrangements for tomorrow. That's great. Knowing that Ye Chen had time, Su Ning Shuang was slightly relieved. Let's go to the White Cloud Vacation Villa tomorrow to have some fun. Su Ning Shuang gathered enough courage to invite Ye Chen. White Cloud Resort Villa, one of the famous vacation villas in Jiangzhou. Although it had only been open for 2 or 3 years, it was already very famous. Not only Jiangzhou locals, but even people from several surrounding cities also liked to come and play. Su Ning Shuang because yesterday Ye Chen helped her find the USB flash drive, as well as before she sprained her foot, Ye Chen sent herself to the hospital. Su Ning Shuang wanted to thank Ye Chen. At first, Su Ning Shuang wanted to invite Ye Chen for dinner, but after thinking about it for a while, Su Ning Shuang ruled out this idea. Inviting someone for dinner was too general. A bit of lack of sincerity. After all, Ye Chen had helped himself so much. After thinking about it, Su Ning Shuang planned to invite Ye Chen to go out together. Right, I've already spoken to Shu Xian. She's also willing to go play together. Su Ning Shuang also invited Ye Chen's cousin Zhao Shuxian. Are you willing to go? Su Ning Shuang asked. After saying that, Su Ning Shuang stared at Ye Chen with wide eyes, incomparably nervous. At this moment, Su Ning Shuang was very apprehensive in her heart. This was the first time she had invited a boy to go out together, and she was afraid that Ye Chen would refuse. No problem. Ye Chen nodded. He didn't have anything to do tomorrow anyway. That's really great. Seeing Ye Chen agree, Su Ning Shuang was relieved and said with some excitement, Bye-bye senior brother Yi. We'll see you tomorrow. It was almost time for class, so Su Ning Shuang left Ye Chen alone. After saying goodbye to Ye Chen, she left. Separating from Su Ning Shuang, Ye Chen took his jacket and walked into the classroom. As soon as Ye Chen entered the classroom, everyone's eyes were placed on him. More accurately, it was the jacket in Ye Chen's hand. Looking at the jacket in Ye Chen's hand, everyone was certain. They hadn't heard it wrong just now. Ye Chen didn't take a jacket when he went out at the beginning. This jacket must have been sent by schoolgirl Su. Being stared at by everyone, especially seeing the very unfriendly gazes of the boys in the class, Ye Chen had a jolt. What was wrong with these people? Wasn't it just school sister Su coming to find herself to deliver the jacket? What's wrong with that? It wasn't like school sister Su had come to confess her love to herself? Are they as envious as this? Ye Chen couldn't understand them and returned to his seat. After Ye Chen sat down, the few friends who were originally on good terms with him looked at him differently. Ye Chen shrugged helplessly, not knowing what was wrong with these people. Bored, Ye Chen took out his cell phone. Just after taking out his cell phone, Ye Chen saw that there was a new notification for the Ye 3,000 per month. I'm the richest man in the world game. Ye Chen tapped in and immediately saw the game reminder. Game challenge released, and Su Ning Shuang went to the White Cloud Resort in Villas for a trip. Challenge reward, 100% ownership of Roman International Hotel. Roman International Hotel? The game challenge. Ye Chen was not very surprised. At the moment, he was more curious about this Roman International Hotel. Out of curiosity, Ye Chen looked it up. Roman International Hotel, one of the top 5-star hotels in Zhengzhou. It was said that the cheapest room at Roman International Hotel cost thousands of dollars a night. The most expensive presidential suite was as high as $88. Most importantly, the total value of Roman International Hotel is $270 million. After seeing the total value of the Roman International Hotel, Ye Chen was incomparably surprised. I didn't expect that the challenge reward this time would be as high as more than 200 million, close to 300 million. Very good. It looked like his own value was going to skyrocket again. With a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the richest man in the world. The game will always drop God. Soon, the teacher came and started the class. That night, in the game mall, another skill blind box appeared, and Ye Chen bought it. This time, Ye Chen opened out one top-notch cooking. Although only one skill was opened out this time, it was more practical. The next day, after waking up in the morning and simply washing up, Ye Chen began to pack up and prepare to go play. After packing, Ye Chen didn't drive his Ferrari, or Koenigsegg. Today, together with him, there were 3 of them. Supercars were good for anything, but only being able to seat 2 people was annoying. Ye Chen had no choice but to drive the low-profile Bentley Continental and head to the school to pick up Su Ning Shuang and his cousin Zhao Shuxian. On the other hand, in the girls' dormitory, Su Ning Shuang was rummaging around. Ning Shuang, what are you looking for? I see you've been searching for a long time? A roommate asked curiously. I'm picking out clothes, Su Ning Shuang replied as she searched. After picking out her clothes, Su Ning Shuang sat down again and began to seriously put on light makeup. Watching all of this, Su Ning Shuang's 2 roommates glanced at each other, both seeing the surprise and curiosity in the other's eyes. Why did they feel that this scene was so familiar? The first time they went out on a date with their boyfriends, it seemed like they were also in this current state of Ning Shuang's awe. Is there a situation with Ning Shuang? Thinking of this, the 2 roommates, who were still sleepy, were instantly energized. The 2 immediately got up and came next to Su Ning Shuang. Ning Shuang, have you found a boyfriend? One roommate couldn't help but ask. No. Su Ning Shuang shook her head. You're going out today? Another roommate asked. Yeah, Shu Xian and I are going to go to the White Cloud Vacation Villa together, Su Ning Shuang explained. Just now, Zhao Shuxian had gone out to buy breakfast and wasn't in the dorm room. Just you and Shu Xian? No. Is there a boy? The other roommate continued to ask. If it was out with Shu Xian, it was impossible for Ning Shuang to be so serious about picking out clothes and even put on light makeup. Well, there is one, but it's Shu Xian's cousin, Ye Chen, Su Ning Shuang explained. Ye Chen? Both of Su Ning Shuang's roommates were surprised. They had also heard before that Ning Shuang and that cousin of Shu Xian's, Ye Chen, had had a scandal, but after being roommates for more than a year, both of them knew Ning Shuang's character very well, and with Ning Shuang's character, it was impossible to fall in love so quickly, so they subconsciously thought that it was just gossip, but now that they saw how Ning Frost behaved, they didn't think it was just gossip. There seemed to be some problems between Ning Shuang and that Ye Chen. Could it be that Ning Shuang really liked that Ye Chen? Chapter 50, Su Ning, sis, is this brother-in-law? Su Ning Shuang's two roommates glanced at each other, and this kind of question arose in their hearts coincidentally. Even if Ning Shuang couldn't be considered to like that Ye Chen for the time being, there was definitely a hint of goodwill towards that Ye Chen in her heart. Otherwise, it was impossible to hang out with him. Thinking of this, the two roommates knowingly did not continue to ask. This was a very special situation right now, and Ning Shuang herself probably hadn't even realized it yet. This kind of thing, it wasn't good for them to remind, or point it out directly. It needed Nge sure to discover it on her own. Not long after, Zhao Shuxian came back with the breakfast she had bought. Shuxian, you prepared breakfast for your cousin and siblings. Is there any for us? Seeing Zhao Shuxian return, the two roommates said teasingly. Siblings? Hearing this name from the two, Zhao Shuxian froze, but she quickly reacted. This was obviously talking about Ning Shuang. Brought it. A bright smile appeared on Zhao Shuxian's face. She loved this title. One's own bosom friend, if she became one's younger sibling. Thinking about it, it was so exciting. Saying that, Zhao Shuxian gave the two a portion of the breakfast she had brought. After that, Zhao Shuxian purposely left out another portion of breakfast for one person before eating it with Su Ning Shuang. More than 20 minutes later, Zhao Shuxian and Su Ning Shuang took their gifts and walked out. The White Cloud Resort Villa was huge, and it was impossible to tour it all in one day. If there were no accidents, they would probably stay in the White Cloud Resort Villa's hotel today. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the school and waited for a few minutes before Ye Chen drove his Bentley Continental and slowly parked in front of the two of them. Zhao Shuxian gave Ye Chen the prepared breakfast. After putting their traveling gifts away, the two were ready to get into the car. Without waiting for Su Ning Shuang to react, Zhao Shuxian had already opened the passenger door for Su Ning Shuang. Zhao Shuxian gestured for Su Ning Shuang to sit in the passenger seat. I want to hog the back row by myself, so Ning Shuang, you should be a little more condescending and sit in the front with Ye Chen. Zhao Shuxian spoke in a domineering manner. Su Ning Shuang froze and didn't refuse. Only after that did Zhao Shuxian sit in the back. After Ye Chen finished his breakfast, the three of them set off. More than an hour later, the trio finally arrived at the famous White Cloud Resort Villa. Parking the car, the trio began to line up to buy tickets. While the trio was in line, a boisterous sound came from them, only to see that not far away, a few young men and women of 17 or 18 years old were walking towards. Hearing the noisy sound, the people in the queue could not help but turn their heads to look, which also included Ye Chen, Su Ning Shuang and a few others. Ha, Linger? Looking at one of the prettiest girls among those few young people, Su Ning Shuang let out a surprised voice. Linger? On the other side, hearing someone call herself the prettiest girl among those few people looked forward in surprise. This pretty girl also discovered Su Ning Shuang. Cousin, why are you here as well? After seeing Su Ning Shuang, the pretty girl excitedly ran over and greeted Su Ning Shuang. It turned out that this pretty girl, Linger, was Su Ning Shuang's cousin. Su Linger, on the weekend, I came here to have some fun. Su Ning Shuang explained. Me too, we had a hard time getting a vacation this weekend, so I came out to play with a few classmates. Su Linger opened her mouth. This year, Su Linger was in her second year of high school, and time was starting to get tense, and there weren't many chances to take a weekend off. This time, it was not easy to have the opportunity, so she made a date with a few classmates to come here to play together. Cousin, long time no see, let's join together. It had also been a while since she had seen her cousin. Su Linger took the initiative to invite to play together. Su Ning Shuang inquired about Zhao Shuxian and Ye Chen's intentions. Neither of them objected, so Su Ning Shuang agreed. Linger, let me introduce you. This is my roommate, Zhao Shuxian. Su Ning Shuang introduced Zhao Shuxian first. Sister Shuxian. Su Linger greeted politely. After introducing Zhao Shuxian, before Su Ning Shuang could introduce Ye Chen, Su Linger had already taken the initiative to speak. Cousin, this is brother-in-law, right? As Su Ning Shuang's cousin, she naturally understood her cousin's high and cold character very well. Since she was a child, she had never seen her cousin come out to play with a boy. This time, her cousin actually came to the White Cloud Resort with a boy. Then the identity of this boy need not be said more. It must be her brother-in-law. Su Linger took a closer look at Ye Chen. Not bad. Brother-in-law was quite handsome. Hello brother-in-law, I'm Su Linger, you can cover me in the future. Su Linger took the initiative to greet Ye Chen. Hearing Su Linger say this, Su Ning Shuang's face instantly surfaced a scarlet red. Shy, Linger, don't talk nonsense. this is my friend, Ye Chen. Su Ning Shuang had a red face and corrected. It's fine, now it's a friend. In the future it might be a brother-in-law. I called first, it's okay. Su Linger said indifferently. Anyway, she was very sure that the relationship between her cousin and this Ye Chen was definitely not simple. Otherwise, her cousin would never come out to play with him, even if it was just 3 people. Hello, being shouted by Su Linger like this, Ye Chen froze. Out of politeness, Ye Chen still greeted. On the other side, a few of Su Linger's classmates also walked over. 2 males and 2 females. Their face value was not low, but compared to Su Linger, Su Ning Shuang's sisters, they were still quite a bit worse. Let me introduce you guys. This is my cousin Su Ning Shuang. It was Su Linger's turn to introduce. Hearing Su Linger say this, several of her classmates were stunned. The genes of Linger's family were indeed powerful. Linger's face value was already very high, and in their school, it was considered to be the one that was in the limelight. Unexpectedly, Linger's cousin, her face value was also so high that it wouldn't be too much to even call her a dumping ground. This is my sister. No, this is my future brother-in-law. Su Linger was just about to introduce Ye Chen as her brother-in-law, but when she had just said halfway, she was changed to her future brother-in-law by a look from Su Ning Shuang. Hearing Su Linger introduce Ye Chen in this way, Su Linger's 2 male classmates were incomparably envious of Ye Chen. This brother was also too powerful. Surprisingly, he had taken down Linger's exotic cousin. The more they thought about it, the more envious and jealous they became of Ye Chen. Introducing each other, the group was considered to know each other. The others were fine, but among Su Linger's classmates, a taller boy kept his guard up as he shook Ye Chen's hand. After that, tickets were bought and everyone entered the White Cloud Resort Villa without any problems. There were many items that could be played in the White Cloud Resort Villa. You could ride horses, play golf, bungee jumping, archery and whatnot. Everyone was not very interested in golf. They first came to the horseback riding place. After playing for more than an hour, the group was ready to change to the next place to play. What are we going to play? After riding a horse for a while, Su Linger was in a good mood. Anything, there's nothing I can't play, except bungee jumping. What I call it, except bungee jumping. Most people didn't care. They could play anything. Why don't we go archery? At this time, Su Linger's taller male classmate took the initiative to suggest it. His name was Sun Siyuan, and he had always wanted to chase Su Linger. Archery was his strong point. In front of these girls, especially Su Linger's sisters, in order to chase after Su Linger, Sun Siyuan naturally wanted to show some performance. Chapter 51, Brother-in-law is so powerful. Going archery? Hearing Sun Siyuan's suggestion, everyone froze and did not object. As long as they didn't go bungee jumping, it didn't matter what they played. Ye Chen didn't care either. Seeing that no one objected, Sun Siyuan took the initiative to lead the group and headed to the archery place within the lodge. Among the crowd, there were only 1 or 2 who had played before, and it was still the first time for the others. Arriving at the archery place, the specialized staff taught everyone how to shoot arrows. After teaching, the staff retreated to the side, allowing Ye Chen, Su Ning Shuang and the others to play on their own. I'll be first. Su Linger was excited to be the first to come, bending the bow and setting up the arrow. Whoosh! In the end, Su Linger's arrow was still a long distance away from the target and stopped. Switch to me. Let me try. One of Su Linger's female classmates jumped at the chance and began to try as well. Bending her bow and arrow, she ended up with a result similar to Su Linger's. After that, the others also tried. Among them, the one with the best result was Su Linger's male classmate. However, he only barely hit the target and did not have a ring count. Zhao Shuxian also very regrettably missed the shot. In the end, only Ye Chen, Su Ning Shuang and Sun Siyuan were left without archery. Let me do it. Sun Siyuan felt that it was almost time, so he took the initiative to step forward. The time had come for him to show his strength. Bending his bow and setting up his arrow, just from the movements alone, Sun Siyuan was professionally trained. Whoosh! The sharp arrow flew forward. In the end, the shot hit the 6th ring. Wow! 6 rings! Siyuan is also too powerful. Awesome! A few of Su Linger's classmates immediately let out sounds of amazement. Stunned, none of them had succeeded. But with one arrow, Sun Siyuan had hit the 6th ring. This was too strong. Everyone threw gazes of envy and admiration at Sun Siyuan. What's so great about this? It's only 6 rings. Hearing the crowd's voices of admiration, although his heart was jubilant, Sun Siyuan, on the surface, still pretended to be very average. This achievement was not good. Let me try again. After that, Sun Siyuan tried 4 or 5 more times, mostly around 6 rings, 7 rings. Among them, the most powerful arrow was close to hitting the 8th ring. Awesome! Siyuan is too strong, killing us in seconds. Several of Su Linger's classmates were once again shocked by Sun Siyuan's strong archery skills. I must have not listened to the staff's words clearly just now, that's why I missed the shot. Su Linger was somewhat unconvinced. Let me call the staff over and teach us again. Saying this, Su Linger was ready to go and call the staff over, but just as she turned around, she was stopped by Sun Siyuan. No need to be so troublesome. I'll just teach you guys. No problem. Sun Siyuan looked confident. Thinking about Sun Siyuan's performance just now, everyone was fine with it. They believed in Sun Siyuan's ability. Sun Siyuan should be the best at archery among their group. Sun Siyuan carefully taught a few people once, and sure enough on the second attempt, everyone's level was a little bit better. Brother-in-law, come and give it a try too. Unintentionally noticing Ye Chen, Su Linger took the initiative to speak. It seemed like she hadn't seen her brother-in-law shoot an arrow yet. Me? Forget it, I haven't played before. Ye Chen wanted to keep a low profile, although it was also his first time playing archery. But he was different from the others. After all, he had gotten advanced archery before. Come on, brother-in-law. Su Linger took the initiative to pull Ye Chen over. It's fine, even if you don't hit it the first time you shoot. It doesn't matter. At this time, Sun Siyuan, who had been touted by the crowd and had already drifted up a bit, also opened his mouth. I'll teach you in a while, and definitely let you hit the target. Sun Siyuan patted his chest, full of confidence, with a look of educating Ye Chen. Since this was the case, Ye Chen didn't refuse, just so he could try out just how strong the advanced archery skill that the game had given him was. Seeing that Ye Chen was ready to shoot arrows, Su Ning Shuang also looked over curiously. Bending his bow, he strung an arrow. Whoosh! In the next second, Ye Chen's arrow accurately hit the target. 9 rings. Everyone stared blankly at the target, dumbfounded. What the hell? The crowd was shocked. Didn't Ye Chen say that it was his first attempt as well? How did he shoot 9 rings in one go? Was this luck? Everyone was confused. Brother-in-law is too strong. Su Linger froze for a moment and then jumped and cheered. Su Linger was incomparably excited, even happier than when she had just shot the target. Brother-in-law. Is brother-in-law too powerful? Su Ning Shuang and Zhao Shuxian both had smiles on their faces, somewhat proud. As for Sun Siyuan, he looked like he had seen a ghost. His mouth was open so wide that I'm afraid he could even fit an apple in it. How is that possible? Seeing a ghost. Sun Siyuan spat in his heart. The first time he shot an arrow, he hit the 9th ring. Isn't this a joke? Just now, his strongest arrow was only close to 8 rings, and in the end, it could only be considered 7 rings. But this Ye Chen, who said he was shooting arrows for the first time, hit 9 rings in one arrow? Easily crushed himself? Wasn't this a joke? No. It definitely wasn't that his own strength wasn't as good as Ye Chen's. It must be that this Ye Chen's luck was good. After all, archery also needed to depend on luck. Right, it was because of luck. Sun Siyuan reassured himself in his heart. Ye Chen, why don't you try again? Sun Siyuan took the initiative to invite Ye Chen to try again. He just didn't believe that on the second attempt, Ye Chen would still have such good luck and be able to achieve a good score again. Ye Chen nodded his head. Just now was indeed his first time shooting arrows, and because his hands were raw, he had not utilized his true strength. This time, with the experience of the first time, Ye Chen was much smoother. Whoosh! The second arrow was shot straight to the center of the target. 10 rings. Seeing Ye Chen's second arrow score, the scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the arrow that hit the bullseye with a stunned expression on their faces. It was too unbelievable. Ye Chen's second arrow hit the bullseye. 10 rings? He wasn't hallucinating. Oh. Brother-in-law is so powerful. Su Linger screamed loudly, incomparably excited. Brother-in-law was too strong. First arrow, 9 rings. Second arrow, 10 rings. It was getting more and more bullish. Su Linger's 2 female classmates also looked at Ye Chen with beautiful eyes. Was Linger's brother-in-law so powerful? Sun Siyuan still looked like he had seen a ghost and couldn't believe it. 10 rings? 10 rings? Ye Chen's second arrow shot 10 rings? Impossible. This is impossible. He really didn't believe that Ye Chen was so strong that he could completely crush himself. Luck. It must still be luck this time. Sun Siyuan once again counted Ye Chen's strength as luck. How about you try a few more times? Sun Siyuan suggested Ye Chen. Ye Chen did not say anything and picked up another arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ye Chen shot the 3rd arrow, the 4th arrow, the 5th arrow. 10 rings, still 10 rings. At this moment, the crowd was shocked to the point of petrification. Chapter 52, Su Ning Shuang's surprise. Everyone stood straight up as if they were stone statues. Jaws agape. All 10 rings? This was too terrifying. Brother Chen is too powerful. Brother Chen is mighty. After freezing for a while, a few of Su Linger's classmates let out exclamations of admiration, looking like Ye Chen's fanboys and fangirls. Earlier, After seeing Sun Si-yuan's first arrow hit the 6th ring, the following few arrows were either 6 or 7 rings. They were incredibly surprised, so they subconsciously thought that Sun Si-yuan was the one among them, who was the best and most powerful in archery. But now after watching Ye Chen shoot arrows, the crowd came to a sudden realization. It turned out that the most powerful, the strongest one, was actually the very low-profile Ye Chen. Brother-in-law is too powerful, Su Ning shouted with incomparable excitement and pride. Don't look at the fact that her brother-in-law was very low-key, but when he didn't make a move, he was a revelation, worthy of being her future brother-in-law. Ah, strong. Zhao Shuxian nodded, equally proud. Su Ning Shuang stood not far away. Her heart was also incomparably surprised. I didn't expect Ye Chen to be so strong in archery. Ye Chen seemed like a treasure boy. There were always endless advantages to be discovered in his body. At the scene, everyone was happy, except for Sun Si-yuan, who stood there dumbfounded for a long time. What is this situation? If Ye Chen's first arrow had a 9 ring and the second arrow had a 10 ring, it could be luck, but after that, the 3 arrows in a row were all 10 rings. This couldn't possibly be luck in any way. At this moment, Sun Si-yuan could no longer describe Ye Chen's 10 rings as luck. This performance was even better than some professionals. After freezing for a long time, Sun Si-yuan came to a realization. He understood. Just now, Ye Chen was definitely lying when he said that it was his first time archery. He was definitely an archery expert. He was just keeping a low profile. When he thought of this, Sun Si-yuan's face suddenly turned red. He had just fooled around and flaunted in front of an archery expert. This was too damn humiliating. The more he thought about it, the more Sun Si-yuan felt humiliated. Sun Si-yuan hurriedly took a few steps backward, away from the sight of the crowd. Today, no matter what was said, it was impossible for him to go back to archery. It was best that in this place, he could be ignored. Sun Si-yuan's mind came true, and after realizing that Ye Chen's archery skills were so powerful, everyone automatically ignored Sun Si-yuan. Brother-in-law, teach me. Su Ning stepped forward and begged Ye Chen with big watery eyes. Brother Chen, add me one. Brother Chen, can you teach me together? Su Ning's 2 female classmates also came up and opened their mouths in unison, wanting Ye Chen to teach them archery. Ye Chen was not in a good position to reject Su Ning and nodded his head in agreement. Of course, after that, Ye Chen didn't forget to teach Su Ning Shuang and her cousin Zhao Shuxian. Time passed quickly, noon arrived, and the crowd had to leave the archery place reluctantly. Brother-in-law, you must teach me again sometime. Archery is too valiant. The lively character Su Ning loved the feeling of valor when she shot arrows, only that her posture was handsome, but her performance was not, and now she could just barely hit the target. Good. Ye Chen nodded his head. At noon, the group came to the restaurant of the mountain lodge to eat. While eating, they overheard that the mountain villa had a large lake, and many people liked to go there to fish. The fish that were caught could be paid to be given to the staff of the mountain lodge to deal with the guts and scales and whatnot. After processing, the staff would then send the fish back to them. In the end, they could personally grill the fish, grill the shrimp, or whatever. Hearing this, Su Ning immediately became interested. Not only Su Ning, the others present, were also very interested in this kind of activity. Fish caught by themselves and grilled by themselves. It was definitely a different flavor. Sister, brother-in-law, how about we go fishing in the afternoon, and after catching the fish, we'll grill it ourselves in the evening. Su Ning had already put together a good plan of action for the afternoon, as well as the evening for the crowd. What does everyone think? Su Ning asked the others. I think it's good. I think so too. The others took a stance, all agreeing with Su Ning. Seeing this, Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang also nodded their heads in agreement. They felt it was also good. After having dinner in the afternoon and resting for a while, the group went straight to the lake within the mountain villa. After renting fishing equipment at a special place and listening to the staff explain, the group came to the lake. Finding a shady location, everyone spread out slightly. Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang were next to each other. The crowd began to fish. Among the few people, only Sun Si-yuan and Su Ning's other male classmate had fished. Although he had fished, after the morning archery incident, although Sun Si-yuan wanted to show off and catch Su Ning's attention, but he didn't dare. He was afraid that Ye Chen was still a hidden fishing expert. Therefore once he came up, he did not show off. I hope that the first fish of the day is caught by me. After sitting down and glancing at Ye Chen, Sun Si-yuan muttered in a low voice. In things like fishing, although skill was important, luck was equally important. Sun Si-yuan naturally for luck. Because of the blow he received in the morning, Sun Si-yuan did not dare to expect himself to be the one who fished the most today. He only hoped that he would be the first person to catch a fish today. In this way, he could still fool around a little in front of the crowd and regain some face. This time, his request wasn't too high. It should be achievable. Sun Si-yuan comforted himself in his heart. even if Ye Chen was also a hidden fishing expert. But there was no guarantee that he would be the first one to catch a fish. He still had a fighting chance. Thinking about it, Sun Si-yuan began to fish seriously. A little bit of time passed. Sun Si-yuan suddenly saw the fish drift moving. A fish was hooked. Sun Si-yuan was suddenly excited, staring meticulously, always ready to reel in the line. In the end, Sun Si-yuan successfully caught the fish, which was a palm-sized fish. Looking at this fish on his hook, Sun Si-yuan was incomparably excited. It looks like the first person to catch a fish today is. While looking around triumphantly, Sun Si-yuan muttered, but his words were only half-spoken. Looking at Ye Chen's side not far away, Sun Si-yuan froze, only to see Ye Chen's side. He had already removed the fish from the hook. Roughly estimated, it was a 2 to 3 pound fish. Seeing this scene, Sun Si-yuan was dumbfounded. Oi! Sun Si-yuan let out a light sigh and began to doubt life. It looked like the first person to catch a fish today was not himself, even if he and Ye Chen is the same time to catch fish. But the other people's fish is 2 or 3 pounds. His own only palm size. I'm afraid from half a caddy or very far. How to compare? He once again lost to Ye Chen. Although regrettable, but Sun Si-yuan is also very lucky. Fortunately, after catching the fish just now, he did not show off loudly and dejectedly. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed to the core. Sun Si-yuan wanted to put the fish away. With Ye Chen's big fish, he didn't want to be found out that he had caught such a small fish. It was really too embarrassing. Quickly, Sun Si-yuan accelerated his pace. This time, he must keep a low profile. However, just as Sun Si-yuan was pulling off the hook and preparing to quietly put the fish away, an awe-inspiring voice came. Wow! Brother Chen and Si-yuan both caught fish. Sun Si-yuan's face directly blackened. Chapter 53. What is the experience of Ye Chen as a boyfriend? Sun Si-yuan was roaring in his heart. This time, he clearly wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to be seen catching fish. But why was it like this? At this moment, Sun Si-yuan was so aggrieved that he wanted to cry. It was too hard for himself. He just wanted to be a good person. Just wanted to be a low-profile person. How was it so hard? This time, he really didn't want to fool around. Didn't want to be high-profile. Being talked about like this, everything was over. He had been crushed by Ye Chen again. At this moment, Sun Si-yuan even had the heart to strangle the person who had just spoken. Sun Si-yuan twisted his head and looked at the male student who had just opened his mouth with a ferocious look on his face. Si-yuan, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Seeing the difference in Sun Si-yuan's expression, that male student asked suspiciously. Nothing. Sun Si-yuan forcefully suppressed the idea of kicking this male student into the lake and shook his head. On the other side, everyone else had originally not noticed that Ye Chen and Sun Si-yuan had caught a fish. When this male student shouted, everyone looked over. They were the first to look at Ye Chen. Wow! Brother Chen is awesome. Such a big fish. Brother Chen is really an all-round talent. Too powerful. The crowd said with incomparable emotion. Brother-in-law, you're my idol. Brother-in-law is mighty. Su Linger also shouted with incomparable pride. Cousin's vision was so good. Brother-in-law knew everything. Too strong. It's not bad. Ye Chen was honestly not considered satisfied. After all, he had just obtained the advanced fishing skill not long ago. The first day's fish he caught only weighed 2 or 3 pounds, so it was average. However, Ye Chen's words, when they fell on the ears of the crowd, were like a thunderbolt. Catching a fish of this size, and this was still average? I'm afraid they could wake up laughing in their dreams if they could catch such a big fish. Brother Chen was too demanding. Brother Chen was too strong. After envying and lamenting Ye Chen for catching such a big fish, they looked at Sun Si-yuan again. After realizing that the fish caught by Sun Si-yuan was only the size of a palm, everyone shut up and directly and selectively ignored Sun Si-yuan before continuing to praise Ye Chen. At this moment, after being ignored by everyone, Sun Si-yuan really didn't know whether he should be happy or lost. Sun Si-yuan put the fish away. Time slowly passed. Originally it was the crowd that fished together. But slowly, everyone lost patience. Apart from Ye Chen and Sun Si-yuan at the very beginning, only Zhao Shuxian was lucky and caught a fish weighing half a kilogram. Everyone else was unsuccessful. After 4 in the afternoon, the crowd gave up. They thought that if they didn't have enough to eat, they could buy some. But when they saw the fish that Ye Chen had caught, they changed their minds. What if we can't eat all these fish? Brother Chen was really strong. How many fish did this catch? Feeling that it was almost time, Ye Chen also stopped fishing. Paying some money, he gave the fish to the staff to deal with. They, on the other hand, came to the place that specialized in roasting fish. After that, they bought some raw lamb skewers, beef skewers, chicken wings and whatnot. They waited for a while to be grilled together. Half an hour later, the staff brought over the processed fish. Because there were too many people, it was split into 2 groups. If they were grilled together, It would be too slow. There were exactly 8 people, 4 in a group, grilling separately. Ye Chen, Zhao Shuxian, and Su Ning Shuang came together, so naturally they were on the same team. Su Linger, on the other hand, volunteered to join Ye Chen's side as well. Su Linger's classmates didn't object. After all, Su Linger's cousin and brother-in-law were all there. Neither Su Linger nor Su Ning Shuang knew how to cook. Although Zhao Shuxian knew a little bit, she also didn't know how to barbecue. The task of barbecuing fell on the only boy, Ye Chen. The 3 people were responsible for giving Ye Chen a hand and playing the hand, while Ye Chen was in charge of the barbecue. Soon, the aroma of the barbecue wafted out. Brother-in-law's cooking skills are too strong. Su Linger couldn't help but sigh as she smelled the fragrance. Brother-in-law was truly an all-round talent. At this moment, she finally understood why her brother-in-law was able to take down her high and cold cousin. Next to her, Su Ning Shuang looked at Ye Chen and also had beautiful eyes. Ye Chen was so powerful. He could do everything, and it wasn't the kind of thing that he could only do a little bit of skin, but he was good at everything. I wonder what kind of experience it would be if Ye Chen was a boyfriend. It must be very warm and secure. For a while, Su Ning Shuang couldn't help but fantasize. Sister, what's wrong with you? Seeing her cousin in a daze, Su Linger couldn't help but poke her. Ha! Only after being shouted at by Su Linger did Su Ning Shuang slow down her mind and, heavens, what was she thinking just now? Su Ning Shuang's face instantly surfaced a scarlet red. Looking at Ye Chen, she couldn't help but be shy. These are baked. Come and have a taste. Ye Chen handed the roasted items to Su Ning Shuang, Zhao Shuxian, and Su Linger. The 3 people took it and tasted it. Wow! Delicious on earth. Brother-in-law, your cooking is fantastic. In the future, my sister will be blessed with a mouthful. Su Linger tasted it and exclaimed. This was simply the most delicious barbecue she had ever eaten. Originally, Su Ning Shuang who was very shy because of her own fantasies just now. Now that she heard Su Linger say this, her head lowered even lower and she became even more shy. Heavens, what on earth was Linger talking about? Unlike Ye Chen's side, Sun Siyuan's side had the smell of roasting coming from it. Of the 4 of them, 3 of them knew a little bit of cooking, but even so, it was still a mess. Smelling the barbecue scent coming from Ye Chen's side, the 2 girls were the first to be unable to stand it. They directly abandoned Sun Siyuan and the other male classmate, and then went to join Ye Chen with their asses. Brother Chen, it smells so good, can I have some? The 2 girls came over and said pleadingly. Since they were Su Linger's classmates, Ye Chen naturally didn't begrudge them, and gave them a portion. Seeing this, the male classmate of Su Linger also wanted to come over, but was stopped by Sun Siyuan. It was this guy who was fishing this afternoon. He wanted to keep a low profile, but was betrayed by this guy. He held back and didn't kick the guy out of the water. But tonight this roasted barbecue, he cannot escape. In the end, this male student was threatened by Sun Siyuan. The 2 ate the grilled barbecue together. After dinner, it was time to prepare for the night's rest. At first, they wanted to go to the hotel within the mountain resort to stay, but Su Linger had her own ideas. I think, with so many of us, why don't we book a vacation villa? Wouldn't that be more enjoyable? Su Linger suggested. White Cloud Vacation Villa. Not only did it have a hotel, it also had vacation villas, the kind with many rooms. The villas in the White Cloud Vacation Villa were very high class, and the surrounding scenery and whatnot was not something that could be compared to a hotel. Inside the vacation villa, there is even a swimming pool, private theater, gym and so on, very comfortable. The only drawback is that it is a little expensive, but with so many people, it wouldn't be cheaper to split it equally. No need to split it equally. The money for the vacation villa, I'll shell out. At this time, Sun Siyuan suddenly stood out. Having been easily crushed by Ye Chen for a day, Sun Siyuan was deeply hit. Now hearing Su Linger say this, Sun Siyuan was instantly agitated, so he immediately stood out and volunteered. Compared to the ability and whatnot, he could not compare to Ye Chen, but compared to financial strength, he could definitely win. His father was an old boss, owned a large factory, and had strong financial strength. Wasn't it just renting a vacation villa? How much money could it cost? In order to be able to show off his ability in front of Su Linger and the others, this money, he paid it. Without waiting for the crowd to say anything, Sun Siyuan directly called the White Cloud Vacation Villa and eventually managed to rent a villa. Soon, under the leadership of the staff, the crowd headed towards the resort villa area of the mountain. But just as they arrived, an accident happened, only to see that in the villa that Sun Siyuan had just rented, there were actually people already living there. When Ye Chen and the others arrived, the people in the villa also saw them. One of the youths in the villa directly pointed at Ye Chen and the others and rebuked with incomparable insolence. Who let you in? Get the hell out. Chapter 54, Special Accidents. You guys get the hell away from me. Ye Chen and the others stood in front of the villa with astonished faces. What was this situation? Wasn't this the villa that Sun Si-yuan had rented just now? How come they were scolded by a youth who had come out of the villa before they even entered? Kid, what did you say? Sun Si-yuan was the first one who couldn't take it anymore, and directly stood out and fought hard with that youth just now. This was a villa that he had just rented. How to say? He was temporarily considered the owner of this villa. In his own villa, being scolded and told to get lost? Isn't this a joke? Even ordinary people couldn't stand this aggravation, not to mention a young and vigorous person like Sun Si-yuan. Ha! The youth laughed coldly, not putting Sun Si-yuan in his eyes at all. I said for you all to get lost, didn't you hear me? The arrogant youth repeated what he had just said once again. Sun Si-yuan instantly became angry and directly clenched his fists. Yo yo yo, still want to move your fists? Everyone come out. When the arrogant youth saw Sun Si-yuan clenching his fists, he let out a cold laugh and turned his head towards the villa and shouted. Not long after, the men and women in the villa walked out. There were 11 or 12 of them, and more than half of them were men. Young Ding, who are these guys? Among the arrogant youth's friends, a short-haired woman asked curiously. I don't know. A group of people broke into my villa and tried to move their fists against me. The arrogant youth Ding Xiao said disdainfully. What? Dare to move fist? Which one dares to move his fist against our Ding Xiao? Whoever moves his fist, let him come, we'll be there to the end. Hearing the arrogant youth Ding Xiao say this, the 6 or 7 youths who walked out from the villa immediately stepped forward. They came to Ding Xiao's side and locked eyes with Sun Si-yuan, Ye Chen and the others. Kid, is that you? One of the youths with a tall figure of 1 meter 9 questioned Sun Si-yuan. No, what did you just say? Sun Si-yuan had a questioning face. What did I say? I said to tell you all to get lost. The arrogant youth sneered. You said this is your villa? Yeah, why? The arrogant youth nodded his head. Sun Si-yuan was directly confused. What was going on here? Wasn't this villa the one he had just rented? When he rented the villa just now, the staff even congratulated Sun Si-yuan, saying that this was the last set of villa available today. If Sun Si-yuan was a little later, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to rent it. Could it be that he had gone to the wrong place? Sun Si-yuan twisted his head and looked at the staff member who brought them here. You didn't lead me to the wrong place. Is this the villa I'm renting? Sun Si-yuan inquired. At this moment, even the staff member was confused. It's this villa. Ah, he's been working here for many years. There are only 20 or so villas in the mountain villa. Can he still not be able to tell the difference? But now this situation made him doubt himself as well. Please wait a moment, the staff member said as he took out his cell phone and began to check Sun Si-yuan's booking information from earlier. Villa number 16. The staff member determined that what Sun Si-yuan had booked was indeed villa number 16, and the villa in front of them was indeed villa number 16. There was no mistake. Ah, I checked the information once. It is indeed here. Ah, the staff replied to Sun Si-yuan. Did you guys see that this villa was rented by me? How did it become yours? Having received an affirmative answer from the staff, Sun Si-yuan had the courage to directly ask the arrogant youth back. The staff also went forward and asked the arrogant youth Ding Xiao. This gentleman, are you booking villa number 16 as well? Facing Sun Si-yuan and the staff's inquiries, the arrogant youth replied with great impatience. This villa is the one that your manager Yang let me stay in. If there's anything, you guys go ask manager Yang, and don't waste any more of our time. I'll say it for the last time. Get out. Manager Yang? Hearing the 3 words manager Yang, the staff immediately tensed up. Manager Yang was the manager of their White Cloud vacation villa, and this villa was actually what manager Yang let them stay in. Please wait, I'll go inquire about manager Yang. The staff member walked to the side and dialed manager Yang's number. That villa. Ah, I was the one who just let young Ding go and stay there directly. Manager Yang replied. You return the money to that customer and tell them to go away and not disturb Xiao Ding. Alright, the staff nodded. He almost understood. It should be this Mr. Sun Si-yuan who booked this villa first, so the booking was successful. However, because of Xiao Ding's arrival, manager Yang directly stepped in to please Xiao Ding and let him stay in. That's why the current situation was created. Now, something like offending a guest could only be left to him. Sir, sorry, how about this? We'll refund you the money. Is it okay for you to go and stay at the hotel in the mountain village? The staff came over and said to Sun Si-yuan. All the other villas within the mountain villa had already been rented out and there were no vacancies. What exactly is the situation? Sun Si-yuan asked angrily. The staff didn't want to take the blame for manager Yang, so they whispered the matter to Sun Si-yuan. What? After hearing this, Sun Si-yuan was enraged. That what's her name manager Yang, in order to curry favor with this bull Ding Xiao, even took the villa he booked and gave it to this Ding Xiao to live in. Instead, he let himself go and stay in a hotel. Although he could refund the villa money, the more he thought about such a thing, the more angry he became. Si-yuan, why don't we just forget about it? Right, I see that their background is not simple. Why don't we just stay in a hotel? A few of Su Linger's classmates advised Sun Siyuan, the arrogant youth and those friends of his. At a glance, their identity and background were not ordinary. They were definitely not to be messed with. It was better for them to take a step back. Sun Siyuan began to hesitate. Even our young Ding's villa dares to break in. I think you people don't want to live. Hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb our party. A bunch of brainwashed people with no eyesight. These few friends of Ding Xiao had chided Sun Siyuan and Ye Chen and the others. Rampant beyond measure. Kid, now that you know who owns this villa, get the hell out of here. The arrogant youth Ding Xiao opened his mouth, once again telling Sun Siyuan and Ye Chen and the others to get lost. Don't dirty my eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell, Ding Xiao? You wait for me. Sun Siyuan, who was still somewhat hesitant, was furious when he heard this. A moment ago, he was still hesitant to lower his head. Now, he must fight this Ding Xiao to the end. This Ding Xiao's identity background was not simple. Next to him, Ye Chen was also frowning, not in a very good mood. This what's her name Ding Xiao. His speech was too unpleasant. Today, I'm inclined to let you guys get out of this villa. After saying that, Sun Siyuan took out his cell phone and directly dialed his dad's phone. When the call was connected, Sun Siyuan told his dad about the matter. Well, I know. I'll make a call and ask. Sun Siyuan's dad nodded, understanding what had happened. Dad promised to step in, and after hanging up the phone, a smile appeared on Sun Siyuan's face. Don't worry everyone, my dad stepped in. The people who rolled out of this villa must be them. Pointing at Ding Xiao and the others, Sun Siyuan said confidently to Su Linger and the others. Chapter 55. Why was the big shot so humble and respectful next to Ye Chen? Hearing Sun Siyuan say this, several of Su Linger's classmates breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that Sun Siyuan's family also had a great background. Now that Sun Siyuan's dad had stepped in, everything should be solved. Poof. Ding Xiao and the others disdained Sun Siyuan. Oh, so powerful. We're so scared. Let your dad kick us out if you're capable. We'll just wait here. Ding Xiao and the others continued to be sarcastic, not putting Sun Siyuan and Ye Chen and the others in their eyes at all. Let's wait and see. Sun Siyuan angrily rebuked the crowd. With his dad stepping in, he didn't believe that he still couldn't get this villa back. The ones who should roll are them. A minute later, Sun Siyuan received a call from his dad. See, my dad called. You guys are ready to roll. Sun Siyuan bragged with confidence. Humph, you guys wait. Siyuan's dad stepped in. The ones who should leave are you guys. A few of Su Linger's classmates stepped forward and chided Ding Xiao and the others. With Sun Siyuan's dad stepping forward, they also had the backbone to not be afraid of this whatever Ding Xiao. They believed in Sun Siyuan. On the other hand, Sun Siyuan picked up the phone. However, when he heard his dad's first words, the smile on Sun Siyuan's face directly froze. Brat, do you know who that young Ding is? That's the son of the chairman of Yuanli. As soon as he came up, Sun Siyuan's dad cursed at him. Yuanli Company, that was a large company with a total asset of more than $3 billion. It was simply not something they could afford to mess with. Although Sun Siyuan's dad had his own factory, it was nothing compared to Yuanli. Now, you hurry up and apologize to that Ding Xiao. Quick! Sun Siyuan's dad loudly ordered his son and then hung up the phone. After hearing his dad's words, Sun Siyuan's entire body was dumbfounded and froze in place. Although he didn't know how that what's-her-name Yuanli company was, but listening to his dad's tone, it was definitely a big company that they couldn't afford to mess with. Instantly, Sun Siyuan seemed to have aged more than 10 years and lost his mind. AI. Sun Siyuan sighed lightly. There was no way out. Completely desperate, Sun Siyuan walked forward. Seeing Sun Siyuan walk over, the few students who thought that Sun Siyuan's dad had stepped in and would be able to resolve things right away stood next to Sun Siyuan with an agitated expression. Young Ding, I'm sorry, it was my fault just now. However, in the next second, Sun Siyuan spoke out of turn. Hearing this, several of Su Linger's classmates were dumbfounded. What? How did Siyuan apologize? Could it be that this Ding Xiao's identity was so terrifying? Even Sun Siyuan's dad couldn't step in. Finished. Humph. Didn't you tell us to wait? Why aren't you mad now? What are you? Ding Xiao and the others were rampant to the extreme. Scram! Ding Xiao waved his hand. Sun Siyuan twisted his head and said helplessly to the crowd, let's go. Saying that, Sun Siyuan was in front, ready to lead the crowd away. Wait. Suddenly, one of Ding Xiao's thinly built junior brothers stopped Sun Siyuan. The men can leave. The few beauties stay. The thinly built junior turned to Ding Xiao and said, Ding Xiao, we're having a party and the girls are too few. The few of them male can leave. These girls, especially those two, let them stay. Saying this, he also pointed specifically at the two sisters, Su Ning Shuang and Su Linger. Makes sense. Ding Xiao froze for a moment and gave the skinny little brother an appreciative gaze. the men can leave. A few girls stay. Ding Xiao ordered. On the other side, the few people who were originally prepared to leave directly froze when they heard this. Su Linger's two female classmates' faces were pale, their eyes fearful and very scared. The two sisters, Su Ning Shuang and Su Linger, also changed their faces. What did you guys say? Ye Chen frowned and stood out, his voice cold as he asked. Living in a villa. Not living in a villa or whatever. Ye Chen did not care. But this Ding Xiao, even letting Su Ning Shuang several people stay, this was very excessive. Ye Chen was really angry this time. Oh, now another one comes out to play the hero? Kid, didn't you hear me? Then I'll say it again. Let these few girls stay. Do you hear me? Ding Xiao's companion sneered, not looking at Ye Chen at all. Just now that kid has bowed his head. You still want to stand out and show off? Ding Xiao threatened Ye Chen. If you're sensible, get lost, or else I'll make you pay the price. Hearing Ding Xiao's words, a few of his juniors immediately surrounded Ye Chen. For a while, the atmosphere was tense. Seeing this, Su Ning Shuang immediately took out her cell phone and prepared to call her father. What are you guys doing? Right at this moment, a voice that was not angry came out, only to see that not far away, a middle-aged man with a serious face walked over with a secretary in professional attire. Upon seeing this serious middle-aged man, the staff member who was originally on the sidelines immediately changed his face, then immediately ran towards the middle-aged man. Mr. Tian, you're here. The staff member came to the middle-aged man's side and said respectfully. The middle-aged man's name was Tian Wu, and he was none other than the owner of the White Cloud Resort Villa. Ha, Uncle Tian? When the originally arrogant and incomparable Ding Xiao saw Tian Wu, a smile immediately appeared on his face and he took the initiative to walk over to greet Tian Wu. Oh, so it's Cheng Ji. Tian Wu recognized Ding Xiao, Ding Qingji's identity. Tian Wu and Ding Xiao's father knew each other, and their relationship was quite alright. What happened? Tian Wu asked. Today, he happened to be staying at the villa of the mountain resort, and when he came out for a walk in the evening, he saw so many people surrounding the place, and it seemed like there was going to be a conflict. As the owner of the White Cloud Resort Villa, he naturally had to come over and take a look. Uncle Tian, this kid just now dared to warn me. Ding Qingji pointed at Ye Chen and complained to Tian Wu. Seeing this, Su Ning Shuang was ready to dial her father's number. Those classmates of Su Linger also guessed that this middle-aged man's identity was terrifying. A big shot. Now, such a big shot had appeared, and he also knew this Ding Xiao. They were screwed. Thinking of this, Su Linger's two female classmates' faces turned pale, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Ding Qingji's little brothers, on the other hand, were even more arrogant and domineering. Just when they thought that Tian would help Ding Qingji and teach Ye Chen a lesson, the next scene, however, left everyone present with their jaws dropped. Tian Wu looked along with what Ding Qingji was pointing at. However, before Ding Qingji could finish his words, Tian Wu directly left Ding Qingji behind and went straight to Ye Chen. Mr. Yi, why are you here? Tian Wu came next to Ye Chen and said with incomparable humility and curtness. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. This, my God. Everyone was shocked by Tian Wu's actions and words. Why was this big shot? Mr. Tian, standing next to Ye Chen in such a humble and respectful manner? Chapter 56, Do It Yourself. Everyone present watched this with jaws dropping in disbelief. At this moment, the crowd's worldview was about to collapse. A towering big shot was so respectful and even humble to a young man. It was as if it was a dream. In theory, shouldn't it be the other way around? Su Linger's classmates were equally dumbfounded. Sun Siyuan, who had originally lost his mind, was now wide-eyed and full of amazement. Su Ning Shuang and Su Linger, on the other hand, were relieved. Su Ning Shuang also put down her cell phone. It looked like she didn't need to call her father. Sure enough, with Ye Chen around, no matter what, he could easily handle it. The sense of security was complete. Looking at Ye Chen, in Su Ning Shuang's heart, an inexplicable feeling rose. At the scene, the one who was the most unsettled was Ding Qingji and his few juniors. At this moment, it was as if they had seen a ghost, standing straight up there. How could it have turned out like this? Wasn't this Mr. Tian Ding's uncle? How did he turn around and go kneeling to lick Ye Chen, whom they couldn't even look up to? They really couldn't understand. Not to mention these people. Even Ding Qingji was in a state of confusion. What the hell? Why did Uncle Tian want to curry favor with that Ye Chen? Thinking through his head, Ding Qingji couldn't come up with a reasonable answer. You recognize me? Looking at Tian Wu, who suddenly came over to greet him very politely, Ye Chen asked with some confusion. He didn't recognize this Tian Wu. Of course, at the dinner party a few days ago, I had the honor of catching a glimpse of Mr. Ye's elegance, Tian Wu said with incomparable respect. He had also attended the dinner party a few days ago. At that time, he was among the group of wallflower guests. At that time, he and a group of old bosses were not optimistic about Ye Chen and Ye Chen's Yilan brokerage company. However, he never expected that Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen would kneel in front of Ye Chen and beg for forgiveness. At that time, it shook Tianwu and a group of guests. Although Tianwu was also considered a billionaire with a high status, but compared to Ma Jiangwen, he was still a little bit worse. Seeing that Ma Jiangwen had bowed to Ye Chen, they immediately switched sides and wanted to go and please Ye Chen. Unfortunately, they did not speak to Ye Chen when he left. Originally, if it was just like this, Tianwu would not have been so respectful or even humble to Ye Chen. The day before yesterday, Tianwu had learned a bit of inside information. It was said that the reason why Ma Jiangwen bowed his head that day and went to pray for Ye Chen's forgiveness was because a big brother level figure from Jiangzhou had stepped in and pressurized Ma Jiangwen. Even Ma Jiangwen couldn't afford to mess with the big man, let alone him, Tianwu. Being able to let the big man step in, Tianwu guessed that this Ye Chen, Mr. Yi, either had a super strong background in his own identity, or his connections were very scary. Either way, it was something he needed to look up to. Recently, his career has encountered some crisis, and it was not easy to know such a big shot. Mr. Yi, Tianwu then began to move his mind, wanting to make friends with Ye Chen. In the past 2 days, Tianwu was still thinking about how he could meet General Yi. He didn't expect to meet General Manager Yi tonight when he took a walk in his mountain villa. Encountering such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Tianwu naturally wouldn't let it go, so the scene just now happened. Hello Mr. Yi, let me introduce myself. I am the owner of White Cloud Resort Villa, Tianwu. Tianwu respectfully introduced himself to Ye Chen. So it's Mr. Tian. People were so polite, so Ye Chen naturally had to be polite as well. What General Manager Tian? Mr. Yi, you can just call me Tianwu. Tianwu opened his mouth. The owner of the White Cloud Vacation Villa? This middle-aged man was actually the owner of this mountain resort? Hearing Tianwu introduce himself, everyone also understood. White Cloud Resort Villa. Not to mention in Jiangzhou City, even in the entire province, it was considered a top-ranked resort. This middle-aged man was really a big man, but it was such a big man, facing Ye Chen, but so respectful. It was too scary. Uncle Tian, he is? Ding Qingji realized that things weren't quite right. This kid called Ye Chen seemed to be a big shot. He had kicked the bucket. This is Ye Chen. Mr. Yi, Tianwu asked curiously after the introduction. By the way, what were you guys doing with General Manager Yi just now? Hearing this question, Ding Qingji's eyes went black and he almost fainted in shock. He didn't know how to answer. How could he not say that they almost tried to beat up General Yi? Seeing Ding Qingji's abnormality, Tianwu's face instantly changed. After carefully recalling, just now, Ding Qingji and the others seemed to have surrounded General Yi. Could it be that? Tianwu also knew Ding Qingji's character, and his heart instantly hung in the air. You, say what just happened, Tianwu ordered, pointing at the staff member next to him. Facing his boss, the staff naturally didn't dare to hide anything, so he told Tianwu what happened. Originally, after hearing this, Tianwu's face directly turned iron blue. Within his mountain villa, such a thing had actually happened. Bastard! Tianwu was so enraged that he couldn't help but kick Ding Qingji hard. Thud! Ding Qingji was directly kicked to the side and ruthlessly fell to the ground. Uncle Tian, I was wrong. I was wrong. Ding Qingji also realized that he had made a big mistake and begged for forgiveness. What's the use of you apologizing to me? Why don't you go to General Yi and apologize? Tianwu scolded sternly. Ding Qingji hurriedly ran to Ye Chen and directly knelt down, constantly begging Ye Chen to apologize. Although he didn't know Ye Chen's specific identity, but to be able to make Tianwu congratulate him like this, his identity was definitely exceptionally terrifying. It was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Strictly speaking, Ding Qingji's father was a little bit worse than Tianwu. Seeing that Ding Qingji had all knelt, those of Ding Qingji's juniors also came over and knelt in front of Ye Chen, apologizing non-stop. Apologize. What's the point of having a police officer if apologizing works? Ye Chen faintly asked a rhetorical question. In an instant, Ding Qingji and his minions became even more scared. Tiango knew that this time, General Yi was really angry. It definitely couldn't be as simple as just apologizing. Tianwu whispered to his secretary, who hurriedly walked into the villa, and from within the villa, retrieved an iron bar. Tianwu gave the secretary a look and told her to throw the iron rod to Ding Qingji. Last time, your father said that if you get into trouble again, he will break one of your legs. Tiango spoke. As much as he wanted to stay out of it, after all, he had a great deal of responsibility for what happened within his own mountain villa. Tianwu also tried to do everything he could to calm Ye Chen's anger. Today, you made Mr. Yi angry, so do it yourself. Tianwu spoke. What? Ding Qingji's face bristled without blood color, and his body couldn't help but tremble in shock. Listening to Uncle Tian's meaning, was he asking him to break one of his legs himself? No, no. Ding Qingji subconsciously shook his head. If you're not willing, then I'll let your father do it? Tianwu questioned. Don't. Hearing this, Ding Qingji hurriedly shook his head. If his dad came, he was afraid that both of his legs would be broken for him. Ding Qingji looked at Ye Chen. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, just now it was my fault for having eyes and not recognizing him. Tai, I am willing to break one of my own legs to apologize to you. After saying that, Ding Qingji clenched his teeth and ruthlessly swung the iron bar in his hand down. Ah! A miserable scream came out as Ding Qingji's right leg was broken by himself. There are still a few of you. Tianwu directly ordered a few of Ding Qingji's juniors. Even Ding Qingji was like this. The few juniors naturally didn't dare to refuse and moved their hands as well. As for the skinny man who had just proposed that the girls on Ye Chen's side stay behind, because he was too scared, he missed the fight. As a result, the chicken flew away. Chapter 57 Things Only Couples Can Do. It hurts me to death. It hurts me to death. The thin man shouted, unusually miserable. From now on, he was afraid that he would be single for the rest of his life. Girlfriends and wives would have nothing to do with him. Don't let me see you guys again. Ye Chen waved his hand. On the other side, the security guards of the White Cloud Resort Villa arrived. They immediately carried Ding Qingji and the others away and rushed them to the hospital. Ding Qingji and his minions were afraid that they wouldn't be able to walk out of their beds for a few months. Only after Ding Qingji and the others left did the scene quiet down. Looking at Ding Qingji and the others who were carried away, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Su Linger's two female classmates looked at Ye Chen with a face of admiration and gratitude. Sun Si Yuan was also incomparably grateful to Ye Chen. Mr. Yi, the matter of this villa is all because of that manager Yang under me. I'll immediately have him pack up and get out later. Such an employee doesn't deserve to stay at White Cloud Resort Villa. Tianwu walked up and explained to Ye Chen in succession. This villa, tonight deserves to be occupied by your companion. In order to compensate, this time, all the fees for you and your companion at the White Cloud Vacation Villa, we waive them all. With a wave of his hand, Tianwu directly exempted all the consumption of everyone present at the White Cloud Vacation Villa. This was considered to be a compensation for Chief Ye's companion and the others. Of course, this was not enough. Today, this matter was on his turf. He naturally wanted to make General Yi satisfied. For General Yi to be able to come to my White Cloud Resort Villa, it makes the villa shine. How about this? General Yi, I have a villa here that is not for sale to the public, so I'll give it to you. In the future, if you come to the mountain resort for a vacation break, you can just stay here. In order to express his apologies, plus to please Ye Chen, Tianwu decided to give Ye Chen a vacation villa. Without waiting for Ye Chen to say anything, Tianwu pulled Ye Chen towards the villa he was talking about. The villa that Tianwu spoke of was not in this villa complex. Rather, it was on the mountain behind this villa area. The scenery there was better, the air was fresher, and it was not open to the public. It was considered a private area. When Tianwu arrived with Ye Chen and the others, the crowd realized there was actually a small cluster of villas here, about 5 or 6 of them. These few villas, which were specially built by Tianwu, were specially prepared for some bigwigs to come on vacation. These villas, whether it was the area, the decoration materials and so on, were not comparable to those villas just now. These villas, Tianwu had already sent out 4 of them, and now there were only 2 left. Tianwu purposely took the largest of the remaining 2 and gave it to Ye Chen. Tianwu brought Ye Chen and the others into this villa. The few people present were shocked as they looked at the villa that covered a huge area. It was too luxurious. This villa, covering an area 2 or 3 times that of the villa rented by Sun Si Yuan before. It had a huge private swimming pool, a professional gym with unparalleled equipment, a private theater, and a private wine cellar. Finally, under the strong request of Tianwu, Ye Chen accepted it. Only after seeing Ye Chen accept it, did Tianwu let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Yi, it's getting late. I'll leave first. I won't bother you. Tianwu had the good sense to say goodbye to Ye Chen before leaving with his secretary. In the original place, only Ye Chen and the others were left. Brother Chen, thank you so much. Thanks. Su Linger's 2 female classmates hurriedly thanked Ye Chen. Brother Chen, thank you. Sun Si Yuan also spoke, thanking Ye Chen. It's nothing. Ye Chen waved his hand. After staying for a while, Sun Si Yuan said goodbye to Ye Chen. After all, he had rented a villa himself and could not possibly live here. In the end, Sun Si Yuan and a few of Su Linger's classmates left, agreeing to meet again tomorrow morning. Inside the villa, other than Ye Chen, only Su Ning Shuang, the 2 Su Linger sisters, and Zhao Shuxian remained. Looking at the huge private pool, everyone was tempted, but unfortunately, none of them had brought their swimsuits, so they could only regret the next time. The 3 girls went to the private theater in the villa together and watched a movie. The movie that the three girls were watching didn't interest Ye Chen much, so he was by himself in the living room. It just so happens that no one. Ye Chen took out his cell phone and opened the E3000 per month. I am the richest man in the world game. What kind of movie? Does it smell as good as the game? What's more, it's still such a game that can affect reality and help one become a godly rich man. Ye Chen just clicked into the game and a reminder appeared. Ding! And Su Ning Shuang went to White Cloud Vacation Villa for a trip. Challenge completed. Congratulations on obtaining 100% ownership of Roman International Hotel. Becoming the new owner of Roman International Hotel. The challenge released by the previous game was completed, and Ye Chen successfully obtained the ownership of the Roman International Hotel, becoming the new owner of this 5-star hotel. This Roman International Hotel was worth $270 million. After today's day, Ye Chen's value, too, had surged by more than $200 million, with a monthly salary of $3,000. I am the richest man, the game is too strong. A smile appeared on Ye Chen's face. This time, the challenge was almost no difficulty, just coming out to play with Su Ning Shuang. He had gained more than 200 million worth of rewards by himself, close to 300 million. Hey, experts or lonely, couldn't there be some difficult challenges out there? It is so easy to make money. Ye Chen is embarrassed. Ding! Detecting the player's thoughts, a difficult challenge has appeared. Challenge issued, play a couple bungee jumping with Su Ning Shuang. Mission reward, 20% of the shares of Dragon Collective. Become the third largest shareholder of Dragon Group. Suddenly, with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the richest man in the world. The game appeared with new content. Looking at the game's new challenge, Ye Chen froze. Challenges with difficulty really appeared? The game was really humanized. Looking at the new challenge, Ye Chen's expression froze a little. He had only drifted for a little while. How did the game release a new challenge? And it was still releasing difficult challenges? Bungee jumping? This challenge was really difficult. Bungee jumping is divided into single bungee jumping and couple bungee jumping. And couple bungee jumping belongs to one of the double bungee jumping. Couple bungee jumping, only couples can do it. It can increase the trust between the two people, and enhance the feelings between the two people. Couple bungee jumping. This was a little more difficult than Ye Chen going bungee jumping by himself. Dragon Group? Ye Chen muttered. He had not heard of this group. With curiosity, Ye Chen checked the information. Once he looked at the information, Ye Chen's eyes instantly widened. Dragon Tang Group, one of the big groups in Jiangzhou. With a market capitalization of tens of billions, 20% of Dragon Tang Group's shares, that was a reward worth $2 billion. $2 billion, this was definitely the biggest reward since Ye Chen obtained the game, bar none. If he could get it, this time, Ye Chen's value directly skyrocketed. For a while, Ye Chen was caught up in thought. Isn't it just bungee jumping? Challenge taken. This $2 billion, I'll take it. Ye Chen made up his mind. Chapter 58, Su Ning Shuang's security. Compared to $2 billion, bungee jumping was nothing. This was the most rewarding challenge after Ye Chen obtained the E3000 per month. I'm the richest man in the world game. Once obtained, Ye Chen's value would skyrocket. Such a challenge could be encountered but not sought. After all, one's current player level in the game was only LV1, and the reward for a normal challenge might only be 2 or 3 billion. Like now, the reward was a $2 billion challenge. In the case where one's player level had not been upgraded and was still LV1, it was likely that it would only occur once. Therefore, Ye Chen must seize the opportunity. Wasn't it just bungee jumping? This challenge. He took it. Once he completed the challenge and gained 20% of the shares of the Dragon Tang Group, it wasn't only Ye Chen's stature that was drastically increased, but also his connections. After obtaining that 20% of shares, Ye Chen would also leap to become the third largest shareholder of Dragon Tang Group, the third largest shareholder of a $10 billion group. This status was quite impressive. Ye Chen's network would also be broadened. How can I get school sister Su to agree and go bungee jumping together? Ye Chen muttered. Now, he had already made a decision. For the sake of the 20% shares of Dragon Group worth $2 billion, he was willing to try couple bungee jumping. But how could he get Su Ning Shuang to agree? Compared to boys, for challenges like bungee jumping, girls might be a little more scared. Ye Chen was caught up in thought. On the other hand, Su Ning Shuang, Su Linger and the three of them had also finished watching the movie. Each of them chose a room and went to rest because they were too tired. The next day, around 10 in the morning, several people woke up one after another. More than half an hour later, the four of them left Ye Chen's villa and met up with Sun Siyuan's 4 people, ready to go eat lunch. When they ate lunch, as it took some time for the food to be served, a few people chatted about the day. And yesterday, most of the entertainment programs in the villa had already been played. Today, there were only a few left. Does everyone have the courage to bungee jump? Someone suddenly opened his mouth. To say that within the White Cloud Resort Villa, the most attractive project for tourists, bungee jumping could definitely be considered the top 3, or even the first, especially since the White Cloud Resort Villa was one of the few places in the province that had a bungee jumping program for couples. This attracted many young couples to come. Su Linger's heart was also a little restless. This exciting game of bungee jumping, Su Linger both wanted to play it and didn't dare to. Bungee jumping? Everyone present changed their faces. Not quite daring. One of Su Linger's female classmates shook her head. Not quite daring. Since you've come to play, if you don't go and challenge bungee jumping, you'll definitely have regrets. Someone proposed. How about this? Let's play a small game, and the loser will go bungee jumping. How about it? Yes, of course there's no problem. Sun Si Yuan looked like he couldn't possibly lose anyway, and said indifferently. Soon, the game started. This time, 2 people lost. One was Su Linger's female classmate, and the other was Su Ning Shuang. Seeing that the ones who lost the game this time were actually 2 girls, and there was also her own cousin, Su Linger immediately opened her mouth. Why don't we play another game? This one won't count. Originally, Su Linger wanted to pit Sun Si Yuan and another male classmate. Unexpectedly, these 2 people didn't lose. I don't dare. I really don't dare to bungee jump, the girl who lost the game said with a trembling voice, and her face was even whiter with fear. The girl begged for forgiveness repeatedly. Su Ning Shuang also hesitated a bit. To be honest, bungee jumping, she was still a bit scared, but Su Ning Shuang had always been a man of her word, and she was not willing to go against her own code. Slowly, Su Ning Shuang's heart began to favor going bungee jumping and doing what she said. In the end, Su Ning Shuang nodded, indicating that she was willing to go bungee jumping. However, it was not hard to see that she was still a little scared in her heart. How about this? I'm willing to join school sister Su. Ye Chen opened his mouth. Now was a good opportunity. Both helping school sister Su, having someone as a companion, she could feel more at ease, and he himself could complete the game challenge in the meantime. 2 birds with 1 stone. Everyone was shocked by Ye Chen's words and looked at Ye Chen with incomparable surprise. A brother-in-law is a brother-in-law, willing to accompany my sister in anything. Su Linger looked at Ye Chen with great admiration. Right, isn't there a couple's bungee jumping here at the White Cloud Resort Villa? Brother-in-law and my sister just happened to be able to try it out. It can also cultivate the relationship between the 2? Su Linger suggested. Su Ning Shuang, who was originally a little nervous, jerked her head up when she heard Ye Chen's words. Su Ning Shuang cast a thankful gaze at Ye Chen. For some reason, her originally apprehensive and nervous heart had become incredibly calm at this moment. With Ye Chen around, she seemed to be afraid of nothing. An inexplicable sense of security surged through her heart. Therefore, when Su Linger suggested that Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang play couple bungee jumping, Su Ning Shuang did not refuse. You 2 guys, see, this is my brother-in-law. He has commitment and is a real man, Su Linger said to the other 2 boys. That's it. You guys are far worse than Brother Chen. The other girl who wasn't drawn also opened her mouth, very much looking down on the 2 Sun Si Yuan, originally young and vigorous. Now that he was being talked about like this, in order to prove that he was a real man, Sun Si Yuan fiercely stood up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't it just bungee jumping? Hope, you don't have to go. I'll do it. Sun Si Yuan very heroically stood out and said impassionedly to the other chosen female classmate. Old Zhang, you come along too. Sun Si Yuan suggested the other boy next to him. What's the matter? You don't dare? Just jump. Stimulated by Sun Si Yuan's provocation, the boy who was originally a little less daring, for the sake of face, also agreed to go bungee jumping. In the end, the results came out. Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang went together to couple bungee jumping. Sun Si Yuan and another boy, Old Zhang, went to double bungee jumping together. Soon, the food was served. Ye Chen didn't have anything and ate normally. Su Ning Shuang also because Ye Chen was there, no longer worried. Also nothing. The other people who did not bungee jump naturally ate normally. Sun Si Yuan and Old Zhang, although they had a look of emotional excitement just now, right now, they didn't have much of an appetite, only slightly ate a little. That Old Zhang, even more so, only ate a bite, and then couldn't eat anymore. He regretted it. After eating and resting for a while, a few people went straight to the place where Baiyun Resort Mountain Resort bungee jumped. Coming to the top of the mountain, looking at the bungee jumping place next to him, Old Zhang directly trembled in his legs. I can't, I admit defeat. I don't dare, I don't dare. Even without walking up to the bungee jumping place, Lao Zhang was abashed, directly paralyzed on the ground, constantly begging for forgiveness. He admitted defeat. As long as not bungee jumping, what man is not a man? He is not a man. Okay. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Waste of a. Sun Si Yuan confidently spat out a sentence. I'll go first. After saying that, Sun Siyuan directly walked towards the bungee jumping place. At the beginning of his walk, Sun Siyuan's steps were still big, but the more he walked, the smaller his steps became. Unable to resist, Sun Siyuan glanced downward, looking at the hundreds of meters high jumping platform. Sun Siyuan's eyes went black and he almost fainted. At this moment, Sun Siyuan's legs couldn't help but tremble. Seeing Sun Siyuan, the staff prepared to walk over. However, before the staff could walk over to Sun Siyuan directly twisted his head, as if he was a rabbit, and escaped the bungee jumping place. No, no, no. Sun Siyuan's face was pale. I'm not a man anymore either. I don't dare. I don't dare. Sun Siyuan said to the crowd with a trembling voice. Originally, Sun Siyuan was very nervous, and when he saw old Zheng concede just now, Sun Siyuan's heart began to waver. Just now, looking downwards, it completely destroyed the last line of defense in Sun Siyuan's heart. Sun Siyuan also conceded. Did not dare to go bungee jumping. Humph, you still have the nerve to talk about others, a girl said to Sun Siyuan with disdain. Sun Siyuan and old Zhang both conceded that they would rather not be men anymore than go bungee jumping. The gazes of several people on the scene fell on Ye Chen. Chapter 59. Isn't it bungee jumping? How did it turn into spreading dog food? Facing the gazes of several people, Ye Chen's face did not change. Since he had made a decision, he would never admit defeat. I have no problem. School sister Su, how are you? Ye Chen purposely asked about Su Ning Shuang's situation. If Su Ning Shuang was unwilling, or was very intimidated and scared, Ye Chen would definitely not force himself. It's fine. Su Ning Shuang was also calm and slowly spoke. Seeing this, everyone present admired Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang to the extreme. Did you guys see how brave brother Chen is? Even sister Ning Shuang, a girl, is willing to try. You two guys, you're not even a tenth. No, not even 100th as good as sister Ning Shuang, a girl said to Sun Siyuan and old Zhang with great disdain. Hearing this, the two men lowered their heads in shame. They really weren't as good as brother Chen and sister Su Ning Shuang. Sister, brother-in-law, go for it. You guys are the best. Su Linger spoke with great pride. Cheer up and be safe. Zhao Shuxian also opened her mouth, reminding the two of them that they must pay attention to safety. Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang stood out and walked to the bungee jumping place. The staff introduced Su Ning Shuang and Ye Chen. Soon, another staff member came to tie the safety rope for Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang. After tying it and making sure it was safe again and again, this staff member left. The last tourist left, and Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang went up. This staff member, who was specifically responsible for pushing the tourists down, once again helped Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang check the safety rope to make sure it was safe. Handsome girl, you guys hold up first, the staff said to Su Ning Shuang and Ye Chen. Couple bungee jumping. It was natural for the two of them to hug and bungee jump together. The staff wanted to instruct Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang on the posture of hugging together, to make sure everything was safe and more secure. Hearing the staff say this, Su Ning Shuang's face immediately reddened and her heartbeat accelerated. But now was not the time to be shy and coy. Su Ning Shuang opened her arms. Ye Chen was even less shy, and similarly opened his arms, very naturally hugging Su Ning Shuang up. The two of them hugged each other so tightly that they could hear each other's heartbeats. For a moment, it was as if even the air had frozen. Su Ning Shuang's first time being held so squarely in the arms of a boy. She was a little embarrassed, so she closed her eyes. The staff seemed to have discovered that the two of them, Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang, were not like other couples in general, who might not be together yet, or something else. Hold a little tighter. The staff member opened his mouth, allowing Su Ning Shuang and Ye Chen to hug a little tighter, which was both safer and might be able to fulfill the two of them. Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang hugged tighter. Su Ning Shuang quietly glanced downwards, her heartbeat accelerating for a moment, a little nervous. In the end, Su Ning Shuang put her head in front of Ye Chen's solid chest, and her nervousness was quickly eliminated. Holding Su Ning Shuang, Ye Chen could even smell the faint fragrance. Not far away, Su Linger's several people saw the scene and were filled with depression. They came to see bungee jumping. How did they now become the ones who came to see showing love and spreading dog food? Dog food is not tasty. They have eaten enough. The sour smell of love. In broad daylight, a clear sky, you so spread dog food. Let us single dogs how to do. We have been hurt 10,000 points. Are you responsible? Heartache. Su Linger, Zhao Shuxian, several single dogs, coincidentally covered their chests. This dog food, they had eaten enough. Can you guys hurry up? Are you ready? After a final check, the staff asked. Okay, Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang replied. Both ready. Good then, go you. The staff member fiercely pushed Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang. There was a whooshing sound. Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang flew out. Being pushed like this, Su Ning Shuang hugged Ye Chen even more tightly, hating to have her entire body leaning against Ye Chen. so that she felt more secure. The two of them fell together at high speed towards the bottom. Originally, Ye Chen still had a trace of nervousness within his heart, but holding Su Ning Shuang, when he really bungee jumped, Ye Chen was instead as calm as water. After bungee jumping, there were two ways to end it. In technical terms, one is the upper recovery, which pulls the person with the device back to the jumping platform. The second is the lower recovery, which is to use the device to put the tourists to the bottom, by the bottom of the staff in charge. The bungee jumping in Baiyun Resort belongs to the upper recovery, pulling the tourists up with the device. Soon, the bungee jumping was finished. The staff pulled Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang up. Phew! Back! Su Ning Shuang let out a long sigh of relief. The staff untied the safety rope and other things, and Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang successfully completed the bungee jumping. The two left the bungee jumping platform together. Brother Chen is mighty, a real man. Sister Ning Shuang is also awesome, so strong. Seeing Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang return, the others said with incomparable admiration. Looking at Ye Chen, the two of them, Sun Siyuan and Old Zhang, lowered their heads and were really embarrassed. They also had to admit that Brother Chen was really strong, and compared to Brother Chen, they were not a star and a half inferior. After this matter, Sun Siyuan's idea of chasing after Su Linger was completely abandoned. With Ye Chen as his brother-in-law as a comparison, he was not worthy. Awesome is awesome. It's just that this dog food we're eating is very unpleasant. On the side, cousin Zhao Shuxian couldn't help but spit out her words. Although she really wanted to be called sister by Su Ning Shuang one day, eating dog food was really uncomfortable. That's right. Su Linger also pouted and complained from the side. Sister, brother-in-law, we know that you guys are very much in love, but in the future, can you not easily spread dog food or go to other places to spread dog food? You have to pay attention to the impact. We single dogs are very vulnerable. Being said so, Su Ning Shuang became even more shy. What are these people talking about? Having just finished bungee jumping, the few people looked for a place to rest. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Ye Chen took out his cell phone and opened the E3000 per month. I'm the richest man in the world game. Ye Chen had just clicked on the game when the prompt appeared. Ding! Play a couple bungee jumping with Su Ning Shuang. Challenge completed. Congratulations on obtaining 20% of the Dragon Collective's shares. Becoming the third largest shareholder of the Dragon Group, the equity transfer contract will be delivered to you within 24 hours. Please pay attention to check. In view of your bravery in completing this big difficulty challenge, triggering a special reward X3, 1 experience value boost card, can boost 30 experience points. 1 experience value boost card, can boost 30 experience points. 1 mall points card, boosts 15 points. 1 mall points card, boosts 15 points. Seeing this, a look of surprise appeared on Ye Chen's face. I didn't expect that completing this grand difficulty challenge would trigger a special reward. Awesome. The first two were for raising the player level and the mall level, and they were both substantial increases. Quite good. Just as Ye Chen was very satisfied with the first two rewards, he inadvertently saw what the third special reward was. Instantly, Ye Chen froze like a wooden chicken. How was it possible? Chapter 60, Brother-in-Law. If I were you, I'm afraid my sister would have already begun to raise her child. Reward for a Vajra pill. Vajra unbreakable pill? What the hell is this? Ye Chen looked at this third reward with an odd face. Out of curiosity, Ye Chen clicked on the introduction of the Vajra unbreakable pill. Vajra unbreakable pill, as the name suggests, once taken, can be enhanced 3 times. Purely natural Chinese medicine boiled, without any side effects. Looking at the introduction of the Vajra unbreakable pill, Ye Chen's face directly blackened. Grandpa, he has a strong body and powerful and incomparable kidneys. How could he need this kind of thing? At first glance, the game was deliberately targeting himself. Hey, people are handsome. Even the game is targeting themselves. While Ye Chen was spitting, a small porcelain vase appeared in Ye Chen's pocket. The weight of his pocket suddenly changed. Ye Chen felt it at the first time, and he immediately took it out. It was a thumb-sized, very exquisitely crafted blue and white porcelain vase with an ancient color. Ye Chen opened it curiously, and inside was a small pill the size of a soybean. As soon as he opened it, Ye Chen smelled a faint fragrance. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen, who was originally a little tired from bungee jumping, was unexpectedly refreshed. Not to mention, this Vajra unbreakable pill was still effective. Brother-in-law, what are you holding? Unintentionally noticing the exquisite small porcelain bottle in Ye Chen's hand, Su Linger asked curiously. It's nothing, a small trinket with little effect. Ye Chen replied meticulously. Really, can you let me take a look? Su Linger was curious, so she continued to ask. What are you looking at? Kids play with mud on the side. Ye Chen spat out a sentence, then carefully placed the Vajra unbreakable pill into his pocket. Such a thing. What if it had any side effects? For the sake of others' safety, he couldn't let others see it, so it was better to keep it for himself. If there were any side effects, he would bear them. Who made him a self-sacrificing person? When he went back, he put it in the villa's safe himself. Che, you're the little kid. Your whole family is a little kid. Hearing Ye Chen say this, Su Ning immediately retorted and didn't ask too many questions. This immodest pill was left out. This couple bungee jumping challenge, the rewards that the game sent out, were indeed incomparably generous. It was considered to be the most rewarding time for Ye Chen after getting this game. First of all, it was the 20% shares of Dragon Tang Group, which was worth $2 billion. Ye Chen had successfully become the third largest shareholder of Dragon Tang Group. With this $2 billion, together with the previous ones, Ye Chen's value directly broke through to $3 billion. In the second and third tier city of Jiangzhou, it was considered a real tycoon. On top of that, there were two cards. Experience Value Boost Card, which could boost experience value by 30 points. Mall Points Card Sheet, which could boost 15 points. 30 points of experience value. 15 points, plus what Ye Chen had accumulated before. It shouldn't be far from upgrading. Right now, both Ye Chen's player level and mall level were all at level 1, which was very ordinary. Ye Chen had long been impatient to upgrade. In the past few nights, Ye Chen had also been keeping an eye on the game mall. But unfortunately, with Ye Chen's current worth, the things inside didn't really attract him anymore. However, once the game mall was upgraded to 2 stars, the value of the things inside the mall would increase tenfold. With Ye Chen's player level rising to LV2, he would be able to purchase 2 things from the mall at a time. It was far from what could be compared to now. Let's go, Su Ning proposed. After resting for almost as long as they could, the few people had no doubts, and after simply packing up, they headed down the mountain. A few hours passed, and the few people parted ways after having dinner within the mountain lodge. Several of Su Ning's classmates left together in a taxi. Su Ning, on the other hand, was prepared to rub up against Ye Chen's car and let him send her back. The place where Su Ning's home was located was not far from Ye Chen's Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa area. Ye Chen first drove Su Ning Shuang and her cousin Zhao Shuxian back to the school, and after saying goodbye to the two, Ye Chen left with Su Ning and went straight to Su Ning's home. Brother-in-law, how do you know my sister? Seeing that Su Ning Shuang was no longer there, Su Ning also let go. She had been holding back for a long time, and had many questions she wanted to ask Ye Chen, but because her cousin Su Ning Shuang was there, Su Ning was afraid that Su Ning Shuang would beat her up, and had not dared to ask. Now that her cousin was not there, and only Ye Chen was alone, Su Ning was naturally not afraid. How do I know? Sort of because of my cousin. Ye Chen thought for a moment and replied, that's right. Su Ning nodded her head. Several people had been together for the past 2 days. Su Ning naturally knew Ye Chen and Zhao Shuxuan's relationship. Brother-in-law, then last night, did you and my sister sleep in the same room? Or did you sleep separately? Su Ning stared with big curious eyes and said mysteriously, last night, she was rather tired, so she went to rest first. Before she rested, Su Ning Shuang and Ye Chen were still chatting in the living room, and Su Ning didn't know the specifics afterward. This morning, she slept in, and when she got up, Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang had long since finished washing up. This question had plagued Su Ning for a day. Before, because her cousin was there, for the sake of her own little life, Su Ning did not dare to ask more. Now that only her brother-in-law was there, she was not afraid. Hearing Su Ning's question, Ye Chen twisted his head to look at Su Ning, who looked like a curious baby, and for a moment, his face was filled with black lines. What was this little ninny thinking about? Last night, of course school sister Su and I slept separately. Ye Chen was truthful. Originally, Ye Chen thought that if he said this, Su Ning's curiosity might be gone. He didn't expect that after hearing his answer, Su Ning spoke out of turn. You can't, brother-in-law. Su Ning had a disgusted look on her face. You don't believe me, brother-in-law? Hearing Su Ning's words, Ye Chen almost stumbled and slammed on the brakes. What did this little ninny mean? Yesterday, you and my sister were living in the same house, and you didn't even lay a hand on her. Brother-in-law, you're a beast. No, you're worse than a beast. Su Ning looked at Ye Chen with a face full of disgust and continued to spit. Fortunately, the front encountered a red light, and Ye Chen happened to stop. Otherwise, Ye Chen was afraid that he wouldn't be able to help himself and would directly stop on the side of the road and beat Su Ning up. After stopping the car, Ye Chen directly gave Su Ning a big brain crash. Ah! Su Ning covered her head and screamed miserably. What are you doing, brother-in-law? Are you annoyed because I told the truth? It's clearly you who can't. A beast. And you're still hitting me. I'm wronged. Ye Chen explained seriously. First, I'm not no good. I'm decent. Second, you are the one who is worse than a beast. Third, school sister Su and I are just friends now. Of course we can't do anything. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Su Linger couldn't help but feel emotional. Brother-in-law, originally I was just saying that, but I didn't expect you to be truly incapable. By now, even my sister hasn't been taken down. Su Linger looked like she felt sorry for Ye Chen. Brother-in-law, if I were you, I'm afraid my sister would have already started raising her fetus. Chapter 61, Brother-in-law, a long way to go. Su Linger continued to speak out of turn. Screw you, school sister Su and I have only known each other for a week or two. In that case, it's true that this can't raise a fetus. Su Linger thought seriously for a while. Brother-in-law, if I were you, I would have lived with my sister long ago. Su Linger reorganized her language. Brother-in-law, it's a long way to go, you have to work hard. Patting Ye Chen's shoulder, Su Linger said in a serious tone. Along the way, Su Linger sold her cousin Su Ning Shuang thoroughly, telling Ye Chen what his cousin liked, what she hated, and so on, in one brain. 20 minutes later, Ye Chen sent Su Linger to her home. Before getting out of the car, Su Linger didn't forget to exhort Ye Chen. Brother-in-law, cheer up, strive to take my sister down earlier. I'm watching you. After experiencing the events of these 2 days, Su Linger really recognized Ye Chen as her brother-in-law. If she hadn't recognized Ye Chen, Su Linger wouldn't have been able to joke around with Ye Chen so much, and even told Ye Chen all about her cousin's preferences. Good. Ye Chen didn't want to continue pestering with Su Linger, so he nodded his head in a coping manner. By the way, brother-in-law, I'll make some good plans in the next few days, and help you think of a few good ways to chase after my sister when the time comes. Just as Su Linger was about to close the car door, Su Linger suddenly said to Ye Chen, brother-in-law, I'll see you next weekend. I'll tell you the ideas I've thought of then. Su Linger specifically said to Ye Chen, I've helped you so much, don't forget to treat me to a big meal. No problem. Ye Chen was helpless and casually promised Su Linger. Then he took the initiative to close the car door for Su Linger and drove away. After returning home, Su Linger's mind began to frantically think about how to help her brother-in-law take down her cousin. If this thought of Su Linger's was known by Su Ning Shuang, Su Linger would definitely be fatally beaten by Su Ning Shuang. Are you my cousin? Or Ye Chen's cousin? Why are you always thinking of selling your sister? On the other hand, Ye Chen also returned to his villa in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace. Although he had only lived in this villa for a short while, there was a sense of home here. After returning, Ye Chen first came to his study and carefully put the Vajra pill that the game had sent him into the safe. This thing, he didn't need it at all. Well, putting things away, Ye Chen changed into a set of clothes and went to take a shower. After taking a bath, Ye Chen was eating fruits in the living room when he suddenly received an unfamiliar phone call. Ye Chen picked up the phone, and a somewhat familiar voice came from inside. May I ask if it's Mr. Yi? I'm Tian Wua from the White Cloud Vacation Villa. As soon as he came up, the person on the other side introduced himself. It turned out that he was the owner of White Cloud Vacation Villa. Tian go. So it's Mr. Tian, what's the matter? Knowing the other party's identity, Ye Chen asked. It's like this, Mr. Yi, I'm very sorry about last night. Tomorrow night I don't know if I have the time. I'd like to invite Mr. Yi for a meal. Tian Wu asked somewhat nervously, afraid that Ye Chen would refuse. Although he didn't ask Ye Chen for his contact information last night, as the owner of the White Cloud Vacation Villa, he easily found Ye Chen's phone number from the tourists' ticketing information. It was hard to get to know such a big shot as Mr. Yi, so he naturally had to strike while the iron was hot and make good friends with Mr. Yi. Tomorrow night? It can be. Ye Chen thought for a moment. He had no other arrangements for tomorrow night, so he agreed to Tian Wu. After all, he had just taken a set of vacation villa from someone, so it wasn't good to refuse. It was just a dinner anyway. Okay, Mr. Yi, we'll see you tomorrow night. Seeing Ye Chen agree, Tian Wu said with great excitement. After agreeing on the time and place for tomorrow night, Tian Wu hung up the phone consciously without disturbing Ye Chen. On the new day, Ye Chen went to school normally. At the same time that Ye Chen was attending classes, Dragon Tang Group was holding a small high-level meeting. Jiang Taiyuan, the president of Dragon Tang Group, and a few top executives, were chatting in the president's office. You guys should know that the third largest shareholder of our Dragon Tang Group has changed, Jiang Taiyuan said to the several top executives. Well, I just heard about it. I also just learned about it not long ago. The several executives nodded their heads. They had only heard the news earlier as well. This mysterious tycoon, Mr. Ye Chen, acquired 20% of our group's shares in one go. His strength is terrifying, Jiang Taiyuan said with emotion. Don't think that Jiang Taiyuan was the president of Dragon Tang Group and was the top shareholder. Jiang Taiyuan couldn't even rank in the top 5. He only owned 6% of Dragon Tang Group's shares. This is normal. For example, the well-known Xiao Ma. He wasn't the biggest shareholder of Beaver either, and only had single-digit shares. And Ma Tang of Penguin Group wasn't the biggest shareholder of Penguin either. The Dragon Group's largest shareholder was a large group in Hangzhou. However, this large conglomerate generally did not participate in the decision-making of Dragon Tang Group. The second largest shareholder, a 10 billionaire from Jiangzhou, held 23% of Dragon Tang Group's shares. With Ye Chen, the third largest shareholder, there was only a 3% difference in shares. In Dragon Tang Group, there was not much difference between the second and third largest shareholders. Now, the incredibly important third largest shareholder had changed. As the president of Dragon Tang Group, Zhang Taiyuan naturally had to attach great importance to it. If he had angered Mr. Ye was not without a way to remove himself from his position as president. Chapter 62 Shocked. Zhang Taiyuan decided to personally deliver that company equity transfer contract to General Yi. In this way, it would leave a good impression on Mr. Yi, and still let Mr. Yi know how much he valued him. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. After class, Ye Chen drove his car and went straight to the place he had arranged with Tianwu yesterday. It was a top-notch restaurant in Jiangzhou that Ye Chen hadn't been to before. On the other hand, in the restaurant, Tianwu and a few people dressed as old bosses were waiting quietly in a box. Old Tian, who exactly did you invite this time? Yeah, which big shot is it that's going to make us wait together? In the box, some people opened their mouths to inquire, curious as to who exactly Tianwu had invited today. Last night, Tianwu told them that he had invited a big shot for dinner and asked them to come along to make friends. Today, they hurriedly came. Unexpectedly, they had all arrived and the big shot hadn't even come yet. In addition to Tianwu, the few people in the private room were also the bosses of some companies in Jiangzhou, and were worth about the same as Tianwu. Even if one of them was the worst of the worst, their worth was $1 to $2 billion. Normally, it was never others who waited for them, but now they were actually asked to wait here. Thus, these people became intensely curious about the identity of the big shot Tianwu had invited. Which big shot? An odd smile surfaced on Tianwu's face. Since you guys want to know, then I'll tell you. The big shot I invited today is Ye Chen, General Manager Yi. Tianwu introduced. Ye Chen, General Manager Yi? Several people present had expressions of incomprehension and surprise on their faces. They hadn't heard of this General Manager Ye Chen Yi. General Manager Ye Chen Yi? Who is that? Tianwu said. You guys should have heard of it, right? A few days ago, the incident where Ma Jiangwen knelt down in public to apologize. This General Yi that I invited here today is the person that Ma Jiangwen knelt down to apologize to. Tianwu didn't hide anything and spoke directly to the crowd. What? This General Yi who came today is the one who Ma Jiangwen knelt down to apologize to? Of those present, there were two people who had heard of that incident. After learning that the person Tianwu had invited was actually the person Ma Jiangwen had knelt down to apologize to, they were surprised. However, there were two others who hadn't heard of the incident at all, and thus behaved generally. Uncle Tian, just directly say what this Ye Chen's identity is. Of the two people who hadn't heard of Ye Chen, a young man in his 20s or 80s opened the door. His name was Yan Hanlin, and he was the youngest among the few people present. He had only taken over the company from his father a few months ago, and was now in the ascendancy. Several people present, who were familiar with Yan Hanlin's father, called Yan Hanlin along today. Mr. Yi is the owner of the Yilin Brokerage Company, Tianwu explained. Yilin Brokerage Company? I so want to have heard of it. Yan Hanlin was caught up in thought. After a few seconds, Yan Hanlin came to a realization. Isn't that just a small company with total assets just reaching $1 billion? What kind of big shot can the owner of such a small company be? Yan Hanlin had a disdainful look on his face. He simply did not believe that this Ye Chen could make the titular Ma Jiangwen kneel down and apologize. Who was Ma Jiangwen? A billionaire with billions of dollars. Even if he met him, he would have to politely call out Uncle Ma. It's a rumor. When Mr. Yi comes in a while, be polite. Got it. Yan Hanlin nodded. Although he agreed with his mouth, he was still very unconvinced in his heart. He would have to see in a while what difference this Mr. What's his name Yi has. Just as several people were discussing, the door of the box was opened. Ye Chen walked in. Mr. Yi. After seeing Ye Chen, Tianwu hurriedly greeted him with a smile on his face. Mr. Yi. Hearing Tianwu's address, the other few people in the private room also guessed Ye Chen's identity. So this was that Ye Chen, General Manager Yi. So young General Manager Yi. General Manager Yi. The other few people also stood up and took the initiative to shake hands with Ye Chen. Very polite. The crowd took their seats. I don't know where Mr. Yi is employed? Yan Hanlin directly opened the door. Although the others felt that Yan Hanlin was a bit impolite, they did not stop them. To be honest, they were all curious about Ye Chen's exact identity. I'm still in college, and I currently manage the Yilin Brokerage Company, Ye Chen casually replied. Although Ye Chen had just become the third largest shareholder of Dragon Tang Group, He did not have any specific position in Dragon Tongue Group. Strictly speaking, the only thing Ye Chen was currently managing was the Art Forest Brokerage Company. As for the hotels, restaurants and whatnot under Ye Chen's name, they were all small industries and not worth mentioning. Hearing Ye Chen say this, Yan Hanlin was not as respectful towards Ye Chen. A small Yulin brokerage company's owner was nothing at all. Compared to his company, it was $3 to $4 billion worse. Welcome Mr. Ye's arrival. I propose that we toast Mr. Ye together. Tianwu stood up and said very enthusiastically, good idea. A few others picked up their wine cups and rose as well. On the scene, apart from Ye Chen, the only one who did not move was Yan Hanlin, who was still sitting there gracefully. Little Yan, Tianwu reminded. Uncle Tian, he's just the owner of a district Yulin brokerage company. He's not a big shot. He doesn't have any special background. What do I have to toast to him for? Yan Hanlin asked rhetorically. Suddenly, a knock on the door came. Knock knock knock. Enter. Tianwu thought it was a waiter and shouted. In the next second, the door to the box was pushed open, and a man who was unexpected to the crowd walked into the box. Looking at the man who walked in, everyone in the room was dumbfounded and had a shocked look on their faces. Even Yan Hanlin, who was sitting there with a cynical look on his face, was jolted when he saw the man who came in. In the next second, without the slightest hesitation, Yan Hanlin immediately stood up respectfully. Yan Hanlin's heart was incomparably stunned. Not only him, but the others present were also incomparably puzzled. What was the situation today? Why did this big brother come? Was he also invited by Tianwu? Associated with this, several guests looked at Tianwu with great admiration. To be able to invite such a guest, old Tian had recently taken off. Facing the eyes of several people, Tianwu shrugged his shoulders, also incredibly puzzled and confused. How could he invite such a big shot? Just as Tianwu was about to open his mouth and greet this big brother, a scene that everyone present never expected happened, only to see the big brother in their eyes walk straight to Ye Chen's face, then greet him very respectfully. Hello Mr. Yi, I am Jiang Taiyuan. It turned out that this man was no one else. It was really the president of Dragon Tang Group, Jiang Taiyuan. Oh, so it's Mr. Jiang. Ye Chen knew the identity of the visitor and opened his mouth. This morning, this Jiang Taiyuan had called Ye Chen. However, because Ye Chen was in class, he did not answer. In the afternoon, Jiang Taiyuan called again. Answering the call, Jiang Taiyuan introduced himself and said that he wanted to hand over the contract for transferring the shares of Dragon Tang Group to Ye Chen. He asked Ye Chen where he was and when he had time. It was already quite late, and Ye Chen still had an appointment with Tianwu. Therefore Ye Chen directly asked him to come here to find himself. Looking at this scene, everyone present was confused. What was this situation? Jiang always came to find Ye Chen? Although Jiang Taiyuan was not the major shareholder of the Dragon Tang Group, but as the president of a $10 billion conglomerate, this identity was also enough to make Tianwu, Yan Hanlin and the others look up to him. But now, it was such a big man who had come to actively look for Ye Chen. Mr. Yi, this is your equity transfer contract, please keep it. On the other side, Jiang Taiyuan handed over that 20% equity transfer contract of Dragon Tang Group to Ye Chen. Seeing this, the few people present were even more confused. Mr. Jiang, what is this? Eventually, Yan Hanlin couldn't hold back any longer and opened his mouth to ask. Mr. Yi acquired 20% of our Dragon Tang Group's shares, and is now one of our Dragon Tang Group's major shareholders. Jiang Taiyuan did not hide anything and said directly. Jiang Taiyuan's words exploded in the ears of several people. Rumble. What had they heard? Jiang Taiyuan said that Ye Chen had acquired 20% of Dragon Tang Group's shares and was now one of Dragon Tang Group's major shareholders? 20% of Dragon Tang Group's shares was almost equivalent to $2 billion. Everyone was deeply shocked. Those who could casually come up with $2 billion to acquire shares, their background in value, was absolutely terrifying. It turned out that they were wrong just now. This Mr. Yi was indeed a big shot. Tianwu had a proud face. His vision was still okay. Mr. Ye's identity was indeed terrifying. The other few people were relieved. They were incomparably glad that they had just toasted to General Manager Yi. On the scene, the only one who couldn't help it was Yan Hanlin, whose body couldn't help but keep trembling, and his forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Suffered. He was in big trouble. This Ye Chen was more than just the boss of Yilin Brokerage Company. To be able to easily acquire 20% of Dragon Tang Group's shares, could he be an ordinary person? Mr. Yi, just now, it was me who had the eyes to recognize MT. Tai. It was me who was not long-sighted. You mustn't be so general with me. Yan Hanlin immediately stood up and apologized to Ye Chen. Let's put it this way. Mr. Yi, I'll punish myself with 100 cups as an apology. I hope you'll forgive me. After saying that, Yan Hanlin began to pour the wine. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. When it came to 30 or so cups, Yan Hanlin couldn't take it anymore and immediately ran out and went to the restroom to vomit violently. But he didn't dare not to drink. In order to make Mr. Yi dissipate his anger, he couldn't give up. After vomiting, Yan Hanlin went back again. Back and forth, do not know how many times. Yan Hanlin finally finished 100 cups. After drinking, Yan Hanlin was directly carried away by the ambulance and sent to the hospital. While Yan Hanlin was drinking, Ye Chen and Zhang Taiyuan were chatting. From Zhang Taiyuan, Ye Chen knew some general information about the Dragon Group. Tomorrow morning, Ye Chen happened to have no classes, so he made an appointment with Zhang Taiyuan to go around Dragon Tang Group. After all, he was now one of the major shareholders of this $10 billion group, so there was a need to go and have a look. After chatting with Ye Chen for a while, Zhang Taiyuan left to make arrangements for tomorrow. As for Ye Chen, he ate his meal and left under the respectful escort of a few people from Tianwu. On the other side, in an ancient-style mansion that occupied a huge area, 2 middle-aged men were chatting, when one of them with a slightly chubby figure suddenly received a phone call. What? Only about 20 years old. Okay, I get it. Got it. After hanging up the phone, the slightly chubby man had a look of emotion on his face. Chapter 63 Unimaginable. The slightly chubby man's name was Wan Shangyang, a 10 billionaire in Zhangzhou. In addition to being a 10 billionaire, he also had a special identity, which was the second largest shareholder of the Dragon Tang Group. Old one, what's wrong? Another serious middle-aged man asked in surprise. It's like this, am I not the second largest shareholder of Dragon Tang Group? Yesterday, someone acquired 20% of Dragon Tang Group's shares and became the third largest shareholder of Dragon Tang Group. Wan Shangyang explained. What? The serious middle-aged man was incomparably surprised. Dragon Tang Group's market capitalization was around $10 billion. Acquiring 20% of Dragon Tang Group shares would be equivalent to $2 billion. Taking out $2 billion in one breath, even many tens of billions of billionaires might not be able to do it all at once. There was actually someone else in Zhangzhou who had such a large amount of money? This is nothing. What really surprised me is that this person who acquired 20% of Dragon Group shares is said to be a young man around 20 years old. Wan Shangyang stated the reason for his shock. What? Hearing this, even the always calm middle-aged man couldn't sit still. A young man in his 20s? A young man who took out $2 billion and acquired 20% of Dragon Tang Group shares? Are you kidding? There was a young man in Zhangzhou with such strong financial resources? To be able to easily take out $2 billion to acquire the shares of Dragon Tang Group, then how much is this young man worth? 10 billion? 20 billion? Or more? The serious middle-aged man didn't dare to continue thinking. Just now, Zhang Taiyuan went to meet this young man who acquired 20% of Dragon Tang Group's shares, and he's going to Dragon Tang Group tomorrow. Wan Shangyang pondered. At this moment, Wan Shangyang had a strong curiosity about this young man with great financial strength. It would be best if such a person could befriend him. Soon, Wan Shangyang had an idea. It had also been a long time since he had visited the Dragon Group, so tomorrow he would go as well. By the way, he would get to know this young man who had acquired 20% of Dragon Tang Group. Such a young man was worthy of his initiative to befriend. After making a decision, Wan Shangyang contacted Zhang Taiyuan to tell him that he was also going to Dragon Tang Group. Wan Shangyang had just hung up the phone when the serious-looking middle-aged man next to him couldn't help but speak. Old one, let me get to know this young man as well when you have the chance. He was curious about this young man who was financially strong and powerful. When did Zhangzhou have such a character? Don't worry, old Su, leave this matter to me. Wan Shangyang patted his chest and assured that it wasn't something very difficult. Then thank you very much. The serious middle-aged man old Su thanked. Out of the ordinary old Su, do you still need this between you and me? Wan Shangyang laughed. He had never been modest in what he did. A new day arrived. Ye Chen drove his Ferrari in order to keep a low profile and headed straight to Dragon Tang Group. When he arrived at Dragon Tang Group, Zhang Taiyuan and a group of company executives were already standing there waiting. Standing next to Zhang Taiyuan was a slightly chubby middle-aged man. Seeing Ye Chen get off the bus, other than this slightly fat middle-aged man, everyone else took the initiative to walk over. Good day, General Manager Yi, General Manager Yi, General Manager Yi. A group of executives from Dragon Tang Group stood in front of the company's door and greeted Ye Chen with incomparable politeness. Ye Chen nodded his head as a response. General Manager Yi, let me introduce you. Arriving in front of Ye Chen, Zhang Taiyuan pointed at the slightly chubby middle-aged man and said to Ye Chen, this is the second largest shareholder of our Dragon Tang Group. Mr. Wan, the second largest shareholder of Dragon Tang Group? Knowing the identity of the slightly chubby middle-aged man, Ye Chen was not particularly surprised. He had roughly guessed that just now. Even Zhang Taiyuan had taken the initiative to come over, but only the slightly chubby middle-aged man had not moved, and at a glance, he had a special identity. After Jiang Taiyuan finished speaking, Wan Xiangyang took the initiative to move forward and extended his hand. Ye Chen and Wan Xiangyang shook hands. Mr. Yi is indeed young and talented, a talented man, Wan Xiangyang said from the bottom of his heart. Although he knew that Ye Chen was young and had some mental preparation, after seeing Ye Chen with his own eyes, he was still unavoidably shocked in his heart. I'm afraid that this Mr. Yi was not even 20 years old. At less than 20 years old, he had easily acquired 20% of Dragon Tang Group's shares, simply terrifying as hell. Mr. Wan is polite, Ye Chen responded. As soon as I met with Mr. Yi, I felt very cordial. I'm a few years older than Mr. Yi, so I'll address him as elder brother Yi. Both were shareholders of Dragon Tang Group, and were considered to be their own people. Also, in order to make friends with Ye Chen, Wan Xiangyang purposely changed his address to become more cordial. If Wan Xiangyang's words spread out, he was afraid that it would cause a big earthquake in Jiangzhou. The hallowed Jiangzhou Big Brother level figure, Wan Xiangyang, who was worth tens of billions of dollars, even took the initiative to pull a relationship with a young man. This was simply unimaginable. Older brother Yi, don't be a stranger. Since people were so polite, Ye Chen could not refuse. Then I'll call elder brother Wan. Afterward, surrounded by a group of Dragon Tang Group executives, Ye Chen and Wan Xiangyang walked into the Dragon Tang Group together. Together, Wan Xiangyang and Jiang Taiyuan acted as guides for Ye Chen, and took a general tour of the Dragon Tang Group before arriving at the group's conference room. Jiang Taiyuan presided, and first Wan Xiangyang, who was the second largest shareholder of the group, spoke. Wan Xiangyang only said a few words, mostly welcoming Ye Chen. Then it was Ye Chen's turn, and Ye Chen also said a few words to cope with the situation. After the meeting, Wan Xiangyang and Ye Chen both chatted in the office. During this time, Wan Xiangyang took the initiative to invite Ye Chen to his home for tea in the afternoon. Wan Xiangyang was very enthusiastic, so Ye Chen could not refuse, so he agreed. After agreeing on a good time, Ye Chen separated from Wan Xiangyang. As soon as Wan Xiangyang returned to his villa, he immediately dialed Old Su's phone. Old Su, do you have time this afternoon? I've done that thing you entrusted me with. I'm inviting old brother Yi to come to my house for tea this afternoon. On the other side of the phone, Old Su thought for a moment. I'll postpone the afternoon a bit. I'll arrive this afternoon. Old Su was curious about this Mr. Yi, so he immediately said that he would definitely be there in the afternoon. In the afternoon, early in the morning, Old Su arrived at Wan Xiangyang's villa and waited. 10 minutes later, a knock came on the door. Wan Xiangyang personally went to open the door. As soon as the villa door opened, what met his eyes was none other than Ye Chen. Elder brother Yi is here. Please come in. Wan Xiangyang warmly invited Ye Chen in. Hearing this, Old Su also stood up. Old Su, let me introduce you. This is the general manager Yi, old brother Yi, that I mentioned. Wan Xiangyang introduced Ye Chen to Old Su. Elder brother Yi, this is my friend, Old Su, general manager Yi. Old Su was just about to open his mouth, but was interrupted by Wan Xiangyang. Chapter 64. Ye Chen wants to take schoolgirl Su to a hotel. It's too raw to call Mr. Yi. Wan Xiangyang opened his mouth. Mr. Yi is young and talented, with a great appearance. Awesome. Old Su opened his mouth. Very polite. Let's do it this way. If Mr. Yi doesn't mind, let's be on equal footing. Right, this is best. Next to him, Wan Xiangyang concurred. Ye Chen was originally hesitant, but this Mr. Su was too polite and gracious, so Ye Chen could not refuse. Old brother Yi. Old Su warmly shook Ye Chen's hand. Old brother Su. Wan Xiangyang invited the two guests to sit down. This is the superb great red robe that I managed to get with great difficulty. If not for old brother Ye's visit today, I wouldn't be able to bring it out. Wan Xiangyang took the initiative to pour tea for Ye Chen. That's right. Today I also dipped into old brother Ye's light before I had the honor of tasting tea from old Wan's collection. Old Su said with great emotion. Sipping tea, the three of them chatted for a while, and the relationship between them also got a bit closer. Hey, Ye old brother is young and promising. My family's daughter and Ye old brother should not be too far apart in age, but the achievements are far worse than Ye old brother. Saying that, old brother Su very much sighed a sentence. The niece is also very outstanding. Like old brother Yi, it's rare to meet one in 100 years. Wan Xiangyang said with incomparable emotion. Back then, when he was about the same age as elder brother Yi, he barely managed to open a small company with 5 or 6 people with his family's financial support and connections. But now, Yi elder brother could already easily acquire the shares of Dragon Tang Group. This is the gap. Elder brother Wan is flattered. Being said so by Wan Xiangyang, even Ye Chen was a little embarrassed. AI, old brother Yi is indeed outstanding. Old brother Su also opened his mouth and praised Ye Chen for a while. Right, old Su, niece's birthday should be soon, right? Suddenly thinking of something, Wan Xiangyang asked curiously. Soon. Old brother Su nodded. Last time on my niece's birthday, I was out of town. This time I will definitely make up for it with a great gift for my niece. Wan Xiangyang opened his mouth. Wan Xiangyang and old Su were old friends. If it wasn't for the fact that both of their children were daughters, I'm afraid that they would have been betrothed long ago. This is what you said. Old Su opened his mouth. Of course, my niece's birthday. How can I, as an uncle, not go? Wan Xiangyang said with conviction. Right, old brother Yi. Why don't you come along then? Old brother Su invited Ye Chen. At that time, I'll also introduce you guys to each other. As Uncle Yi, in the future, you'll have to take care of your niece. Elder brother Su said purposely, in order to make his daughter's network wider. Su Lao brother wanted his daughter to get to know this Uncle Yi, while old brother Su was talking about his daughter. Jiangzhou University. Su Ning Shuang couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Ning Shuang, what's wrong with you? Zhao Shushan next to her was surprised and asked, are you sick? Catching a cold? Nothing, I don't know what's wrong. Su Ning Shuang shrugged her shoulders, not knowing why she suddenly sneezed. Wan Xiangyang Villa, being said so by Su's oldest brother. Ye Chen could not refuse. Good, on my niece's birthday, I, the uncle, will definitely go. Then I will thank old brother Yi for my daughter. Old brother Su toasted Ye Chen with tea instead of wine. It was almost time. Ye Chen got up and said goodbye to Wan Xiangyang and old brother Su. Wan Xiangyang and old brother Su purposely sent Ye Chen out. Right, Yi old brother, what's your WeChat? I'll add it. When Ye Chen was ready to leave, Wan Xiangyang suddenly asked. Ye Chen took out his cell phone and added WeChat with Wan Xiangyang to each other. Next to him, Su Lao Di saw Wan Xiangyang add it, so he didn't take the initiative to add it. And when the time came, he would just let old Wan give himself a push. After adding Wan Xiangyang's WeChat, Ye Chen then drove away. Wan Xiangyang and old brother Su walked into the villa. Old Wan, don't forget to push elder brother Ye's WeChat to me. Old brother Su casually said. What? What did you say? Wan Xiangyang looked like he didn't hear. I said that you push ye old brother's WeChat to me in a while. Elder brother Su said it carefully. What did you say? I didn't hear it. Maybe there's something wrong with my ears. Wan Xiangyang had an expression that he still didn't hear it and had problems with his ears. Being said so by Wan Xiangyang, old brother Su's face changed slightly. There was something wrong with this old Wan. Just now, he was pretending not to hear? What is he going to do? Old Wan, what are you up to? Old brother Su, who knew Wan Xiangyang very well, directly asked. He. Wan Xiangyang smiled mysteriously and didn't hide it. I'm going to push WeChat over to my daughter-in-law, so that she takes the initiative to add old brother Yi. Ha! Elder brother Su cried and laughed. People's elder brother Yi treats you as his elder brother, but you want to be someone's father-in-law? Hey, I also have no choice. My daughter, she hasn't had a boyfriend in 4 years of college, and she's about to graduate. Can I not be anxious? Wan Xiangyang said very helplessly. Even as a 10 billionaire, he was helpless in the face of such a thing. Old Su, you're not allowed to rob with me. In the next second, Wan Xiangyang looked at old Su with a wary face. My niece is only in her second year of college today. She's still young. My daughter will graduate from college soon. I think that old brother Yi is incomparably excellent and is a good match for my daughter. Wan Xiangyang asked. By the way, when you invited elder brother Yi to your niece's birthday banquet, did you also have this idea? Che, who thinks as much as you do? Old Su shrugged helplessly. I am really treating old brother Yi as a forgotten friend, and just simply want my daughter to get to know this Uncle Yi, turning old brother Yi into a son-in-law. How is that possible? I'm not that kind of person, old Su said with conviction. That's good. I won't push you on WeChat for old brother Yi. If there's anything, you find me and I'll contact old brother Yi, Wan Xiangyang said very vigilantly. Seeing Wan Xiangyang say this, old Su didn't pester him anymore. He really looked at Yi old brother as an old brother, and didn't have a single thought of turning Yi old brother into a son-in-law. This old Wan Ah. On the other hand, Ye Chen returned to school in the afternoon. He still had one more class at around 4 in the afternoon. He was just in time to rush back. This weekend, in addition to the Dragon Group, Ye Chen also got a 5-star hotel, the Roman International Hotel. Tonight, it was just the right time to check it out and have dinner on the way. From the information he had checked before, the restaurant at the Roman International Hotel was good. Don't think that 5-star hotels were just places to sleep and rest. The restaurants within many famous 5-star hotels in China were also very famous, such as the Peninsula Hotel in Magic City, the Four Seasons Hotel in Yanjing, and so on. The restaurant at the Roman International Hotel is good. Well, it's decided. For today's dinner, we'll go to the Romaine International Hotel to eat. Ye Chen got out of class and prepared to leave. Unintentionally, Ye Chen met Su Ning Shuang, who was walking over. What are we going to eat tonight? Su Ning Shuang muttered in a small voice. as if she was torn over this big event that she had to worry about every day. School sister Su was fretting about what to eat for dinner. Why don't you join us? Happening to encounter Su Ning Shuang, Ye Chen asked. Only then did Su Ning Shuang notice Ye Chen not far in front of her. Yeah, Su Ning Shuang nodded her head. It just so happened that she was fretting about what to eat. Since school brother Yi said so, she didn't need to agonize anymore. School brother Yi, where are we going at night? Su Ning Shuang asked curiously. At night, we'll go to Roman International Hotel. Ye Chen opened his mouth. Next to him, a few of Ye Chen's classmates had just finished packing their things and walked out from the classroom. They happened to hear Ye Chen's words. When they noticed who Ye Chen was speaking to, these few people were directly dumbfounded. What? What did they hear just now? Ye Chen was actually going to take schoolgirl Su to a hotel? Chapter 65. Is this what a high and mighty schoolgirl should say? The several students stood straight in place as if they had been struck by lightning. Several people were deeply shocked. It was said that Ye Chen and schoolflower Su had an uncomplicated relationship, and it was very likely that they would become a couple. Unexpectedly, it had already developed to this point? Was Ye Chen so direct? Originally, they thought that it would be fine if Ye Chen said so, but they never expected that Su Ning Shuang's next sentence would make them even more dumbfounded. Roman International Hotel? Hearing what Ye Chen said, Su Ning Shuang replied, it's quite good there. We can go there a few more times. As a rich girl, Su Ning Shuang had naturally been to the Roman International Hotel's restaurant several times with her friends. It was said that the chef of the Romaine International Hotel was specially invited from the Magic City, and his cooking skills were top-notch. Su Ning Shuang felt that the flavor was very good. That was why she told Ye Chen that the two of them could go there a few more times when they had the chance. However, Su Ning Shuang's words, when they fell into the ears of the few people next to her, they changed flavor. Oh my god? The perception of Ye Chen's few classmates was further refreshed. What had they just heard? The hallowed, high and cold schoolflower, school sister Su, actually said to Ye Chen that a hotel was good, and even said that she could go there a few more times? Hiss. Sucking in a mouthful of cool air, they felt as if their worldview had collapsed. Was this something that a high-strung schoolgirl should say? How was it that the high-cool schoolgirl in front of them, when she came in front of Ye Chen, was like a little girl in the throes of love? Could it be that this was the taste of love, which could make a high-cooled schoolgirl become incredibly passionate? Of course, to only one person. Admirable, admirable. At this moment, several people admired Ye Chen. Everyone was a freshman and hadn't been enrolled for long. They hadn't even recognized all the girls in their class, and the other person had already teased the high and cold schoolflower into their hands. Why was there such a big gap between people? Hey, Ye Chen was really too strong. Without paying attention to these few people, Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang chatted as they walked. Senior brother Yi, wait for me. I'll go to the dormitory building to change my clothes first. Su Ning Shuang said to Ye Chen. Good. Ye Chen nodded his head, looking at Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang who were walking away. A few of Ye Chen's classmates were envious to the extreme. Great God, accept my obeisance. Please pass on to me the secret of chasing after the schoolgirl. On the other hand, after separating from Ye Chen, Su Ning Shuang arrived at the dormitory. Opening the door to her room, Su Ning Shuang hurriedly walked in and started rummaging through her clothes. Zhao Shuxian had also just returned and was putting things away. Looking at Su Ning Shuang's anxious appearance, Zhao Shuxian was curious. Just now during class, wasn't Ning Shuang still fine? Not seen for such a while. What's wrong? Ning Shuang, what's wrong with you? Zhao Shuxian asked with concern. Nothing. I'm looking for the set of clothes I bought earlier. I'll go out and wear them later. Su Ning Shuang explained. Not long ago, she had bought a beautiful set of clothes that she had never worn. On the way back to her dorm room, Su Ning Shuang thought for a long time about what to wear in a while, and hesitated for a while before choosing it. Going out in a while? With whom? Zhao Shuxian was a little curious. I'll go out with Ye Chen in a while. While looking for clothes, Su Ning Shuang replied. With Ye Chen? Zhao Shuxian immediately became interested, a fire of gossip burning thickly. These two people, before, when they met, they were still shy, asking her to maneuver between them. Now even has left her. Himself began dating Hey, men I really have an object. Forget their own relatives. Forget yourself this cousin I worked so hard to introduce Ning Shuang to him. At that time, he promised himself that he would bring himself a big meal. Now, when he is with Ning Shuang, he has forgotten all about his promise to her as his cousin. It's true that even big men don't stay in the middle. What are you guys going to do? Although she somewhat complained about Ye Chen, forgetting to take herself out for a big meal, after knowing that the two of them, Ye Chen and Su Ning Shuang, were going out alone, Zhao Shuxian was still very happy. She was very much looking forward to the day when Ning Shuang called herself cousin. We're going to the Roman International Hotel. Su Ning Shuang, who was looking for clothes, casually replied. Put. Zhao Shuxian, who had just taken a sip of water, directly sprayed it out. What? What did she hear? That guy Ye Chen was going to take Ning Shuang to Roman International Hotel? The speed at which these two were developing was too fast. Ning Shuang, what's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable? Realizing that Zhao Shuxian had actually sprayed water out, Su Ning Shuang hurriedly asked, fearing that Zhao Shuxian had gotten sick. Nothing. Zhao Shuxian hurriedly shook her head, afraid of delaying the two's good deed. Ning Shuang, you also need to pay attention. This Ye Chen kid, he's very bad, Zhao Shuxian said if she had a point. Although Ye Chen was his cousin, Ning Shuang was also his good girlfriend. Isn't it a bit too fast for Ye Chen to take down Ning Shuang now? Although she also hoped that Ye Chen and Ning Shuang could get together, the two had only known each other for half a month. Hearing Zhao Shuxian say this, Su Ning Shuang was astonished. Is schoolmate Yi bad? I think schoolmate Yi is very good, Su Ning Shuang retorted. Having known schoolmate Yi for a while, she felt that schoolmate Yi's character was very good, and he was very responsible and bold. Fine, Zhao Shuxian shrugged. Since Ning Shuang had said so, she couldn't afford to continue. Right, Shu Xian, do you want to go together? Suddenly, Su Ning Shuang invited. Shu Xian was Ye Chen's cousin, and she shouldn't have eaten either, so let's go eat together. What? Hearing Su Ning Shuang's invitation, Zhao Shuxian almost jumped up. What the hell? Ye Chen and Ning Shuang went to the hotel. What was she doing together? Being a light bulb and eating dog food? Over the weekend, she had already eaten enough, and it wasn't like going by herself. No go. Zhao Shuxian hastily shook her head. Fine, Su Ning Shuang said with some pity. After changing clothes, Su Ning Shuang said bye to Zhao Shuxian and left. After watching Ning Shuang leave and hesitating for a moment, Zhao Shuxian dialed Ye Chen's phone. What's up, sis? The call was answered, and Ye Chen's voice came through. Brat, I'm warning you, don't bully Ning Shuang in a while, Zhao Shuxian specifically instructed. How could I? I'm a decent person, Ye Chen retorted. A decent person? Ha, Zhao Shuxian sneered. She didn't believe Ye Chen's bull *******. If Ye Chen was a decent person, then there was no decent person in the world. In the end, with a cruel heart, Zhao Shuxian specifically admonished Ye Chen, pay attention to safety. Don't worry, sis, I'm a pretty good driver. He himself had gotten top-notch car skills from the game, so it was impossible to have problems. Safety, no need to worry. Still saying you're decent? Bye. Spitting out a sentence, Zhao Shuxian hung up the phone. On the other side, Ye Chen had a questioning look on his face. What's wrong with his old sister? Chapter 66. This kind of distress. In addition to Ye Chen, and how many people can understand it? He honestly waited for Sister Su to go to dinner. How is not a serious person? Could it be because he didn't call her to go eat with him and blame himself? Ye Chen could not understand. Forget it this time. Next time call her out and treat her to a big meal as compensation. Ye Chen muttered. It was already too late to invite his old sister now. It was better to next time, specifically invite her. Not long after, Su Ning Shuang came. Bringing Su Ning Shuang with him, Ye Chen went straight to the Roman International Hotel. After arriving at the hotel, Ye Chen, who was the owner of the hotel, seemed like a stranger. It was only under Su Ning Shuang's leadership that he arrived at the hotel's restaurant. After eating, Ye Chen left with Su Ning Shuang and did not go to meet the hotel's manager. This time, he was not here to inspect his work. He just got this 5-star hotel and was curious to take a look. By the way, he had a meal and tasted how it tasted. It was not bad. Ye Chen was still satisfied. After sending Su Ning Shuang back to school, Ye Chen returned to his villa. The next day, there were no classes in the afternoon, and after leaving the school, Ye Chen went straight to the Yilin brokerage company. It had been a while since he had visited it himself. I wondered what the situation was with Yilin now. Having annexed some of the interests of the rival Far Yin brokerage, Yilin should be flourishing right now. Moreover, Ye Chen had another reason for going to the Yilin brokerage company. He wanted to check on the situation of his employee, Bai Han Yen. That long-term challenge worth $15 billion. Ye Chen still remembered it. As long as he trained Bai Han Yen to become a top singer, he himself would obtain 51% of the shares of the Holy See Entertainment Group, one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the country. This 51% of shares was almost equivalent to $10.5 billion. If Ye Chen could take this $15 billion, even if he could not be the richest man in Zhangzhou, there was absolutely no problem in becoming the top tycoon, the top big shot in Zhangzhou. Arriving at the company, Ye Chen went straight to the general manager's office. General Manager Yi, what brings you here? After seeing Ye Chen, Yang Xuemin, who was originally in the office, stood up immediately. Nothing special. I came to see how the company is doing recently, Ye Chen asked. Mr. Yi, the company has been doing well lately. Because of the Far Yen brokerage company, our Yilan, Yang Shuemin reported to Ye Chen. Yang Shuemin said a lot. The most important thing was that the total assets of the current Yilan brokerage company had been raised and was close to $1 billion. This was what Ye Chen was concerned about. Ye Chen nodded with more satisfaction. Right. How is Bai Han Yen doing recently? Ye Chen asked curiously. Bai Han Yen has developed well, and has successfully ranked as one of the big anchors of Shark Live, and now we're preparing for, and operating, Bai Han Yan's jitterbug. Yang Shuemin opened his mouth. This kind of thing, the company's people were more professional, so Ye Chen did not continue to ask in detail. After chatting, Ye Chen left. On the other side, Ye Chen took a look at Bai Han Yen. It wasn't the time for the live broadcast. Bai Han Yen was in class. The Yilan brokerage company had specially hired a professional to teach Bai Han Yen how to sing. Seeing Ye Chen come over, Bai Han Yen immediately greeted with excitement. Mr. Yi. Bai Han Yen had always been very grateful to Ye Chen. If it wasn't for General Manager Yi giving her this opportunity, she would never be able to realize her ideal. After chatting with Bai Han Yen for a few moments, Bai Han Yen invited Ye Chen to have coffee tomorrow. Ye Chen agreed. Bai Han Yen had to attend class, so Ye Chen didn't continue to chat. Separating from Bai Han Yen, Ye Chen left the Yilan brokerage company and returned to the villa. Previously, he had done a lot of challenges for the 3,000 a month. I'm the richest man in the world game, both big and small. After the challenges were completed, in addition to those rewards, Ye Chen also gained various experience values and point rewards. Ye Chen hadn't been looking at it specifically. Now that some time had passed, Ye Chen was curious as to how much experience value and points he had. His player level, the mall level, should have been raised soon. Now, although the mall was being updated every day, could Ye Chen's worth? The things in the one-star mall no longer attracted Ye Chen's attention too much. Sitting on the sofa, Ye Chen studied the game. First, Ye Chen found the player level and opened it. Player level, LV1, 91 out of 100. Ye Chen had already accumulated 91 points of experience value, and was only 9 points short of being able to upgrade and become an honorable LV2 player. At that time, one could purchase 2 products at a time in the mall. Ye Chen found the mall level again and opened it. Mall rank, 1-star mall, 47/50ths. Ye Chen's mall level was a little higher than the player level. Right now, it was only 3 points short of being upgraded to a 2-star mall. Once it was upgraded to a 2-star mall, not only would the goods within the mall be upgraded to 5, more importantly, the value of the commodities within the mall would also be raised several times. This was the most important thing. Ye Chen was very curious as to what the upgraded 2-star mall would have. Right now, what Ye Chen was most looking forward to was to quickly raise the level of the mall, as well as the player level. Just as Ye Chen was about to close the game suddenly popped up a pop-up window. A new challenge had appeared. Chapter 67 Unbelievable. Challenge release. A brokerage company wants to dig Bai Han Yen. Although Bai Han Yen disagrees, the other party has been pestering to keep their employees and their $15 billion. Challenge reward. A high-grade residential building. Experience value +9. Mall points +3. Seeing this challenge, Ye Chen instantly came into the spirit. Surprisingly, there was a company that wanted to poach their own employees, and it was still Bai Han Yen. This could not be tolerated. This was about his own long-term challenge worth $15 billion. After reading what the task of this challenge was, Ye Chen suddenly noticed the reward of the challenge. A residential building which was nothing, probably worth around a small few hundred million. Ye Chen didn't really value it too much. What Ye Chen really valued was the other rewards of this challenge. 9 points of experience value and 3 points of mall points. With these 9 points of experience value, Ye Chen's player level would be able to go from LV1 to an honorable LV2 player. And with 3 mall points, Ye Chen's mall would be upgraded to a 2-star mall. The value of the things inside would even increase by nearly 10 times, compared to a residential building. This was the most important thing. I'll have to ask Bai Han Yen tomorrow, Ye Chen muttered. Tomorrow, Bai Han Yen asked herself to have coffee and chat about the recent situation, so Ye Chen could take this time to ask about the specifics. In fact, even if there wasn't that 15 billion reward, other companies came to dig for Bai Han Yen. Bai Han Yen refused, and the other party continued to pester. Ye Chen wouldn't care. Bai Han Yen was an employee that he had promoted himself. Last time, because of Ling Ziel's things, Ye Chen felt that Bai Han Yen is a kind, righteous person, such an employee, worthy of their own training. In the afternoon of the next day, Ye Chen drove into the Koenigsegg and went straight to the cafe that he had arranged with Bai Han Yen. On the other side, Bai Han Yen had already arrived at the cafe. She didn't have a car herself and was afraid of coming too late and being late, so she came early. How could she not let Mr. Yi wait for her? This time, In order to express her importance and gratitude to Mr. Yi, Bai Hanyan specially chose a high-grade cafe that she normally wouldn't dare to come to. Not long after Bai Hanyan sat down, a very rich middle-aged woman walked over. "Ms. Bai, we meet again. What a coincidence." With a very coincidental look, the middle-aged woman took the initiative to greet Bai Hanyan. After seeing this middle-aged woman, Bai Hanyan's face changed. How was it her again? Was she stalking herself? Bai Hanyan didn't believe that the other party and herself were meeting by chance. The middle-aged woman's name was Zhang Xiaoran, and she was a director of the Pishy brokerage company. A few days ago, Zhang Xiaoran suddenly found her, saying that Pishy brokerage valued her and wanted to poach her. For this reason, Zhang Xiaoran even offered generous conditions. Although Zhang Xiaoran's conditions were generous, Bai Hanyan still rejected her. Even now, she was considered one of the big anchors of Shark Live and had quite a few fans. However, she knew that she could have everything she had now because of Mr. Ye's favoritism, and if it wasn't for Mr. Yi, there wouldn't be her current achievements. If it wasn't for Mr. Yi, she was afraid that she had already been fired from the company for offending Ling Ziel, and was still running around, looking for a job. She was a person who knew how to repay. From the bottom of her heart, she was grateful to Mr. Ye Chen. Mr. Ye Chen had helped her so much, she was willing to repay Mr. Yi tenfold. No matter what conditions the other party offers, she will not agree. Originally, Bai Hanyan thought that after she rejected Zhang Xiaoran would give up, but never thought that Zhang Xiaoran not only did not give up, but instead became more enthusiastic and took the initiative to contact herself every day. Even if she had blacked her out, she would still change her number and contact herself. It was as if Zhang Xiaoran had wrapped herself around her. How could she shake it off? She couldn't get rid of it. Director Zhang, I've already told you that I won't leave Yilin Agency. Bai Hanyan was very helpless and said to Zhang Xiaoran once again, "Bai Beauty, don't be in a hurry to reject me. Listen to me about my conditions first." Zhang Xiaoran directly sat down on the opposite side. "First, the conditions I said before, double it again. As long as you're willing, we, Pishy Brokerage, can offer you a $30 million contract for only 3 years. This is equivalent to $10 million a year, which is very high. And if you endorse a game or something, we will only take 30%. 70% of the endorsement fee goes to you. Our Pishy brokerage company will also focus on cultivating you, training you to become the top anchor of Shark Live, a sister, or even out of the circle, into the entertainment industry. Becoming a big star is not impossible." In order to make Bai Hanyan's heart move, Zhang Xiaoran drew a big pie for Bai Hanyan. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Bai Hanyan refused without hesitation. "You must be worried that if you leave the Yilin brokerage, the Yilin brokerage will make you pay a huge amount of liquidated damages." Zhang Xiaoran spoke again. "That liquidated damages, we at the other side brokerage company can help you out. And you don't have to worry about the boss of Yilin retaliating against you. We know that Yilin's boss, that what's his name, he always has a background. But behind our Pishan brokerage company, we also have the support of a big shot," Zhang Xiaoran said with conviction. "Director Zhang, I don't have half a mind to leave Yilin." Bai Hanyan continued to refuse. Bai Hanyan had just finished speaking when Ye Chen happened to walk over. General Manager Yi. After seeing Ye Chen, Bai Hanyan immediately got up and greeted Ye Chen. "Aha." Ye Chen nodded and suddenly noticed the middle-aged woman opposite Bai Hanyan and asked curiously, "This one is?" Bai Hanyan walked next to Ye Chen and explained to him in a low voice. Hearing Bai Hanyan finish, Ye Chen understood. It turned out that this middle-aged woman was the person who wanted to poach Ye Chen and pry away Bai Hanyan's economic company, as stated on the game. Seeing Bai Hanyan and Ye Chen finish, Zhang Xiaoran also stood up. "This is Mr. Yi, right? Nice to meet you." Zhang Xiaoran greeted Ye Chen, but was not intimidated. Her company's boss, Mr. Dai, that was a Jiangzhou big shot. Pan Tianwan, Mr. Pan's brother-in-law. Who was Pan Tianwan? That was a real big shot. His value was even closer to $8 billion. "Mr. Yi, I want to dig Bai Hanyan." Zhang Xiaoran suddenly spoke. "Really? What does Bai Hanyan think?" "Mr. Yi, I don't want to and leave Yilin." Bai Hanyan immediately opened her mouth. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoran's face changed. "Mr. Yi, this matter is our general manager Dai's intention." Zhang Xiaoran directly brought out their boss, as well as Pan Tianwan, the man behind the Pishy brokerage company, to scare Ye Chen. Mr. Dai did this even more because of Pan Tianwan. Mr. Pan's idea. "Elder brother Yi?" Zhang Xiaoran's words were only half said when a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. The few people turned their heads to look, only to see that behind them, a slightly chubby middle-aged man was standing there with a smile on his face. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Zhang Xiaoran froze like a wooden chicken. "My goodness, Why is this big brother here? Zhang Xiaoran covered his mouth with an unbelievable look. Such a big brother. Not to mention himself, even their general manager Dai didn't have the chance to see him. But now, this big brother was actually standing in front of him alive. Zhang Xiaoran's entire body was dumbfounded. Elder brother Yi, why are you here? The slightly chubby middle-aged man came forward and greeted Ye Chen very warmly. This middle-aged man was no one else, but the second largest shareholder of Dragon Tang Group, Wan Xiangyang. Yi, old brother? Zhang Xiaoran, who was originally shocked by the sight of Wan Xiangyang, was even more stunned to the extreme now that she heard Wan Xiangyang address Ye Chen. What? What had she heard? The hallowed Jiangzhou big brother level figure, Wan Xiangyang, was actually calling Ye Chen as elder brother Yi? How was this possible? Originally, Zhang Xiaoran thought that it was already unbelievable for Wan Xiangyang to address Ye Chen in such a manner. But in the next second, Ye Chen's words made Zhang Xiaoran almost fail to stand still. So it's old brother Wan. Ye Chen also took a few steps forward and greeted Wan Xiangyang. Wan, elder brother Wan? This Ye Chen, calling Wan Xiangyang as old brother Wan? And Wan Xiangyang didn't have a hint of anger. Instead, he was very happy. Ye Chen and Wan Xiangyang, the two of them were actually equals and friends. Zhang Xiaoran had the look of having seen a ghost, shocked to the point where he couldn't be shocked anymore. One was a towering figure, a big shot worth over $10 billion. One was a young man around 20 years old, the owner of a small company. It turned out that the two people with a big gap in their identities were actually on equal footing. This is too horrible. You have to know. Not to mention them, Mr. Dai, even the Pan Tianwan behind their agency, Mr. Pan, would have to respectfully call out Mr. Wan when he met Wan Xiangyang. To be on the same level as Wan Xiangyang, even Mr. Pan was not worthy. But now, this Ye Chen had done it. If this matter was spread out, I'm afraid it would cause a major earthquake in Jiangzhou. Gulp, gulp. Zhang Xiaoran swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva in fear. To be able to be on equal footing with the titular Wan Xiangyang, wouldn't this Ye Chen's identity be more or less the same as Wan Xiangyang's? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoran almost had a myocardial infarction and directly passed his back. To be so young and have an identity similar to Wan Xiangyang, just how terrifying was this General Ye's background? Zhang Xiaoran didn't dare to continue imagining it. It's too scary, too terrifying. She had just disrespected such a big shot. Zhang Xiaoran's body couldn't help but tremble as cold sweat broke out. Originally, Wan Xiangyang had some things to do here today, but he didn't expect that when he just came in, he saw Ye Chen. So Wan Xiangyang took the initiative to come over and greet Ye Chen. After chatting with Ye Chen for a few moments, Wan Xiangyang looked towards Bai Hanyan and Zhang Xiaoran. These two are? Wan Xiangyang asked curiously. This is my employee, and this is someone from the Pishy brokerage company. Ye Chen introduced them to Wan Xiangyang. Knowing Bai Hanyan's identity, Wan Xiangyang nodded slightly, after which, Wan Xiangyang turned his head to look at Zhang Xiaoran. Right, just now I seem to hear you say Pan Tianwan from afar. What happened to Pan Tianwan? LOL. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoran's heart directly raised to his throat. Pan Tianwan Pan has long heard of Mr. Ye's great name, and also looks up to Mr. Yi, and wants to pay a visit to Mr. Yi. Zhang Xiaoran's mind turned quickly and immediately changed his mouth. Really? Wan Xiangyang was not quite convinced. I don't care what Pan Tianwan wants to do. If he dares to target elder brother Yi, then he is against my old Wan. I will accompany him to the end. Wan Xiangyang warned. Don't dare. Don't dare. Zhang Xiaoran was so frightened that she could barely stand. At this moment, her mind was blank. What thoughts of digging up by Han Yanyan and suppressing the Yilan agency were all left behind her. Right now, what Zhang Xiaoran wanted was to leave and quickly go inform General Manager Dai, as well as General Manager Pan. Let the two of them prepare to go and apologize to this General Manager Ye Chen Yi, to make amends and apologize for their sins. Otherwise, it would really be over. Once Mr. Yi started to get angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was even no need for General Manager Yi to get angry. Just a word from Wan Xiangyang would be all they needed to eat. Let's go. Let's go. Wan Xiangyang did not want to see Zhang Xiaoran and directly waved his hand in disgust. Thank you, Mr. Wan. Zhang Xiaoran was like being pardoned. However, before she left, she deliberately bowed and apologized to Ye Chen and Bai Hanyan. Mr. Yi, MS. Bai. I'm sorry, just now, I had eyes but didn't recognize MT. Tai. Please forgive both of you. After that, I will never appear in front of the two of you and dirty your eyes. After saying that, Zhang Xiaoran left in a hurry. Seeing Zhang Xiaoran walk away, Bai Hanyan also let out a sigh of relief. It looked like she didn't have to worry about being pestered by Zhang Xiaoran afterward. This time, it was thanks to Mr. Yi. She owed Mr. Yi too much. How could she repay him? Bai Hanyan was even more grateful to Ye Chen in her heart. Right, elder brother Yi, has anyone added your WeChat recently? Suddenly, Wan Xiangyang asked curiously, add me on WeChat? Ye Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. That's right, Wan Xiangyang nodded. That daughter of his he had already pushed elder brother Ye's WeChat to his daughter, letting her take the initiative to add elder brother Ye's WeChat, even if it's good to get acquainted. It seems that his daughter has not acted. After going back, he must urge. Wan Xiangyang thought in his heart. Ye old brother continue to be busy. I will leave first. Wan Xiangyang had something to do, and after chatting with Ye Chen for a few moments, he took the initiative to say goodbye. Elder brother Wan, take care. Ye Chen said politely and said goodbye to Wan Xiangyang. After Wan Xiangyang left, Ye Chen sat down again. At this time, Ye Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Ye Chen opened his cell phone and saw that the message, with a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the richest man in the world, had come. Chapter 68, Upgrade. Ding, help Bai Hanyan resolve her entanglements, save her staff, and save her 15 billion. Challenge complete. Congratulations on obtaining the 18th residential building in the modern garden district. Congratulations on gaining 9 points of experience. Congratulations on getting 3 points from the mall. Ye Chen had just opened the game when a series of prompts came. Ye Chen challenge completed. The first thing Ye Chen obtained was a building in the modern garden neighborhood. Modern garden neighborhood. Ye Chen is aware of it. Modern garden is a famous upscale district in Zhangzhou, and the price per square meter is up to more than 20,000 yuan. In a second or third tier city, the price of more than $20,000 is already considered very high. A building in modern garden seemed to be 28 floors, with 6 households per floor, which was 168 houses, which meant that this time, Ye Chen had harvested over 160 houses at once. Roughly estimating it, a building in modern garden was worth around $300 to $400 million. This one building was secondary. The most important thing was that Ye Chen had gained 9 points of experience value and 3 points from the points mall all at once. With these experience values and points, Ye Chen was finally able to upgrade. Ye Chen first found the player level. Player level, LV1, 100. You have reached the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Sure enough, Ye Chen's experience value was exactly 100, so he could upgrade. Upgrade. Ye Chen immediately clicked yes. Ding, upgrade successful. Congratulations on becoming an honorable LV2 level player. The game transmitted a prompt. Ye Chen successfully upgraded and became a noble LV2 level player. Ye Chen took another look at his current player level. Player level, LV2, 0/300. LV2 upgrades to LV3 required 300 experience points. Ye Chen was satisfied. Originally he thought that to upgrade to LV3, he might need 500 experience value. He didn't realize that only 300 experience value would be needed. The game was really considerate of the player. Now that he had become an honored LV2 player, Ye Chen could purchase 2 items from the mall in a day. Very good. Very good. The player level had been raised, and next was the mall level. Mall level, 1-star mall, 50/50. Just like earlier, Ye Chen began to upgrade. Ding, the mall was upgraded to 2 stars, and the number of items in the mall was upgraded to 5. Soon after, the game prompt came through. Ye Chen's game mall was successfully upgraded to a 2-star mall. After being upgraded to 2 stars, the number of commodities in it was also raised from 3 to 5. The value would even increase by nearly 10 times. Mall level, 2-star mall, 0 out of 150. Ye Chen looked at the mall level. To upgrade to a 3-star mall, Ye Chen needed 150 points, which was about the same as the player level. Now, all Ye Chen needed was to wait for the mall to refresh in the early hours of the morning. One could purchase 2 products from the mall at once. I didn't know what goodies would appear inside this time. After being upgraded to a 2-star mall, I'm sure it wouldn't disappoint myself. Ye Chen was very much looking forward to it. After watching the game, Ye Chen continued to chat with Bai Hanyan. Recently, Bai Hanyan had developed well and now had a lot of loyal fans. Moreover, after the company's professional training, Bai Hanyan's singing skills had improved a lot. Ye Chen was satisfied with the progress. I'll have Yang Xuemin make arrangements as soon as possible to re-sign a contract with you. The treatment will definitely not be worse than any company. Ye Chen opened his mouth, and Bai Hanyan didn't hesitate to refuse in the face of the temptation of the pishy brokerage company. What's more, once he trained Bai Hanyan successfully, he himself would be able to obtain a large reward. Ye Chen wasn't a stingy person, so naturally, he had to raise Bai Hanyan's treatment. Right now, Bai Hanyan's contract was still that of an ordinary employee from before. Afterward, Bai Hanyan's contract would definitely not be worse than that of the pishy brokerage company, but instead, it would be better. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Bai Hanyan said thankfully. When Ye Chen knew that Bai Hanyan didn't have a car yet, and it just so happened that he had the time. He planned to send her back on his way. Where do you live? Ye Chen and Bai Hanyan walked out of the cafe and casually asked. Modern Garden. What? Hearing Bai Hanyan's answer, Ye Chen froze, not expecting Bai Hanyan to also live in Modern Garden. Coincidentally, he himself had just obtained a building in the Modern Garden. It was just right that he could take the opportunity to send Bai Hanyan back and go to the Modern Garden to take a look. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I am the richest man in the world, the game will always drop God. In one fell swoop, he sent himself more than 160 houses and a building. This was something Ye Chen didn't dare to imagine before. More than 20 minutes later, Ye Chen and Bai Hanyan arrived at Modern Garden Building 19. Bai Hanyan lived here, and next to it was his own Building 18. Mr. Yi, can you go to my house and sit for a while? Bai Hanyan suddenly invited. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Yi, I was just chatting with Yuer, and she knew that it was Mr. Yi who sent me back, so she wanted to invite you upstairs to sit for a while. She wanted to personally thank General Yi for helping her rent a store in the Xintai shopping center last time. Bai Hanyan carefully explained. Yuer was Bai Hanyan's best friend, and the two of them shared the apartment together. Yuer had wanted to rent a set of stores in the Xintai shopping center and do business for a long time, but there had been no opportunity. Last time, thanks to a phone call from Ye Chen, he helped her easily rent a store. Jade had wanted to thank Ye Chen in person for a long time, but was afraid that Ye Chen was very busy, so she didn't dare to bother. Now, coincidentally, she knew that Ye Chen had sent Bai Hanyan back, so she spoke to Bai Hanyan and wanted to thank Ye Chen in person. Alright, Ye Chen nodded. It was just a matter of a while anyway. Parking the car, Ye Chen and Bai Hanyan went upstairs together. Bai Hanyan froze when she opened the door to her room. At this moment, apart from her best friend Yuer at home, there was a 34-year-old woman at home. This woman was no other than their landlord, Mrs. Chen. Seeing Ye Chen and Bai Hanyan come in, Mrs. Chen glanced at the two of them and did not take care of them. Instead, she directly said to Yuer, I know that you do business in the Xintai shopping center. It's one of the largest shopping centers in Jiangzhou in terms of customer traffic. You must have made a lot of money. What I want isn't much. It's only a $3,000 rent increase every month. Originally, the rent for the two of them was close to $5,000 a month, which was already a bit high. This time, Mrs. Chen even directly increased it by more than half. It was too much. A rent of around 5,000 was considered normal in Modern Garden. If it was 8,000, I'm afraid that they could all rent those nice 200 square feet duplexes. What's more, Mrs. Chen's reason for raising the rent was also excessive. What kind of reasoning is that you have to raise the rent when you think people are making money? And it was also said as if it was justified. No way. Yuer directly rejected Mrs. Chen's rude request. First of all, she had just rented the store. Her business had only just begun, and she had already invested a lot of money into it, and she hadn't even begun to make her money back yet. And even if she did make money, why should she pay more rent? What does making money on your own have to do with Mrs. Money? If the rent of the neighborhood goes up together, it's fine, but to give her a separate increase, then she will definitely not agree to it. Mrs. Chen, 5,000 rent is the normal price for Modern Garden. 8,000 is too outrageous. Bai Hanyan also opened her mouth. Originally, the monthly rent was a bit expensive, and Bai Hanyan couldn't afford it somewhat, but because the security of Modern Garden was particularly good, and with two girls living together, safety was a little more important, so Bai Hanyan didn't move out. Now, Mrs. Chen was even more outrageous in raising the rent, which was impossible. Ha, Mrs. Chen sneered. Well then, if you don't agree, then you'll move out immediately. Chapter 69, I bought a building. Unexpected new merchandise. I'm not renting it to you. The contract is about to expire anyway. Mrs. Chen looked like she was playing hard to get. I'll only give you 1 day to take everything away, or else I'll have to find someone to throw it out. Hearing this, Bai Hanyan and Yuer both became anxious. They had so many things to move out. How would 1 day be enough? And they hadn't looked at any other houses yet. Even if they could move out, they could temporarily stay in a hotel. But what about all this luggage? What about the furniture? Where to put it? The two became anxious and didn't know what to do. Don't worry, you guys can stay in my house. At this moment, an abrupt voice came. The three people present looked at Ye Chen together. Even if we move all this furniture, 1 day is enough for today, Ye Chen said confidently. Humph, it's already past 3 in the afternoon. Moving it all in 1 day? Ha, Mrs. Chen did not believe Ye Chen's words at all. Mr. Yi, Bai Hanyan opened her mouth in surprise. Don't worry, 1 day is enough. My house is in the 18th building across the street. Ye Chen opened his mouth. At that time, which set of house to live in? What style? How big? You guys can pick whatever you want. Ye Chen opened his mouth. What about one building? The two of them could choose at will. Hearing Ye Chen's words, several people were confused for a while, not understanding what Ye Chen meant. Mr. Yi, are you in the 18th building, buying several houses? Bai Hanyan was the first to react and asked curiously. With General Manager Ye's strength, it was normal to buy several houses in a building. Bought several houses? Mrs. Qian and Yuer didn't know Ye Chen's identity, and when they heard Bai Hanyan say this, a surprised expression appeared on their faces. Was this young man so powerful that he had bought several houses in Modern Garden? You have to know that a set of house in Modern Garden cost almost more than $2 million. Several sets of houses, quite terrifying. No. Ye Chen shook his head. Seeing this, Mrs. Qian breathed a sigh of relief. This was only right. How was it possible to buy a few houses? However, just when Mrs. Qian thought that Ye Chen was going to say that he had only bought one set, the next second, Ye Chen's sentence made Mrs. Qian's entire body confused. I bought a building. Ye Chen replied flatly. What? What did she hear? At this moment, the room was so quiet that a pin could be heard. A few people thought that there was something wrong with their ears. He had just said that he had bought a building, not a set, or a floor. What did you say? You bought a building. Building? Mrs. Qian asked with a trembling voice. Yeah, I bought all 18 buildings in Modern Garden. All of them. Ye Chen nodded his head. Bought out the 18th building? Heavens ah, are they hallucinating? How was it possible to buy a building in Modern Garden? If you wanted to buy a building in Modern Garden, I'm afraid you would need a few $100 million. Is this young man's wealth so terrifying that he can easily take out several $100 million? Mrs. Qian was already too shocked to speak. Before, she thought that she was already strong with 2 houses in Modern Garden. But now, she had actually met someone who had bought a building in Modern Garden. This was too unbelievable. You are Mr. Yi? Yuer opened her mouth, and at this moment, she guessed Ye Chen's identity. Well, I am Ye Chen. Ye Chen nodded his head. Let's go. Now that I have time, it's just right for me to look at the house with you guys. Ye Chen proposed. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yuer hurriedly thanked Ye Chen. Mrs. Qian, right now, we haven't moved out yet. We are temporarily considered the owners of this house. We are going out. Please leave. Yuer said directly to Mrs. Qian. In the end, the three of them, Ye Chen, Bai Hanyan, and Yuer, got on the elevator and went downstairs. Outside the door of the room, Mrs. Qian stood there dumbfounded, not having slowed down until now. What kind of existence had she actually encountered? Directly buying a building, even the TV didn't dare to act like this ah. On the other hand, just downstairs, Ye Chen dialed the phone number of Tonghuan Property Company. Previously, this building was managed by Tonghuan Property Company. Now that the owner of this building has changed to Ye Chen has naturally become a super customer of this property company. Soon, Tonghuan Property Company sent someone, and it was a manager. In the 18th building, some of the houses had already been rented out. After getting acquainted with Ye Chen, the Tonghuan property staff and Ye Chen introduced the specifics. It's fine, just take us to see the houses that haven't been rented out yet. Ye Chen spoke. Right, look at the big ones first. Alright, Mr. Yi, 2 beauties, please follow me. The staff of Tonghuan Property nodded their heads, then incomparably respectfully led Ye Chen, Bai Hanyan and the others to look at the houses. Looking at several sets, in the end, Ye Chen helped the two of them choose a duplex with a large area, and the two of them liked this house very much. This time, they didn't even need to find a moving company. In the face of Ye Chen, such a super big customer, Tonghuan Property Company cannot wait, trying to do all kinds of ways to please. After knowing the situation, the people from Tonghuan Property Company guaranteed that this matter would be left to them. Tonight, absolutely all the furniture can be moved to the 18th building to get everything done. The property staff left, and Bai Hanyan hurriedly thanked Ye Chen. Thank you too much, Mr. Yi, for helping us with such a big favor again. Bai Hanyan was very embarrassed. All she could do was to work harder and harder as a way to repay General Manager Yi. Thank you, General Manager Yi. You are also lamented. For the last time, as well as this time, she was very grateful to Ye Chen. The two of them had to move and pack their bags, so Ye Chen didn't stay long and left. Ye Chen returned to the villa. After dinner in the evening, Ye Chen took a walk in the villa area, and coincidentally, he met his extreme imperial neighbor, Mo Mengfei. Mo Mengfei seemed to have just returned from work, and after seeing Ye Chen, she took the initiative to greet him. Ye Chen and Mo Mengfei chatted for a while, and then returned to the villa. A little bit of time passed and finally waited until the early hours of the morning. Ye Chen did not hesitate to open the monthly salary of 3,000. I am the richest game. At this moment, He was incomparably looking forward to it, not knowing what goods would be in the mall after the upgrade. Ye Chen opened the 2-star mall and took a general look. Sure enough, with the upgrade of the mall, the commodities in it were also raised from 3 to 5. Ye Chen began to look at it carefully. Looking at the 5 items, Ye Chen had a wide smile on his face. The commodities inside really did not disappoint Ye Chen. It was even a little better than Ye Chen had expected. After this upgrade, the first item made Ye Chen very excited. As for the first item, it was Chapter 70 Unexpected Joy. 1 top quality edition Bugatti Veyron for $2. After upgrading to 2 stars, the first item was a top version Bugatti Veyron. Bugatti Veyron is a famous supercar. Ye Chen has naturally heard of it. Bugatti Veyron are equipped with 8.0 quad turbocharged engine. The fastest speed is up to 434 km per hour. Definitely counted as the top supercar. And Bugatti Veyron throughout the country there are not many. Even the most ordinary Bugatti Veyron, the price is 2 to 3 million. And the top version of the Bugatti Veyron, I am afraid that the price is 4 to 5 million. Previously, when the 1-star mall, the first supercar Ye Chen got was a $5 million Ferrari. Now, upgraded to the 2-star mall, the value had indeed increased tenfold. Having just started college, Ye Chen, like many young people, liked supercars. However, other people liked it, they could only look at it from their cell phones. But Ye Chen liked it, but he could actually get it and actually own it. Collecting supercars, this is also considered one of Ye Chen's little hobbies. Right now, Ye Chen only needs $2 to get the Bugatti Veyron, which others need to spend $40 to $50 million to buy, in his pocket. And sometimes, even if one had the money, one might not always be able to successfully buy a limited number of Bugatti Veyrons. The first item in the 2-star mall made Ye Chen very tempted. Not bad, not bad. After that, Ye Chen looked at the second item. 3% of Shark Live, priced at $3. The second item in the mall was surprisingly the shares of the famous Shark Live. Even though it was only 3%, it was still quite enticing. This was the famous Shark Live. Once Ye Chen purchased this second product, Ye Chen had successfully become one of the shareholders of Shark Live. The market value of Shark Live at its peak was more than $10 billion. And even though the market value has fallen now, it is still about $7 to $8 billion. This 3% share was almost equivalent to more than 200 million. If Shark Live's market value increased in the future, Ye Chen's 3% shares would be worth even more. Moreover, if Ye Chen bought it, it would be of great help to the future development of Yilan brokerage. Right now, Ye Chen only needed $3 to buy the 3% shares of Shark Live that was worth more than $200 million. Could it not make one's heart skip a beat? As expected, after the game was upgraded, the commodities were getting more and more exciting to Ye Chen. The third piece, a top manor in Zhengzhou, worth 100 million, sold for $2. The third product was a top manor in Zhengzhou. In reality, this manor was worth 100 million. Now Ye Chen only needed $2 to take it. Many powerful families and bigwigs liked to build large manors for vacations, family life gatherings, and so on. This manor that appeared in the mall was one of the top manors in Zhengzhou, covering a vast area, just like a palace. For such a top manor, Ye Chen also liked it, and it only cost $2 to take it. So why not? Master Singing, priced at $1.5. The fourth product looked slightly more ordinary compared to the other three, but it is a great skill. What's more, this master-level singing skill, which only cost $1.50, was cheap. When he saw the last item, Ye Chen's eyes widened. Although the other few items were all very good and had a high value, when compared to this last item, it was average. Zhangzhou Financial Center Tianhong Mansion 1, priced at $8. Looking at this fifth and final item, Ye Chen's eyes couldn't help but widen. Tianhong Mansion, located in the financial center of Zhengzhou, was the place with the highest prices in the entire Zhengzhou. It was a place where countless financial companies, commercial banks and so on were gathered. And Tianhong Mansion was one of the highest buildings in the financial center of Zhengzhou. There are many large and medium-sized companies in Tianhong Building, and there are also some branches of large companies. To put it directly, the total value of Tianhong Mansion is around $600 million. And because of its extremely important geographical location, the value of Tianhong Mansion was gradually increasing. Without mentioning anything else, the annual rent collected by Tianhong Mansion alone was a huge sum of money, enough for an ordinary person to live and eat without worry for the rest of his life. Now, it was such a financial center building worth $600 million that appeared in the mall. What's more, in the game, Ye Chen only needed $8 to pocket the Tianhong Mansion. It was simply not too cool. After carefully looking at these new items, to be honest, Ye Chen was so moved that he hesitated for a while. Children only made choices. Adults wanted them all. These 5 items, Ye Chen wanted them all. It just took a few days. Now that he had become a LV2 player, he could buy 2 products from the mall at a time. It would only take 3 days, and all of these items would become Ye Chen's. Ye Chen pondered for a while and finally made a decision. Today, Ye Chen was going to first buy the Tianheng mansion in the Zhengzhou Financial Center, as well as the Bugatti Veyron. 24 hours later, he would then buy the top manor, and 3% of Shark Live's shares. Finally, then pocket the master singing. 1 Bugatti Veyron of the top version, priced at $2. Ye Chen clicked on the Bugatti Veyron. Purchase, pay, ding, purchase successful. Congratulations on your purchase of a Bugatti Veyron, now parked in your garage. The game came with a hint that Ye Chen's purchase of the Bugatti Veyron was successful. This Bugatti Veyron is Ye Chen's third supercar. LV2 players, you can purchase 2 items in the mall in a day. You have already purchased one. You can still purchase one. Please pay attention. The game transmitted a reminder, telling Ye Chen that he could still purchase 1 more item now. 1 Tianheng Mansion, the financial center of Zhengzhou, priced at 8 yuan. Ye Chen chose the last piece without hesitation. Ding, purchase successful. Congratulations on obtaining the ownership of the Zhengzhou Financial Center Tianheng Mansion. The acquisition contract has been placed in your study. Please pay attention to check. The game passed on the boost, and now the Tianheng Mansion, too, had belonged to Ye Chen. This time, Ye Chen spent a total of $10 and purchased goods worth $650 million. This purchase experience was so good. The benefits of upgrading after one's hard work and upgrading were too great. There were so many good things in the 2-star mall now. I wonder what it would be like to upgrade to the 3-star mall. Thinking about this, Ye Chen couldn't help but look forward to it. For the mall to be upgraded to 3 stars, it needed 150 points, which wasn't a lot. Ye Chen needed to speed up his pace and raise his points. While Ye Chen was purchasing goods, the door to Su Ning Shuang's family villa was opened. Su Ning Shuang's father slowly walked into the home. There were urgent matters to be dealt with in the company today, and as the chairman of the board, he was unable to walk away, hence coming back so late. Seeing Su Ning Shuang's father return, in the living room, Su Ning Shuang's mother hurriedly went over and helped Su Ning Shuang's father change his jacket. Ning Shuang, go to the kitchen and get your father a bowl of lotus seed soup. Su Ning Shuang's mother spoke. Good. Su Ning Shuang got up and prepared to walk towards the kitchen. Wait, Ning Shuang, you tell the truth. Are you in love and have a boyfriend? Su Ning Shuang had just gotten up when Su Ning Shuang's father asked very abruptly. Chapter 71 Inviting Ye Chen? As Su Ning Shuang's father's words fell, the entire villa, at once, fell into silence. For a while, the atmosphere became tense. Su Ning Shuang's father looked at his daughter with a serious face, as if he knew something. Next to her, having just received her jacket from her husband, Su Ning Shuang's mother heard her husband's words and directly froze. What was the situation? How did he know about Ning Shuang and Ye Chen? Su Ning Shuang's mother was incomparably surprised in her heart. Wasn't she the only one who knew about Ning Shuang and Ye Chen? Because her husband was more serious and still a bit old-fashioned. So although Mother Su Ning Shuang knew about the matter of Ning Shuang and Ye Chen, she had never said anything to her husband. She wanted to find a suitable time to tell her husband about this matter again. After all, her daughter was in love for the first time, looking for a boyfriend. As parents, they naturally had to help their daughter keep an eye on her. After all, their family wasn't an ordinary family, in case the other party was in it for the money. Therefore, if they wanted to become Ning Shuang's boyfriend, they must pass through them first. Previously, having met Ye Chen twice, Su Ning Shuang's mother's impression of Ye Chen was not bad, and she did not object for the time being. But it was just that, not having talked to Ye Chen carefully, everything was not easy to say. Su Ning Shuang's mother's idea was originally like this. Find a suitable opportunity to tell her husband about Ning Shuang and Ye Chen. Then let Ye Chen find a suitable time. Door-to-door visit. They husband and wife to chat with Ye Chen in detail. See how Ye Chen's person really was, and whether Ye Chen was really good to Ning Shuang. But now, her husband's words had disrupted all her plans. How on earth did the husband know? Su Ning Shuang's mother was filled with puzzlement and doubt. On the other hand, hearing her father's words, Su Ning Shuang was similarly stunned. For some reason, hearing her father say this, Su Ning Shuang subconsciously tensed up, and couldn't help but see Yi Shuebi's figure in her mind. After freezing for a while, Su Ning Shuang then came to her senses. No, what was she thinking? After the last time when schoolboy Yi came to her house, she was so nervous that she let schoolboy Yi hide and complicated everything. This time, Su Ning Shuang was much calmer. She and Yi Shuedi don't have any special relationship for the time being. The two are good friends, or a little closer than good friends, but a little worse than a couple. Thinking this way, Su Ning Shuang was no longer nervous and calmed down. At this moment, Su Ning Shuang was also curious as to why her father asked so suddenly. Could it be mother? Su Ning Shuang couldn't figure it out. No, Su Ning Shuang flatly denied, her face not changing color. Not to mention that right now, She and schoolmate Yi were not considered a couple for the time being. Even if they were really a couple, she wouldn't dare to say it to her father. Really? Su Ning Shuang's father questioned, as if he already knew the truth and was waiting for his daughter to take the initiative to confess. Really? Su Ning Shuang answered with a bottomless voice. Well, that's good. Su Ning Shuang's father nodded in satisfaction. Just now, he was swindling his daughter, not knowing anything. In the recent period of time, he had noticed that his daughter was a bit abnormal, a bit like she had found a boyfriend and was in love, but he couldn't decide. So on the way back, he thought of this trick, swindle his daughter a little. If she is weak-minded said, he can continue to ask. If his daughter denied it, that would be even better. Ning Shuang, I don't oppose you falling in love, but if you look for a boyfriend, make sure to bring that boy back first so that I can examine him. Su Ning Shuang's father said in a serious tone. He was afraid that his daughter would suffer. Aha! Su Ning Shuang nodded her head. Afterward, she went to the kitchen and gave her father a bowl of lotus seed soup. Right, Ning Shuang, I recently met an old brother. Very powerful. At a young age, he acquired the shares of a $10 billion group. His future is unlimited. Suddenly thinking of something, Su Ning Shuang's father said with great approval. To Yi, old brother, even Su Ning Shuang's father admired him. On your birthday, I will invite him over, and at that time, introduce you to this uncle. Aha! Su Ning Shuang nodded her head in a coping manner, and did not put it on her mind. She did not have any interest in her father's introduction of elders to get to know him. She knew that her father was doing it for her good, wanting to expand her network, but she really wasn't interested in this. However, when her father said this, he reminded Su Ning Shuang, she would be celebrating her birthday in a while. At that time, she could invite schoolmate Yi to come and play. After drinking the lotus seed soup, Su Ning Shuang's father went back to his room. Seeing her husband leave, Su Ning Shuang's mother hurriedly called Su Ning Shuang aside. Ning Shuang, when you have the chance, discuss with Ye Chen and come over for dinner. Su Ning Shuang's mother whispered to her daughter. She told her husband about her daughter and Ye Chen as soon as possible. Then let Ye Chen come and let her husband test Ye Chen. But of course, she couldn't say to her daughter that she wanted Ye Chen to come because she wanted to test and understand Ye Chen to see if Ye Chen could be their aunt, right? Therefore, it could only use an excuse like having dinner. But when a smart person thought about it, they didn't even need to point it out. They understood the meaning. Su Ning Shuang's mother felt that Ye Chen was smart. Being said so by her mother, Su Ning Shuang was a little surprised. Good. Su Ning Shuang didn't think much about it and thought that her mother just wanted to invite Ye Chen for dinner, so she nodded in agreement. Right, when you invite Ye Chen to come for dinner, make sure to find a time when your father is in a good mood. Mother reminded Su Ning Shuang. Since her daughter liked Ye Chen, she naturally supported her daughter. It was easier to accept Ye Chen when her husband was in a good mood. Aha, I understand. Su Ning Shuang nodded her head. While Su Ning Shuang mother and daughter were chatting, Ye Chen's villa. After Ye Chen bought the 2 items for today, Ye Chen took the lead and came to the study. At this moment, on the desk in the study, a copy of the Tianheng Mansion acquisition contract was very neatly placed. Ye Chen took a general look at it and put the contract away. When he had time, he could go to the financial center and see how his Tianheng Mansion really was. However, compared to this, what Ye Chen was most looking forward to and wanted to see now was the Bugatti Veyron that he had just gotten. Coming to the garage, Ye Chen saw the Bugatti Veyron belonging to himself at first glance. It seemed like a work of art. The Bugatti manufacturer paid a lot of attention to the combination of aesthetics and sports. And this Bugatti Veyron was the combination of extreme beauty and top speed. When the Bugatti Veyron was placed here, its aura killed other luxury cars. It was worthy of being a top-class supercar worth $40 to $50 million. Ye Chen took one look at it and fell in love with it. After sitting on it and experiencing it a little, Ye Chen got off the car with satisfaction. Just as Ye Chen was about to leave, he suddenly thought of a very serious problem. Chapter 72. Haven't heard of it. Ye Chen realized that he didn't have enough space in his garage. Now Ye Chen had 4 cars parked in his garage: Bentley, Ferrari, Koenigsegg, and Bugatti Veyron. The garage, on the other hand, only had 5 parking spaces. As soon as Ye Chen got another luxury car, the garage would be full. This was a bit troublesome. How could 5 luxury cars satisfy Ye Chen? He wanted them all. The top manor in the game came at the right time. Ye Chen was very emotional. Tomorrow, he must buy this top manor first. Since it was a top manor, he thought that at the very least, he could put a dozen or so cars without a problem. After looking at his Bugatti Veyron, Ye Chen returned to the villa and rested. The next day, Ye Chen drove and headed to the school. On the other side, Dai Cheng, the president of the Pishy Brokerage Company, was walking around anxiously. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaoran had told him that the plan to dig up by Han Yan had failed. And not only did it fail, it even caused a huge mess. The boss of the Yilan brokerage company was actually on par with the titular $10 billion tycoon, Wan Xiangyang. At that time, after hearing this news, Dai Qing directly jumped up from his seat. Who was Wan Xiangyang? That was a famous 10 billionaire in Jiangzhou, a big shot that even he needed to look up to. But it was such a big shot who was actually on a par with Ye Chen. To be able to make Wan Xiangyang do this, does it even need to be said that this Ye Chen's identity? If Ye Chen's identity background was not impressive, Wan Xiangyang would do that. He had accidentally offended such a great man as Ye Chen? Not only that, he had to dig up this big shot's employees. Isn't this being tired of living? Ever since he found out the news yesterday, Dai Qing had trouble sleeping and didn't sleep much. He had been thinking of a solution, but as the day passed, Dai Qing was still at his wit's end. With no other choice, Dai Qing could only dial his brother-in-law, Pan Tianwen's phone. Brother-in-law, something has happened, Dai Qing said with incomparable fear. Afterward, Dai Qing told Pan Tianwen what happened yesterday in its original form. What? After hearing this, Pan Tianwen directly exploded. Stupid, asshole, how did you find such a brain-dead employee? Pan Tianwen roared angrily. This brother-in-law's employee of his own had actually used himself to threaten a great man who was on par with Wan Xiangyang. Wasn't this digging a hole for him? Moreover, Mr. Wan Xiangyang Wan had specifically named himself, which was even worse. Pan Tianwen exploded with anger. Brother-in-law, what do we do? Dai Qing asked helplessly. What to do? How the hell do I know what to do? Hearing his brother-in-law's request for help, Pan Tianwen directly exploded. Only after a long time did Pan Tianwen recover. Right now, no matter how angry, it was useless. The most important thing was how to solve this matter, how to make this Mr. Yi not angry. Brother-in-law? Dai Qing asked again. You immediately find an item that you can hold, and will personally come to the door to make amends and apologize, Pan Tianwen ordered. After hanging up the phone, Pan Tianwen opened the safe and fondly took out a brocade box from it. This was a treasure he had treasured for a long time. Originally, Pan Tianwen wanted to keep it all the time, and even had friends who wanted to see it, but he refused. Now there is no way. In order to not let General Yi angry, he can only endure the pain to give this treasure to General Yi, to apologize. After choosing something himself, Pan Tianwen drove directly to Dai Qing's company. He was ready to discuss the process of making amends and apologizing with his brother-in-law. Time passed quickly. This afternoon, Ye Chen only had one class. After class, Ye Chen drove into the Bugatti Veyron and returned to the villa. Ye Chen had just sat down, and before he had time to get his cell phone, a rush of knocking on the door came. Knock knock knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Ye Chen raised his eyebrows. Not many people knew that he lived here. Who was it that came to find himself? Ye Chen curiously opened the door to his room, only to see two people standing in front of Ye Chen's villa door. One had a sharp mouth and a look of a junior. The other was a youth with a thin figure and fair skin. Are you the owner of this villa? After seeing Ye Chen open the door, the skinny youth did not open his mouth, and the little brother-looking one took the lead in questioning Ye Chen. Right, what's up? It's like this. Our Mr. Su has his eyes on this house and hopes that you can sell the villa to him. The little brother explained to Ye Chen. Want to buy my villa? Why? Ye Chen asked casually. That you don't need to know. You just need to tell me if you're selling it or not. The little brother was unwilling to answer Ye Chen and just asked impatiently. Not for sale. Ye Chen refused flatly. After living here for a while, Ye Chen liked it very much, and it also had a sense of home. He naturally would not sell the villa. What's more, Ye Chen, who owned the 3,000 a month, I'm the richest man in the world, game, would he lack money in the future? Ha! Seeing Ye Chen shaking his head so resolutely, the skinny youth was filled with disdain. There is nothing in the world that can't be negotiated. It's just a matter of price, the skinny youth said confidently. This villa is worth $50 million. How about this? I'll give you $55 million. The skinny youth opened his mouth and went up by $5 million. He felt that he had been generous in his offer. If it wasn't for the fact that Mo Mengfei lived next to him and he wanted to chase after her, he wouldn't have been able to hemorrhage money and take out so much to buy the villa. He had been chasing after Mo Mengfei for a while, and Mo Mengfei had rejected him many times, but the skinny youth had refused to give up. Now whenever Mo Mengfei saw him, she stayed far away, in order to see Mo Mengfei a few more times and increase his favor. The skinny young man thought of such a way to buy the house next to Mo Mengfei's villa by himself. After becoming a neighbor, even if Mo Mengfei didn't want to see herself, there was nothing she could do. So there was that scene just now. Not for sale. Ye Chen shook his head. $60 million. Not for sale. $65 million. In the end, the skinny youth stated his maximum level of acceptance. Kid, don't open your mouth wide. $65 million is already a lot. The skinny youth chided Ye Chen. Not for sale. Ye Chen calmly shook his head. Kid, do you know who is standing in front of you right now? This is the Crown Prince of Yuan Tai Group, the son of Mr. Su Hua Su. Beside him, the little brother couldn't stand it anymore and directly threatened Ye Chen. Yuan Tai Group was a famous enterprise in Zhengzhou, with a market capitalization of around several $billion, and Su Hua was the founder of Yuan Tai Group, the chairman of the board, a famous big shot in Zhengzhou. After saying that, the little brother stared at Ye Chen, with the look of wanting to see if Ye Chen was afraid. Yuan Tai Group, Su Hua, haven't heard of it. Ye Chen shook his head. He really hadn't heard of it. There were so many companies in Zhengzhou, how could he know them all? As for Su Hua, Ye Chen hadn't heard of it even more. Being said so by Ye Chen, the skinny youth was directly exasperated to the point of trembling. Kid, the skinny youth was just about to let out some harsh words when a luxury car slowly stopped in front of Ye Chen's villa. Chapter 73 Brother-in-law. I'm looking for you for something serious. It was a Bentley Mulsanne of more than $6 million. Looking very grand, this Bentley suddenly stopped the car, instantly attracting the attention of several people. After stopping the car, the driver hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door very respectfully. The first person to come down from the car was a middle-aged man in his 40s, and immediately following the middle-aged man was a 35 or 36-year-old man. After getting out of the car, the two noticed Ye Chen at first glance. Without the slightest hesitation, the two immediately came to Ye Chen, incomparably polite. Who were these two people? Didn't they see that they were on business? Next to him, the skinny man had a displeased look on his face, but before he had a chance to speak, the two men had already spoken. Dai Cheng, the owner of the Pishy Brokerage Company, has come to apologize to General Yi. The man in his 30s took the initiative to speak. He was none other than the boss of Pishy, Dai Cheng. Hearing this, the thin man froze. Pishy Brokerage Company? Wasn't that a well-developed company? A company's boss actually came to apologize to this kid? What was the situation? Just as the skinny man was surprised, another voice came, directly scaring him half to death. My name is Pan Tianwen. I have also come to apologize to General Manager Yi. Next to him, Pan Tianwen also spoke up, stating his intentions. Pan Tian, what? The thin man looked at Pan Tianwen with a dumbfounded look, his face full of disbelief. As for the skinny man's little brother, he was even more frightened and trembling. This man was actually the famous big brother, Pan Tianwen. The slim man was truly shocked. Such a big brother had come to apologize to Ye Chen? My goodness, to know, not to mention himself, even if his father saw Pan Tianwen, he would have to be respectful. But now, it was such a big shot that came to apologize to this Ye Chen? How could this be? Thump! Instantly, the skinny man's heart directly hung in the air. At this moment, even if he was stupid, he guessed that Ye Chen's identity was absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, how could the titular Zhengzhou big brother, Pan Tianwen, personally come to apologize? The more he thought about it, the more scared the thin man became. Just now, he had actually threatened this Mr. Yi. Thinking about this, the skinny man's eyes went black and he almost fainted in fear. Fortunately, the little brother next to him held him. Otherwise, the thin man would have already collapsed on the ground. I'll take care of something first. Speaking to Pan Tianwen and Dai Cheng, Ye Chen looked at the skinny man. Gulp! Seeing Ye Chen's stern gaze, the skinny man was directly scared to the point that his legs went weak and he collapsed in front of Ye Chen. Next to him, the little brother's face was similarly white with fear. Still want to buy my villa? Ye Chen asked. No, Mr. Yi, it's me who doesn't know the heights of heaven. A big shot like you, don't be general with me. The thin man fell to the ground and begged for forgiveness. Right now, even if he borrowed 100 guts, he wouldn't dare. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. The little brother also hurriedly apologized to Ye Chen. Don't let me see you in Zhengzhou, Ye Chen said if he had a point. Understood. I will leave Zhengzhou tonight, and will definitely not continue to appear and dirty your eyes, the thin man hurriedly assured. At this moment, what chasing after Mo Mengfei had long been put behind him. Compared to his life, anything could be given up. Seeing that Ye Chen no longer cared about himself, the skinny man was like being pardoned, and under the support of his little brother, he apologized and left at the same time. He would leave Zhengzhou tonight and never come back. It was too scary. Just now, it was as if he had walked in front of a ghost gate. Ye Chen and Pan Tianwen, Dai Cheng arrived at the villa. As soon as he entered, Pan Tianwen took the initiative to apologize to Ye Chen. Mr. Yi, this kid even tried to poach your staff. He is simply tired of living. While saying this, Pan Tianwen kicked Dai Cheng severely a few times. You don't want to be general with him. We can have heard of General Manager Ye's reputation for a long time, but we never had the chance to meet him. Now that I've seen Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi is really a talented young man. Pan Tianwen began to pat Ye Chen on the back and kept pleasing him. General Yi, it was my mistake. Dai Cheng also hurriedly bowed and apologized to Ye Chen. General Manager Yi, this is my small token of appreciation. Please be sure to accept it. Pan Tianwen put the gift he had prepared next to Ye Chen. General Manager Yi, there's also mine. Seeing this, Dai Cheng also hurriedly sent up his own gift. In the future, if there's anything that Mr. Yi can use Mr. Pan for, you can just ask. Pan Tianwen fawned over Ye Chen. Don't have a next time. Ye Chen returned indifferently. Definitely not. Definitely not. Dai Cheng hurriedly shook his head. Pan Tianwen also said that there would definitely not be a next time. Both of them came to the door to make amends and apologize. So Ye Chen did not bother too much with the two. After apologizing, the two men said a few words to Ye Chen and left with good sense. After leaving, Pan Tianwen and Dai Cheng were very emotional. This was perhaps the real big brother. Mr. Ye's temperament made the two admire him. The two walked away, and Ye Chen opened the gifts of the two. Dai Cheng's gift was a tea, the very best Taiping monkey kuei. Taiping monkey kuei was once known as the national gift tea. 10 years ago, 100 grams of Taiping monkey kuei was sold at a price of $200,000. That was 10 years ago, and I'm afraid that the price is ridiculously high now. Now, this kind of superb Taiping monkey kuei, even if you have money, it is very difficult to buy. This gift was not bad. Before others invited Ye Chen to drink tea. In the future, if Ye Chen invited someone to drink tea, now he also had tea leaves to hold. Compared to Dai Cheng's gift, Pan Tianwen's gift was even more precious. It was a piece of Wen Zhengming's calligraphy. Wen Zhengming, also known as Wen Zhenming, is known as the Four Talents along with Tang Yin and Tang Bohu. The price of his paintings and calligraphy had been speculated very high. Ye Chen had read the news before that one of Wen Zhengming's works had sold for more than $80 million. There were also some ordinary works that were priced around $50 to $60 million. It was thought that this Wen Zhengming's character was worth tens of millions of dollars. Unexpectedly, Pan Tianwen had given such a gift. The value of this piece of writing was about the same as Ye Chen's villa. Ye Chen hung it up by hand as decoration. After that, Ye Chen went to do something else. In the evening, Ye Chen had just had dinner when he suddenly received a call from Su Linger. Brother-in-law, did you miss me? The phone was connected, and Su Linger's crisp voice came through. Who are you? I can't remember. Ye Chen replied directly. Brother-in-law, how could you do this? I'm too sad. I've been thinking about brother-in-law. In the phone, Su Linger's slightly complaining voice was heard. Really? Ye Chen did not believe Su Linger's words at all. Stop messing around. Brother-in-law, I'm looking for you for something serious. Suddenly, Su Linger's words changed, and she said very seriously. Chapter 74, Welcome to the Right Stuff. Serious matters? Su Linger still had serious business? Ye Chen expressed his skepticism. What do you mean brother-in-law? Why can't I have serious business? Su Linger said with great dissatisfaction. What serious matters? Ye Chen asked curiously. What serious business? Of course it's the serious business of helping you chase my sister. Su Linger replied in a serious manner. When she and Ye Chen parted ways last time, Su Linger promised that she would definitely help Ye Chen find a way to chase her cousin. Although a few days had passed, she hadn't forgotten about this matter. This is what you call a serious matter? Hearing this, Ye Chen didn't know for a moment whether to praise Su Linger or spit on her. Why? Isn't chasing my sister a serious matter? There is nothing more important and serious than this. Su Linger replied righteously. Brother-in-law, I've thought of a wonderful way for you, guaranteeing that you'll have unexpected gains. Su Linger said mysteriously. What? I can't tell you now. Su Linger continued to remain mysterious, refusing to tell Ye Chen now. Let's see you on the weekend. I'll tell you then. The good idea that she had racked her brain to come up with could not be told to her brother-in-law just like that. As a cousin, how could she betray her own cousin? She, Su Linger, was definitely not that kind of person. Unless her brother-in-law gave herself some favors and bribed herself. This was a good opportunity for her to ruthlessly woolgather her brother-in-law once. Weekend? Ye Chen thought for a moment. He really didn't have anything to do on the weekend. Well, it's decided. See you later, brother-in-law. Without waiting for Ye Chen to agree, Su Linger had already hung up the phone of her own accord. A little bit of time passed, finally waiting until 0 o'clock. Ye Chen immediately entered the monthly salary of 3,000. I'm the richest man in the world game. After entering the 2-star mall, Ye Chen found his target, a top-class manor in Jiangzhou, worth $100 million, priced at $2. This was the first item that Ye Chen was going to buy today. One Jiangzhou top manor. With this manor, the previous problem of not having enough space in the garage was solved. A manor worth $100 million could be bought for only $2. It was too good a deal. Ye Chen immediately clicked on purchase. Ding! Purchase successful. Congratulations on obtaining one of Jiangzhou's top manor transfer contract. Manor key has been placed in the study. Please pay attention to check. The game came with a prompt that Ye Chen's purchase was successful, and the location of Ye Chen's manor was also recorded in detail at the back. This top-class manor that Ye Chen had just obtained was located outside of Jiangzhou, in a place with great scenery. I happen to have time tomorrow. Go take a look, Ye Chen muttered. He was also curious as to what this top manor in Jiangzhou actually looked like. After the first item was bought, Ye Chen could still buy a second one. Only the second piece was the Shark Life streaming shares that Ye Chen had set his eyes on before. 3% of Shark Live shares, priced at $3. Shares worth over $200 million for only $3. Purchase. Ding! Purchase successful. Congratulations on acquiring 3% of Shark Live shares. Shark Life share acquisition contract, within 5 days, will be sent by Shark Live executives. Please check. Ye Chen purchased successfully. Only this time, the share acquisition contract did not appear directly, but had to wait for a few days, and was personally delivered by the Shark Live executives. A few days, it didn't matter. Ye Chen didn't really care. What he really cared about was that from now on, he was a shareholder of Shark Live, and was considered one of the owners of Shark Live. With this level of identity, it would greatly help the development of the yuan brokerage company. Ye Chen was satisfied. Coming to the study, Ye Chen put away the manor transfer contract. The next day, taking the keys, Ye Chen drove his Bugatti Veyron and went straight to the top-class manor he had just obtained. After a half-hour had passed, Ye Chen arrived at his destination. This area was a famous rich area in Jiangzhou, and a lot of big tycoons in Jiangzhou had their own manors in this area. And this manor that Ye Chen had just bought was the largest in this area, bar none. Ye Chen parked his car outside the manor. Looking at the large manor, Ye Chen was quite satisfied. Other than that, the area of this manor alone was 5 or 6 times larger than his own villa, if not more. The architectural style and so on, Ye Chen liked it better. Just as Ye Chen was about to enter the manor, a passing black Audi slowly stopped next to Ye Chen. Hearing the sound, Ye Chen turned his head to look. This car had a hint of familiarity, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it from for a moment. The black Audi stopped, and a refined middle-aged man stepped out of the car. Xiao Chen. After getting out of the car, the middle-aged man greeted familiarly. He really didn't expect to see Ye Chen here. Oh, so it's Uncle Mo. After seeing the elegant middle-aged man, Ye Chen suddenly realized. He always felt that this car looked familiar, and sure enough he had seen it before. This elegant middle-aged man was no one else, but the father of Ye Chen's neighbor, Mo Mengfei, Mo Hongru. That day, Mo Mengfei invited Ye Chen to dinner, and Ye Chen had met him at Mo Mengfei's house. At that time, Ye Chen and Mo Hongru had chatted for a while, and Mo Hongru liked and appreciated Ye Chen. Last time, Ye Chen's Yilin brokerage company had a conflict with Far Yin brokerage company. It was Mo Hongru who helped and made Ma Jiangwen, who was behind Far Yin agency, take the initiative to apologize to Ye Chen. Thank you Uncle Mo for what happened last time. Ye Chen spoke. It's nothing, a small matter. Mo Hongru waved his hand, not putting it on his mind at all. The last time he and Ye Chen met and chatted for a while, Mo Hongru liked Ye Chen very much, rather like a forgotten friend who hated each other. Once upon a time, he was also a spirited young man who wanted to have some action. But in the end, soft rice really smells good. He is considered half a flunky. Knowing that Ye Chen started his business in his freshman year, Mo Hongru admired Ye Chen. After overhearing that someone deliberately smeared Ye Chen, Mo Hongru casually made a few phone calls to a few old friends. A few phone calls to solve a small matter. What was there to thank or not thank? Right, little Chen, why are you here? Pointing at the manor in front of him, Mo Hongru said curiously, you know Mr. Lin, this manor used to belong to a big shot. Mr. Lin, even when he met this big shot, he had to watch his words. Don't know each other? I just bought this manor yesterday, Ye Chen explained. That's right, Mo Hongru nodded his head. Since he had seen it, Ye Chen invited Mo Hongru to go inside with him. Mo Hongru was also curious about this famous manor. The two of them looked around the manor, and even Mo Hongru was shocked at the grandeur and luxury of the manor. By the way, Xiao Chen, do you have time now? Suddenly, Mo Hongru asked mysteriously. He seemed to have something important.